all in one. Are you ready? Let's go. You guys asked for it. You guys wanted Napoleon on Epic History. I got you Napoleon on Epic History. Glad that you're with me. Hit that subscribe button and let's jump in.
History March, an Epic History TV History March collaboration, supported by our sponsor, Osprey Publishing.
Let's go. I love Napoleon quotes. By the way, we're gonna pause. Yeah, Napoleon's very, very interesting to me. I've seen a lot of like filming movies and documentaries. His ambition, I know there's a part of him which people do not believe is a good side, and I think all leaders have faults. And then depending on how you look at things, Napoleon really did help France. He really did love his country. So let's just jump into it. Where it started, Toulon. And it's true.
In the summer of 1793, the French Revolution was entering its 4th year, and France was on the verge of anarchy. In Paris, political extremists had seized control of the revolution.
Robespierre.
They guillotined the king and imposed a reign of terror
That's what it was called.
Summary justice to all suspected enemies of the revolution.
You thought the Red Scare was bad. Ugh. The Robespierre scare.
Hoping to unify the new republic, France's leaders had declared war on the Habsburg Empire. But the conflict quickly widened, and soon France was facing the combined might of Europe's leading powers, determined to stamp out her dangerous political experiment. Meanwhile, whole regions of France had come out in open revolt, horrified.
And I really want to set a preface here for people, if you guys are watching this and learning with me. These were a lot of monarchies. You said Habsburg Empire. A lot of these places that you guys see on this map were monarchies. And France basically did what just happened to Great Britain, where the United States obviously had a revolution. And they may have kind of looked at that and said, maybe we need a revolution. Maybe we're not getting representations as their feudal system, and as all feudal systems have always worked. So monarchies don't like things ruffling over there in revolution land. They think they're going to be next if they don't squander this. They believe that this is a threat to Europe, and that's why the coalition forms.
By the new extremism of the revolution. In August, the Republic suffered a further, potentially fatal blow when the city of Toulon joined the revolt. Toulon was France's largest and most important naval base in the south, home to a third of the entire French Navy. But now...
And these are going to be before anything ironclad or anything like that. But still, these ships, naval superiority was everything.
Rebels welcomed their old enemy, the British Royal Navy, into the port, led by Admiral Lord Hood.
It said RAF.
Aboard HMS Victory. It was an extraordinary coup. Without a shot being fired, the Allies had crippled French naval power in the Mediterranean and gained a vital toehold on the French coast. All French forces in the area were immediately diverted to face this new threat and lay siege to the rebel port. 19,000 troops in all. But since most French officers had been aristocrats who were now fleeing the revolution in large numbers, they were seriously short of professional leadership.
It was all based off merit at that point.
Their commander, General Jean-François Carteau, was a loyal Republican, but a court painter by trade with no military training. To make matters worse, one of his few professional officers, his artillery commander, Colonel Martin, had been badly wounded on the approach to Toulon. Antoine Salicetti, a Corsican deputy of the National Convention in Paris, recommended as his replacement a fellow countryman.
Corsican, because now Corsica, obviously where Napoleon's at, and he's got a referral right here. It's just opportunity. Just think about the opportunity. Like, something had to happen, then that's had to happen, then you had to know a guy, and then this is your moment, just like Eminem sings. Dominated.
A 24-year-old artillery officer who was passing Toulon en route to the front, named Napoleon Bonaparte, or Bonaparte. Bonaparte was a professional soldier, but he'd seen almost no active service. Nevertheless, Salicetti was impressed by his manner, and most of all, his politics. Bonaparte had just written a political pamphlet, a short story about a young artillery officer who berates his fellow diners for their disloyalty to the Republic. General Carteau thought it wise to accept Deputy Salicetti's recommendation.
Another quote. One can remain 24, or if necessary 36 hours without eating, but one cannot remain 3 minutes without gunpowder. Wow. He's talking about a siege, by the way. I think. Siege or rations. I don't know. He's very aggressive. Toulon.
The great port of Toulon was well defended by city walls and a dozen outlying forts and redoubts. They were held by 2,000 British soldiers and sailors, 6,000 Spanish troops, 6,000 Neapolitans, and 800 Sardinians. Artillery would be the key to overcoming these formidable defences. But when Bonaparte was put in command of the artillery on the 16th of September, he found himself with few cannon, not enough trained gun crews, and a shortage of gunpowder and shot.
All that as adversity as well. That's crazy.
With relentless energy and determination, Bonaparte transformed the situation, requisitioning unused guns, training infantrymen to work them, setting up a new forge and workshop, and arranging transport from Marseille of 100,000 sandbags for constructing new batteries.
Wow.
Through hard work, he was ultimately able to build his force up to 64 officers and 1,500 men, manning 100 cannon, howitzers, and mortars.
And think about that. You're just not a military guy. You're a recruiter at that point. You're a people person. You're being super pragmatic about things. You're understanding how math, it's just, you have to be so smart, super smart to be a military general at this pedigree. You just have to be super smart. A lot of people think of the military and commanders of like brutes, not smart people. Not the case. Not the case. Oops, I muted it somehow.
And mortars. Within days, Bonaparte had established 2 new forward batteries with good revolutionary names, La Montagne and Sans Culottes, which brought Toulon's inner harbour within range and forced Admiral Hood to move all his ships closer to the port. Bonaparte also came up with a plan, one that would allow the French to bypass most of Toulon's defences and secure the rapid victory the Republic so desperately needed. Bonaparte argued that if Fort L'Aiguillette could be captured, which looked out across the harbour, he could fill it with heavy guns and shell the British and Spanish fleet at anchor. Admiral Hood would be forced to abandon the port and take...
What a plan. Like, what a plan. Like, to know the proximity, to know this is chess.
Take with him the Allied soldiers that Toulon relied on for its defence. General Carteau saw the merits of Bonaparte's plan, and on the 22nd of September, French forces attacked Montcaire. But to Bonaparte's exasperation, while he'd argued for an attack by 3,000 men, the indecisive Carteau committed only 400. Not only was the attack easily repulsed, but it alerted the Allies to the danger. Within 48 hours, they'd reinforced Montcaire with thousands more troops and built a new fort named Fort Mulgrave, bristling with 20 cannon. The position was now so strong, the French nicknamed it Little Gibraltar.
There is only one possible plan.
Finally, in mid-November, an experienced professional soldier arrived to take command of French forces, General Dugommier. He saw at once that Bonaparte's plan was the only way to take Toulon, and gave it his full backing.
Wow, what a blessing.
Bonaparte, promoted to major, got to work, overseeing construction of several more batteries in preparation for the decisive assault. One forward battery was so exposed to enemy fire that men refused to be sent there. So Bonaparte renamed it La Batterie des Hommes Sans Peur, the battery of men without fear. And suddenly, there was no shortage of volunteers.
Courageous.
It was an early display of Napoleon's genius for inspiring his soldiers.
That kind of looks like is that him with the white? Yeah, it is him because of the white horse. That kind of looks like Joaquin Phoenix almost, the actor that plays in Napoleon that came out last year or the year before.
One that would serve him well in the years ahead. On the 30th of November, the Allied Land Forces commander, British General Charles O'Hara, tried to seize back the initiative, leading an assault on the new French batteries facing Fort Malbousquet.
Napoleon's coming.
At first, the attack was successful. The batteries were overrun, the French guns spiked. But a counterattack with much greater numbers, and led in person by General Dugommier and Major Bonaparte, drove back the Allies.
Wow, courageous again.
General O'Hara himself was shot through the hand and captured. 12 years before, he'd surrendered to George Washington at Yorktown during the American War of Independence.
That's crazy. Imagine that life where you've been overseas and now you're fighting on your own homeland and get injured.
Now he got to surrender to Napoleon Bonaparte.
Oh, I said that wrong. That's crazy though. You got surrendered. He probably one of the two greatest generals of all time, General George Washington. And then a lot of people don't think he's a good general. I think he's a good general. And then Napoleon, who isn't a general. He's a major. Among those who most distinguished themselves and who gave me the most help in rallying men and leading them forward were Citizen Bonaparte, commandant of the artillery. Another blessing, publicly.
In the early hours of the 18th of December, in howling wind and driving rain, the French launched a major assault on Fort Mulgrave. The wet conditions made muskets useless except as clubs or with bayonets. Bonaparte led the second wave in person.
This is a stupid question, but why does that make muskets useless? Is it because the gunpowder gets wet? I don't know.
Amid fierce hand-to-hand fighting, his horse was killed under him, and he was bayoneted in the thigh by a British sergeant, a wound that came within inches of ending his life and radically changing the course of history.
Yeah, wow. Can you imagine?
Finally, the Allied garrison was overwhelmed, and Mulgrave fell to the French. Fort L'Aiguillette and Tour de la Balaquière were soon also in French hands.
Here comes the guns!
By the following afternoon, the French had 10 heavy guns in L'Aiguillette, placing the Allied ships within range. Admiral Hood could not expose his valuable ships of the line to such a threat. He had no option but to order an immediate evacuation of the fleet and garrison from Toulon.
Isn't that insane? Chess!
Small Spanish and British teams raced to destroy all the French ships and naval stores that they couldn't take with them.
Wow.
But amid the chaos of their departure, 18 ships of the line were allowed to fall back into French hands. A badly missed opportunity. Many French citizens of Toulon were desperate to escape aboard the Allied ships, knowing that the Republicans would inflict terrible reprisals on the city. British and Spanish ships took as many as they could, about 14,000 in all, but scores were drowned amid chaotic and desperate scenes.
Yeah, I bet it was horrendous.
Others were left to face the wrath of the revolution. Republican troops entered the city the next morning, and executions and firing squads began almost immediately.
That's the horrors, man. That's the horrors of all this.
The next 2 weeks, about 200 were executed every day.
That's horrible.
Allied propaganda later blamed Bonaparte for the atrocities, but there's no evidence he was directly involved.
My predictions were exactly fulfilled. Such is the history of this event. It so greatly astonished you. Has never been launched.
France's young republic was now fighting back on all fronts. And with the fall of Toulon, the Allies had lost a golden opportunity, a chance to stir up further revolt, deal a lasting blow to French naval power, perhaps even overturn the revolution. But instead, the French Republic had weathered one of its greatest storms, in no small part thanks to the remarkable judgment, energy and courage of one 24-year-old artillery officer.
24! That's insane. That's like on the level of the people that he followed or looked up to, like Alexander the Great, of course. But let's talk about this. This video is basically over. Can you imagine, like, the turn of events? There's so much going on there. And the butterfly effect here. Like, we could have, like, Napoleon literally could have died because his horse, he had to fall off his horse. His horse died. He got stabbed in the leg with a bayonet. Could have hit his femoral artery. He would have bled out there. It would have been over. He could have also caught an infection and died just as well. Like, there's so many variables here. And then that plan was accepted because of Napoleon had to be there because of the absence, and then he had a referral from a fellow Corsican that put him in this area, and that plan kind of went to the general, and the general chose his plan and is rallying to the Minister of War. But then this guy was able to defeat on a rainy day, rainy night, and you're going up to the fort, and the fort is garrisoned by British troops, and through bayonets, through overpowering, they were able to take it, and then they were able to use geometry and set up artillery to be able to take out this fleet, and that scared them off. I absolutely think if Toulon stayed prominent and they did not have this issue with dealing with Bonaparte, and they were able to kind of domino effect it, yeah, it could have been interesting how France looked. France probably wouldn't have the same borders. Napoleon wouldn't have rose to be what he is today in terms of what he did. So many things could have happened. This little thing, this little Toulon moment started it all. That's why it says Napoleon's first victory, and that's why he credits himself this is where things began. It cannot be more apparent. Thank you guys so much for watching. We got plenty of more Napoleon to watch. This is just the first one. Like he's gonna go through Italy, Egypt, and then there's so much more. We already know. But I appreciate you guys. Leave a video recommendation down below. Subscribe. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. I hope you're doing well. Today we'll be looking at Napoleon again. Napoleon in Italy. We got Epic History TV. If you haven't seen the first one, the Battle of Toulon, go see that one first. We're going to watch every single Napoleon video on Epic History TV in chronological order. Of course, we got Italy first. Battle of Lodi in 1796. This is going to be fun for me because I really don't know much about any of the battles besides maybe bits and pieces. So a huge learning opportunity here for me, and hopefully for you as well. Excited to kind of learn a little bit more about his Italian campaign. Let's just jump into it. Subscribe for this series. Let's jump in. Go.
Epic History TV, an Epic History TV PMF Productions collaboration. In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy. It was his first command. Many expected him to fail. Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign. With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory, transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a grateful republic, and forging a legend. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign, and the dawn of a new age.
Beautiful intro. I am so excited. By the way, what was the transition between he was a major, winning at Toulon, to kind of becoming a general of his own, campaign here in Italy? I can't remember the connective tissue there. If someone knows that, please put that below in the comments. It's gonna be fun. Little corporal. Okay.
1792. Europe is plunged into conflict by revolution in France.
Yep.
At first, it seems this infant republic will be quickly snuffed out by her neighbors. Incredibly, France clings on, thanks to mass mobilization, patriotic fervor, and her traditional military power. In 1795, France occupies the Low Countries, while Prussia and Spain withdraw from the war. But the French Republic still faces a powerful coalition of enemies, which includes the Austrian Empire and kingdoms of Piedmont, Sardinia, Naples, and Great Britain, as well as a counter-revolutionary revolt in the Vendée region of western France.
So many fronts, just chaos.
In Paris, the most extreme revolutionaries had been toppled, sent to the guillotine,
Yep.
as they had sent so many before them. France is now governed by the Directory, a more moderate five-man committee, which quickly wins a reputation for corruption and inefficiency.
Power vacuum.
Nevertheless, in 1796, they plan a major military offensive to knock their most dangerous adversary, Austria, out of the war. The two main efforts will be made along the Rhine by powerful armies under General Jourdan and General Moreau. A third effort, of which much less is expected, will be made in northern Italy.
Look at the difference in men too, like 20,000, 30,000 less.
The French army of Italy is a poor cousin, starved of money and supplies, stripped of troops to reinforce French forces on the Rhine. But its fortunes are about to change.
Because of who you're going to have in control.
On the 2nd of March, 1796, the Directory appoint a new commander to lead the army. One of France's youngest generals, Napoleon Bonaparte.
He was 24 during the Battle of Toulon. How old was he here? I love these. General's important talent is to know the mind of the soldier and to gain his confidence. He is not a machine that must be made to move. He is a reasonable He's a reasonable being who needs leadership. Napoleon was quite philosophical.
Napoleon arrives at the Army of Italy's headquarters in Nice on the 25th of March. He is just 26 years old.
Wow. By the way, for reference, I'm going to give away some information about myself. I'm 27, and I ain't never done nothing like this. I feel like I'm behind in life.
2 years have passed since he masterminded French victory at the Siege of Toulon. Since then, his fortunes have been mixed. A short spell as artillery commander in Italy, 10 days in jail when his political patrons fell from power. He then refused to serve in the Vendée, fighting French counter-revolutionaries, leading to several months' unemployment in Paris. Then, an extraordinary break. 13 Vendémiaire, Paris. A royalist mob threatens to storm the national government. Napoleon is the closest general to hand and put in charge of its defense. He disperses the crowds with brutal efficiency and is acclaimed savior of the revolution.
Yep.
A grateful Directory promotes Napoleon to General of Division and awards him command of the Army of Italy.
What a turn of events.
On the 9th of March, he marries his great love, Joséphine de Beauharnais, and leaves for the front 2 days later. There are French generals in Italy with a better claim to command than Napoleon. Serrurier, a professional soldier who first saw action in the 7 Years' War, a decade before Napoleon was born.
Yeah, old.
Augereau, a tough, experienced soldier, bold tactician, and committed Republican. And Massena, risen from the ranks, fearless, tireless, hero of the Battle of Loarno against the Austrians the year before. All three would later become marshals of Napoleon's empire. For now, Napoleon seems to these veterans young and underqualified, a political appointment, embarrassingly infatuated with his new wife. But there is something about the Corsican. As Massena observed, his small size and puny face did not put him in their favor. But as soon as he donned his general's hat, he seemed to grow by 2 feet.
And wasn't he like 5'9"? Or was he 5'7"? Hold on, we're gonna take a quick pause. We're gonna figure this out. ChatGPT, how tall Napoleon? Better speed run that. He is 5'6". Okay, so you know, that's average height, and especially for Europe in the 1800s, 1700s. I get it.
Napoleon impresses above all with his tireless energy, and he has much to do.
Ambition.
His army is organized into Massena's advance guard of 2 divisions, one led by a hard-fighting Swiss general La Harpe, and the other by Meunier, whom Napoleon soon decides is incompetent. The main body comprises the divisions of Augereau, Serrurier, and 2 smaller divisions under Macquart and Garnier. The cavalry is led by General Stengel. But the Army of Italy has been shockingly neglected by the Directory. The men are hungry and unpaid, with a few units on the verge of mutiny. Some men don't even have shoes or muskets.
Crazy.
Napoleon inspects the troops and studies reports. He enforces discipline and breaks up rotten units. He is assisted by his aide-de-camp, Junot, Marmont, and a dashing cavalry colonel, Joachim Murat. As emperor, Napoleon will make 2 of these men dukes, and 1 a king. His most valuable assistant is his new chief of staff, General Berthier, who helps him to reorganize the army's supply system and scour southern France for food, transport, and forage. The situation begins to improve. But Napoleon knows what will really rejuvenate his ragged divisions.
wins.
victory in battle,
Yeah.
and the promise of plunder.
Promise of plunder, which means sacking a city? I want to lead you into the most fertile plains in the world, rich provinces, great cities will be in your power. They will be find your honor, glory, riches, soldier of Italy. Will you lack courage or constancy? All ambition, all promises.
Napoleon has spent 2 years studying the situation in northern Italy
Wow,
and the history of past wars here.
very interesting.
He has developed clear plans on how the campaign must be fought. Now, he will put them into action. Napoleon, with 38,000 troops, outnumbers the Piedmontese and the Austrian army. But if they combine, he will be outnumbered, so he must prevent this at all costs. His plan bears all the hallmarks of what will become known as the Napoleonic art of war. A bold, rapid advance, not against the expected target, Genoa, but Dago. Here he will occupy the central position and prize his enemies apart. He knows that when threatened, the Piedmontese will retreat on their capital Turin, the Austrians on Milan. With his enemies divided, unable to support each other, he can defeat each in detail. Napoleon's plan will be aided by the fragility of the Austro-Piedmontese alliance. They regard each other with deep distrust after
It's a good look at seeing like how these soldiers looked and how they were equipped.
years of rivalry.
Very similar though.
The new Austrian commander, General Beaulieu, is experienced and was once considered energetic, but he is now 70 years old and does not know Italy. He is convinced the French will target Genoa, the port used by the British to supply their coalition allies. So much so that he rejects Piedmontese plans for close cooperation. Their troops remain scattered across mountain passes in a general defense against invasion. On the 4th of April, Napoleon moves his headquarters forward to Albenga in preparation for his offensive. But Beaulieu strikes first. On the 10th of April, Austrian troops take Voltri to disrupt the expected French attack on Genoa. The small French garrison falls back to join Massena's advance guard at Savona. But Beaulieu's fixation with Genoa is playing into Napoleon's hands.
They're gonna stay.
Dago, with its vital crossroads that link the Piedmontese and Austrian armies, is covered by just 8,000 men of Argenteau's corps. Mountainous terrain means Beaulieu can only march to Argenteau's aid via Acqui, more than 20 miles to the north.
Wow.
What's more, Argenteau has orders to take French positions at Montenotte as a diversion for the attack at Voltri. But the French cling on courageously. Corporal Roache particularly distinguishes himself, exposing himself to enemy fire to shoot down on the enemy. His commander, Colonel Rampont, tells his men, "Here we must conquer or die," a moment which quickly enters French military folklore.
Wow. Really cool.
It's the perfect setup for Napoleon. The enemy's attention is focused on Voltri, and Argenteau's corps has been left dangerously exposed.
They're gonna take
He
it.
swings into action, sending La Harpe's division to reinforce Rampont's troops, while Massena makes a tough night march across steep ravines in rain and fog to turn Argenteau's right flank. By dawn, the Austrians are outnumbered, outflanked, and under heavy attack. They retreat in disarray. Napoleon orders Massena to move on Dago, while he turns his attention to the Piedmontese. But Augereau's advance gets held up at Cosseria. The old castle is held by Piedmontese and Croatian grenadiers. The French launch frontal attacks into withering fire and suffer hundreds of casualties. When the colonel of the 18th Demi Brigade is killed, a 26-year-old Louis Gabriel Suchet takes over command. "I have never seen fire like it," wrote Marmont, Napoleon's aide-de-camp.
A lot of young individuals being, I mean, comparatively no, but like Napoleon's influence is kind of seeping into the ranks now.
Despite heroic resistance, the hopelessly outnumbered garrison surrenders the next day.
Okay.
With Serrurier's division also advancing from the south, Piedmontese commander General Colli has little choice but to abandon his position at Montezemolo. The same day, under Napoleon's watchful eye, Massena takes Dago.
Wow.
But while La Harpe's division moves off to reinforce Augereau, hungry French troops left in Dago turn to plunder and pillage.
That's what he promised too. They're just fulfilling
No
it.
one spots Colonel Vukasovic, a tough Croatian commander, approaching with 3,000 reinforcements. He attacks at dawn, routing the French and retaking Dago with ease.
That's gotta
It
piss
requires the
Napoleon off.
recall of La Harpe's division and another day of heavy combat before Vukasovic can be driven out of Dago. A bayonet charge led by 27-year-old Colonel Lannes wins particular praise from General Bonaparte.
Young.
Napoleon has won 3 victories in 4 days. The marches and battles have been grueling, but he has achieved his first objective. The Austrians are regrouping at Acqui and will soon retreat to Alessandria.
Okay.
They can offer no support to the Piedmontese. And so General Colli orders another withdrawal to a strong defensive position behind the Corsalia River. Napoleon orders an immediate attack. Augereau's division on the right, Serrurier on the left, Massena in support. But the French, under heavy fire, struggle to cross the swollen river with its steep banks. When Serrurier's troops finally get into San Michele, they immediately begin looting the town and are thrown out by a counterattack. Despite his success, Colli is still heavily outnumbered and fears encirclement. The following evening, he begins a covert withdrawal to Mondovì. But Napoleon is not deceived by the fake campfires. Patrols confirm his suspicions. The Piedmontese are pulling back. Though his troops are exhausted, wet and hungry, he launches them after the fleeing enemy.
Wow, morale high.
Colli's troops are caught before they can establish a new defensive line. The brave and popular General Dicat is killed. Retreat turns to rout. The French enter Mondovì in triumph, where at last, briefly, they can eat and rest.
They need it. The 2 armies which lately attacked you in full confidence now fly before you in terror.
General Colli, his defeated troops scattered and demoralized, requests an armistice.
Oh.
Napoleon declines as his troops descend from the mountains into the fertile plain.
I didn't think that was about to happen. I thought it was like, all right, yeah, peace. All right, you guys just, no. He's like, ain't no time for armistice.
Of Piedmont. Destitute and starved, French soldiers now plunder the Italian countryside freely.
It's like pirates almost.
Brigadier General Joubert is among those frustrated by the men's conduct.
Yeah.
Everything would go very well if the soldiers did not abandon themselves to pillage.
Napoleon kind of set the stage for that too, though.
Not a day passes without some looters being shot. Despite this severity, the mania doesn't stop. The rural folk are arming themselves.
Yeah. Not a good thing. Discipline needs to be asserted. But like I said, Napoleon kind of set that stage.
Napoleon condemns such behavior.
Now he does.
But his orders have limited impact, especially as everyone knows Generals Massena and Augereau to be 2 of the greatest offenders.
Oh. Oh, lead by example, shall we?
On the 25th of April, French troops enter Carrasco, just 30 miles south of the Piedmontese capital, Turin. Meanwhile, General Beaulieu is at long last marching to Piedmont's aid, but he is a week late. And when he learns that Piedmont has opened negotiations with the enemy, he withdraws his troops in disgust, planning to take up new positions along the Po River. Austrian troops join in the plunder of Piedmontese villages as they go.
That's crazy.
Victor Amadeus III, King of Piedmont Sardinia, sees no option but to accept Bonaparte's terms for an armistice.
Yeah.
Piedmont must give up the strategic fortresses at Cuneo and either Alessandria or Tortona, leaving the country virtually defenseless.
And think about that. He didn't even have to. He just had leverage there because he didn't even have to take Cuneo or Alexandria or Tortona. He literally just focused on a specific strategy, and then after that strategy, he was able to leverage out the rest of the cities. So he didn't have to have hundreds or thousands of men die for these cities that are circled right there. That's very interesting.
The final peace treaty, signed 3 weeks later in Paris, cedes Nice and Savoie to France, and grants free passage to French armies.
Of course.
Napoleon has ended the 4-year war with Piedmont in less than 3 weeks.
The Directory is going to take notice of that. Soldiers, you have won 6 victories in a fortnight and conquered the richest parts of Piedmont. But soldiers, you have done nothing, for there still remains much.
The army of Italy has little time to rest on its laurels. 4 days later, having received 7,000 reinforcements and fresh supplies, it's on the move again. Napoleon plans to invade the rich province of Lombardy, ruled by the Emperor of Austria, and defeat Beaulieu's army.
Very ambitious right here.
But first he must cross the Po River, which is closely watched by Austrian forces. It will prove one of Napoleon's most brilliant maneuvers. Massena is ordered to make conspicuous preparations to cross the river near Salé, assembling boats and building gun batteries. Meanwhile, Napoleon has formed a new elite brigade, 5,000 grenadiers, carabiniers, and chasseurs to act as the army's...
Okay, we're gonna have to close captions because I want to know what he's saying. I don't know what. Grenadiers, carabiniers.
1,000 grenadiers, carabiniers, and chasseurs to act...
Okay. Those are just different archetypes. Got it.
Act as the army's advance guard under the command of General Dallemagne.
Okay.
This force is ordered to march rapidly east to Piacenza and cover 40 miles in just 36 hours. They are followed by La Harpe's division, then Augereau and the cavalry. Beaulieu receives reports that French troops are moving east and begins to redeploy his forces, while remaining conscious that there are still French troops that might cross the Po as far west as Valença. This uncertainty makes it impossible for him to concentrate his forces. What's more, he's completely underestimated the scale and speed of Napoleon's move. The French advance guard, with Colonel Lannes in the lead, crosses the Po on the 7th of May, chasing off Austrian patrols that are the only opposition. By the next morning, most of La Harpe's and Augereau's divisions and the cavalry are across, consolidating the French bridgehead, while Massena and Serrurier move to the crossing as fast as they can. Men of General Leipzig's division are the closest Austrian troops. They take up defensive positions at Fombio, but are overwhelmed by the French attack. That evening, Beaulieu's advance guard arrives, expecting to reinforce Lipthay. Instead, they blunder into La Harpe's division.
That's like a little bit of a chess move right there, you know? Feel like you have like a free passage and then whoop.
In confused night fighting, General La Harpe is shot dead, possibly by friendly fire.
Oh man.
Napoleon regards him as one of the army's best generals, and his loss a great blow.
See, I'm glad it shows not, I mean, this hasn't been a clean sweep. It's been, you know, ups and downs. This has been trials and tribulations, whether it be the you know, the misconduct that they referenced or right here.
Beaulieu, realizing that the French have crossed the Po in force and now threaten to cut him off, orders a rapid withdrawal east. Milan is to be sacrificed.
Wow. That's insane. Think about.
Great fortress of Mantua will be his next refuge. The French advance guard is soon in pursuit. On the morning of the 10th of May,
Lodi.
they catch the Austrian rearguard at Lodi.
What a good illustration.
French troops chase the Austrians across town and over the town's 200-yard bridge over the River Adda. But when they try to follow, they find the bridge is swept by fire from 14 guns. Its far end is held by 3 battalions of Croatian infantry.
Okay.
Several more battalions and cavalry squadrons are behind them in reserve, around 6,500 men in total. Napoleon soon arrives and positions guns to bombard the Austrians on the far bank. An artillery duel rages for much of the afternoon. Napoleon sends Beaumont's cavalry brigade upstream to look for a ford so they can cross the river and flank the Austrian defences. But he grows impatient. Massena's division has begun to arrive from the south, bringing his strength up to 15,000 men and 30 guns.
Brute force about to happen?
Napoleon makes a speech to the infantry, taunting them, daring them to take the bridge, then orders them forward. To cries of "Vive la République!" the hardened 2nd Carabinier Battalion.
I mean, you gotta have some guts to cross that bridge right there. Would you cross that bridge?
Leads the charge.
I don't know.
They come under torrential fire from the Austrian guns. But urged on by Napoleon, Berthier, Massena, Lannes and others, French infantry surge across, under and around the bridge. Faced with this irresistible onslaught, the Austrian front line crumbles. And with French cavalry across the river to the north, the rest of the Austrian rearguard begins an orderly withdrawal.
Wow. 4x. That's insane. Alright, what we got? I no longer regarded myself as a simple general, but as a man called upon to decide the fate of the people. Wow. Interesting.
Five days after his victory at Lodi, Napoleon leads his army into the city of Milan. They are welcomed by cheering crowds.
The art is
Though
interesting.
in reality, Italians are deeply divided in their attitudes towards the French.
Yeah.
After Lodi, French soldiers have a new nickname for their general, Le Petit Caporal,
A little corporal.
the Little Corporal. It's a term of affection because he gets his hands dirty, even aiming the guns himself, the job of an artillery corporal.
Really cool.
In just a month, Napoleon has transformed a war-weary, disheveled and demoralized army into a victorious fighting force, brimming with esprit de corps and eager for further conquests. While he, in his first campaign, has demonstrated extraordinary energy, mastery of detail, brilliant military intuition. Above all, indomitable self-belief. It is this quality that inspires his soldiers to risk their lives for glory, for the Republic, and for the man they will one day acclaim their emperor.
Wow. Just pure cinema, guys. I think this is an amazing start to the Italian campaign. So much to unpack there, too. We have, you know, the Austrians, we have the Piedmontans. That's definitely not, they're definitely not called the Piedmontans, but let's kind of go back, just kind of see from the way of the land. I mean, they easily took Piedmont. I mean, they were able to kind of just like tease them a little bit and then kind of go with a distraction on in terms of the route of the troops, and then just overwhelming them at different points. Let's kind of go forward. Yeah, the Battle of Novi, and they, you know, Bonaparte did not have anything to do with these little candlelights or what do you call it, campfires that they set up. He just went full force, chased them pretty much as far as possible, and then what was it? And then we got to, yep, right here. We got to the Po River, and they basically just moved all the troops down east, and they followed suit. So I think from here, I mean, like, I mean, as long as he's got that discipline going when it comes to the troops, I think that everything stays intact. Of course, I'm saying it almost like it's not happened before yet, but interesting start to the Italian campaign is all I gotta say. Like, guys, this is cool to kind of learn a little bit more about the Italian campaign, starting with his Battle of Lodi. But it wasn't just Battle of Lodi. Lodi just feels like the tip of the iceberg here. It was really to take Piedmont and to insert himself into Lombardy. Wow. Really cool. I appreciate you guys watching. We'll have more on this in the future. If you have a different video recommendation, leave it down below. Subscribe if you haven't. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. We got Napoleon. This is the second video for the Italian campaign. We already did the Toulon when he was just a major and I think head of the artillery. But now we have, you know, a Napoleon at his best. We saw amazing tactics against the Piedmonts, against the Austrians, against the Lombards. We just saw so much goodness from Napoleon's masterclass of being a general. So we're going to jump in. This is part 2. So make sure you've seen part 1 if you haven't seen that. But yeah, let's jump right into it, shall we?
An Epic History TV BMF Productions collaboration. In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy. It was his first command. Many expected him to fail. Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign. With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory.
And Castiglione will be what we talk about today. I guess these are the other part 3, 4, 5 that we'll be looking at later. But the only 2 things that we saw that was trivial was the conduct of looting, which he kind of, plundering looting, that he kind of also kind of incentivized with the beginnings of his speeches. But I think there was like one battle which didn't go his way, and that was it.
Transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a grateful republic, and forging a legend.
Oh, they love him.
This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign, and the dawn of a new age.
Part 2.
May 1796. The French Revolutionary Wars have entered their 5th year. And on what most consider to be a secondary front, there has been a stunning development. A 26-year-old general of the French Republic, Napoleon Bonaparte, has waged a lightning campaign across northern Italy, defeating the Kingdom of Piedmont Sardinia and driving the Austrians across Lombardy. 2,000 Austrian troops remain holed up in Milan's citadel.
Oh.
But they cannot prevent his triumphal entry into the city on the 15th of May. Now the French general holds court at the Palazzo Serbelloni, issuing decrees on behalf of the Directory in Paris, while his troops enjoy several days' rest. Lombardy is to be reorganized as a French client state, known as
Kind of like a vassal state almost.
Lombardy is to be reorganized as a French client state, known as the Lombardic Republic. Political and economic reforms sweep away the old Austrian state, to the delight of Italian intellectuals in cities like Milan. But the French also demand 20 million francs to help pay for the war.
Wow.
While their troops requisition vast quantities of food, horses, cattle, and boots. Most inflammatory are their attacks on the property and dignity of the Catholic Church, which enrage Italian priests and peasants.
Which is interesting. A lot of the people in the French Revolution kind of also had disdain to religion. A lot of people were, not even religious at all, and they tried to create their own religion. So this is an interesting kind of like thing that's happening parallel to the revolution.
And are a gift to anti-French propagandists. On the 23rd of May, as Napoleon's troops set off in pursuit of the Austrians, revolt breaks out in Pavia.
Interesting.
The next day, there are riots in Milan. Napoleon races back to the city.
Dang.
Where order is soon restored.
He's gonna have to garrison somebody.
To Pavia, at Binasco, he encounters 1,000 armed rebels. Colonel Lannes' grenadiers rout the peasants, killing 100 and burning the village.
I mean, it's not even fair at that point.
A terrible example, which will be effective, Napoleon writes.
Okay. So he does have some empathy for it.
Pavia is retaken the next day, with little opposition. A score of ringleaders, including several priests, are shot. Hundreds of hostages are taken from prominent local families to ensure future cooperation. Napoleon resumes his advance east. His army now organized into 4 divisions: Kilmain's advance guard, Augereau, Massena, and Serrurier. General Berlioz's Austrian army holds the line of the Mincio River, with Lake Garda on his right and the great fortress of Mantua on his left. This, together with the fortresses at Peschiera, Verona, and Lagnago, forms the famous quadrilateral. 4 bastions that cement Austria's grip on northern Italy.
Okay.
But once more, Beaulieu can't get a read on Napoleon's movements. He scatters his troops, trying to defend 4 potential crossing points, and is further distracted by fake preparations to cross Lake Garda by boat.
That's interesting.
In fact, Napoleon has decided to cross the Mincio at Borghetto. And when Kilmain's advance guard arrives, they find the bridge defended by a single battalion of infantry and handful of hussars. The Austrians are soon driven back, but a sudden counterattack nearly bags General Bonaparte himself. A possibly dramatized account has him hopping over fences with one boot on to evade the hussars.
I can see that happening though, but like you said, it could be like overly. There could be some, some fantasy there as well. But the Austrians seem like they're on the defensive here. Obviously, it seems like they're just not good at guessing where he's going.
This lucky escape leads to the formation of an elite cavalry detachment to act as Napoleon's personal escort.
Okay.
They are named the Compagnie des Guides à Cheval. Their commander is a young cavalry captain named Jean-Baptiste Bessières. In time, this unit will become the famous Chasseurs à Cheval of the Imperial Guard, the Emperor's ever-present bodyguard on campaign.
Makes sense. Because like if Napoleon goes, this thing's done. I quote, I have to provide for the defense of Mantua, the key to Italy. General Beaulieu, Austrian commander. Okay. Mantua.
Taken by surprise by the crossing at Borghetto, Beaulieu begins a withdrawal to a new defensive line in the Adige Valley. However, at Mantua, he leaves behind a reinforced garrison, well supplied and ready to withstand a siege of at least 2 months.
That's a good amount of soldiers.
Napoleon cannot bypass Mantua. Its garrison is too powerful. But the fortress city will be a tough nut to crack.
I mean, look at this. You got a citadel. The waterway is completely taken. But you have cannons on every single side. It's just the best chance you got is that bridge by San Giorgio.
Its old walls surrounded on 3 sides by a lake and on
crazy.
the other by malarial marshland. The most unhealthy place in Italy, Napoleon tells the Directory.
How so?
His biggest problem is his lack of heavy siege artillery.
Which he loves.
Most of these guns are in Milan, bombarding the Austrians, still holed up in the citadel. More guns were supposed to arrive by sea, but have been intercepted by British warships.
I was about to say, oh, there he is, Horatio Nelson.
Commanded by a certain Commodore Horatio Nelson.
I mean, I'm sorry for pausing so much, but the British naval, like, I can't wait to start reacting some of that because, and I'm sure we'll kind of intersect that with this series, but the British naval superiority is just unmatched for the most part.
Since April, Napoleon has launched 3 successful offensives, marched more than 200 miles, and won 10 battles.
That's a
But
good
finally,
resume.
outside the walls of Mantua, he is brought to a halt.
Time to
And
think.
the demands on his limited force are growing. He must maintain the siege of Mantua, even though its guns outnumber his own and no direct assault can be made. He must protect his lines of communication back to France and guard against further revolt in Lombardy. And he must be ready to face the Austrians, who are receiving reinforcements from Germany and will soon counterattack. To add to his problems, the French Directory demands that he lead an expedition to central and southern Italy.
There's a lot they're expecting of him.
He's to threaten military occupation unless these states cough up huge sums to help fund the French war effort. Napoleon vehemently opposes the idea. Marching troops the length of Italy in high summer, he warns, will end in sickness and death.
Wow. Such an interesting thought there, especially when you march into Russia in the winter. But that's a foreshadow, sadly.
Fortunately, strong words alone persuade Naples to sign an armistice. And in the end, Napoleon doesn't even have to go as far as Rome. The French march through the Duchy of Modena, the Papal States, and the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, raising more than 40 million francs in tribute from states that are powerless to resist.
And what would that be like today, 40 million francs?
Napoleon dines in Florence with the Grand Duke before returning to Milan. There he is reunited with his wife, Josephine, who's arrived from Paris, discreetly accompanied by her new lover.
And they both did that.
Napoleon does not linger in Milan. Its citadel has finally fallen, freeing up his siege guns. His troops have seized another 150 guns from the forts of central Italy.
They're gonna move that to Mantua now.
Napoleon can now make serious plans to take Mantua, and he has no time to lose. In the Tyrol, the reinforced Austrian army is beginning to stir, under a new commander. Berlioz is gone. Now, 72-year-old Field Marshal Count von Wurmser is in command.
I mean, I guess.
A courageous cavalryman, vigorous beyond his years, and determined to avenge Austrian defeats in Italy.
The storm is beginning to gather. That's an interesting quote. Metastasize.
Since crossing the Mincio, Napoleon has reorganized and redeployed his forces. General Massena's division is near Rivoli, watching the road to the Tyrol. Two of his brigades, under General Sorre, are at Salo, watching the western side of Lake Garda.
Messina has got a lot of soldiers.
General Despinois' division is in support at Peschiera. General Augereau's division is around Legnago, watching the eastern approaches, while Kilmain's cavalry mounts patrols. General Serrurier's division carries out the siege of Mantua itself. But Napoleon's hopes for a rapid conclusion to the siege are in vain. The Austrian garrison conducts a skillful and active defense, raiding French entrenchments and seizing supplies. Murat, recently promoted to brigadier general, plans to lead a group of men in Austrian uniform across the lake at night.
There's just so much like intangible strategies that we're seeing here from the French. They just, it's not as simple as just brute force. There's just deceit. There's, you know, distractions. There's specific tactics, just like this one. That just shows you how much out of the box thinking that some of these people in the military have.
To take the guards by surprise, but the operation's abandoned when the water level suddenly drops. The French step up their bombardment of the city, firing more than 1,000 cannonballs and mortar shells in one 6-hour period.
That's crazy.
Mantua is being battered to pieces.
They're gonna give at this
its
point.
Walls are not yet breached. Napoleon is out of time. Field Marshal Wurmser is finally marching to Mantua's aid. He has divided his army into 4 columns.
What's that guy way over there on the far right? And you imagine that's the lucky division, just way out of the balloon. No one, like, they're not going to be able to. They're going to go through Venice, it looks like. And this 72-year-old man's going to be marching through. That's just crazy.
2 central columns are advancing down the Adige Valley directly towards Mantua. Another column to the east is making a wide flanking march.
And they got 15K soldiers in front of them.
General Kozdanovic advances down the western shore of Lake Garda, planning to seize Brescia and cut Napoleon's line of retreat. Massena comes under heavy attack and, severely outnumbered, abandons Rivoli and begins a fighting retreat. As soon as the news reaches Napoleon, he races to Castelnuovo, ordering Augereau, Despinois, and Kilmaine to join him as fast as possible. But suddenly...
And it's just, I just gotta keep making this point. It's just so interesting. There is no phone calls. There is no telegram. I mean, this is scouts on horses. And that's it. And they're making up so much ground and so much intelligence in so little time. Like, you have like a few hours in terms of the window to be able to execute these types of retreats. It's just the level of organization you have to have, and communication you have to have, and alignment you have to have has to be top tier, or you're going to get crushed.
Suddenly, it is Kostanovic's column that's emerging as the greatest threat.
Interesting.
General Saue's troops at Salo are heavily outnumbered.
What do?
They put up a stiff resistance, but are forced to withdraw.
Okay, let's say they didn't surrender.
The next day, Austrian troops surprise the French at Brescia. They take the town, as well as an army hospital containing 2,000 French sick and wounded.
As prisoners.
Even Napoleon's wife, Josephine, en route to Brescia, is nearly captured in the chaos. Wurmser has wrong-footed Napoleon. Already outnumbered, he's lost 5,000 casualties. His left flank is in tatters, and there's a real possibility he may be encircled.
What do you do?
It's the greatest crisis he has faced as an army commander, and will force him to make an agonizing decision.
Every moment is precious. The enemy has broken through our line in 3 places. Every moment.
On the 31st of July, after 2 months of blood, sweat and sacrifice, General Serrurier is ordered to abandon the siege of Mantua.
Wow.
He is to send 2 of his brigades to reinforce Massena and Augereau.
You were so close.
And withdraw with the rest of his troops to guard the army's line of retreat. 179 guns, plus ammunition and supplies which cannot be moved, are to be buried or tipped into the marshes.
What a waste. What a waste.
Napoleon needs every man he can get, because in the midst of the crisis, he has spotted an opportunity. Kostanovich's advance has caught him off guard, but Lake Garda separates him from the rest of the Austrian army. Napoleon will concentrate his forces against Kostanovich, beat him in battle, then pivot again to take on Wurmser.
And we say this with the Piedmonts and the Austrians earlier. They, do one then face the others.
The French divisions are soon on the move. Kostanovich's troops reach Lonato, but here they encounter Massena's vanguard. The Austrians come under heavy attack, and with French reinforcements arriving, they have to pull back. The next day, the French retake Brescia, along with most of their supplies, sick and wounded. Then Napoleon catches a lucky break.
Why?
Wurmser has been on Massena's heels, harrying his rear guard as far as Peschiera. But now he receives reports there are French forces massing between him and Mantua.
But they're not. Oh.
Mantua is his priority, so he swings south, away from Kostanovich, towards a city Napoleon has already abandoned. By the time Wurmser realizes his error, it's too late. He has gifted Napoleon 24 crucial hours.
It's a day.
A blunder, for which he will pay dearly.
Nothing is lost. All courage remains.
The 3rd of August sees confused fighting west of Lake Garda. One French brigade slips through the wooded ravines unnoticed, straight into Salò, causing havoc behind the Austrian lines.
Isn't that just insane how you're able to do that? Like, thread the needle, why don't we say that? My goodness. The Austrian intelligence, like I've said this before, it seems like the Austrian scouting and intelligence is not at the same level as the French.
But the Austrians repel 3 attacks on Gavardo, and all seems to be going well until their own advance meets Massena's division at Lonato.
GG's for them.
Massena's counterattack is led by the 32nd Demi Brigade, which is becoming known as one of the Army of Italy's most feared units. "Bayonets only," Napoleon calls out, "and you, 32nd, maintain your glorious reputation."
What does that sound like? That sounds like the Toulon, like where it was raining and they had to use bayonets, swords. Wow.
The lead Austrian brigade is routed. Colonel Junot, though
A
wounded
retreat.
6 times, accepts their commander's surrender. Kostanovich's force has been mauled. Fearing for the rest of his command, and with no word from Wurmser, he decides he must march back around Lake Garda to rejoin the army.
Wow.
The same day, 15 miles to the south, General Augereau's division fights an aggressive rearguard action near Castiglione, keeping Wurmser at bay while Napoleon deals with Kostanovich. Augereau begins with a bold attack on General Liptay's vanguard, driving it back to high ground near Solferino. But here, Liptay receives steady reinforcements as the rest of the Austrian army begins to arrive. Augereau keeps up the pressure, preventing an Austrian advance. And though there's a late scare when enemy cavalry sweep around his left flank, they are unsupported and soon pull back. For Augereau and his men, it is a long day of heroic action against a superior force.
A superior force? Is that because the French do not match up against the Austrians, or because the Italian campaign of French individuals do not match up against the Austrians? Curious there.
One which Napoleon will never forget. 12 years later, as emperor, he will make Augereau Duke of Castiglione, and always remind his critics, he saved us that day.
Oh?
Nevertheless, by nightfall, Augereau's division is at breaking point. Our soldiers are exhausted from fatigue and hunger. If you don't send me reinforcements, I won't be able to hold out. Next morning, French troops renew the attack on Kostanovich, and quickly discover he's beating a hasty retreat. A major disaster is narrowly avoided when 3 lost Austrian battalions stumble into Napoleon's headquarters at Lonato. They call on the general to surrender. Napoleon responds by loudly ordering his grenadiers and artillery into position, then demands that the Austrians surrender to him or be put to the sword.
Wow.
It's a bold bluff. Few of his troops are anywhere near. But the Austrians meekly lay down their arms.
What a chess player right there. They could have ended it right there. Wow. There's a lot of honor and other words that I can't think of right now when it comes to older warfare. Now there is, like, you know, there's a lot of warfare in the past where people are brutal and they take no regard to the rules of engagement. But in this case, they could have just ended it. But they thought that if they do that, they might not walk out.
As Napoleon swings his army round to take on Wurmser, the Austrian must decide whether to stand his ground or fall back to a stronger line behind the Mincio River. He chooses to stay put. By engaging Napoleon, he hopes to buy time for Kostanovich to regroup and resume his advance, and for Mantua to be resupplied. His reasoning is sound, but his intelligence is out of date, and he's underestimated the speed at which Napoleon's forces will move.
Very fast. For 8 days we have been in the saddle. We do not want to allow the enemy rest unless we have destroyed him. Okay.
At dawn on the 5th of August, the Austrian army is 4 miles east of Castiglione, formed up in 2 lines. Its northern flank anchored on the village of Solferino, its southern flank on a well-fortified redoubt at Monte Medolano. Napoleon faces him with Massena's division in the north, Augereau's division in the centre, and Kilmain's cavalry in the south. He's also formed an elite unit of grenadiers and cavalry to be held back for the decisive moment. Napoleon doesn't seem to have much of an advantage. But he has 10,000 more troops converging rapidly on the battlefield. 5,000 under General Despinois, marching from Brescia. 5,000 more under General Fiorella, coming from the south. To buy time for these reinforcements to arrive, and to lure Wurmser out of position, Napoleon orders Massena and Augereau to attack.
Oh.
There is a short exchange of fire. Then the French begin a feigned retreat. The Austrians take the bait, some units advancing off the high ground, while Wurmser extends his right wing, looking to outflank Massena's division. Around 9 AM, the sound of gunfire from the south alerts both sides to Fiorella's arrival, behind the Austrian left flank. Napoleon immediately orders Augereau and Massena to attack again, in earnest. Despinois' troops arrive to join the assault.
Wow.
But Napoleon has sprung his trap too early.
Wow.
Wurmser is not yet fully committed and reacts swiftly. He organizes a new line to fend off Fiorella and hurriedly recalls his right wing. But he cannot save the redoubt at Monte Medolano.
That's huge.
Napoleon's aide-de-camp, Major Marmont, leads forward a battery to blast the position. His guns open a devastating cannonade, clearing the way for an attack. Around 10 AM, the reserve grenadiers charge forward with bayonets fixed, sweeping the Austrians off the hill. Meanwhile, to the north, the 4th and 5th demi-brigades surge onto the Solferino heights and seize the redoubt before Pozzacatana. Carried forward by their momentum, they storm the Solferino tower and village beyond, the shaken enemy falling back in disarray. The Austrians are hard-pressed along the line.
I'm surprised they haven't fully retreated yet, you know? I mean, look at how much ground they've given up. And look at the bottom, Monte Medolano. Look how far away they are from that now. That was the line. That was where the line was.
And now French cavalry and Fiorella's troops threaten to cut off their retreat.
They do that, it's GG's.
While Napoleon is active, energized, urging troops forward, Wurmser seems to go into shock. A French émigré serving with him recalled, "He watched without seeing anything, saying anything, hearing anything. This brave old man, his head covered with white hair, did not think anymore."
Was he actually shocked, or was he just defeated at that point?
Finally, Wurmser orders a general retreat, back across the Mincio River, covered by their cavalry and some late Austrian reinforcements.
Yeah,
The French pursuit quickly peters out. After a week of forced marches in stifling heat, with little to eat or drink, Napoleon's men are close to collapse.
They're plundering.
But their general is content with what they have achieved.
3x? Wow. The Austrian army has disappeared like a dream, and the Italy that it threatened is now quiet. Oh, so Napoleon thinks that he's not vindicating. Is it vindicating? He's avenging these lands, which I guess so, right?
Wurmser's army finds temporary refuge behind the Mincio River. But Napoleon immediately resumes the attack.
Wow.
Massena is sent north to relieve the French garrison at Peschiera and threaten Wurmser's line of retreat. The Austrian general has had enough.
Is he going to
After
surrender?
ensuring the garrison of Mantua is fully resupplied and reinforced, he begins his withdrawal to the Tyrol to regroup and rethink. The French nip at his heels all the way. Napoleon has just endured his toughest challenge yet as an army commander. And though initially wrong-footed by his adversary, he's displayed brilliant flexibility and his usual energy to weather the crisis and then triumph. But Mantua remains the key to Italy, and while it stands unconquered, the Austrians will do everything in their power to save it. Wurmser will be back, and when he returns, he'll find himself on a collision course with Napoleon, as he launches his own attack on Austria itself.
Well, let's talk real quick. By the way, if you want to see the rest of the series, hit that subscribe button because we're gonna watch the rest of it. But what a display of patience by Napoleon to wait for his reinforcements and the timing. I'm telling you, the organization, the timing, the overall strategy. I mean, the strategy can be good, but if there's not alignment and communication and the reinforcements getting to the right spot at the right time, that battle would have been, he would have been outmatched because they had 60 guns. They had maybe 1,000 less troops, but they're in the defensive position. And usually the defensive position doesn't lose as many troops because the aggressors are running at guns usually. It seems, by the way, in this entire campaign, and I'm guessing it's going to continue, it seems like these bodies of water, and this is throughout history at any point, but these bodies of water, whether it be Lake Garda, whether it be the Mincio River, and then in the future, it looks like we got more rivers. It feels like these bodies of water really are dictating how these wars and battles are going. The cities are one thing, but the bodies of water really act as a barrier between, tactics and battles. So, wow. Got to be able to leverage that. I think this is a fun series we got going here. I don't know what else to say. I'm just excited. I can't wait to watch the part 3. So this was part 2 of Napoleon in Italy. Like I said before, if you haven't hit that subscribe button, what are you doing? We're going to have to watch this in the future together. So let's do that. Leave a video recommendation if you guys have one. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. We have part 3 of Napoleon in Italy. All right, so part 1 and 2, we just saw the demonstration of wit, talent, anything above when it comes to military strategy by Napoleon. His campaign was probably the weakest in terms of resourcing and men and material, and he's turning it into the strongest right now. A lot of these individuals that he's working with are going to be working with him for a while. Wow. What loyalty these men have to him. I'm glad you're here with me. If you haven't seen part 2 and part 1 and even Battle of Toulon, go watch that. We got a playlist called Napoleon Epic History. Also, if you're new here, this is what we do. We learn. So I'm glad you're with me. Subscribe if you haven't already. And let's jump in to the Battle of Bassano.
In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy. It was his first command. Many expected him to fail. Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign. With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory, transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a grateful republic, and forging a legend. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign, and the dawn of a new age.
Let's go. Battle from... Wait. Okay, now we have conflicting titles. One says Battle of Mantua, which is kind of like the cliffhanger we left off last time. The top, it says Battle of Bassano. Are we getting both? I'm not sure. Let's see.
August 1796. The war between France's infant republic and the coalition seems to be tipping in France's favor. In the Vendée, General Hoche has brought the 3-year royalist revolt to an end. This appalling civil war has cost an estimated 165,000 lives and is the bloodiest chapter of the French Revolution.
Do they really just have scythes, or what do you call it, scythes? What do you call those? Scythes? Like the thing that they use to cut grass? And hoes? I mean, I guess they were peasants.
Bourbon Spain allies with France. They will combine forces against their common enemy, Great Britain. In Germany, the armies of General Jourdan and General Moreau have crossed the Rhine and are advancing on Vienna. While in Italy, Napoleon's stunning victory at Castiglione has sent the Austrians scurrying back to the Tyrol. Napoleon can now resume his siege of Mantua, the key to Italy.
And remember, they actually had to pull off Mantua because of the overwhelming force that was coming from above Lake Garda, and they were so close. I think they were just so close to finally getting them to surrender. But now it's right back at it, and I don't think they have much of a worry now of outside forces. So it's going to be a slam dunk, in my opinion.
But he'll have to start over. The Austrians have used the interlude to drag away his heavy guns and demolish his siege works.
Right, because he left all that stuff. Ugh.
In summer, the pestilential marshes that surround the city are lethal. The Austrian garrison has been decimated by disease, mostly malaria.
Dang.
General Serrurier, commanding the French siege, also contracts the disease. He returns to France to recover and is replaced by General Sauguet. Sickness and a shortage of equipment once more plague the French army in Italy. Even the heroic General Massena asks to be replaced, citing ill health and exhaustion. Napoleon rejects his request.
He's like, nah.
Despite these problems, the Directory in Paris orders Napoleon to attack as part of a grand strategic offensive against Austria. He is to break through to Innsbruck, join forces with Moreau's Army of the Rhine, then together invade Austria and force Emperor Francis to sue for peace. Napoleon faces an enemy of roughly equal size. So he plans to use speed and concentration of force to fall upon Austrian troops in the Adige Valley and clear the path northwards.
Such a rugged terrain right there, too, through the Alps.
His opponent, Austrian Field Marshal von Wurmser, is under immense pressure to relieve Mantua. His staff believe that recent fighting has left the French army shattered and incapable of offensive operations. So the Austrians plan to make their own advance. Rather than try to force his way past French troops in the Adige Valley, Wurmser will keep Davidovich in a defensive role, while he leads a wide outflanking march via the Brenta Valley and Bassano to reach Mantua from the east. There he will link up with its garrison. And when Napoleon comes south to face him, he will be caught between two Austrian armies.
That's what the Austrians believe that's going to happen. But what's Napoleon going to really do here? I think he's going to bait and switch them, and he's going to, as we've always seen, attack each of them by themselves. I doubt if Bonaparte had had a command of the Austrian forces. He could have contrived it better for his own purposes. So basically, he's saying I got what I got. He's making excuses. He's basically saying if he was on our team, nothing would have really. It's not Napoleon. It's the resources. It's the French people that are better than us holistically. He's blaming the administration basically. Wait, he could have. Oh well, he said I doubt. Never mind.
The Austrians begin their advance on the 1st of September. French forces begin their advance the following day. Massena pushes up the Adige Valley, with Augereau taking a tougher, mountainous route on his right.
Interesting.
General Vaubois marches around Lake Garda to join them, with one brigade crossing by boat.
The boat way is such an interesting way.
The forward Austrian outposts are driven in, and by the 4th, 3 French divisions are converging on Davidovich's heavily outnumbered force, near Rovereto.
His idea of getting to Mantua is kind of screwed right now.
General Victor leads the main attack straight up the road, driving back the enemy centre. Meanwhile, French light infantry swarm up the sides of the valley to outflank the enemy. It's a tactic the French will use again and again to force the Austrians out of strong positions in the narrow passes. The Austrians are driven up the valley towards Davidovich's main camp at Cagliano. As Napoleon remarks, this position should have been impregnable. Sheer mountains either side of a valley floor that's just a few hundred yards wide. A small castle and wall add to the formidable natural defenses. But its defense has been left to a single, shaken Austrian regiment, which is given no time to prepare.
So they can get
When the
overran.
French hit them with speed and numbers, they give way.
Yep.
Massena's troops break through to the main Austrian camp, where soldiers, expecting a much longer respite, are preparing dinner.
Austrians always be late. They're late at all the communication and all. Like, where's the scouts? Where are the scouts at?
The arrival of the French sparks chaos and confusion. The Austrian escape route is immediately jammed with fleeing troops, wagons and guns. The French round up around 3,000 prisoners, alongside 25 guns and 7 standards.
And they're just gonna add. Well, the prisoners are probably. I don't know. I wonder what did they do with prisoners? If anyone knows what they did with prisoners, leave down below. Did they just send them, back to Paris to put them in the jail? Did they put them in like a POW camp? Did they just execute them? What do they do? And then, yeah.
Napoleon had thought that he faced the whole Austrian army around Trento. But now, speaking with prisoners and locals, he learns that Wurmser and half his army have set off down the Brenta Valley. Destination unknown.
Bassano.
With typical speed and decisiveness, Napoleon tears up the plan to join Moreau at Innsbruck and orders a pursuit. If he can catch and destroy Wurmser before he reaches safety, the war in Italy will be won.
Okay. On the 8th, I shall be at Bassano. If the enemy waits for me, it will be a battle which will decide the fate of the whole country. Okay.
When Wurmser receives news of the fiasco at Cagliano, his troops are already strung out along the Brenta Valley, with his vanguard approaching Vicenza. There is nothing to gain by turning back. He orders Davidovich to hold the passes north, assuming they are Napoleon's objective, and pushes on to Mantua.
Okay.
But Napoleon is not going north. He orders Vaubois to pursue Davidovich and keep him blocked in, while Augereau's division leads the rest of the army down the narrow, funnel-like Brenta Valley in pursuit of the Austrians. The army of Italy is brimming with confidence and momentum, and marches much faster than the Austrians.
I mean, the morale is just so much higher. I mean, they've just won. They've just won.
A small force at Levico offers token resistance before it's bundled down the Brenta Valley.
Dang, can you imagine being at Levico? Like, you literally just have to run with your tail tucked between your legs for how many miles?
The next day, French light infantry rout a 3,000-strong Austrian rearguard at Primulano, taking most of them prisoner. Wurmser decides to make another stand at Bassano, where the valley opens into flat plains.
This is exactly what Napoleon told the Directory. They could have just kept running, you know, to Mantua. They actually stationed and waited for him.
With Colonel Lannes leading the charge, the Austrians are driven back, then chased into town by Murat's cavalry. Amid panic, chaos and blocked roads, the French take another 2,000 prisoners, including an Austrian general and 30 guns.
400? Oh my god, they're just routing these people. It's over. It's over.
Wurmser is in disarray, down to 12,000 men, outnumbered 2 to 1, with part of his force retreating in the wrong direction towards Trieste.
Gotta love that. Bro's going the wrong way.
His only hope is to reach Mantua.
No, it's not.
The two armies are in a foot race, but for the first time in the campaign, Austrian soldiers outmarch their exhausted French counterparts. Wurmser leaves a small garrison at the fortress of Legnago to slow Augereau's pursuit. Forging ahead, Massena manages to block the Austrians' path at Chiré.
I was about to say, you need. I can see Sahujet, or Sahuge, coming off Mantua right there. That's that French flag right there. I'm wondering if they're gonna push to Castellero and hold there to block Wurmser.
But General Ott makes a determined attack and clears the road, taking 700 French prisoners and 7 guns.
Dang.
It is a rare defeat for Massena. With the help of a local informant, Wurmser then finds an intact, unguarded bridge across the Tione River.
Oh no.
And reaches the outskirts of Mantua on the 13th of September. His army has been saved from destruction.
Once again, the siege fails.
By the skin of its teeth.
What soldier could fail to admire the gallant old Wurmser, never depressed by defeat, who, having been hunted from the Brenta to Mantua, now stood in front of the garrison, determined to cut his way back? Well, he's kind of stuck now. He's kind of stuck. Like, you know, previously he's always been able to like flee, go up, like return north, but now he's kind of surrounded. So now he's got to literally, it's fight or perish at this point. Let's see.
Napoleon has failed to prevent Wurmser reaching Mantua. But he knows that if he can bottle him up inside the city, it will put intolerable strain on its supplies.
Yeah.
For that reason, Wurmser wants to keep his army outside the city walls, free to maneuver, and, crucially, forage for supplies in the surrounding country. The next morning, as Augereau accepts the surrender of the Austrian garrison at Legnago, Massena tries a surprise attack at Due Castelli. But it's overambitious. his men have not had time to recover from their long march, and the Austrians fight bravely. The following day, Napoleon launches a much larger, coordinated attack.
Here we go.
Sauge's division advances on the right. His troops are soon in heavy fighting with Ott's brigade around the Villa La Favorita. Augereau's division, under temporary command of General Bonne, advances along the Mincio River, trying to turn the Austrian right flank. When Wurmser sends reserves for his centre to strengthen both flanks, Massena's concealed division launches its attack.
Concealed by the wood, maybe?
Victor and Rampont lead the way with their veteran demi-brigades. Austrian cavalry hurl themselves at the French, but are beaten off. Heavy fighting rages on the outskirts of Mantua for much of the afternoon. Finally, Wurmser's centre begins to crumble.
What's Wurmser doing? He just chilling. He better move.
And the French take San
There you
Giorgio.
go.
Much of the Austrian right wing is cut off. Many are forced to surrender, while others flee into the lake. With the Austrian line shattered, Wurmser orders his men to fall back to the safety of Mantua's citadel.
Yep. Which is like a fortress, if you didn't know. It's 2-1, 2.5 to 1. Big loss.
The troops that were to have rescued Mantua are now trapped alongside its garrison. By early October, the French have cut off the city and resumed their siege. Conditions inside Mantua deteriorate rapidly. Disease, wounds and malnutrition kill on average nearly 100 Austrian soldiers every day for 6 weeks. Civilians
6 weeks, 7 times, that's 4,200 soldiers.
are reduced to eating rats and horses.
It's basically Stalingrad, but not as bad.
Napoleon, meanwhile, returns to Milan, sending his aide-de-camp, Major Marmont, to Paris to present 22 captured Austrian standards.
Hey, I might have
to the
missed that.
Meanwhile, eating rats and horses. Napoleon, meanwhile, returns to Milan,
Okay.
sending his aide-de-camp, Major Marmont, to Paris to present 22 captured Austrian standards to the Directory.
Austrian standards, is that like officers?
But elsewhere, the war has not been going so well for France. Archduke Charles, younger brother of the Emperor Francis, has defeated General Jourdan's army twice in 2 weeks. It and General Moreau's army of the Rhine are forced to retreat back to the frontier. These setbacks mean Napoleon will get very few of the reinforcements he's so urgently requested.
3K versus 25? Uh-oh.
He and his men are exhausted. Many of them are sick. They must contain an enormous and increasingly desperate garrison in Mantua, with the certain knowledge that the Austrians will try again soon to save the city. And there are diplomatic concerns which also trouble Napoleon. In Rome, the Pope stirs animosity against the French, citing their treatment of the Catholic Church in the territories they administer.
Yeah, we saw that a lot with the plundering, and then you know, when they capture cities.
These now include the Cispadane Republic,
Uh-oh.
formed in part from the Duchy of Modena, which Napoleon has abolished for colluding with the enemy. There is also the lingering threat that Naples may rejoin the war at a critical moment to stab him in the back. So, to secure his southern flank, Napoleon concludes a comprehensive peace treaty with Naples without bothering to consult the Directory.
He's already acting like an emperor right there.
It's actions like this that feed the whispers in Paris. This popular young general's ambition seems limitless. Might he not one day prove a dangerous political player? But such talk will be moot if Napoleon fails in Italy. That autumn, as Austrian troops march once more to the relief of Mantua, he will face his most skilled opponent yet, Feldzugmeister Joseph Alvinci.
Who is that?
The first man to defeat Napoleon Bonaparte in battle.
Okay. That was it? Oh, guys, this I feel like there's so much to happen. Like, all right, so like this is a good lay of the land right here. We got Napoleon on the left hand side of Milan, and then like if we look on a zoom out version, we have coming from Tyrol and towards the Venetian area. Kingdom of Naples is kind of like on a treaty now, so we don't have to worry about the southern flank. Mantua is crumbling, but the resources and reinforcements from the north might not be as what we wanted. So yeah, it's kind of like boiling, you know, it's coming to a boil right now. So many things. I mean, technically Austria is definitely still in the war. The Italian campaign is not successful. It's semi-successful so far. So much that needs to happen. What do you guys think? I think this is so cool. We got part 4 and 5, and then that's the Italian campaign. I can't wait to finish this off. Appreciate you watching. Leave a video recommendation down below if you have one. As well as if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button so we can watch more together. Until next time, guys, peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We got part 4 of the Italian campaign by Napoleon by Epic History TV. I'm so glad you're with me because this is going to be an important moment. We just got word the previous episode that Napoleon's about to suffer his first major defeat in battle. Like, where he's kind of present, I'm guessing, because he's definitely lost skirmishes, and maybe he's even lost a battle, but not like where he's on the battlefield or in the presence of the battlefield. I'm guessing that's what the context is there. Mantua is surrounded, so the siege is happening. The resources and reinforcements that Napoleon's requested is nothing that like the numbers that he should be getting. I'm so excited to hit this play button right here. If you haven't subscribed already, hit that subscribe button. Let's jump into it. Lego.
An Epic History TV PMF Productions collaboration. In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy. It was his first command. Many expected him to fail. Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign. With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory, transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a grateful republic, and forging a legend. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign, and the dawn of a new age.
So this one's really about the Battle of Arcole, the bridge at Arcole. So Arcole, I'm not even sure where that is. We're about to find out.
October 1796. 6 months have passed since General Napoleon Bonaparte took command of the French army of Italy.
And let's pause for a second. 6 months. What did he do in 6 months? He basically, from Toulon, Nice, well, Toulon's a lot, way before this, but Nice was able to take out the Piedmonts, was able to capture Milan, was able to drive the Austrians up and down, just exhausting their forces, taking the Lombard region and moving them all to Mantua, Wurmser's area. And now Austria is going to have to send more reinforcements to relieve Wurmser, because Wurmser has ultimately failed, in my opinion, at this point. I mean, sure, he reached the city. Now what? Now you're just going to get sieged.
In that time, he's led a series of brilliant operations against the Austrians and won a string of battles. Now he appears close to final victory. He's driven Austrian field forces off the plains of northern Italy, back towards the Alps, while his troops have the great fortress city of Mantua, the key to Italy, under close siege. Mantua's oversized Austrian garrison is nearing starvation and riddled with disease.
About half of his garrison's sick.
Napoleon appeals to its commander, Field Marshal von Wurmser, to surrender. The brave should be facing danger, not swamp plague, he jibes.
Will he oblige?
Wurmser is a tough old veteran.
Stubborn,
he will not
almost.
yield while any glimmer of hope remains. And he knows that to the north, Austria is gathering fresh troops to march to his aid. True, many are Grentz battalions, a type of Habsburg frontier militia, poorly drilled and short of officers. But they help raise the strength of the Austrian field army to 44,000.
Wow.
And they have a new general to lead them. Feldzeugmeister, or Lieutenant General,
Feldzeugmeister
Józef Alvinci.
Joseph
The
Alvinci.
61-year-old Hungarian was once military tutor to Emperor Francis himself, and is regarded as diligent, sharp, and brave.
Okay.
He and his staff draw up plans for a fresh offensive to rescue Wurmser and Mantua. Alvinci and Kostanovic will lead the main column, 26,000 strong, from Friuli to Bassano, then onwards to Mantua.
Mantua.
Davidovic's corps, reinforced to 18,000, will retake Trento and push south through the Adige Valley. The two forces will link up at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, Wurmser, who can muster just 12,000 fit men from the Mantua garrison, will launch powerful sorties to pin down as many French units as possible.
Okay, so they got a plan.
Napoleon, by contrast, has received very few reinforcements from
3,000.
France. His weary divisions are suffering from shortages and sickness, and will be outnumbered on every front. Alvinci begins his advance on the 22nd of October. The following day, the heavens open, drenching troops, swelling rivers, and reducing roads to mud. For the time being, Napoleon is content to observe the enemy struggle forward in such conditions, knowing the effort will exhaust his infantry and disrupt supplies. On the 2nd of November, fighting breaks out north of Trento, where Napoleon has ordered Vaubois to attack. He wants to keep Davidovich bottled up, but Vaubois is heavily outnumbered, and his attack fails. Vaubois
So they're about to just run through to Trento, and now Napoleon's gonna have to pivot immediately, it seems like.
begins pulling back to Caliano, while Massena gives up Bassano and withdraws towards Vicenza. But now
Makes sense.
Alvinci's advance becomes strung out, slowed by the heavy rain and poor fitness of his recruits. And it is against Napoleon's nature to remain passive for so long. As the Austrians cross the Brenta, he orders Massena to attack General Liptay's division at Fontaniva, while Augereau attacks Hohenzollern at Bassano. The French launched dozens of separate assaults. But for all their poor march discipline, the Austrian recruits stand their ground and fight hard. With around 3,000 casualties on each side, the
Wow.
Second Battle of Bassano is the bloodiest day's fighting so far in
It's almost, that's a draw right there.
the Italian campaign. And a failure for Napoleon.
Or you could look at it that way too.
Hours later, he receives dire news from Vaubois. During heavy fighting at Caliano, some Croatian troops get behind the French line, triggering panic and a rout.
Oh no.
Vaubois loses nearly half his division, killed, wounded, or missing, before he can regroup at Rivoli.
That's 2 street battles right there that were not successful.
The French are falling back on all fronts. And unless Napoleon can conjure something remarkable, he seems destined to suffer a major strategic defeat.
Soldiers, I'm not satisfied with you. You abandon yourselves to panic. You were driven from positions where a handful of brave men might have stopped an army. Let it be inscribed on their colors. They are no longer part of the army of Italy. Wow. I wonder how those men felt after hearing that. What does that mean by they are no longer part of the army of Italy? Does that mean like you're not sending them home? You need them. So it might just be like a mental thing. Gotta be.
Napoleon's position is perilous, but his enemy's cautious pursuit affords him some respite. 4 whole days pass while Alvinci and Davidovich coordinate their next moves. It's not a delay Napoleon would have tolerated if the shoe had been on the other foot. When the Austrians finally advance, it's bungled. Hohenzollern's vanguard approaches Verona to investigate reports of a French retreat.
Oh no.
This isolated division is too tempting for Napoleon to ignore.
It's a bait and
He
switch.
orders Augereau and Massena to attack. They inflict 400 casualties, but Hohenzollern escapes to a ridge near Caldiero. The next day, Napoleon orders renewed attacks. But conditions are atrocious.
Ooh.
The
Thinking
French
that's only.
struggle uphill into driving rain and hail, their boots slipping in the mud, under fire from Austrians dug in on the ridgetop. Around noon, Colonel Dupuy's 32nd Demi Brigade finally gets onto the ridge. It looks like the French may be able to lever the Austrians out of their position.
Here they come.
But then, the Austrian army begins to arrive in force to support Hohenzollern's hard-pressed division.
I mean, I can already see how this is going to go. They're about to have to retreat immediately after they start to see these numbers. And is this the defeat? If this is a defeat, it's not that big of a deal.
The French are in danger of being outflanked on both wings. They take up new defensive positions and hold the line until darkness, when Napoleon cuts his losses and orders a retreat to Verona. It has been an unequivocal French defeat.
Oh, that's the defeat? No, that's not that bad because, I mean, in an engagement, Napoleon was fighting, you know, a battle and then reinforcements came. If Napoleon had reinforcements, it would be even playing field. So, I mean, it was unmatched from the beginning.
Napoleon's first in battle.
So you can't really put that on Napoleon.
The following day, he writes furiously to the Directory in Paris.
Send me freaking troops,
He has
bro!
no doubt that they are to blame for his defeat.
I believe
for
that.
repeatedly failing to send reinforcements.
Obvious.
We may be on the verge of losing Italy. None of the expected help has arrived. The army of Italy, reduced to a handful of men, is worn out.
This is exactly how I would have wrote the email too.
The heroes of Lodi, Millesimo, Castiglione, and Bassano have died for their country or are in the hospitals. The men have nothing left but their reputation and their pride.
And this kind of like starts to, I would say, it's starting to marinate within his bones about how the current people in charge do not really know how to be in charge.
We are abandoned in the depths of Italy.
It's true. It's true.
But despite his apparent despair,
Keeps on going.
Napoleon has already devised a plan to strike back.
Okay.
A breathtakingly bold move that will spawn one of the greatest of Napoleonic legends.
And that defeat meant nothing then. In the few days, we will try one last effort. If fortune smiles upon us, Mantua will be taken, and with it, Italy. Is it really though? Like, if they take Mantua, is Italy theirs? Like, why is Mantua such like a strategic location? I understand like the location and like how it sits there, and there's a huge garrison that's important to capture, but Austria could just keep sending troops towards Italy, and it's a stalemate. Mantua is just a strategic location, so that's where I'm not getting it, I guess. We'll see. One last effort.
With the Austrians converging on Verona, Napoleon decides to risk everything on a daring surprise attack. Leaving Macquart to cover Verona, he will circle south with the rest of the army, cross the Adige River, and swing north, threatening to cut Alvinci's lines of communication and capture his artillery, baggage, and supplies.
They ain't going to Mantua. What are they doing?
Such losses will force Alvinci to abandon his advance. Marching overnight, Augereau and Massena arrive undetected at Ronco.
The stealth of Napoleon is just unmatched.
Augereau's men cross the Adige on a pontoon bridge and begin moving north. But with marshland on all sides, they have to stick to the narrow, raised causeway, just 20 yards wide. And
takes
when
longer.
they reach Arcole, where they must cross the bridge to continue north, they find it held by 2 Croatian battalions. Horribly exposed on the causeway, and under heavy fire, the French troops take cover behind its reverse slope. Reinforcements are sent up, but they too are pinned down by the weight of fire from the far bank. Colonel Lannes had discharged himself from hospital that morning in order not to miss the battle.
Wow.
He now attempts to lead a charge, but is hit in the leg. The fiery Augereau refuses to accept defeat and orders another attack. But his men are exhausted and demoralized, with 3 generals wounded. The attack at Arcole has stalled.
Napoleon's not gonna like that.
When Alvinci hears gunfire from the south, he assumes the French are making a feint to divert him from his own planned attack on Verona. But then comes alarming news that the French have crossed the Adige in force and are behind his left flank. He sends 2 brigades to attack the French bridgehead and diverts Mitrovsky to reinforce Arcole.
I mean, this is a good chess match right here. What we got?
Massena's division, moving northwest to protect the flank of the advance, runs straight into the Austrians at Bionde. At first, the Austrians have the better of it. But a disastrous friendly fire incident triggers panic.
Oh no, they just shot all their own people.
And Massena drives the Austrians back up the causeway.
This sucks. For them,
Napoleon is increasingly concerned by the hold-up at Arcole. If they cannot break through, Alvinci will have ample time to redeploy and prevent any advance. He now orders General Gueux to take 2 regiments, cross the Adige at Albaredo, and lead them up the eastern bank of the Alpone River to hit Arcole from the south. He himself rides to the bridge to try to get the attack moving.
So morale. There we go.
He finds hundreds of French troops sheltering behind the causeway, unwilling to face the Austrian fire. General Augereau grabs a standard and begins to advance. This highly romanticized depiction was painted 2 years later. "Grenadiers," he cries, "come and seek your color." In reality, none had the courage to follow him.
Wow.
Then, the commander of the Army of Italy himself draws his saber, picks up a standard, and runs forward.
Oh my.
There is withering fire all around. Several men fall wounded. His aide-de-camp, Colonel Murat, is killed.
That's his bodyguard, I think.
Another aide-de-camp, a Polish officer named Sulkowski, recalls, "The soldiers saw him, and none of them imitated him. I was
Wow.
witness to this extraordinary cowardice, and I cannot conceive it."
They're shell-shocked. They're just shell-shocked at that point.
With the French infantry refusing to follow their officers, the assault on the bridge ends in abject failure.
Bonaparte's furious.
A well-timed Austrian counterattack drives them back down the causeway. In the rout, Napoleon's horse loses its footing. He tumbles into the swamp and has to be hauled out by his aides. That evening, General Gueux launches his attack on Arcalay from the south. The defenses are less formidable on this side, and his men fight their way into the village. Arcalay, at last, has fallen.
Not
But
the
that
way
night,
they intended it,
Gueux's
though.
men are ordered
It's like failing successfully.
to pull back. Napoleon is preparing to retreat. If, as he expects, Davidovich has continued his advance down the Adige Valley, Napoleon must withdraw now or face encirclement. His bold maneuver appears to have failed. Then, at 4 a.m., Napoleon receives a report from Rivoli that changes everything.
They held?
Not only does Vaubois still hold the town, he hasn't even been attacked yet.
They're sitting on their hands. Can't do that.
Napoleon's line of retreat remains secure for at least a few days more. It's all the reassurance he needs. He immediately cancels his retreat and issues orders to attack.
Battle of Eylau. Again.
Napoleon has lost the element of surprise, and Alvinci is now planning his own counterattack. Overnight, his troops edge forward. Provera to Belfiore di Porcile, Mitrovsky back into Arcole. Both armies are on the move before dawn. Massena sends skirmishers into the marshland.
Wow, we almost got some guerrilla warfare going on right here. Okay.
The Austrians arrive, bunched up on the causeway. They make easy targets. After a sharp fight in which an Austrian general is killed, Massena's men are driving the enemy before them. Augereau, however, cannot get close to Arcole.
Because they're kind of in the same position as the Austrians had on the causeway. They're such exposed, and you can see it's the people coming from the west right here. They were the exposed ones, but now Napoleon's the same boat. So how do you do something different? And you just saw last time in day one, cowardice, and we just saw like a humiliating defeat. So there's got to be something different that needs to happen this time.
The causeway is still swept by Austrian musket fire and canister from across the Alponi. Napoleon orders troops to cross downstream at Albaredo. But the Austrians now have 2 battalions guarding the crossing point.
They thought ahead.
French attempts to float or swim across the river come to naught. Day 2 of the battle ends in stalemate. Many soldiers have to camp amid the marshes and get what food and rest they can. Napoleon will try once more to break through, but he is running out of time.
Day 3? Okay. So day 2 is like, man, they did get a good defensive on the west on that causeway, but not a lot. Just more or less we crossed the river and we're in position now on day 2. Day 3, what we got?
Davidovich, who by now has received several urgent requests from Alvinci to advance, finally attacks on the 17th of November.
He's going to get
Vaubois'
through.
outgunned division breaks.
Yeah, he got through.
The Austrians take Rivoli and 1,000 prisoners, and nearly capture Vaubois himself. With Davidovich on the move at last, Napoleon must force a decision at Arcole or retreat. The bridge at Arcole has proved too tough to crack. So Napoleon switches
They're going behind them.
tactics. Augereau's division will cross the Alponi and attack Arcole from the south in force. A column is sent 10 miles south to cross at Legnago, and then race back up the eastern bank to support him.
Yep.
Massena
Only thing
will
makes
advance
sense.
up the causeway in support, while also protecting the left flank. That night, the French assemble a pontoon bridge over the Alponi. Augereau's division begins crossing before dawn. But at sunrise, Austrian gunners in Albaredo spot the bridge and score a hit, knocking it out of action. Only the 51st Demi Brigade is across, though it gamely begins to advance on Arcole. Massena's advance is also hamstrung by a broken pontoon bridge.
Dang, y'all can't even get the infrastructure going at this point.
To add to the crisis, the Austrians launch an attack on the fragile French bridgehead.
And now they're stuck. Those people are stuck now.
Napoleon gathers every available gun to blast the Austrians, who fall back under a withering barrage. The bridges are quickly repaired. But as the French advance, they encounter stubborn opposition on both sides of the Alponi. A bloody seesaw battle surges back and forth along the causeways. Neither side can deploy its troops, nor gain an advantage.
It's almost trench warfare.
Around 3 p.m., the French column from Legnago arrives, threatening to turn the Austrian flank.
Oh, our call does not look like it's in good shape right now. I feel like they're going to abandon it.
Just as Arcole seems about to fall, the Austrians launch a ferocious counterattack across the bridge.
Here comes the cavalry.
Brigadier General Robert is killed. His troops fall back in disarray. The panic is contagious.
Oh,
Augereau's
no.
men lose their nerve and fall back to the bridge.
It's just cat and mouse.
The moment of crisis has arrived. But while the enemy has just used his last reserves, Napoleon can call on Massena's unengaged troops,
To go to our call.
including the elite 32nd Demi Brigade. Their sudden counterattack turns the tide. Massena's men sweep up the causeway, taking scores of prisoners, as
Wow.
Augereau's division resumes.
And it just looked like it was over almost for the French, but then they just turned. It's just like whoever's on the causeway feels like is the loser almost. Like when the other person is dug in, it's obvious almost.
its advance. As they approach Arcole, Napoleon arranges a small ruse de guerre. 25 of his elite escort sweep in from the east, blowing bugles to feign a mass cavalry charge.
That's so, like, deceit, and like he's just so good at that.
In the evening light, it's enough to scare the remaining garrison into abandoning the village. As the French continue their advance, Alvinci orders his exhausted, demoralized army to retreat east, to Montebello, to protect its lines of communication. The three-day Battle of Arcole has been a messy, bloody affair, with no great tactical flourishes.
It was almost a draw.
Napoleon's margin of victory is narrow,
Very.
and a third of his army are casualties. But he has done enough. For now.
That image from the first day, I think that's from the first day. It's like, dang. I bet he felt like he looked those people in the eyes. He remembers their eyes. It took good luck to defeat Alvinci. It's not wrong. Perseverance is what I would say too.
Alvinci may be withdrawing, but Davidovich remains a threat.
Yeah, did he get the phone call that things didn't go well? I don't think he got the phone call.
The next day, Napoleon sets off at his customary pace with Massena's division to reinforce Vaubois. Augereau takes a different route to threaten the Austrians' line of retreat. The confusion that follows between Alvinci and Davidovich verges on farce. Alvinci writes to his corps commander, informing him that he will support him by resuming his advance. But Davidovich, having heard of the defeat at Arcole and now directly menaced by Napoleon, is already retreating. On receiving Alvinci's letter, however, he tries to turn his army around, leading to such chaos that he has to immediately countermand that order and resume his retreat. The end result is that both Austrian armies are soon withdrawing. And with exquisitely poor timing, gallant old Wurmser chooses this moment to launch his...
Wurmser's got Internet Explorer. He thought the plan was on the 23rd of November that everyone's going to converge on Mantua. Either that or he just picked the worst day to do it.
supporting attack from Mantua.
I mean, it's not really bad though. Like, I mean, there's not a ton of French resistance here in Mantua, but let's see.
He does at least secure some much-needed supplies, at a cost of 800 casualties.
Was it worth it though?
It has been a bruising campaign for Napoleon. By some estimates, he has lost more men than the Austrians. He has suffered his first defeat in battle, and won a costly, messy victory at Arcole.
Yeah.
But he has beaten the odds and thrown back the enemy. What's more, his heroic conduct at the bridge at Arcole will soon take on a life of its own. Artists and pamphleteers turn a slightly embellished version of events into a sensational piece of personal PR that captivates France.
It's the moment on the first day of Arcole.
With Napoleon's active encouragement, the world is witnessing the birth of the Napoleonic legend. A powerful force that will inspire loyalty and devotion for many years to come.
Wow. Wow.
For now, both armies settle into winter quarters, as December brings bitter cold and heavy snow to northern Italy.
I bet.
In Mantua, the Austrian garrison is near its limit. Starvation beckons, though Wurmser is determined to hold out to the last.
Stop it.
The Austrians will have one last chance to save the city. A final offensive to decide the outcome of the war in Italy.
I don't think it's gonna work. Guys, this was part 4 of Napoleon in Italy. What did we learn? Let's just get a little bit of a view real quick before we start talking about it. So I want to see a lay of the land. Yeah, that's a good view right here. What persistence and perseverance by the French army, because they just looked ratted. All across from Verona to Arcole. That just did not look good for them at all. I mean, in the casualties column, they've even had more casualties overall for the Italian campaign. But the Austrians didn't fight them at Piedmont, so I wonder if that counts as much. Nevertheless, there's, you still got these imposing forces on the right side in the valley and in Mantua. Like, you haven't really killed the leaders yet. They're just kind of like, pawns at this point. So it seems like if Mantua gets captured, Austria is going to retreat back to the borders of Austria, possibly. Not sure. I'm excited to see what happens, but, we take it one episode at a time. Appreciate you guys watching. Please let me know what you guys thought of this particular battle. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We have part 5 of the Italian campaign by Napoleon. Now, Napoleon in Italy, we had the Battle of Lodi, which sounds very similar to ravioli, but not to stick on that. More or less, Mantua seems like the pinnacle of success that is trying to be achieved by Napoleon right here. Talking with you guys in the comments, and as well as kind of learning a little bit more about the Italian campaign. Of course, this is the secondary front. The main front is still in Germany. It's a lot more closer to Paris, and the directory is not sending the right amount of reinforcements down to Italy for Napoleon to have a successful campaign. So if this was not a two-front war, it would have been over weeks ago, months ago, I would say. But we have part 5 of the Battle of Rivoli, or the Napoleon Italy, perhaps. So let's jump in. Remember, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Let's go.
An Epic History TV PMF Productions collaboration. In 1796, at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars, a young French general took charge of a ragged, demoralized army in northern Italy.
Very demoralized.
It was his first command. Many expected him to fail.
Not me.
Instead, in just 1 month, he won his first brilliant campaign. With astonishing self-confidence, boldness and energy, he led his army to victory after victory.
And look, right, let's just look at Lodi, that we saw at the beginning, Castiglione, Basano, Arcole, like just tactical. It's not like we have more we have more men, we're going to brute force attack you, and numbers are going to win out. No, it's just so many types. We saw even guerrilla warfare when they were fighting in the swamps near Arcole, on the was it called Cogways or something like that. So many different tactical encirclements, and it's almost it is interesting to watch. So Rivoli, we're in January. It's cold.
Transforming the war in Europe, winning praise from a grateful republic.
Yep.
And forging a legend. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte's first campaign and the dawn of a new age.
We got
January 1797. A new year, but familiar problems for 27-year-old General Bonaparte, waging war against the Austrians in northern Italy. He has the great fortress city of Mantua under siege. And after a narrow victory at Arcole, he's once again driven back the Austrian armies, trying to march to its aid. But the French army of Italy is in a ragged state. Troops have not been paid for weeks.
Yeah, that's a problem. But whose fault is that? Once again, is it Napoleon's fault or is it the directory's fault? Which kind of continues like the conversation of someone else probably needs to be in charge.
Their uniforms are disintegrating. Their shoes are broken.
Oh yeah.
And above all, they're hungry.
And it's cold, so they could get like hypothermia or worse.
One of Napoleon's major concerns is the wretched state of medical care for his men. The hospitals lack everything. Our wounded are lying on the floors and in the most horrible state of destitution. It's not just a question of saving lives and getting wounded men back to their units. Medical care affects morale.
True.
As troops going into combat want to know that if the worst happens,
okay,
they'll be looked after.
Yeah.
Conditions are much worse for the Austrian garrison of Mantua, commanded by Field Marshal Wurmser.
He's still alive?
In 4 months of siege, 9,000 soldiers have died from disease, wounds, or the effects of malnutrition.
What? Dang.
Survivors live off horse meat, civilians off rats and dogs.
Yeah, that's not good.
Even these miserable rations will run out by the 27th of January.
And there's probably cannibalism happening too. Like, no, it's probably not an easy thing to say. It's probably happening.
Just a few weeks away. The clock is ticking. The Austrians must relieve Mantua by that date, or lose the city.
They're gonna get desperate.
And with it, the war in Italy.
They gotta be getting desperate. The enemy is withdrawing his troops from the Rhine to send them to Italy. Do the same. Help us. We are only asking for more men. Well, they are. It's like a quid pro quo. You know, if they are moving this, y'all need to move that. We'll see if they do it. I doubt it.
Napoleon, having received just 7,000 reinforcements, prepares to meet Alvinci's advance.
Well, that's okay. I mean, 7,000 is not a lot, but I mean, still, it's better than nothing.
Outnumbered, he doesn't know where his enemy will strike. And Napoleon must hold one division back to cover Wurmser's garrison. It's commanded once more by General Serrurier, recovered from his long illness.
Okay.
Augereau's division watches the Adige, while Massena guards Verona. The Northern Division has a new commander. Napoleon has sacked Vaubois for his poor performance and put in his place General Barthélemy Joubert.
Joubert.
He is a hard-working, brave, and exceptionally modest commander, and like Napoleon, just 27 years old.
Young. They're all young.
General Ray is in reserve, south of Lake Garda.
Okay.
General Alvinci has received 14,000 reinforcements and orders to relieve Mantua as soon as possible. He is eager to march, but heavy snow and the late arrival of equipment and supplies delays his advance until the 7th of January.
Because we're in the dead of winter, and it is hard to march that many men that far, and supplies, and keep them warm. And they're going to probably die off because of the weather and the conditions as well. So, like, it's just not a good mix for the Austrians at all right here. They're kind of, their back's against the wall.
The first columns on the move are Provera and Berlich. But their offensive is merely a diversion intended to draw Napoleon's attention away from the main threat, which will be coming down the Adige Valley.
And they already won a little bit during the Adige Valley, and we've seen in the previous videos, which of course led him to sack that /fire that general. So they might do it again.
Alvinci has divided this force into 6 columns. Their mission is to envelop and destroy Joubert's division at Rivoli and clear the path to Mantua. But Rivoli is a strong defensive position. They must hit it hard and fast before the French can respond. Napoleon, assuming any Austrian advance is still weeks away, has travelled to the Papal States with a column of troops commanded by Colonel Lannes.
I was about to ask, where's Napoleon? Well, there he is in Bologna. Bologna.
They
Oh my
intend
God.
to put a
It's
little
not called
pressure on
Bologna.
the Pope, who continues to stir opposition to France. However, as soon as he receives reports of enemy movement, Napoleon races back to his headquarters at Rovabella.
Okay.
By now, Alvinci's forces have also begun to advance, but serious planning failures quickly emerge. Lusignan's first column, on the right flank of the advance, has orders to cross the slopes of Monte Baldo and attack Joubert from the rear. It's soon clear that these orders are wildly optimistic, dreamed up by staff officers who'd not seen the terrain.
Oh. That don't look crossable to me.
The peak of Monte Baldo is more than 7,000 feet high. Its slopes are covered in deep snow and
No
ice.
shot. There's no
The
shot.
paths are treacherous, even more so after dark, and there is no firewood for making camp.
They're
Only
gonna.
by taking a wide detour can Lusignan make any progress at all, whilst losing 200 men to exhaustion and exposure.
Oh yeah, easily. Easily.
Meanwhile, the 2nd and 3rd Austrian columns reach the French outpost at Ferrara. An initial attack is repulsed, and following their orders, they wait for Lusignan's column to appear before launching a second attack. However, Lusignan's column is not yet in sight. Alvinci's plan relies on swift, bold action, but just 48 hours in, it's falling apart.
I cannot think it was prudent to adopt a plan which, at this season, a fall of snow might render totally impractical.
At Rovabella, Napoleon ponders the incoming reports. He knows that Joubert's forward outpost is under attack at Ferrara, that Massena has repulsed an Austrian attack on Verona, and Augereau faces a sizable Austrian force near Legnago, poised to cross the Adige. Is Alvinci using the same tactics as before, making his attack from the east? Then, a second report arrives from Joubert. His scouts have detected an enemy column marching around his flank. He has no doubt that he faces a major Austrian attack and has begun withdrawing his forces to Rivoli. The report I have given you is exact, he tells his chief. Be assured, the enemy will make every effort to throw me onto the blockade of Mantua.
Okay. So we all have the right information now. Like Napoleon has the information that they're coming through the valley. So I'm guessing he's going to start taking that reserve and putting it up there and possibly throw some more troops that way. That's what I would assume.
The enemy's plan has been unmasked, Napoleon announces, and issues a flurry of orders. Massena
Reserve?
is to march immediately to reinforce Joubert.
Yep.
Augereau is to send him cavalry and guns, while the rest of his division keeps watch on Provera. Ray is to move up to Castelnuovo. Servourier is to be on high alert for an attempted breakout by the Mantua garrison. While Joubert the youngest and least experienced of Napoleon's divisional commanders, is
I mean, he's the same age as Napoleon, come on.
instructed to hold Rivoli at any cost, and assured that help is on the way.
Help is on the way, dear. My friends, Bonaparte demands a last effort from you to annihilate the remains of the Austrian army. You have dared to come again and measure themselves against the Republicans. We are the Republicans.
After giving the Austrians a bloody nose at Ferrara, Joubert has extricated his troops overnight and taken up a defensive position around Rivoli. Napoleon arrives around midnight and immediately sets out with Joubert to inspect the enemy's positions.
And you gotta remember, every time I see that Napoleon thing, I think it's just him on a horse. But you gotta remember, his entire bodyguard corps, I can't remember the name, maybe someone can help me, but his entire bodyguard corps is most likely with him. So there's probably like 20, 30 deep every time that you see Napoleon move somewhere.
The weather had cleared and the moonlight was superb. I climbed the different heights and observed the lines of enemy fires. They filled the country between the Adige and Lake Garda, and the atmosphere was ablaze with them. One could easily distinguish 5 camps, each composed of a column.
And there's a 6 coming too.
Until reinforcements arrive, Napoleon has just Joubert's division, 10,000 men, to hold off 24,000 Austrians. But Alvinci will help to even the odds by ordering Lusignan's first column to attempt a wide outflanking march to cut off the French line of retreat. And Napoleon decides the main road to Rivoli, which passes through a steep defile known as the Pontari, can be held by a single regiment supported by entrenched cannon. This leaves more manageable odds of 9,000 against 12,000 in the center. But Napoleon wants to push out his defensive line to hold the slopes that mark the edge of the Rivoli plateau.
Okay, decent plan. You know, bottlenecking them on the right, and then without knowing the other flanks going around.
At 4 a.m., General Vial's light infantry brigade advances through the darkness. They drive back the Austrian outposts and take the San Marco chapel. They're followed on their left by the rest of Joubert's division. But the French pushed too far.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're a little too far, man. Like, you guys went, you're supposed to go this far, but you went this far. They're about to engage in firefight.
Skirmishes break out along the line, with heavy fighting on the heights of San Marco. Napoleon had not wanted to start the battle so early, but the combat escalates. At dawn, the Austrians attack the plateau in force.
It's not going to be good for Napoleon.
The French 85th Demi Brigade is outflanked and routed by Liptay's second column.
Yeah.
The 29th Light, on its right, is forced to retreat, and it looks like the French line is crumbling. But the 14th, on their right, fights tenaciously. It's an intense infantry battle across broken ground, vineyards and walled gardens, with sudden charges.
Can you just imagine? It's cold. Your hands are like stiff. The fog mixed with the gunpowder, mixed with the smoke, mixed with the lower oxygen because the high altitude, mixed with the adrenaline, the stress, mixed with the aching body of being on. Oh, can you just put yourself in that state of mind of a infantry soldier. Like, it's all instincts at this point in this skirmish. Like, oh, can you just imagine?
Hurried withdrawals and countercharges. When the Austrians overrun a French battery, an officer demands, "14th, will you let them take your guns?" His troops mount a ferocious charge that routs the Austrians and reclaims the battery. By 9 AM, Massena's troops have begun to arrive.
Finally.
They take up position on Joubert's left. The buckled French line is stabilized. But so far, the French have only faced half of Alvinci's 6 columns.
Yeah, the other 3 are in the valley and then flanking.
By one, the others now join the action. Vukasovic's 6th column is on the far side of the Adige River. But its guns cause havoc among French troops holding the Pontari.
Oh no.
Under this covering fire, Royce's 5th column charges up the narrow road and in fierce fighting storms the French entrenchments. This advance threatens
Napoleon is just squeezed right here.
the entire French right wing with encirclement, and a retreat begins. Moments later, gunfire to the southwest reveals Lusignan's 1st column has reached Affy,
They moved. Like, they got some ground.
poised to cut off their escape.
Not good.
The French situation is desperate. They are outnumbered, surrounded, and under heavy attack. Napoleon's staff look anxiously to their commander, wondering what miracle can save the army now.
It's a cliffhanger. All looks turned towards General Bonaparte, but after a short inspection, he limited himself to saying calmly, "They are ours." Is that stubborn pride or genius? I don't know.
Sensing victory, General Alvinci and his staff ride forward to urge his infantry on. Napoleon remains calm.
Oh no,
He
they're about to
knows
go to the back.
Alvinci's center columns are near exhaustion, and that they have no cavalry and little artillery support. He identifies Royce's column as the most immediate threat, and orders Joubert to send every man and gun he can spare for a counterattack. General Leclerc and a 21-year-old Captain Lassalle then charge with the entire French cavalry, just a few hundred horsemen. Under this onslaught, the lead Austrian troops are driven back into the gorge.
Wow.
Here, they collide with the rest of the column coming up. Cavalry and infantry jammed together. Some
After these videos, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like Google Earth this and see kind of like where I'm sure like these dirt roads are now highways, but be interesting to kind of see like the different like geographical states of these areas and the leverages and the different places that people could be and the line of sight, because it seems like everything's just so congested right now.
pushing forward, others trying to escape. Joubert's men pour fire down on them from the overlooking ridge. The final straw is the devastating explosion of an ammunition wagon.
Whoa. Oh,
Austrian
no.
morale breaks. The survivors flood back down the road to safety. Napoleon now turns his full attention to the center, where the exhausted Austrian columns have become spread out and disordered. The sudden appearance of French cavalry, supported by infantry and guns, sparks panic and a mass rout. Alvinci, who must have thought himself on the cusp of victory moments before, must join in an undignified race to the rear, spreading further alarm among his men. By 1 p.m, the bulk of the Austrian army is in headlong retreat.
What happened to the encircled one? Like the one that was way down here on the left?
Leaving Lusignan's first column in an awkward position.
They can get sandwiched.
Completely isolated, he begins a fighting withdrawal. But the arrival of General Rey's brigade in his rear triggers a rout. Fewer than half of his 4,000 men escape. Through tenacity, courage, and good fortune, the army of Italy has turned a grim situation into an astonishing triumph.
Jeez.
French casualties are modest. Austrian losses are devastating.
12,000 casualties basically for Austria. I don't even see how the French had prisoners in any of this.
Over the next few days,
Seems like
5,000 more
overtaken.
Austrians are captured as they struggle back through the mountain passes. Napoleon will not be there to see it. He's received news that Provera has crossed the Adige and is marching on Mantua. It is a chance for him to strike one more blow against the enemy and to seal the fate of Mantua.
1 second, guys. Give me like 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry about that. All right, let's keep going. I was about to say I can't read French, but I'll try. Vous êtes vraiment l'enfant gâté de la victoire. You are truly the spoiled child of victory. To General Massana. Okay. But what does this mean? Does this mean that Mantua will fall? What will it mean for the right divisions? The divisions that were holding off the other skirmishes?
Leaving Joubert in command at Rivoli, with orders to renew the attack at dawn, Napoleon races south with Massena's division. Provera has no clue of the disaster that's engulfed Alvinci's army, nor that the wolves now gather for him. He pushes on to Mantua, shadowed by Augereau, who snaps up his rearguard. 2,000 men taken prisoner.
They're just heavy
With just
losses at this
7,000
point.
left, Provera's only hope is to break through the French siege lines. First, he tries to attack San Giorgio. Formidable French defenses and a powerful cannonade stop him cold. The next day, he launches a coordinated attack with Wurmser against French forces at La Favorita. But Napoleon has now arrived with Massena's division from the north.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I mean, Wurmser's just been holding out for what, like 4 or 5 months at this point. He's just ready for anything. He's going to be desperate to just. And desperation does not always help.
Wurmser's weak, starving men are forced back into the citadel, while a determined charge by the 57th Demi Brigade smashes into Provera's flank.
Oh, they're gonna get encircled.
With Augereau approaching from the east,
Oh, it's over.
Provera faces impossible odds.
It's
And
impossible.
surrenders with his entire force.
That's not a good look. It's not a good look at all right there. And does casualties always include prisoners? Or is it sometimes not prisoners?
Wurmser's last hope of rescue has been crushed. He puts off the inevitable for 2 agonizing weeks, until, with all food exhausted, he finally accepts terms for Mantua's surrender on the 2nd of February.
Should have done that a long time ago.
He and an
Instead of
escort
eating
will
rats.
return to Austria. His 16,000 remaining troops become prisoners. Austrian losses in the campaign reach a staggering 44,000 men.
Compared to what?
After 8 months, the siege of Mantua is over. A victory that will soon be celebrated on the streets of Paris. But it is General Serrurier, not Napoleon, who takes the formal Austrian surrender. His command
It doesn't matter. On like a broad level, Napoleon's going to get the credit.
Commander-in-Chief has already departed to take on his next opponent, the Pope.
The Pope? The Pope? What you mean, the Pope? We will have everything that is beautiful in Italy, with the exception of a small number of objects in Turin and Naples. So the Papal States? He's trying to take the Papal States? The Vatican?
From Rome, Pope Pius VI has once more been agitating against the French. And so Napoleon marches south with 9,000 men to explain the new realities of power in Italy. At Faenza, General Victor's division sweeps aside papal forces, and Ancona is taken without a fight. The subsequent Treaty of Tolentino forces the Pope to give up Romagna, as well as 30 million francs and 100 works of art.
That's
Belatedly,
insane.
Napoleon's victories persuade the Directory to back him in force. French armies stuck on the Rhine are ordered to send him reinforcements. Their 34-year-old commander, another rising star of the French army, is congratulated on his brilliant winter crossing of the Alps. His name is General Jean Bernadotte.
He said that like that's a guy that I should know. I don't know him, sorry.
On the 10th of March, with 70,000 confident, seasoned troops under his command,
Jeez.
Napoleon goes on the offensive.
It's over.
He sends Joubert to invade the Tyrol, Massena to advance up the Piave Valley, while he leads the bulk of the army on the most direct road to Vienna. The enemy is scattered and demoralized. Even the appointment of a new commander, the Emperor's own brother, Archduke Charles, failed.
Who wasn't that guy in the German front previously, right? Or was that a different brother?
To restore morale. Charles is regarded as a military prodigy. He's 2 years younger than Napoleon, and has defeated the armies of both General Jourdan and Moreau in Germany. But he does not have enough troops or time.
They're gonna retreat.
He fights a delaying action at the Tagliamento River, but it ends in disaster when Bernadotte surrounds and captures 2,000 Austrians, 10 guns, and 8 standards.
And they're just gonna use those guns against you now.
The French pursuit continues, with Massena covering Napoleon's northern flank. He arrives at Tarvis in time to block the Austrians' retreat. In 3 days fighting, the French take another 3,000 prisoners.
I mean, they're just routing these people. Like, legitly, honestly, they're just routing everyone they come into path with.
Napoleon's troops outmarch and outfight the Austrians at every turn. But his situation is more precarious than it seems.
Why?
The other French armies are only just crossing the Rhine. while his own supply lines are now overextended and vulnerable. Rather than withdraw, Napoleon continues to advance, while proposing to Archduke Charles that they open peace negotiations.
Well, he do it.
Austrians accept.
Oh!
2 days later, both sides agree an armistice, and peace talks begin at Leoben. After 5 years of conflict, Napoleon's dazzling advance into Austria has brought the War of the First Coalition to an end.
And isn't there like 7 coalitions? Something like that.
So ends Napoleon's first campaign, almost exactly a year after it began, 380 miles away on the shores of the Mediterranean.
It's insane. Your countrymen will say as they point you out, he belonged to the army of Italy. So in like, there's a lot of honor attached to this role that you just played.
Negotiations at Leoben become the basis for the Treaty of Campo Formio, signed 5 months later. The Austrian Netherlands, roughly modern Belgium, formally passed to France. The Venetian Republic, invaded and systematically looted by Napoleon's troops, is divided between France and Austria.
By the river. Okay.
So ends the 1200-year history of the Serene Republic of Venice.
Wow.
The famous horses of St. Mark are among its many treasures dispatched to the Louvre in Paris.
I don't even know about that, so that's something to learn in the future.
To join its rapidly expanding Italian collection.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
The French part of Venice joins its other Italian client states to form a new Cisalpine Republic. The author of its constitution, Napoleon Bonaparte.
Of course, smart man, not just a brute fighter.
It's an illustration of how far the 27-year-old general has come in just a year. Having waged one of the most brilliant military campaigns in history, many would say his best, he now dictates terms to kings and popes, summons new states into being, and nurtures his status as the most celebrated military commander in Europe.
But just a general or commander right now, like, that's all he is. Or he must be a little bit more than that. But, you know, he'll seek more power soon.
He has achieved all this thanks to formidable intelligence, relentless hard work, and inspiring leadership, which he has used to forge a unique bond of trust with his men. He's had luck, too, along the way, and been ably served by a group of brilliant officers, many of whom will be with him for years to come.
Yeah, all these guys right here, especially the guy on the far left and the bottom left, what true remarkable masterpieces that they formed out there in the battlefields.
For Napoleon still has
cool,
many extraordinary things to achieve. His Italian campaign is just the first chapter in one of the most astonishing lives in history.
Yeah. What a series we just watched together, guys. We saw the Battle of Toulon. If you haven't seen that, go see that. And then we saw 5 parts. By the way, great, amazing job at Epic History TV. I may have watched one video prior to the Napoleon videos of Epic History, and this just proves that we found another good channel, and this channel is going to be a great one. to continue to watch. Now, listen, this Italian campaign just proved with the resources that was allotted to Napoleon, as long as the men that was allotted to Napoleon, what he can do with a little. He can take a little and make it a lot. The Alps, the rivers, the lakes, kind of at the geographical terrain he put to his advantage. While sieging Mantua, half the series was able to hunker down and defend continuous fronts from the Alps, from the right side, from the Venetian area, able to secure peace treaties with Naples, Austria, work through Mantua, put the Pope down, take the Papal State, take all these riches. France loves Napoleon at this point. So that's the series, guys. We're not done, though. We're not done. There's a lot more to what we're going to go through the entire Napoleon catalog on Epic History TV. We have to go deep. We can't go 2 inches in. We got to go 60 feet deep. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to go 60 feet deep in Epic History TV. And I'm sure there's a lot more. There's a lot more besides Napoleon that we can do in the future too. So thank you guys so much for watching. First off, thank you. Second off, leave a video recommendation down below if you haven't. Third, subscribe if you haven't already. Peace out. Bye-bye.
What's going on, guys? We are back at it, the Napoleonic series. We have the Battle of the Pyramids. This comes right after we're looking at Cape St. Vincent. Of course, the Italian campaign. If you haven't watched those, go watch those. I prefer you watch those in order, chronologically, so we're all on the same page. But let's jump into it right away. We got a fun one today, I believe. Let's go. To destroy England thoroughly, the time is coming when we must seize Egypt. So was this like his directive? Because it says it's him to the directory. Was it Napoleon that kind of issued the invasion? Go.
May 1798. A massive French invasion force sails across the Mediterranean. 55,000 men aboard more than 300 ships, escorted by 13 ships of the line.
Do you guys realize how much people 55,000 is to move across the Mediterranean? The what do you call it? The whole like makeup of that, the planning, the engineering, the numbers, getting people in the right spots, the organization. Plus, you have the British most likely sweeping back into the Mediterranean due to the Spanish issue at Cape St. Vincent. So, ooh.
Aboard the most powerful of these, the 120-gun Lorient, sails General Napoleon Bonaparte.
120 guns.
France's celebrated hero of the war in Italy has received new orders from his government. He is to lead an expeditionary force east to Egypt,
A long travel.
the wealthiest province of the Ottoman Empire. And to all educated Europeans, an ancient land of mystery and wonder.
Yeah. Interesting.
After 6 years of war in Europe, the French Republic faces one last remaining enemy: Great Britain. The conquest of Egypt will strike a powerful blow against the British, disrupting their trade in the eastern Mediterranean and threatening their connections to India and the East. These profitable trade networks help fuel the British war effort.
I'm very ignorant to this, but I'm gonna asking. So it shows like the trade route that goes through Alexandria to Cairo. Is the Suez Canal built at this point? Just curious. Don't know.
What's more, it will extend France's revolutionary, civilizing mission to the people of Egypt, liberating them from superstition and feudalism.
Oh. British Empire.
France's corrupt and avaricious government The
Is this the 5 directory?
Directory
Yeah.
sees 2 further benefits from the campaign: the opportunity to acquire tremendous riches, and to get the alarmingly popular and ambitious General Bonaparte far away from Paris,
Did they actually think that?
where plots and coups are never far from anyone's mind. Napoleon is thrilled by the expedition, which he has
And sorry for pausing, but the this general right here, Bonaparte, looks so similar to one of his other generals. You guys know who I'm talking about? When I see him, I'll let you guys know. But he looks so similar.
done much to promote and
Listen to this
organize
version.
himself. It is a chance to win fresh glory and to walk in the footsteps of his heroes,
Caesar.
Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great. Like Alexander, Napoleon even has fanciful notions of marching on to India to attack the British there.
Okay, hold on. Not get ahead of ourselves.
Europe is a molehill, he had told his secretary, Bourrienne. We must set off for the Orient. That is where all the greatest glory has been achieved.
He is super into Alexander for that one.
But the Mediterranean is dangerous water for the French.
British.
While the Republic's armies have won great victories on land, Britain has cemented its status as the dominant naval power of the age, with decisive victories over French allies, the Spanish at Cape St. Vincent and the Dutch at Camperdown. Rear Admiral Sir Horatio Nelson and his squadron of 14 ships of the line now prowl the Mediterranean.
Yep. There's no Spain.
Nelson knows a large French fleet has just left Toulon, but does not know its destination, which remains a closely guarded secret. Undetected, the French expedition sails south along the Italian coast. On the 9th of June, it arrives off Malta. The island is ruled by the Knights of St. John.
Which is such a funny and cool thing, the Knights of St. John, which is basically one of the craziest like change ups of how far they go around the country. We did a video where it showcased like how far the Knights of St. John, all the way back from the Crusades, just moving around Europe until they found their way to Malta, and then eventually they'll find their way back to Rome in their own little palace. But so cool, so cool. Just wanted to add that.
A religious military order dating back to the Crusades. But the French have decided that they want it for a naval base, and a thorn in the side of the British. In 1565, the Knights had famously held out against a vast Ottoman army for 3 months.
That's pretty good.
Now, despised by the locals, divided amongst themselves, the Knights surrender to Napoleon in just 2 days.
Really?
During his 6 days in Malta,
I didn't know that they had a pit stop in Malta. That's interesting.
Napoleon overhauls its archaic government, establishes schools, abolishes slavery, and requisitions money and supplies.
Okay.
Then he sails for Egypt, leaving General Vaubois and a 5,000-strong garrison to hold the island. But where is the Royal Navy? Back
Sardinia?
in May, Nelson's squadron had been dispersed by gales. He has now regrouped, correctly guessed Napoleon's destination, and is racing to intercept. If he can catch the French, British seamanship and gunnery all but guarantee the destruction of Napoleon's fleet. Then, a lucky break for the French.
Storm.
On the night of the 22nd, Nelson's squadron passes within a few miles of the French fleet. But thanks to heavy fog and darkness, neither side is even aware of the other's presence.
And we just saw this at Cape St. Vincent. Like, it's crazy how much, in proximity people are getting to each other without knowing. Like today, that would never happen, obviously, with the technology, but just shows you how archaic even some things were just 200 years ago.
The British squadron sails on to Alexandria, where they find no sign of the French. An exasperated Nelson waits 24 hours before heading north
That's
to continue his search.
Unlucky.
Just hours later, the first of Napoleon's ships arrive off Alexandria.
Can you imagine? Why didn't y'all just go back the way you came? Okay, we got a big quote. Soldiers, you're about to undertake a conquest whose effects on civilization and trade are incalculable. We will make exhausting marches. We will fight several battles. We will succeed in all our enterprises. Destiny is for us. Okay. He's a good leader.
Napoleon, aware that British warships are in the area, wants to disembark as quickly as possible. 5,000 French infantry go ashore at night, storm Alexandria the next morning, and quickly overpower its garrison. The rest of the French army lands safely. Napoleon has brought 38,000 troops to Egypt, mostly veterans of the Army of Italy. The 5 infantry divisions are commanded by Generals Bon, Desaix, Kleber, Menou, and Renier. The single cavalry division is led by the towering figure of Thomas Alexandre Dumas.
Okay.
He is France's first black general, born in what's now Haiti, to a French aristocrat and enslaved African woman.
Okay.
He has already won fame for his actions in Italy, where the Austrians had nicknamed him the Black Devil. There are more familiar faces from Italy. Napoleon's chief of staff, the indefatigable General Berthier, and brigade commanders Generals Murat, Lannes, and Marmont.
Okay. The guy I was thinking about, he's not in this.
The
Forgot his
army
name.
is also accompanied by 167 scientists, scholars, artists, and assorted experts,
Interesting.
even a hot air balloonist. Collectively, they are known as the savants, and have come to study Egypt's historical and natural wonders.
That's pretty cool.
But
isn't that when they stumbled over? They didn't stumble, but they showcased the Rosetta Stone.
they and Napoleon find Alexandria a bitter disappointment. The fabled city of antiquity, founded by Alexander himself, has been reduced by centuries of earthquakes and neglect.
Did they not know that? Is that actually like a thing? They did not know that time had decayed that city, invasion had decayed that city? Did they not know that? Because if so, it just changed my entire insights on this.
To a ramshackle town of 6,000 inhabitants. Egypt is nominally ruled by the Ottoman Empire. In reality, power lies with local Mamluk warlords. 2 in particular, Murad Bey and Ibrahim Bey. Mamluks were originally slave soldiers who once served the Islamic Caliphate. Superb horsemen and fearless warriors, they now rule Egypt with an iron fist, expropriating its wealth and leaving its peasants in poverty.
Feudalism.
To most Egyptians, they are despised foreign overlords, a situation that Napoleon hopes to exploit with clever propaganda. To the people of Egypt, he proclaims, "I am come to restore your rights and punish usurpers. I reverence God, his prophet, and the Quran."
Oh, so he's really, that's interesting because obviously the Quran is the Muslim book. So interesting, empathetic Napoleon.
Meanwhile, Murad and Ibrahim summon Mamluk warlords to the Al-Azhar Mosque in Cairo. Here, they agree to gather an army to crush the invaders.
Oh.
Napoleon believes his best option is to strike quickly. Less than a day after his troops finish landing, he begins his advance on Cairo.
It's sweltering.
But he misjudges the blistering climate and the barren, windswept landscape. He forces the pace, even
Do they really ride camels?
after his men run out of water and are consumed by thirst. Hundreds collapse and die.
Sucks.
A few kill themselves to escape the suffering.
Really?
Bedouin horsemen circle the French like vultures. Stragglers that fall into their hands are robbed, tortured, and killed.
That sucks.
Even old comrades like Lannes and Murat are involved in heated conversations about Napoleon's decision-making.
Well, when it's hot, emotions boil.
The army takes 4 days to cover the 45 miles to Damanhur, where mercifully they're able to rest, drink, and trade for food. It's not a moment too soon. News arrives that a large force of Mamluks under Murad Bey is approaching from the southeast. The French advance to meet them at Shubrachit, on the banks of the Nile. As 4,000 Mamluk horsemen come into view, the French marvel at their brightly coloured outfits, embellished with gold and jewels, and their many ornate weapons, including pistols, swords, daggers, and lances. Murad boasts that he will sever Frenchmen's heads like slicing watermelons in a field. But for all their bravado and panache, the Mamluks have neither the discipline nor tactics to face a trained modern army.
Or, I'm sure, like, the strategy, which you just spoke of, or, like, the actual innovations of weaponry, and, like, in terms of artillery, like, Napoleon has artillery. They have cannons and such, and what did the Mamluks have besides sort of cavalry?
When Napoleon forms his troops into giant squares, the Mamluk cavalry can only circle impotently, unable to break through the walls of French bayonets. Scores are shot from the saddle. After 2 hours, the Mamluks call off their attack and retreat. They have suffered around 1,000 casualties. The French have scarcely lost a man.
And that's probably to the elements, too.
The victory is a much-needed morale boost for Napoleon's men after the hardships of the desert.
That's
The
insane.
Mamluks fall back to Mbaba, a small town on the banks of the Nile, across the river from Cairo.
Near the pyramids.
Here, within sight of Egypt's fabled pyramids 9 miles to the south, they will face the invader with their full force.
Soldiers! 40 centuries of history are looking down on you. For 1,000 years. Like the effects, and it's hot.
On the sweltering afternoon of the 21st of July, Napoleon's forces approach Mbaba. He has 25,000 men, organized into 5 giant divisional squares, with cavalry and baggage inside, and cannon at every corner.
Interesting.
Murad, with characteristic boldness, has crossed to the west bank of the Nile, leaving Ibrahim behind. Their forces total many thousands, but sources disagree wildly on just how many. His elite Mamluk cavalry, 6,000 strong, are deployed between the small village of Biktil and the well-fortified town of Mbaba, which is garrisoned by a mix of Ottoman infantry and peasant militia. Napoleon's plan is simple: to drive through the enemy center and crush their right flank against the river. At 3:30 p.m, Desaix and Reynier's divisions begin their advance. But as they move across the broken ground, their formation becomes disordered. Murad spots his chance and unleashes his cavalry. The Mamluks thunder forward at lightning speed. Desaix and Reynier react just in time and close ranks. The French hold their fire until the last moment, then unleash a devastating volley. Horses and riders are sent tumbling. The survivors have no way to get to grips with the enemy, who continue pouring deadly fire into their midst. The Mamluks wheel back to regroup, but more charges meet the same result.
I mean, this is like the perfect defense against like a cavalry charge.
Many Mamluks simply give up
Yeah.
and flee the field.
Oh yeah.
Napoleon orders the divisions of Bon and Eylau to move forward. Once more, the Mamluk cavalry charge. Once more, the wave of horsemen shatters on French musketry and bayonets.
Not a good look.
With the enemy cavalry broken, Bon and Eyau's men pour into Mbaba. It is a slaughter. Those who are not killed flee into the Nile, where hundreds drown. Murad Bey escapes with the remnants of his cavalry to Giza, from where he will withdraw to southern Egypt. Ibrahim Bey watches the calamity unfold across
I'm gonna guess Ibrahim's gonna say, nah, I'm out.
the river, then withdraws with his men back to Cairo.
That's easy.
It is a crushing, one-sided victory that takes just 2 hours.
It's crazy.
The Mamluks suffer more than 5,000 casualties.
I'm gonna guess Napoleon's forces maybe 200. Maybe 200.
With heavy losses among their elite cavalry and leadership. French losses are less than 300.
That's insane.
Napoleon, with his usual flair for PR, decides this great victory will be known as the Battle of the Pyramids.
Even though the pyramids was like 9 miles away. But that's
Just
okay.
in sight to the south.
That's okay.
On the 24th
Which is funny because if you watch the movie Napoleon, it's like they were really right there, which is hyperbole.
of July, Napoleon enters Cairo. Parts of the city are abandoned and in ashes after being torched by the Mamluks in their frantic withdrawal. Napoleon observes it would be difficult to find a richer land and a more wretched, ignorant, and brutish people.
That's crazy.
Nonetheless, Cairo is the heart of Egypt, a city of 600,000 inhabitants, and is in French hands. With the Mamluks scattered and on the run, Napoleon's dream of eastern conquest seems about to be realized. Just 8 days later, the dream is shattered.
British. Victory is not a name strong enough for such a scene.
At sea, Nelson and the British Mediterranean Squadron have not given up their hunt for the French fleet.
Maybe they're
Finally,
actually at
on
Egypt.
the afternoon of the 1st of August, Nelson finds the French sheltering in Aboukir Bay. With 14 ships of the line against 13, he decides to attack that evening.
Wow.
The British win a complete and stunning victory.
What does a complete mean?
Giant French flagship L'Orient is destroyed in a massive explosion.
Must have hit the artillery room.
By the time it's over, the British have destroyed or captured 11 French ships of the line and taken more than 3,000 prisoners.
That's devastating. Like, what do you do?
With no fleet, Napoleon is stranded in Egypt.
That's
What's
the
more,
worst case.
most of his army's cash has gone down with Lorient. But Napoleon does not despair. If anything, he is invigorated by the crisis. His options are now simple. He and his army must support themselves in this foreign land, or perish. While General Desaix is sent south in pursuit of Murad Bey, Napoleon sets about reforming the administration of Egypt. The old feudal system is abolished. A postal service and hospitals are set up, and a new tax system introduced.
That's really cool.
Napoleon establishes the Institute of Egypt for scientific and scholarly research. He shows great interest in and respect for Islam, funding the construction of mosques and encouraging the observance of religious festivals. Such engagement later leads to rumors that Napoleon actually converted to Islam, but it is merely a tactic to curry local favor. Napoleon also grapples with news that his wife, Josephine, has resumed her affair with an ex-lover. It is, he's told, common knowledge amongst Paris society. He consoles himself with affairs of his own, including one with an officer's wife.
Dang.
All the while, French efforts to win over the local population are failing.
Really?
Most Egyptians see only foreign occupiers and infidels. The situation is already at boiling point. Minor revolts break out across the Nile Delta, which are brutally suppressed by the French. Then in September, from Constantinople, Sultan Selim III declares a holy war against the French.
Oh no.
Now, the situation in Egypt is about to explode.
Let all those believe that there is but one God take themselves to the Al-Azhar Mosque, for today is the day to fight the infidel.
Cairo, the 21st of October, 1798. General Dupuy, Cairo's military governor, is called out to break up a disturbance. He finds the locals erecting barricades, is set upon and killed. Soon the whole city is up in arms. The French fight back with ruthless discipline and crush the revolt. Some 300 French soldiers are killed, alongside several thousand Egyptians. Napoleon ostentatiously pardons the ringleaders, while quietly telling Berthier that every rioter caught with a weapon is to be beheaded and thrown into the Nile.
Ruthless.
The French have bloodily reasserted control in Cairo. But it is clear, Napoleon will never win the hearts and minds of the Egyptians.
No.
The next few months see the French languish in Cairo. There is limited communication with France, much homesickness, and a dwindling supply of stores, ammunition, and wine. There is also an outbreak of bubonic plague, which torments the army and further thins its ranks. The only action is in the south, where General Desaix's column, 2,800 men, pursue Murad Bey deep into Upper Egypt.
Dang!
In this epic chase, one officer distinguishes himself. A 28-year-old cavalry brigadier named Louis-Nicolas Davout. On the 22nd of January 1799, he and Desaix inflict a serious defeat on Murad Bey, scattering his remaining forces. Murad himself escapes and remains at large. But such military victories do little to change the outlook for Napoleon's expedition. They remain 1,600 miles from France,
With a British blockade.
no prospect of reinforcements or getting home. Napoleon briefly puts his hopes on a diplomatic solution. France's foreign minister, the brilliant, urbane and slippery Charles Maurice de Talleyrand,
Talleyrand.
had been an early supporter of the Egyptian expedition. He's assured Napoleon that he will personally travel to Constantinople to smooth relations with the Sultan and win Egypt for France. But Talleyrand never leaves Paris.
Oh.
The Sultan remains furious at France's attack on his Egyptian province. There is to be no negotiation and no compromise. Orders have gone out to every corner of the Ottoman Empire to raise troops to drive out the French invader.
The Holy War.
Napoleon's position looks more desperate than it's ever been. His troops cut off, disease-ridden, in the midst of a hostile population. He will respond in the way that seems obvious to him, as it would to his hero Alexander. He will attack. One of the most important skills for any historian is to be able to critically evaluate sources of information.
That's
Who's
an ad.
sharing it, why, and what's their bias? Napoleon himself, for example, was a notoriously unreliable narrator of his own life. Today,
This is an ad. Yeah, it's an ad. Okay, let's back up to where we're at. This is a dire situation. Look, we have the blockade. We can't go to the left because that's all British occupied Africa. Not British occupied, sorry, Ottoman Empire occupied Africa, right? And just have such a serious situation in the Mediterranean. You got Talleyrand that's not going to go to Constantinople. Constantinople. Just got so much variables attacking you at once. And on top of it, yeah, his wife's cheating on him. Of course, he's cheating on his wife. But at the same time, it's just not a good look for Napoleon here. He's just got so many obstacles. And I'm sure we'll figure things out. Guys, blast in the comments. If we should I was gonna say if we should do the Nile, because the next video is either the Nile video or the second in the Egypt video. I'll probably record before the next video before I even post this one. So it is what it is. So don't get mad at me if I do one that differently than what you would have done. However, I appreciate you guys for watching and reacting with me today. Thank you guys so much. As we continue the Napoleonic series, it's just going to get more fun. So until next time, peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. Are you ready for another Napoleon in Egypt video? Well, I got you covered right here. We're in February of 1799. This is the Battle of Aboukir. I said that right. We just watched the how Horatio Nelson led a fleet of British ships into the Nile River Valley, the port. I forget the bay they were in. However, they just had a lineup of the French fleet, destroyed basically 80% of the ships, 3,000 casualties, and yeah, Napoleon's stranded now in Egypt. Not a good situation. I don't know what they're gonna do. So let's just see how they get out of it. And yeah, if you're new here, this is what we do. We learn. Subscribe and let go.
9. French General Napoleon Bonaparte has conquered Egypt. But his grip on the country is threatened by revolt. And the British have destroyed his fleet, cutting him off from reinforcements.
Yeah, not a good look.
Now the Sultan has vowed to crush the foreign invader.
In a holy
And
war.
2 large Ottoman armies are being assembled to reclaim Egypt. But Napoleon will not sit and wait for them quietly. He has decided to strike first. The forces gathering in Syria, rumored to be 50,000 strong, pose the greatest threat. So they will be his first target.
Wait, is he gonna like go to freaking Syria and the Levant area? That's crazy if he does that.
On the 10th of February, Napoleon leads a force of just 13,000 men into the Sinai Desert, bound for the Holy Land.
Wow.
It's all the men he can spare, with so many needed to hold down Egypt. Nevertheless, it's a highly motivated, experienced, and well-led force.
Well-led and well-armed.
Organized into 4 infantry divisions and a cavalry brigade, commanded by Murat. For Napoleon, speed and surprise are imperative, but things start to go wrong very quickly. The French are again poorly prepared for the harsh conditions and heat of the desert. Water is scarce. Food runs short. At El Arish, they unexpectedly find the town garrisoned by 3,000 Ottoman soldiers. The siege holds Napoleon up for 11 days and costs 400 casualties.
That's precious men and precious time.
Both of which he can ill afford. The garrison's surrender is secured only with generous terms. They are disarmed, but allowed to leave after swearing an oath not to take up arms against the French for a year. The French army continues into Palestine. Its fertile plains and fruit trees a relief after the desert. On the 24th of February, the French occupy Gaza, where they're delighted to find large stores of food and ammunition abandoned by the Ottomans.
Oh, they need that.
Napoleon's next objective is the port city of Jaffa, held by 5,000 Ottoman soldiers. His field guns blast away at its stone walls, until finally a breach is made. But when Napoleon sends a messenger to invite surrender, to spare both sides the horrors of an assault, the Ottomans cut off his head.
Now, we knew that was going to happen. If me and you, watching this right now, were to ask ourselves, what would happen if he sent a messenger to these people who believe that this is almost a crusade? We know that that was going to happen. Now, how did Napoleon not know that that was going to happen? I'm kind of confused there.
And display it from the city walls.
Yeah. Y'all screwed up for that, though. Y'all, not that they screwed up that they did that, but they done goofed, because Napoleon don't like stuff happening like this, so it's about to go down.
Enraged French soldiers storm the breach and overwhelm the defenders. Then they flood into the city, embarking on a killing spree that lasts 24 hours.
Yep.
The sights were terrible, wrote one French witness. The sound of shots, the shrieks of women and fathers, piles of bodies, the smell of blood, the shouts of victors quarreling about loot.
Ah, they're plundering again, just like the Italian campaign.
The butchery is indiscriminate. Women and children are slaughtered alongside 2,000 Ottoman soldiers. The next day, order is gradually restored. But more horrors are to come.
I didn't know about this. What am I supposed to do? Have I any provisions to feed them, or boats to transport them to Egypt? What the devil can I do with them all? Interesting.
In the aftermath of the sack of Jaffa, Napoleon finds himself with 3,000 Ottoman prisoners.
And it's March. When did he go to Egypt? Wasn't it June of 1798?
Who have been promised their lives. But with his troops and supplies already stretched thin, he is reluctant to spare any to guard or feed these unwanted captives. Besides, some are from the garrison of El Arish and have broken their oath not to take up arms against the French. and they beheaded his messenger. After conferring with his officers, Napoleon gives the order to execute the prisoners.
I mean, we saw that coming.
Over 3 days, the French lead the prisoners in batches to the beach and slaughter them.
That's crazy. Man.
Some are shot, some are simply driven into the sea, and by the 3rd day, French troops are ordered to use bayonets to save their
ammunition.
ammunition.
Yep.
It is an atrocity that Napoleon will defend for the rest of his life.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
I had no choice, he insists, many years later. But the massacres provide easy propaganda for his enemies. While if the intention was to terrify his enemies, it seems only to have encouraged them to fight harder.
Oh yeah.
As if by divine judgment, within days, hundreds of French soldiers fall sick with bubonic plague. Napoleon shows considerable bravery, visiting the sick in hospital, an act later celebrated by his own propaganda machine. Napoleon now heads towards his main objective, Acre. The ancient port city, famed for its role in the Crusades, is now the seat of the local Ottoman governor. He is Ahmed Pasha al-Jazar, known as the Butcher.
Well, dang. It ain't gonna be pretty.
For 25 years, he has ruled Syria with an iron fist, and is notorious for his imaginative tortures and executions.
Really?
He has ignored Napoleon's invitation to surrender, and what's more, unknown to Napoleon, 2 British ships of the line have arrived to support him.
This is already the coalition has already began, right? Like, the coalition has already began. Technically.
Napoleon arrives at Mount Carmel, 12 miles south of Acre, just in time to see the British capture a coastal convoy carrying his vital siege guns.
Uh-oh.
Their loss is a massive blow to his hopes for a quick siege.
It's not good for Napoleon. The besieged soldiers hurled a rain of stones, grenades, flaming grenades. What was a grenade in 1798? Let me know. Or 1799. What was a grenade considered? Flaming blocks of tarred wood and boiling oil. The grenadiers fled, leaving behind a great number of their comrades.
On the 18th of March, the French arrive outside Acre's walls and start to dig in. Without their siege guns, the city's defenses are a major challenge.
Well, not even that. You can't really blockade them completely now because the British has naval superiority, so you can conduct, resources through the water. So the siege is more or less an annoyance factor right here, right? Let me know if I'm wrong thinking that, but that's what I'm thinking. Like, the British can conduct trade via the port city of Acre, and land siege is just a land siege.
Acre bristles with 250 guns, is surrounded on 3 sides by the sea, and on the other by walls that are 8 feet thick.
Wow.
The British control the sea, ensuring easy resupply.
There you go.
And have landed Marines, naval gun crews, and now Napoleon's own siege guns to bolster the defences.
That's insane.
The British commander, Commodore Sir Sidney Smith, is energetic and full of ideas. While a French émigré, Antoine de Philippot, a former classmate of Napoleon's, provides expert siege advice. 10 days after their arrival, the French bombardment begins. Napoleon's field guns smash a small breach in the walls, but are then overwhelmed by counter-fire. 40 gunners are killed, and all but 3 guns disabled. Napoleon sends in his infantry with scaling ladders. A hidden moat breaks up their assault, while defenders blast them with muskets and hurl down rocks. The French hurriedly fall back in disorder. Any man left behind is likely to be decapitated. The butcher has offered a reward for every French head he has brought.
My God, y'all are brutal. But Napoleon was too. I mean, he just executed a ton of men on the beach. Brutality everywhere.
The French then repel an Ottoman sortie, inflicting heavy losses. The siege of Acre enters a stalemate. Napoleon will wait for heavier guns to arrive from Alexandria before he risks another assault.
Battle of Mantua.
But then, alarming news arrives to disrupt this plan.
The Syrian army?
The Ottoman army, gathering to the north, 40,000 strong, is on the move.
Oh, it's GG's. They get there.
Napoleon can spare just 4,000 men to face them.
No.
The odds seem insane, but Napoleon trusts in the training and experience of his troops, and particularly the quality of his officers. Unsure of the enemy's line of advance, he divides his force. On the 8th of April, at Nazareth, Junot locates and scatters an enemy cavalry force 10 times his number. 3 days later, Kléber defeats 5,000 at Cana, while Murat surprises another force north of Lake Galilee. On the 15th, General Kléber receives word that the main enemy force has swung round to the south and is camped near Mount Hamure, 8 miles from Mount Tabor. Seeking glory, Kléber advances with just his own division, intending to surprise the enemy at dawn. But he misjudges the march. When the sun rises, he's exposed on open ground.
Can't do that. You can't let that happen.
His 1,500 men facing 35,000.
What do you do in that scenario? You gotta retreat.
Kléber's division forms square, and under a scorching sun, holds the enemy at bay
No way.
for 10 hours. But they are running low on ammunition and desperate for reinforcements.
This is like when you play zombies in Call of Duty. You know what I mean? Where you're outmatched 10-1 and you somehow hold? That's insane. That's insane.
Napoleon, meanwhile, is racing towards them with 2,500 men. He arrives just in time, attacking the Ottoman army from behind, taking them completely by surprise. Most of their forces are a peasant militia, and seized by panic, they flee in all directions.
Of course.
Kléber joins the attack. The Ottoman army disintegrates.
That's crazy though. Imagine that different, like that disparity in numbers, and that still happens.
At a cost of fewer than 300 casualties, Napoleon has destroyed the enemy relief force and secured control of Palestine. The fall of Acre must now surely follow.
The only difference is like the British ships are backed on this point. Like it's a little bit more formidable to take something versus to defend a peasant army, you know? Much more different. Can you doubt that in sending you to such a remote country, the Directory had any aim other than to exile you from France?
and to make every one of you perish. Wow. That's crazy.
But at Acre, the situation is deteriorating for the French.
Really?
Without control of the sea, they can do nothing to prevent supplies and reinforcements entering the city.
Yep.
While their own ammunition stocks are so low, men are sent to find spent cannonballs to fire back at the city.
Spent, meaning shot cannon.
Most alarmingly, plague breaks out in the French camp,
Again?
with around 20 new cases every day.
Good.
Then, suddenly, a chance to end the siege.
I was just thinking, biological warfare. They could send the bubonic bodies over. I don't think they have the ability to do that, though. They don't have catapults. I was just thinking.
On the 24th of April, the French explode a mine under one of Acre's towers, causing serious damage.
Uh-oh.
Napoleon orders an immediate assault. Hundreds of grenadiers charge forward. But once more, they come under torrential fire and have to fall back. The clock is ticking for Napoleon. Surely it won't be long before the Ottoman army assembled at Rhodes makes its move. And he fears having to recross the Sinai Desert in high summer, when the heat will be lethal.
Yep.
Finally, on the 7th of May, Napoleon's replacement siege artillery arrives. Not wasting a moment,
From where? From Egypt?
the French heavy guns open fire next morning. Large sections of the city's crumbling walls are brought down. French troops attack at multiple points. Some fight their way into the city. But counterattacks by British Marines and Turkish troops throw them back.
Jeez. It's just back and forth like a tennis match at this point.
General Lannes is wounded in the neck and has to be dragged to safety, narrowly escaping the Pasha's head choppers. On the 10th of May, Napoleon calls on Kleber's grenadiers to make a final attempt on the city. Nothing could be more beautiful than Kleber on the day of battle, remarks Napoleon, as the general leads his division forward with unflinching courage. General Bon advances with his troops in support. He is mortally wounded in the fighting.
Who died?
General Bon advances with his troops in support. He is mortally wounded in the fighting. For all the French heroism and courage on display, the firepower, ferocity and skill of their enemy proves insurmountable. Napoleon, observing the attack from a forward battery, is knocked off his feet by a near miss. Finally, he accepts his men have done all that can be asked. The attempt to take Acre has failed.
I mean, you can only do so. I mean, come on, like they are stretched so thin. They've done so much damage with so little. Come on. I missed my destiny at Acre.
Acre is Napoleon's first major military defeat. The 4-month campaign will cost him 4,500 casualties, more than a third of his army's fighting strength. Nevertheless, Napoleon has succeeded in his main objective, neutralizing the threat from Syria.
Yep.
On the 20th of May, his army begins the 300-mile march back to Egypt.
It's hot too.
En route at Jaffa, Napoleon orders that around 50 of his men, riddled with plague and unable to march, be put out of their suffering with an overdose of laudanum.
That like painkillers. Is that it's like opium. You think that's graceful what he did? You think that's not the best way he could have done it?
They are mercy killings. The victims
Merciful?
would have suffered worse at the hands of the enemy. But the decision is still controversial. The French retreat continues into the desert. The heat is overpowering, and water in short supply. Morale is at rock bottom.
Because these people still don't know how they're going to get home. You know?
Finally, after 25 days of marching, the
3
army
weeks?
reaches Cairo on the 14th of June.
I know they got some water as soon as they got there.
Their return is marked by triumphal parades and celebrations across the city,
Really?
organized by Napoleon.
Oh, that makes sense.
He is determined that his campaign be seen as a stunning success in Cairo and in France. The men have just a few weeks to rest. On the 15th of July, news arrives that the long-awaited Ottoman invasion has begun at Aboukir.
Battle of Aboukir. From Rhodes.
There is no time to lose. Napoleon must hit the enemy immediately before he can break out into the Nile Delta.
Off the boat.
With most of the Cairo garrison, Murat's cavalry, and Kleber's division, 10,000 men in all, he races towards Aboukir. The experienced Ottoman commander, Said Mustafa Pasha, has 9,000 men entrenched in 2 defensive lines guarding the fortress of Aboukir.
Okay. So, like, they're just guarding it. Just wait for them to attack, you know? They're bottlenecks.
His plan is to force the French to attack his strong defenses. Napoleon is thrilled to learn this. The enemy has nowhere to run.
No.
At dawn on the 25th of July, he orders an all-out attack. The first Ottoman defensive line had not been completed and is overrun in
I mean, the cavalry's already past them.
minutes. French cavalry sweep around to cut off the Ottoman right flank. Hemmed in against the sea, the defenders panic and flee into the water, hoping to reach the ships offshore.
That took, like, no time, too. Are you guys serious? Oh, man. Can you guys imagine how different the world would be if Napoleon had, like, 100,000 men in Egypt? Well, like, he would have took the entire Middle East at that point. And he would have kept going. He would have took India with 100,000. Like, this is just insane how quick these battles go.
Thousands drown.
The thousands really drown. We don't know. Could be hyperbole. You always got to take that with a grain of salt, people. I mean, it could have
With
been.
D'Estaing's division advancing on the left, Lannes in the centre, and Murat's cavalry on the right, the French now advance against the second Ottoman line. Anchored by several redoubts, it resists the first assault. But when the French fall back, over-eager Turkish soldiers leave their entrenchments to pursue them.
Bad decision.
Murat seizes the moment and charges forward with his cavalry. The second line is overrun. Murat pushes on to the Ottoman camp. And despite a gunshot wound to the face, captures Mustafa Pasha at the point of his sword. By 1 p.m., the Turkish army has ceased to exist.
Like, jeez.
Just 5,000 survivors remain, holed up in the fortress. They surrender 8 days later, on the 2nd of August. 1 year to the day after the destruction of Napoleon's fleet.
Hey, he's been in Egypt a while. The name Aboukir was fatal to all Frenchmen. The 25th July has rendered it glorious.
The Battle of Aboukir is a great victory for
Isn't this where the fleet was originally? Isn't that why it's so symbolic?
Napoleon, and does much to repair his reputation after defeat at Acre. But news now reaches him of developments in Europe. And for France, the news is not good.
Is it a coup?
A new second coalition has been formed against France, led by Britain, Russia, and Austria.
Austria, when are you gonna learn? Oh, Austria. It's the point. The reason I'm saying that is Britain isn't on the ground, at least yet. So Austria is having to like bear the most weight out of any of these individual like people of the coalitions here.
Their armies have won a series of battles against the French, reversing almost all Napoleon's gains in Italy, and now
I bet that pisses him off so much.
threaten the Republic with invasion. It is no time for France's best general to be far from home, unable to influence events.
Crazy.
La Patrie is in danger. Napoleon's next move is not in doubt.
He leaves.
On the evening of the 23rd of August, Napoleon quietly boards a frigate near Alexandria, with a small entourage, including Berthier, Marmont, Lannes, and Murat, and
All the generals.
sails for France.
Imagine if that ship got caught. Ooh.
To his army, he leaves only a short proclamation. The news from Europe had determined me to proceed to France. I leave the command of the army to General Kleber. The army shall hear from me forthwith. At present, I can say no more. It costs me much pain to quit troops to whom I am so strongly attached. General Kleber is not amused by his sudden promotion. He's deserted us with his breeches full of merde,
Bad. What's that?
he declares. When we get back to Europe, we'll rub his face in it.
Okay.
But Kleber will never return to Europe.
Why?
The following summer, he is stabbed to death in Cairo by a young Muslim radical.
Yep.
The remnants of the French army in Egypt surrender to the British in 1801, following defeat at the Battle of Alexandria. They are later repatriated by the British Navy under the terms of a peace treaty.
23,000? It's crazy. I saw the way to achieve all my dreams. I would found a religion. I saw myself marching into Asia. I would found a religion. Really? Mounted on an elephant and turban on my head. And in my hand a new Quran that I would have composed to suit my needs. Really? That's weird. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Isn't that weird? Saint Helena. Saint Helena. Is that the second island? Is that where did he die in Saint Helena? I think he died in Saint Helena. This is right when he was right at the end of his life.
Napoleon's expedition to Egypt was a costly failure for France. Its aims which had always been vague and opportunistic, became impossible following the destruction of the French fleet at Abu Qir.
Yep.
And though it has lived long in popular imagination, for every dashing act of heroism or romantic legend, there was a moment of immense brutality and terrible suffering. The expedition did have one positive legacy. Shortly before he left for France, Napoleon was invited to inspect a stone slab that his troops had pulled from the rubble,
Rosetta Stone,
while building a fort near the town of Rosetta. Dating to the 2nd century BC, the slab...
I get chills right now because, guys, I will say this a million times. If you ever go into London, go see the Rosetta Stone. It's remarkable.
...was inscribed with a royal decree. Uniquely, the same text appeared in Demotic, Ancient Greek, and Egyptian hieroglyphs. The French had to hand it over to the British under the terms of their surrender.
The difference, as you can see, that's what you see right there in the background. That's the British Museum. But this could have been in the Louvre. It would have been in the Louvre, not the British Museum.
Which is why the Rosetta Stone now sits in the British Museum. 2 decades after its rediscovery, the stone proved the key to unlocking the lost language of Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Yep.
And revolutionizing the study of ancient Egypt. This and other discoveries by the French savants spawned an entirely new discipline, Egyptology, the study of Egypt's distant past that continues to fascinate and amaze us to this
Even
day.
to this day. What a great video.
Napoleon's voyage across the Mediterranean takes 41 days, and it
Is it because it was so discreet?
involves some close shaves with the Royal Navy. But his destiny was not to be thwarted a second time. En route, he makes his last visit to Corsica and the town of his birth, before setting off for France to take the next step in his astonishing rise to power. Bias and misinformation are as old.
Guys, we did it. We've watched the videos regarding Egypt. Now we will return to mainland Europe. And the second coalition stands in the way of Napoleon. I can't wait. Can you? Hit that subscribe button. You don't want to miss it. I appreciate you guys. Thank you again. Leave some comments on this so far. What do you guys think? Anything I missed? Anything I should pay attention to? But as always, peace out. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Guys, welcome back. We got another Napoleonic video. Napoleon seizes power. Glad you're with me. This is called the Brumaire coup. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I know what happens, but I'm not sure how it happens. If you haven't subscribed yet, I implore you to do so. Let's jump into it, shall we? Denis Bonaparte. The newspaper said that. Interesting.
October 1799. After 500 days campaigning in Egypt and Syria, Napoleon has returned to France.
500 days.
And with a small entourage, he travels north to Paris. Everywhere he goes, he is greeted by crowds, embraced by dignitaries, and feted as a conquering hero.
He's got to be the most famous man in France.
But such celebrations cannot hide that France is a country in crisis and despair. Banditry is so rife that Napoleon's own luggage is stolen en route.
Jeez.
Prices are soaring, so too are taxes. Trade has been decimated by years of war and blockade. There is conscription, censorship, and corruption. Abroad, France once more faces a powerful coalition of enemies.
And he lost basically almost all of his territory that he worked so hard for during his Italian campaign. And he'll also lose everything he worked for in the Egyptian campaign. So it was really just like a resume stacker versus anything of substance besides, you know, some of the things that he did.
And though General Massena's brilliant victory at Zurich has won respite, France is not safe yet. But in Bonaparte, many see a savior for the country. Thanks to his own propaganda, everyone has heard of his brilliant victories in Italy and Egypt. His name is celebrated in newspapers and plays. The air rings with cries of, "Hurrah for Bonaparte! He will save the country!"
I mean, when you're in crisis mode, you look for a savior, right?
Not everyone is thrilled by the general's return.
The Directory?
At the very top of French government, some wonder if Bonaparte should not be court-martialed for abandoning his army in Egypt.
Come on.
And now, flouting France's quarantine laws. However, Napoleon does now have a letter from the Directory ordering his return to France, though he acted before receiving it.
And the brave soldiers who are with you.
There's also concern that a move against such a hugely popular general could easily backfire. For his part, Napoleon regards the government with contempt, a sentiment he's happy to share in private. Over breakfast, he tells General Thibaut, "These men are bringing France down to the level of their own blundering. They are degrading her." Well, what can generals expect from this government of lawyers?
Ooh.
To Napoleon, it's self-evident that he would do a better job, given all his glorious achievements in Italy and Egypt. Since 1795, France has been ruled by the Directory, a five-man executive whose members hold power for 5 years. In
That's also similar to like modern China, right? Might be way off saying that, but I think so.
1799, its members are Paul Barras, Napoleon's first patron, infamously corrupt and dissolute, but a shrewd political operator. He has been a permanent member of the Directory since its formation.
Maybe not every 5 years then, huh?
Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, a former priest who wrote the revolution's most famous political pamphlet, now regarded as the leading political thinker in France.
Okay.
Then 3 staunch Republicans, appointed to the Directory just 4 months ago, under outside pressure. Louis Goyer, a veteran Jacobin and former minister in the National Convention. Jean-François Moulin, a Jacobin general who had commanded in the bloody war in the Vendée. And Pierre-Roger Ducos, a more moderate figure and ally of Sieyès.
Okay.
The other major element of government, the legislature, is comprised of the Council of 500, who draft laws,
With his brother being the president.
and the Council of Elders, who approve them. Members of both councils dress in extravagant costumes, inspired by their great model to which they refer constantly, the ancient Republic of Rome. This government, the Directory in particular, is now widely regarded as corrupt, ineffective, and unfit to survive. And powerful men on the inside will play a leading role in its destruction.
I returned to France at a fortunate moment when the existing government was so bad it could not continue. Also in St. Helena, so like later in life.
On his return to Paris, Napoleon takes up residence in the home of the Beauharnais family on Rue de la Victoire, which has been renamed in his own honor. Given the unsettled political climate, he faces an uncertain and potentially dangerous few months in the capital. One man he can count on as a valuable guide, his younger brother, Lucien. He serves in the Council of 500 as the deputy for Corsica, and has recently been elected its president. As such, he will be a key player in the weeks ahead.
Imagine, that's really good leverage. That's really good leverage.
But first comes a stormy reunion with his wife, Josephine, which quickly gives way to a passionate rapprochement.
I don't know what
Both have been guilty of infidelities, but Napoleon is clearly still in love, and his earlier talk of divorce is quietly forgotten. Henceforth, Josephine will prove a faithful wife, and through her social connections, an important political ally.
Into the Empress. Paris.
Paris is awash with talk of plots and conspiracies. Rumors of threats from the left, ex-Jacobins, who oversaw the bloody days of the Terror. And from the right, secret royalists who want to turn back the clock. And there are those who seek a third option.
The Directory?
Soon after his arrival in Paris, Napoleon receives a visit from France's ex-foreign minister, Maurice de Talleyrand.
That's who I was thinking of.
Talleyrand, a keen observer of which way the political wind was blowing, had resigned from the government in July. Having worked with Napoleon in planning the Egyptian expedition, he now proposes they collaborate on another plan.
Yeah, and Napoleon's probably going to check him like, yo, why didn't you actually go to Constantinople like you said you would?
To replace the government of France. Napoleon, disgusted by the current regime, immediately welcomes the idea. Talleyrand then reveals that a member of the Directory itself is working to bring down the regime.
Who?
Sieyès.
The main guy.
The country's leading political thinker has decided that the Directory must be cast aside, and that France must have a new constitution, which he intends to write. He plans to sweep away the chaotic, unruly legislature and its weak, ineffectual executive. To save the Republic, radical reforms are needed, and an entirely new form of government.
A three-man executive. What does that remind you of? Reminds you of Rome.
Sieyès already has the support of another director, Roger Ducos, and the president of the Council of Elders, Louis-Nicolas Lemercier.
The donk.
He even has the support of the president of the Council of 500, Lucien Bonaparte.
Well, that's automatic.
Minister of Police, Joseph Fouché, who has eyes and ears across Paris, is also aware of their conspiracy, but has agreed not to intervene.
Okay.
Now, Sieyès seeks a sword, as he puts it, a military figurehead to keep the army on side and be wielded at the decisive moment, and then sheathed afterwards.
That's the important part. Sheathed, meaning put away the sword and fall in line.
But such a man is proving difficult to find. Sieyès' first choice had been General Joubert, Napoleon's talented subordinate at Rivoli, but he'd been killed earlier that year. shot dead at the Battle of Norvi in northern Italy.
Dang.
General MacDonald is sounded out, but is too much the honest Republican for such skullduggery. General Moreau, who has led the army of the Rhine with great success, declines the role.
So they're like really going deep.
In a moment he will later regret. He recommends Bonaparte. There's your man. He will make a better job of your coup d'etat than I could.
Coup d'etat.
Seyss does not like Napoleon. His ambition is too obvious. It is Talleyrand who persuades Seyss that they have found their sword. On the 23rd of October, Napoleon and Seyss meet for the first time. They agree that the Republic is in grave peril, from enemies within and without, and that the Directory cannot meet the challenge.
I mean, you literally have like all the heads here, besides the other 3 directors.
Within a week, they agree to launch a coup to overthrow the government of France.
It's happening! The pear is ripe, meaning the time is now.
The conspirators plan their coup for the 7th of November, 16th Brumaire, according to France's revolutionary calendar, the
16th
month
year.
of fog. It's a risky operation that will take 2 days, during which any number of things could go wrong.
So they gotta secure the loyalty of the troops, Napoleon, move legislature out of Paris, something that's a little bit more low-key, we know about that. Force directors to resign. Day 2, legislature approves process for new time. So day 1 is a big day. Big day. Day 1.
Many of the plotters take precautions. Seyss carries a briefcase stuffed with cash for a quick getaway.
Wow.
Fouché, the Minister of Police, has drafted orders for Napoleon's arrest in case he needs to switch sides. Napoleon sleeps with 2 loaded pistols by his bed. At the last minute, there's a 48-hour postponement. So instead, that night, Bonaparte dines at General Bernadotte's apartment on the Rue de Cisalpine.
That's one of his majors, right?
They are joined by Generals Moreau and Jourdan. He wants the support of these influential generals for his coup. Moreau agrees to help. Jourdan promises not to interfere. But Bernadotte is outraged and warns Napoleon that he'll be guillotined.
Bruh.
We'll see, says Napoleon.
We'll see. We'll see. Here we go. So today's the day for clearing out the rubbish dump.
The 9th of November, Paris. In the crisp hours before dawn, Napoleon meets around 60 officers that he's invited to his house.
Wow. Big house.
He informs them that he's decided he must act to save the Republic and asks for their support. They affirm their loyalty with oaths of allegiance. The most important man to convince is General Lefebvre, the no-nonsense military commander of Paris. But Napoleon knows his man. He presents Lefebvre with the sword he wore at the Battle of the Pyramids as a mark of his great esteem, and the general is won over.
Wow.
"Let's go throw those bloody lawyers in the river," he growls.
Wow.
At 7 a.m., the Council of Elders meets in an unscheduled early session at the Tuileries Palace. Only Seyss's allies have been invited, so without opposition, they quickly passed 2 measures. First, Napoleon is to be given immediate command of the Paris military district, using the pretext of a non-existent Jacobin plot. Second, tomorrow the legislature will move from its usual meeting place in the center of Paris to the Château de Saint-Cloud, 5 miles west outside the city.
Okay.
This, the plotters tell the council, is for their own safety. The Paris mob is famed for its unpredictable and violent political interventions. The move is, of course, to protect the conspirators themselves from such an event.
Correcto.
At 10 a.m., Napoleon arrives at the Tuileries. He speaks to the Council of Elders, reassures them that the trusted generals Lefebvre and Berthier are by his side, and concludes, "We want a republic founded upon true liberty, on civil liberty, on national representation. We will have it. I swear it."
Okay.
Meanwhile, that morning at the Luxembourg Palace, where the 5 directors reside, Sieyès and Roger Ducos announce their resignation and urge Barras, Goyer and Moulin to follow suit.
Can you imagine the gamble that is to resign? That's a gamble because you could lose your position forever.
Barras decides to take a long bath and will not be disturbed. Perhaps he is mulling his options, or waiting for an offer. When it comes, it is from Talleyrand, the man who perhaps understands him best. With the help of an enormous bribe and the reassurance that he will keep all his estates, Barras agrees to resign.
Okay.
France's longest-serving director and once formidable power broker quietly leaves the stage. He is driven to his country house that evening under military escort. Goyer and Moulin are not so easily persuaded, and so they are placed under house arrest by General Moreau. Their objections are futile. With the resignation of 3 directors, the executive is constitutionally defunct.
Wow. Okay, so majority rules.
The conspirators have what they want, a power vacuum, to which they will propose a solution the next day at Château de Saint-Cloud. It will be a day on which the future of France hinges. That evening, as Napoleon rides through the Place de la Concorde, where so many had died under the guillotine, he turns to his secretary. "Tomorrow," he says, "either we will sleep at the Luxembourg, or we'll end up here."
That is chilling. That is chilling. Citizen representatives, the circumstances in which you find yourselves are not ordinary. You are on a volcano.
Napoleon rises at 4 a.m. and rides to Saint-Cloud. There he meets Murat, newly promoted to General of Division, whose 6,000 troops surround the chateau. Officially, they're there to guard the council members. But as deputies arrive for the day's session, the heavy military presence is impossible to miss. There are long delays. Benches have to be found for the chambers. Council members have time to mingle and discuss the many swirling rumors.
You don't want that. You want something with any coup. You want something quick.
This time, the Jacobin deputies are present, and they're not happy at being excluded from the previous day's meeting.
And it looks like it's the majority, too. The majority of people that weren't there.
When the councils finally begin their sessions at 1 p.m, the mood is raucous. The sudden resignation of the directors, the presence of so many troops, the claims of a Jacobin plot. There is much to discuss. The plotters had hoped for a quick vote to establish a new provisional government. But the presidents of both councils struggle to take charge. Hours pass.
2, 3, 4.
Napoleon loses patience.
Oh no.
At 4 p.m, he bursts into the Council of Elders. As he begins to speak, he is heckled and derided.
Don't like that.
Napoleon is thrown off balance. He rambles, mutters, then hesitates. When a deputy interrupts, "What of the Constitution?" Napoleon flings back, "The Constitution? You yourselves annihilated it."
Oh, you
There
don't
is
like that.
uproar. Napoleon continues, demanding action from the council. Anyone who speaks against him, he strongly implies, has been paid by the British. To any such deputy, he warns, "May the lightning of war crush him instantaneously. Remember that I walk accompanied by the god of war and by the god of fortune." These ill-chosen words seem to confirm the Assembly's very worst suspicions.
Yeah. Hey, too much bravado right there.
By some accounts, Napoleon has to be dragged from the chamber by his staff, shouting, "You are scoundrels! I will have you shot if you don't obey me!" Napoleon is shaken, but not defeated. Within minutes, he storms down the corridor into the Council of 500, where the president, his brother, has lost all semblance of control.
Oh man.
The mood here is of even greater defiance. The deputies have spent the morning swearing oaths of loyalty to the Constitution. And when Napoleon arrives, flanked by grenadiers, he receives a torrent of abuse. "Down with the tyrant," they cry. "Outlaw! Caesar! Cromwell!"
Wow.
These the names
Oliver Cromwell is their Cromwell.
of famous generals turned tyrant. As the crowd presses in, he is grabbed, jostled, even punched. Lefebvre and his grenadiers rush in to extricate Napoleon from the scuffle. They haul him clear and drag him into the courtyard outside.
The worst thing they could have done was lay hands on Napoleon, because now you guys are about to see brute force. Since they've made you an outlaw, make them outlaws yourself. He punched him.
Napoleon is rattled and bloodied. He seems unsure what to do. His old comrade, General Augereau, now a council member, comes out to see him. "You're in deep water now," Augereau tells him. Napoleon regains his composure. "It was worse at Arcole."
True.
Nevertheless, the coup totters on the brink of disaster. If the council declares Napoleon an outlaw, it could mean a firing squad or a swift trip to the guillotine. But the riotous disorder has played into his hands. He is the military commander of Paris. When he hears Jacobin deputies are keeping his brother Lucien in the chamber against his will, grenadiers are sent to bring him out.
There they go.
Napoleon attempts to rally troops for a decisive intervention. News of his manhandling by the deputies outrages his old comrades. They are raring to go. But the Legislative Guard, the 400 troops charged with protecting the council, are not convinced. It is Lucien who seizes the moment. He mounts a horse and announces, "Citizens, soldiers, the great majority of the council is at this moment being terrorized by a handful of deputies armed with daggers. These brigands are doubtless in English pay.
Wow.
I declare to you that these madmen have made themselves outlaws by their assaults upon the liberty of this council." Then he draws a sword and points it at Napoleon's chest. "I swear that I will stab my own brother to the heart if he ever makes an assault on the liberty of Frenchmen." The doubters are won over. A signal is given.
Yeah.
With bayonets fixed, troops flood into the Council of 500, with General Murat at their head. "Citizens, you are dissolved," he shouts. And then to his men, "Get this damn rabble out of here."
Wow.
The deputies scatter. By some accounts, they jump out of windows, leaving their robes and hats strewn across the gardens.
Wow.
Certainly, the conspirators had hoped to avoid the use of troops.
Yeah.
But it had always been a backup plan, one that turned out to be desperately needed. Later that evening, a few deputies are rounded up to form a rump council of 500. Joined by the similarly cowed Council of Elders, they approve the measures that are suggested to them. The dissolution of the Directory, the adjournment of both councils for 4 months, though they will never meet again, and the appointment of 3 provisional consuls, a term borrowed from the Roman Republic.
Yep. First, second, and third.
Emmanuel Joseph Sayes, Pierre Roger Ducos,
And then.
and General Napoleon Bonaparte. 3
Boom.
years, 8 months since he took command of the Army of Italy, Napoleon has risen to the summit of political power in France.
Just about.
He will now be one of 3 men in charge of drafting a new constitution for the Republic. But through his brilliance, energy, and immense popularity, he will soon overshadow his 2 colleagues.
Oh yeah, and he's first consul.
Only one man will emerge to rule France. The first consul, Napoleon Bonaparte.
Easy.
And what better way to cement his hold on power
Into
than a
the
new
fire
military
himself.
campaign
Oh wait, we ain't got there yet.
and a return to Italy?
Here he goes. Wow. Guys, is that it?
Do you want to see our newest?
No, it's not it. I mean, that was it. Wow. It happened. We have reform. The coup d'etat was successful. It failed successfully. Probably wanted to do it with a stroke of a pen versus fixed bayonets, but it worked the way intended. Now we're going to kind of dive from here all into the, the Second Coalition and the continuous wars, all the way up to Waterloo of 1815. So there's a lot to kind of dissect here. Politically, this is going to be a different branch of the tree versus the military campaigns. So we're probably not going to dive into that until maybe way later on. But guys, if you have any intel or any interesting things that, maybe this video doesn't showcase or about, please let me know, because I love learning deeper, more things about this. Next up, we got more Napoleonic battles, so I can't wait for that. I appreciate you guys. This was a fun one, just kind of understanding the politics around this. Please leave a comment below, subscribe if you haven't already, and peace out. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
What's going on, guys? I hope you're doing well. Today we got the Napoleonic campaign continued. Napoleon crosses the Alps, the road to Marengo. Kind of excited about it, not gonna lie. I've tried to record this video a couple times already. Been sneezing, got allergies. Hopefully this time it's gonna go well. Now, we already know a lot about Napoleon. We know a ton about what's happened up to this point. Make sure you've watched all the videos chronologically up to this point. If you're new here, it's important, get context, right? If you haven't subscribed yet, I implore you to do so. But let's just jump into it, shall we?
1800, and France has a new leader. 30-year-old first consul, Napoleon Bonaparte.
30. Crazy.
5 months have passed since the Brumaire coup cast France's directory into the dustbin of history. In its aftermath, Napoleon has skillfully outmaneuvered his co-conspirators. And in a new constitution, confirmed by a massively rigged referendum, he's been confirmed as first consul. Alongside new consuls Cambaceres and Lebrun.
LeBron? Okay, so we got 2 different consuls than Sayes and Decaux.
Napoleon wields enormous executive power and is eager to use it. First, he offers an amnesty to royalist rebels in the Vendée, helping to pacify the region and freeing up troops. Then he creates a new national bank to restore confidence and growth to France's dysfunctional economy. He strengthens the gendarmerie, the paramilitary police, and orders it to take ruthless action against bandits who infest the French countryside.
Good things.
And he transforms French government, personally appointing prefects to govern every French département, as well as sub-prefects and even the mayors of larger towns.
I mean, this is really good political stuff right here.
Each achievement is trumpeted by the few newspapers still allowed to print, and which are now entirely under state control.
That I don't like that part about it.
But there is no reason to doubt Napoleon's immense popularity, and that his remarkable energy has begun to drag France out of chaos and torpor. However, his reputation has been forged in war, and with France facing another military crisis, he must quickly turn the situation around, or his rule could end as suddenly as it began.
I offered peace to the Austrian emperor. He did not wish it. We now have to take it by the throat.
France is threatened on 2 fronts by the armies of Austria, which has 200,000 men in the field.
They're not playing around this time, are they? Previously, remember we were watching in the Italian campaign, 10,000 here, 10,000 here, 10,000 at Mantua. That's 200. They're not playing around. They learned their lessons, the Austrians did.
In Germany, France's most powerful force, General Moreau's Army of the Rhine, is poised to launch a counterattack.
It's a ton of people.
Moreau is a skilled commander with influential friends, who had himself turned down an invitation to lead a coup against the Directory. Napoleon, warily respectful for now, offers advice, but will leave Moreau to wage his own campaign.
Okay.
It is in Italy that Napoleon identifies the greatest threat and the greatest opportunity.
Turning the clock back?
3 years ago, Napoleon's stunning victories had left France dominating northern Italy.
But then when he went to Egypt, everybody said, nah, let's just give it all back.
In 1799, forces of the Second Coalition, led by the great Russian general Alexander Suvorov, had won a series of crushing victories over the French.
So the Russian general by way of Austria. Okay.
He had then been ordered to Switzerland. But before he could get there, General Massena's victory at Zurich thwarted coalition plans to unite their armies and staved off disaster for France.
That would have been bad, 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 bad.
The unpredictable Emperor Paul, incensed by British provocations, had then withdrawn Russia from the Second Coalition.
Okay.
But nearly 100,000 Austrians remain in northern Italy, under the aggressive and able leadership of General Melas. French forces, on the other hand, are scattered, outnumbered, and desperately short of supplies. It's nothing new for France's Army of Italy. But even the arrival of the great General Massena to take charge barely lifts morale. It is a fragile position, but secretly, Napoleon is planning a grand strategic maneuver to turn the tables on the Austrians and crush Melas's army. At Dijon, he has begun to assemble a new Army of the Reserve under the nominal command of General Berthier.
Okay. We know him.
Veterans and conscripts alike are scraped together from depots, provinces and garrisons, until a force of 60,000 men has been gathered.
Okay, they got some men now.
A more cautious strategist may have chosen to reinforce Massena from the west, using established supply routes to shore up the front.
They're still outnumbered, right? Unless that 60,000 doesn't include Massena's men.
But driving the enemy back on his own supply depots is likely to lead to stalemate. Instead, Napoleon plans to swing south through the Alps mountains and emerge behind General Melas, cutting off his supplies and his escape.
Smart.
It is among the most daring strategic plans in history. But it will depend on secrecy and surprise, a swift and safe passage through the mountains, and for Massena to hold the line in Italy as long as he can.
Okay.
But while Napoleon's army is still assembling in France, Massena comes under heavy attack.
And I'm guessing we got British in the Gulf.
The 6th of April, General Melas launches an offensive. While General Ott makes a diversionary attack on Genoa, his main force moves to cut the coastal road at Savorna, driving a wedge between General Suchet's forces and General Massena. The French launch desperate counterattacks to break the encirclement, and General Soult wins a brilliant local victory over Ott at Montefache. But the French are heavily outnumbered.
I mean, they need Bonaparte, like, now. Now they need him right now.
After 2 weeks hard fighting, Massena is forced to withdraw into the city of Genoa,
Now they're being sieged.
where he is besieged by land and sea.
So we saw this when we were watching Acre during the Egyptian campaign,
the French were trying to siege, but the British still had the sea because, of course, naval superiority. Here, it's same thing, naval superiority. So this time, this is a true siege, and a true siege means there's no way in, no way out unless you fight. So, not good. Very desperate now.
General Suchet is harried all the way back to the Var River on the French frontier.
Wow.
News of the army of Italy's defeat disturbs Napoleon. He is relying on Massena to fix Melas's attention. If Genoa falls before he arrives in Italy, he will be a sitting duck, trapped between the Austrians and the mountains.
I mean, I think Massena's in a worse position, honestly, than Napoleon would have been.
On the 6th of May, Napoleon travels to Geneva to join the Army of the Reserve
60,000.
and order the offensive to begin.
Here we go. An army can pass always, and at any season, wherever two men can set their feet. Meaning, like, as long as we can traverse these mountains, we can pass. No worries.
The Alps. 500 miles long, more than 100 miles wide. Their highest peaks more than 15,000 feet.
Now, let's set some context here. They didn't just go like over the mountain. They didn't scale it. They're not backpacking across this. They're not climbing a mountain like you see people climb mountains. They're most likely going on a preset road because, you know, for thousands of years people have traversed these mountains. So there are roads through these mountains. That is what they're doing. The problem is there's narrow roads. It's unpredictable. The elements, the avalanches, the conditions, and because these roads are more than likely more narrow, you're not going to be able to pass as fast as like you would through the country where you can go like 10 to 20 men wide versus through a mountain, you're probably only going to be able to like go 5 men wide, if that.
They can be traversed by several well-known mountain passes.
Okay, I should have just waited. That's what it shows.
But these are narrow, winding trails, vulnerable to avalanches, with no fodder for horses and mules.
I promise you I didn't watch this prior. It was just my guesses.
It's a daunting challenge for an army of 50,000 with 40 guns
I thought it was 60,000.
and hundreds of wagons.
What do we do with the other 10K?
Napoleon has decided the bulk of his forces will cross at the Great St. Bernard Pass, at an elevation of 8,100 feet.
And oxygen's gonna be low too, so it's harder to breathe.
On the 15th of May, General Lannes and his advance guard begin the climb. Even in late spring, the mountains are blanketed in deep snow.
Yeah.
To reduce the risk of avalanche, they march at night and early morning.
Why does that reduce the avalanche? The time of day.
A strict silence is enforced. The only noise, the howling wind and crunching snow. The barrel of each cannon weighs around half a ton.
1,000 pounds. It's a lot of weight to put on something like snow.
General Marmont, commanding the artillery, comes up with the idea of laying them in hollowed-out tree trunks
Sleds.
so they can be hauled like sleds.
Yeah. Smart. Smart.
Lannes' advance guard snakes up the 8-mile trail. It's 5 hours of grueling uphill marching.
Can you imagine 5
That's
hours? Like, guys, go to the gym right now, work out for an hour on an incline, like set the treadmill on the highest incline, and then do that for 5 hours, but also tell them to crank the temperature to 0 degrees Celsius.
Several points the men are close to mutiny. But they make it. At 8,100 feet, they reach the summit of the pass and the St. Bernard Hospice, where food and rest has been prepared.
Wow.
The rest of the army completes the crossing over the next 10 days. It is a testament to General Berthier's planning that just 5 men and a single cannon are lost.
Not bad.
Contrary to Napoleonic propaganda, the first consul made the crossing on a sure-footed mule, trailing the army.
Bro, it shows him wearing like shorts here. There ain't no way.
Rather than leading it on a charger. Lannes's advance guard presses forward into the Aosta Valley. They sweep aside small Austrian outposts, then surprise and scatter a whole battalion at Châtillon.
How much is in a battalion? How many people's in a battalion?
But a nasty surprise awaits at Fort Bard. The fort, held by the indomitable Captain Bernkopf and 400 troops, dominates the pass with its heavy artillery. Infantry and cavalry can skirt around it by means of a goat path, but artillery and wagons will be seriously delayed until Fort Bard is taken. A first assault by French grenadiers fails, with 200 casualties.
Jeez.
The fort remains defiant, and for Napoleon, the clock is ticking.
Because Massena's under trouble.
In Italy, the French position is increasingly desperate.
Look how far they are and like how much they have to go through. Like, look at that. Like, how do you get to Massena? The best thing you can do is cause so much uproar that people call off some of the siege, as they did. Napoleon had to call off the siege of Mantua. It's got to be a parallel situation.
On the 15th of May, the garrison of Savorna surrenders.
Now that
In
troop's going to
Genoa,
go to...
Massena conducts a brave and active defense. Though in one sortie, General Soult is badly wounded and captured. But now, starvation looms. There are already reports of cannibalism.
And usually what happens with cannibalism, they don't just... Now, I'm not going to just speak for it like I know, but I'm just going to say usually when you hear the word cannibalism, it's people that are already gone that they eat, not people. But I don't know.
Napoleon cannot wait for Fort Bard to fall. The army must push on without its guns and baggage, and hope to capture supplies from the Austrians.
Yep.
On the 23rd of May, Lannes attacks the enemy at Ivrea, taking the town and citadel. 3 days later, he defeats General Hadig near the village of Romano. The Austrians fall back on Turin. With 30,000 French troops now pouring into Lombardy, Napoleon has done it. He has completed one of the most famous marches in history.
Without his guns, though. So, like, let's give him credit, but let's give him an asterisk, too.
Italy is wide open, and the Austrians are scrambling to respond.
We have struck here like lightning! The enemy can hardly believe it.
Mélas quickly grasps the significance of Napoleon's maneuver. He immediately recalls Elsnitz's corps from the French frontier and sends his forces to guard the River Po crossings. He assumes the French will march to relieve Genoa. But despite the desperate plight of Massena and his starving garrison, Napoleon turns east, towards Milan.
Uh-oh.
General Vukasovic holds the city, but heavily outnumbered, he retreats towards Mantua.
Uh-oh.
On the 2nd of June, Napoleon enters the capital of Lombardy. But unlike the celebrations of 1796, this time, French troops are received in cold silence.
Wonder why that is.
Locals have not forgotten Napoleon's brutal crackdowns of the past.
That's why.
Regardless, in Milan, his army can finally rest and requisition much-needed supplies.
Is his gun still chilling in the Alps? Like, where's your guns at, bruh?
3 days later, reinforcements arrive from the Army of the Rhine, General Moncey's division, which has made its own arduous alpine crossing through the Gotthard Pass. The first consul is on the cusp of achieving his grand encirclement.
Oh.
Back in the mountains, Fort Bard finally surrenders. But its stubborn defense means Napoleon will be short of guns and ammunition in the days ahead.
Yeah.
Then, on the 8th of June, disastrous news arrives.
What happened? Did they surrender?
Napoleon has asked too much of Massena. For weeks, Genoa has been a scene of utter horror. Several thousand civilians have starved to death or died of disease.
Several thousand? No, that's not several thousand. That's a little bit more than 10,000 so far. It's going to keep going too.
Along with 4,000 French soldiers.
That's not several thousand. That's 20,000 people.
General Massena, his own health broken, and furious at Napoleon's failure to relieve him, negotiates an honorable surrender, which will allow his surviving troops to return to France.
Hunger. Hunger changes your psyche. Hunger discharges loyalty.
The fall of Genoa frees Ott and 12,000 soldiers to march north to join Melas. Napoleon is determined that the Austrians will not now slip past him and escape his trap. And so he divides his army to cover all possible routes east. For once, it is Napoleon's forces that are overextended. And it is Lannes's advance guard that will pay the price. With 7,000 men, Lannes has secured a bridgehead across the river Po, near Belgioioso.
Oh, he's gonna get surrounded because you got the people coming east now. Not gonna end well for him.
On the 8th of June, he presses forward, intending to drive the enemy from the Stradella defile. But unknown to Lannes, he is on a collision course with General Ott's division, marching north from Genoa.
Yep.
He is about to stumble into a battle, outnumbered 2-1.
Uh-oh. Bones cracked in my division like glass in a hailstorm. What a metaphor. Or simile.
On the morning of the 9th of June, Lannes's advance guard fights a running battle with what it believes to be an isolated Austrian unit, driving it back towards the walled town of Castiglione. In fact, it is General Ott's advance guard. What rolling hills and tall rye fields hide from view is the rest of Ott's command, 16,000 strong, following up close behind.
I wonder if the Austrians that are retreating know that they're about to be saved.
Around noon, the French spot Austrian infantry holding a ridge to the south. Assuming it's the enemy rearguard, Lannes orders a brigade to swing round and attack. Meanwhile, his cavalry continues to Castiglione.
They're gonna get routed now. I don't know what's gonna happen. They'll probably have to surrender.
They scatter the enemy in their path and break into the town, only to be surprised and countercharged by a much larger Austrian cavalry force.
Wow.
On the heights, the French make steady progress, until 4,000 Austrian reinforcements hove into view. Soon, Lannes' men are being pulverized by artillery fire. His force is hard-pressed everywhere, and still, enemy reinforcements continue to arrive.
This is a much different Austrian army than we saw a few years ago.
But Ott is cautious and holds back a large reserve. The broken ground leaves him unsure of enemy strength, and he has orders not to be drawn into a major battle.
Wow.
At 2 p.m, Lannes receives his own reinforcements. 6,000 men of General Victor's division.
And I bet you the Austrians should have just
Lannes
went full
wastes
on.
no time. Victor's 43rd line renews the attack on the right. The Austrian line buckles, falling back to a small stream. The rest of Victor's men race towards Castiglione. Under a hail of cannon fire, their advance stalls. But the 6th Light Infantry is able to cross the Coppa River to the north. Around the same time, French infantry take Casa il Giardiana, splitting the Austrians in two. Fearing he will be outflanked, General Schellenberg, commanding the Austrian centre, orders a slow withdrawal. Seeing this, Lannes sends the 96th line forward to storm Castiglione. With his men tired and darkness falling, Ott orders a retreat to Voghera.
I mean, that was a win by the French. I, originally thought that the French were going to get routed there, but the conservativeness of Ott allowed for reinforcements on the French side, and here we are. They got outplayed.
The Battle of Montebello, as it becomes known, was a hard-fought soldiers' battle, in which French determination triumphed in the face of Austrian numbers and artillery.
Not even. That's a French W.
As Napoleon inspects the battlefield, he is greeted by an old friend, General Louis Desaix, who has escaped from Egypt during a temporary armistice.
He's like, yo, what's good?
Just a year older than Napoleon, Desaix is another of France's brilliant young generals, who will play a crucial role in the days ahead. He is immediately given command of 2 divisions.
Wow.
Montebello is a glorious victory for Lannes. Napoleon will one day reward him with the title Duke of Montebello. But the larger picture is unchanged. Napoleon still desperately seeks his decisive battle, the victory that may end the war with Austria, and will surely make his position as First Consul unassailable. But Napoleon allows fear of the Austrians' escape to dominate his thinking, and once more he divides his forces, just as Melas is ordering his forces to concentrate at Alessandria.
Dude, look how many people are in Alessandria. That place is a fortress of military.
For battle. Napoleon has misjudged his opponent. He is headed towards a nasty surprise. A bloody battle that will cost him dear and threaten the future of the consulate. Napoleon needed.
That's it, guys. What a cliffhanger. We're gonna have to watch the rest in the next one. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. What do you guys think? I mean, this was a pretty simple episode, just kind of recontextualizing what has happened prior, as well as like showing the Napoleon's march through the Alps, encirclement to the Austrians, as well as the poor Massena guy just couldn't hold out, so he had a discharge. You know, I'm wondering if he had like an escort, because wouldn't it make sense to Massena somehow rendezvous? I guess it'd be just too risky, and it just wouldn't work out that way. But interesting. We're getting into the thick of it, guys. Let me know what you guys think. Subscribe if you haven't already. We're gonna be in the next one very soon. Peace out. Bye bye. Welcome back, everyone. We got the Battle of Marengo. It was interesting, right? The last video is the video where basically first consul takes his army, 50, 60,000 people through the Alps down to take, you know, Massena's place. Not take his place, but relieve him. They take Milan back, and then they try to encounter or encirclement. Pretty much a win for the French, but now there's a huge conglomerate of Austrian forces in Alexandria. We left us on a cliffhanger. We left you guys on a cliffhanger on the last video. So now we got to see what happens. What will happen here? Glad you're with me. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Let's jump into it. Lego.
The 13th of June, 1800. Napoleon Bonaparte, first consul of France, has just pulled off one of history's boldest maneuvers. He has marched his army over the ice-covered Alps to arrive behind the Austrian army in Italy. He has captured Milan and defeated every enemy force he's met so far. Everything is going as planned. Now, Napoleon spreads his forces in a wide cordon to prevent the escape of General Melas's Austrian army. General Chabran and 3,400 men guard the River Po. General Lapointe, with 3,500 men, is sent to reinforce him. General Desaix, with 5,000 men, moves south to block the road to Genoa. This leaves Napoleon with just 22,000 men.
Against what?
Advancing west onto the plains of Scrivia. But the first consul has been misled by the over-optimistic reports of scouts and spies. Melas is not planning to retreat. He has concentrated 30,000 veteran troops around the fortress city of Alessandria.
Well, 22,000 to 30,000 is not crazy different, you know. It's a little different.
Well rested,
not crazy.
supplied, and have a great superiority in cavalry and artillery.
Okay.
And they are preparing to attack. Oblivious to the looming threat, on the 13th of June, General Victor and his 2 divisions lead the French advance on Alessandria. In heavy rain, his men drive a small Austrian rearguard from the village of Marengo back towards a fortified bridgehead on the Bormida River. But the French find the crossing heavily defended. And so, soaked and exhausted, with darkness falling, they halt the pursuit. Weeks ago, Napoleon had predicted that the decisive battle of the campaign would be fought on this very ground, the plain east of Alessandria.
Might be right.
But now, he is convinced that Melas will not risk battle.
Really?
What he and his men cannot see beyond the Bormida because they have lit no campfires.
Yo, look how fortified this is. This is looking just like a citadel.
Are 30,000 Austrians assembled for an assault. Within hours, Napoleon will discover that his army is fighting for its life.
Interesting. Whew. As we approach the decisive moment, only courage, bravery, and steadiness can punish a recklessly advancing enemy. The order of the day.
Dawn, the 14th of June. Napoleon's forces are spread across 8 miles of open country and scattered vineyards. General Victor's 2 divisions are the farthest west, holding Marengo and the main road. Behind him, General Lannes and several cavalry regiments.
So just basically just a lot of spread out men. So like if they were to be attacked, it would be a rout and they would have to fall back, then recharge.
Napoleon, with the Consular Guard and Monniere's division, is yet further back. Melas's forces are concentrated west of the Bormida.
Do they really not know that there is like 20,000, 30,000 people in front of them?
Behind the Austrian bridgehead. His chief of staff, General Anton von Zach, has planned a 2-pronged assault. General Ott's division will cross the river and advance north to Castelceriolo. Melas, with the bulk of the army, will attack directly up the main road. On a clear morning, at 8 AM, the Austrians begin their advance. French outposts are driven back. At the Pedrabona farm, Gardan's division comes under heavy bombardment. He falls back to join the rest of Victor's troops, which are deploying behind the Fontenone stream. This narrow, steep-sided waterway runs the length of the battlefield and is swollen by recent rain.
I'm guessing like it's high banked type stream, like the one where like it falls down like a few feet.
The only easy crossing is a small wooden bridge at the main road.
Oh, you gotta destroy that bridge if you're Napoleon, right?
And on the far bank, Victor's men are shielded by trees and sturdy farmhouses. As the Austrians approach the Fontenone, they are hit by a hail of musket fire. Scores go down as they struggle to cross the stream. General Hadig leads a charge, but falls mortally wounded. After several failed attacks, the Austrians fall back with heavy losses.
So far, so good for the French, right? I thought it was going to be a rout.
North of Victor's position, General Bellegarde's brigade crosses the Fontenone around 11 AM. But General Lannes's division takes up position on Victor's flank. They drive off Bellegarde and re-establish the line along the stream. It is now a hot, humid summer's day, as Austrian attacks continue and fighting rages along the Fontenone. More and more Austrian cannon are pulled up and begin to pulverize the French line.
I mean, just look at this image right here, guys. Like, just look, like, gotta be concerned if you're the French right here. I mean, encirclement can happen at any point. Look at all the reserves coming in from the top. I believe that might be, is it Ott's division? Or is he gone somewhere else? All they have to do is encircle. You got a little bit of cavalry on the left, you got a little bit of cavalry on the right by Larbabata. But honestly, without this stream, this battle's already over. This stream is giving them a little bit of a buffer, but that's about it.
Throughout the morning, Melas's army is hindered by narrow crossing points and marshy ground. General Zach's failure to anticipate these bottlenecks has cost several hours.
Where's
Nevertheless,
Napoleon?
by noon, the Austrians have 30,000 men and 92 guns in position.
I mean, you probably don't have that many people now since, you know, a lot of people already died, but yeah.
They still only face Lannes and Victor's tiring divisions, 16,000 men and 16 guns.
Crazy.
The French urgently need reinforcements, but as the Austrians begin their next attack, Napoleon and the rest of the army are nowhere to be seen.
What y'all doing?
The greatest danger is on the French right, where General Ott's division has occupied Castelceriolo, virtually unopposed.
Yeah, they're already across the stream too. All they gotta do is encircle them and it's over.
And now threatens Lannes' flank. Then the Austrians find a gap near the French centre and rush 3 battalions across the Montenotte. Around the same time, 1,500 Austrian dragoons circle around the French left.
What's a dragoon? I'm guessing that's a special cavalry unit, since it's cavalry.
But are charged and routed by General Kellermann's heavy cavalry. The Austrians do succeed in taking La Stortigliona farm, threatening Victor's left. An Austrian cavalry charge over the Marengo bridge is also repulsed by Kellermann.
I mean, the French are doing a really good job actually holding them off, especially how outnumbered they are.
But the odds are too great. Some French units are completely out of ammunition.
They're
have
tired.
just a handful of cannon, and their line is breaking. Facing encirclement, Victor's divisions are the first to give way, losing 400 men captured in Marengo. Another 300 French soldiers are left behind in Casabianca, where they hold out stubbornly for several hours. Covered by the 96th Demi Brigade and Kellermann's watchful cavalry, Victor's division retreats half a mile to Spinetta and its surrounding vineyards. The Austrians pour over the Fontenotte. Lannes pulls back to maintain the French line. The heroes of Montebello are on the brink.
Not good. Not good. Suddenly, a murmur of joy and hope rose from the ranks. The man of battles and victories appeared? Bonaparte.
When the Austrian attack began, Napoleon was 7 miles away, at his headquarters in Torre Garofoli. Although he could hear the distant thunder of cannon, he did not grasp its full significance and remained focused on blocking the Austrians' escape.
You don't know.
Only at 11 a.m. did reports arrive to reveal the gravity of the situation. Napoleon knows there is not a moment to lose. He scrawls an order to Desaix, who he sent to cut off the Austrian retreat and is now 4 miles away. I had thought to attack the enemy. They have attacked me. Come in the name of God, if you still can. He sends the same order to General Lapointe. Then he races to the front with his only reserves, Monniere's division and the Consular Guard.
How many people is that? Like 4,000?
By 3 p.m., Lannes and Victor have retreated almost a mile. Austrian cavalry shadow their withdrawal, forcing the French to stay in close formation. Austrian guns send round shot crashing through the packed ranks. Remarkably, the French battalions are still holding.
That's just insane to me. How sturdy they are currently being, especially how outnumbered. And once again, if you just look at how the Austrians are super conservative, actually, in this, they are very conservative. I mean, when they did try to attack, they were routed with the cavalry. They're being a little bit too conservative, I say so myself.
When Napoleon arrives, he sees the main threat is on the right, where Ott is poised to turn the French flank. To counter this, he sends Moniere's division to Castelceraiolo, forcing Ott
They'll have to turn around
to draw off troops. But that still leaves General Schellenberg's 4,000-strong division. So Napoleon commits his ultimate reserve, 900 men of the elite Consular Guard. Against the odds, the Guard repels enemy cavalry and holds its own in a close-range firefight with Austrian infantry.
Now, as a field army, I wonder how this army differs versus the Guard, but specifically the Guard here. How well suited is the Guard for this type of warfare? Were they soldiers before? Probably.
Buying time for the rest of the army to fall back. Napoleon describes them as his granite redoubt. The legend of the Guard is being born. But they are now isolated and about to be overwhelmed. When Austrian dragoons hit their exposed flank and rear, the redoubt crumbles. The Guard is forced to flee. Some surrender, many are cut down. By the end of the day, the Guard has suffered more than 50% casualties.
Wow.
With the retreat of the Guard, Napoleon has no more cards left to play. The French army retreats steadily through the vineyards, battered by constant Austrian artillery fire.
They don't like that. They don't like that at all.
Casualties and stragglers mean there are just 6,000 men left holding the French line. General Melas is satisfied that the French have been beaten. Having been injured in a fall from his horse, he now hands over command to his chief of staff, General Zach. Then he returns to Alessandria to draft a report describing his great victory.
Yeah, he can't wait to say that he beat Napoleon.
But he has underestimated French resilience and the fickle
Is the 2 divisions that he called on coming now?
fortunes of war.
Gotta be coming, right? This battle is completely lost, but there is time to win another. Okay.
General Louis Desaix, just 31 years old, brave, brilliant, and modest. Napoleon describes their friendship as one his heart has for no other. That morning, his orders were to lead Boudet's division, 5,000 strong, across the Scrivia River to cut off the Austrian escape. But the recent rain had raised the water level and delayed his crossing. When Desaix heard the sound of battle to the north, he'd halted his men and sent a courier to get news. Napoleon's desperate order to return does not reach him until midday. Immediately, he about turns his division and marches to the sound of the guns.
Here they come!
Desaix arrives on the eastern edge of the battlefield at 5 p.m. to find the French army in full retreat. Napoleon is at San Giuliano, 5 miles east of Marengo, where thousands of wounded soldiers are gathered. The mood is grim and despondent. But news of Desaix's arrival spreads like an electric shock. "Here they are! Here they are!" the troops exclaim.
You're excited.
Napoleon is rejuvenated. "We have gone back far enough today," he tells his troops. "You know that my custom is always to sleep on the field of battle."
Wow.
The Austrian army is advancing on all fronts, but they are now scattered and disordered, and they have diverted forces north and south in an
And they do not know that help was on the way.
attempt to encircle the enemy. What's more, General Zach has advanced to lead the pursuit, handing overall command to General Keim. Several other Austrian generals have been wounded. Chains of command have become dangerously muddled. Using Desaix's fresh troops, Napoleon now prepares a last-ditch counterattack with all the supporting forces he can rally. General Marmont concentrates all the available guns, 18 of them, to blast the Austrians. Then, with the 9th Light Demi Brigade in the lead, the attack begins. The rapid fire of these experienced skirmishers staggers the Austrian advance. General Zach orders up more artillery and sends forward his elite grenadiers. The 9th Light falls back. To the Austrians, it seems the French are retreating once more. Suddenly, they are blindsided by the rest of Desaix's fresh troops,
Oh, wow.
emerging without warning through the vineyards.
Oh, wow.
Desaix joins the 9th Light and leads them forward in a bayonet charge. At this moment, he is shot through the heart and killed instantly.
That's gonna hurt Napoleon.
Seeing their commander fall, the 9th Light cries, "Vengeance!" and surges forward.
Now, that's a different tone of heart right there, because we've seen in so many battles that we've watched so far on this channel, when the leader is killed, there's usually retreat, muddledness. Things are just in chaos. But this sort of morale, this sort of vengeance, a different tone.
General Kellerman thunders in with 400 heavy cavalry. They crash into the Austrian left flank. To add to the chaos, an Austrian ammunition wagon is hit and detonates in a tremendous explosion.
Wow.
The combined effect is devastating. Panic spreads, morale collapses. In just a few minutes, hundreds of Austrians lay down their arms and surrender. Thousands more flee, spreading terror among troops in the...
I wonder how homeboy's writing his letter right now. He's probably like, hold on, give me a pen. Dear Austrian Emperor, I destroyed Napoleon at Marengo. Please give me all the titles and riches. Signed. Does he know this is going on?
The rear. General Zach, trapped in the rout, is among the 2,000 Austrian prisoners.
The charge rang out everywhere. Each of us turned around and ran forward. We did not shout anymore, we roared. Okay.
In an instant, the entire momentum of the battle has swung 180 degrees.
One thing I want to notice here, guys, look at the top right. That looks like it's unimpeded, though. What's going on up there?
Thousands of French troops who'd been retreating moments ago stop and join the attack.
Finally.
As the Austrian centre collapses, General Ott's division becomes dangerously exposed. His men soon join the rest of the army in their race to escape. Later that evening, General Murat adds the coup de grace, launching a final French cavalry charge that seals victory and drives the enemy back to their bridgehead. The Battle of Marengo was one of the greatest comebacks of the Napoleonic era. Thoroughly defeated by mid-afternoon, the French are completely victorious by nightfall. But it has been an exceptionally costly affair.
Yeah.
The French lose a quarter of their army as casualties. The Austrians, more than a third.
See, that's a W. That's a W for the French.
Napoleon himself contributed little to the victory. If not for the skill of his officers, the steadiness of his troops, and above all, Desaix's last-minute arrival, he would surely have been defeated.
Desaix saved the day. Napoleon does exert some sort of structural morale, and he put these people in place, so gotta give credit to him for that.
The taste of victory is soured further when Napoleon learns that his friend Desaix has been killed.
It's going to do one or two things. It's going to either make him fight harder, or it's going to make him take a step back. I think it's going to make him fight harder.
Tells his secretary, "Yes, Bourrienne, I am satisfied. But Desaix, what a triumph this would have been if I could have embraced him tonight on the field of battle." Instead, he dines alone. According to legend, on a hastily improvised dish of local ingredients that becomes known as chicken Marengo.
Is that like a real dish because of this? Because that sounds so familiar.
General Melas, shaken by his unexpected defeat, is unsure how to react.
You're still right.
Some of his officers urge him to continue fighting. Others advise him to escape. French forces are closing in from all directions. Hoping to buy time, Melas proposes a ceasefire to bury the dead. Napoleon refuses, unless Melas is also willing to discuss terms for the Austrian evacuation of northwest Italy. With little bargaining leverage, the old Austrian general accepts.
Napoleon's just good at politics, guys. Like, anyone else would just use, he just tries to, push and push and push. But really, he uses the cards that someone else has against them.
Over the following days, Melas and Berthier negotiate a comprehensive armistice. In exchange for safe passage back to Austria, Melas agrees to evacuate Piedmont, Genoa, and Lombardy.
I'm not even shocked. I'm shocked, but not shocked. That is just crazy how quick something can just turn.
France will once more dominate northern Italy. Napoleon has achieved his victory and cemented his position as France's new head of state.
Oh yeah.
What's more, the near miraculous manner of his victory assures him more than ever of his own special destiny. The gods of war and fortune are with him. What limit can there be to his accomplishments?
I guess we'll find out.
That winter, Moreau inflicts a second crushing defeat on the Austrians at the Battle of Hohenlinden. Defeated in Italy, and now Germany too, Austria finally sues for peace.
Again.
The subsequent Treaty of Lunéville sees the French frontier advance to the river Rhine. In Italy, French client republics are officially recognized by Austria, and the following year, France annexes Piedmont. France is now larger and stronger than at any time since the reign of Charlemagne 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
She has just one remaining enemy.
Great Britain.
Great Britain.
Which, it's just so hard to fight the British Isles, guys. The Romans couldn't even finish them off.
In 1801, British victories...
But let's be honest, the Romans were fighting, like, not the same people. They're not... Okay, let's be frank. Let's be frank. The Romans would not be able to do that. Wouldn't even be able to get to where Hadrian's Wall was today, if in that same stance, you know.
At Alexandria and Copenhagen drive home the fact that France cannot challenge Britain at sea, nor abroad.
I don't even know what happened at Copenhagen.
Britain has seen her continental allies defeated, and Russia is now actually threatening war. She has no prospect of building another coalition to challenge France on land. Both sides are exhausted by war. The result, after months of negotiation, peace. For the first time in Europe in 10 years.
Very interesting.
How long it will last, nobody is quite sure.
Not too long. Wow. What a video, guys.
Do you think you...
What a video, guys. Look at this. Like, there is... Let's just go back to see the... Look. So basically, you got Russia, Prussia, Austria, like, Great Britain. Those are, like, the formidable foes right here. And that's about it. That's about it for Napoleon and France. What will happen? We will have to see. Let me know what you guys think of the Battle of Marengo. I thought it was an interesting battle to say. Kind of saved the day. Napoleon does need to get credit for organization. I mean, he constructed a lot of this, so he kind of needs to, you know, you always give credit to the top because it trickles down, obviously. But really interesting to see where we go from here. Does the Bavarian terrain get invaded? Is there another coalition that gets put together? Does Great Britain send everyone to Paris? We'll have to see. But guys, appreciate you as always. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. I appreciate every single one of you. I appreciate building this community. We got so much history to pass this to even watch together. So I can't wait for the mini episodes in the future. Until next time, peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. We are in 1805 now. This is the Battle of Austerlitz. I think this is like an earlier epic history video, but we're still following the chronological order. Glad you're here. Let's just jump into it, shall we? We got a lot to unpack here. Actually, it's a shorter video, but glad you're here with me. Let go.
An Epic History TV History March collaboration, supported by our sponsor, The Great Courses Plus. In December...
Oh yeah, he's an emperor now. He's an emperor, and he crowned himself.
December 1804, in the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, Napoleon Bonaparte crowned himself Emperor of the French.
And what's not talked about, which is, I mean, it's not a big deal comparatively, but you can also see kneeling right there is Empress Josephine.
Napoleon Bonaparte crowned himself Emperor of the French. Europe had never...
Which is interesting because it's not a monarchy, but it's as close as you're going to get as to a monarchy.
...seen such a sudden and dramatic rise to power. A son of impoverished Corsican nobility to military dictator of France in little more than 10 years.
Did he deserve it?
Revolution
I think so.
and war had cleared Napoleon's path to the throne. War would dominate his 10-year reign. A conflict unprecedented in history that would leave millions dead and a continent in turmoil.
Here we go. We've already had 2 coalitions. It's got to be the 3rd one coming up.
8 months after Napoleon's coronation, the French Empire and its Spanish ally were at war with Britain, and Napoleon had assembled an army of 180,000 men along the Channel coast.
Oh my, look at that. It says corps now. You see that? You guys can't really see it. It says corps, like his people around him. So it's not divisions, they're corps now, which is something that he implemented.
But as long as the British Royal Navy ruled the seas, invasion was impossible. But nor could Britain challenge France on land. And so British Prime Minister William Pitt tried to build a European coalition against Napoleon, using diplomacy and gold.
Gold works.
Britain would prove Napoleon's most steadfast enemy, and its press delighted in relentless mockery of the French Emperor.
That's why we believe that he was so short, because of the British propaganda.
Britain and France were old rivals in Europe and overseas. But now, Pitt feared Napoleon's conquests had made France too powerful. The French Emperor had to be defeated, and Europe's balance of power restored if there was ever to be lasting peace. Pitt found willing allies in Europe, among monarchs who despised Napoleon as a product of the French Revolution and a dangerous threat to the existing order.
And see, they're all monarchs, and I just spoke that emperorship is not really republic and democracy, but these are monarchs that have despised what's going on in France since the revolution, because they overthrew a monarch, and these are all monarchs, so they're not happy with the situation going on in France. Plus, they really don't like Napoleon, so what a reason to go to war.
Austria harboured the deepest grievances, having seen her influence in Germany and Italy steadily eroded by French victories.
Yeah.
The final straw came in May 1804, when Napoleon had also crowned himself King of Italy in Milan. Austria?
I mean, he did win that region twice, not once, but twice he won that region through conquest.
Russia, Sweden and Naples joined Britain in an alliance known as the Third Coalition.
I know about Britain and Austria and Russia really being part of this coalition. I don't know too much about Sweden or Naples. Naples even used to Naples even got persuaded not to rejoin the first coalition around that 1796 or whenever that happened. So interesting.
And devised an ambitious plan for a series of joint offensives against France. The main attack would be made by a combined Austro-Russian army, advancing across the Rhine into France.
Okay.
But Napoleon got word of their plans, and reacted with typical speed and decision. He was determined to strike first, before the Allies could join forces, and ordered his army, now renamed La Grande Armée, to march to the River Rhine. His target was the Austrian army of General Mack, which had made a premature advance against Bavaria, a French ally, and was now dangerously isolated from the other Allied armies. Napoleon ordered Marshal Murat, his famously flamboyant cavalry commander, to make feint attacks through the Black Forest, while the rest of his army, advancing at speed, enveloped Mack's army from the north.
Okay.
That summer, Napoleon's Grande Armée was at its most formidable. Well-trained, highly motivated, its regiments at full strength. What's more, it had been newly reorganized according to the corps system, later imitated by virtually every army in the world. Each corps, commanded by a marshal, was a mini-army of 15,000 to 30,000 soldiers, with its own infantry, cavalry, artillery, and supporting arms.
And all these names we recognize, really, most of them at least. And this is just an organized army at this point.
Such as reconnaissance, engineers, and transport. This meant each corps could march and fight for a limited time independently, allowing Napoleon to break with the old doctrine of keeping his army concentrated and advance with his corps widely dispersed. This helped to disguise his real objective and increased movement speed, because the army could advance along multiple roads and live off the land, taking its supplies from scattered villages.
Live off the land means plunder,
rather than relying on slow-moving supply wagons. When the enemy's main force was located, the army could quickly concentrate for battle. This is how Napoleon's army was able to move at a speed that often surprised and disorientated his enemies. Mack didn't realize the danger he was in until it was too late. Napoleon's fast-moving corps crossed the Danube behind him and surrounded his army. Mack launched a series of poorly coordinated counterattacks, but despite some desperate fighting, the Austrians couldn't break out of the trap.
So immediately y'all lose a battle right up the get for the Third Coalition. Like, Napoleon's 2-0. 2-0 against the coalitions, and now, whereas this is how the Third Coalition begins.
Mack hoped that Kutuzov's Russian army could arrive in time to save him, but the Russians were still 160 miles away.
Not getting there.
And so, at Ulm, on the 19th of October, just 6 weeks into the war, Mack surrendered his army to Napoleon.
God dang!
The French took nearly 60,000 Austrian prisoners.
You know the Austrian Emperor is pissed.
And Napoleon had struck his first devastating blow against the coalition. Russian General Mikhail Kutuzov was an experienced and wary commander, more cautious than Mack. His army was exhausted after its 900-mile march from Russia.
Jeez.
But hearing of the Austrians' surrender at Ulm, and knowing he wasn't strong enough to face Napoleon alone, he immediately ordered a retreat.
Vienna?
Napoleon pursued.
Whoa.
The Russians fought several sharp rearguard actions, but could not save the Austrian capital, Vienna.
Dang! Y'all already in Vienna? This is moving quick.
Which the French occupied on the 12th of October. Kutuzov slipped away to Olmütz in today's Czech Republic, where he was joined by reinforcements, as well as Emperor Alexander of Russia and Emperor Francis of Austria in person. Napoleon was furious that Kutuzov had escaped. By now his army was also exhausted, and far from home, with winter approaching. He needed to force a decisive battle quickly. Fortunately for him, the overconfident 27-year-old Russian emperor,
So many young individuals in all of this,
sought the glory of battle, overriding the concerns of his veteran commander, General Kutuzov. With the Allied army closing in, Napoleon ordered his corps to rapidly concentrate on a battlefield he had carefully selected, near the town of Austerlitz. Napoleon oversaw the dispositions of his army late into the night, then grabbed a few hours' sleep beside a campfire. Dawn would mark the first anniversary of his coronation as emperor, and promised a battle that would make or break his young empire.
let us finish this war. A thunderclap.
The morning of the 2nd of December 1805
Foggy.
was cold and bright, with a heavy mist. Two armies of near equal size faced each other across a 7-mile-wide battlefield.
That's a huge battlefield.
But the Allies held the high ground of the Pratzen Heights, while French Third Corps under Marshal Davout was still marching to the battlefield.
Now, in Napoleonic fashion, they would fight one and fight the other. What does he do?
Seeing Napoleon's thinly stretched right flank, the Allies planned a large-scale attack from the Pratzen Heights to steamroller the French right, before swinging round to envelop Napoleon's army.
Little do they know, they got a corps that's going to be a little late coming in.
Little did they know, Napoleon was counting on his weak right wing luring the Allies into just such a move, whereupon he would launch his own attack on the Pratzen Heights to cut the Allied army in half. His bold plan relied on his correct prediction of Allied movements, the speedy arrival of Davout's Third Corps on his right, and a perfectly timed counterattack.
I mean, when you're like someone like Napoleon, like, you study military movements. Like, he is like a student. He's not a brute. He's so smart. He's smart. And I'm not just glazing here. I'm just being honest. Like, he is a smart commander-in-chief at this point.
The battle began around 7 a.m. as Austrian troops of General Kienmayer's advance guard clashed with French troops defending the village of Telnitz. In the face of overwhelming odds, the French fought stubbornly and bravely, but gradually they were forced back. But the Allies, instead of carrying out their great enveloping attack, did nothing. The morning mist and the late arrival of orders had led to confusion and delay, and it was another hour before the first 3 Allied columns were on the move.
Which actually doesn't help them, because now the delay in Davout's corps is going to time up with them, right?
Soon, fierce fighting erupted around Sokolnitz village and castle. Marshal Davout's corps, which had just force-marched 70 miles in 2 days, now arrived to strengthen the French right wing. Around 9 a.m, his lead infantry brigade appeared suddenly through the mist and retook Telnitz, before being driven back in turn by Austrian hussars. 2 more of Davout's brigades reinforced French troops at Sokolnitz. As the mist began to clear, Napoleon saw that, as he'd hoped, the Allied left was moving off the Pratzen Heights, and he ordered Marshal Soult's 4th Corps to begin its attack. To the alarm of Allied commanders, 2 French infantry divisions, until now hidden by the mist, were suddenly seen advancing straight towards the Allied centre.
Did they not give an idea to the people on the Allied side? Did they not understand that there's probably a bunch of people just waiting for this? Like, come on, can y'all not anticipate anything?
General Kutuzov was forced to hurriedly organize a defense of the heights, using troops of 4 column. 2 hours of bloody fighting followed. Musket fire was so rapid and furious that both sides were soon low on ammunition.
I love these paintings or drawings that we've seen throughout these series. It just really shows, like, because you probably had firsthand accounts talk to these artists, or you might even have like a person that was in the battle that was also an artist. So, well done by who have done these continuously.
And turned to the bayonet. By 11 a.m, the French, with the advantage in training and discipline, had secured the heights and driven a deep wedge into the Allied position. To the north, a giant cavalry battle developed. While a Russian force from General Bagration's advance guard captured the village of Bosenitz, before it was halted by cannon fire from the Santon Hill. A decisive charge by 6 regiments of French heavy cavalry finally drove back the Allies, allowing Marshal Lannes' 5 Corps to move forward and seize Blasowitz and Krug.
The one thing you just gotta keep remembering, and look at all these cities and towns right here, and the geography right here. 7-mile wide battlefield. It is just so much going on. The organization. Now think about it. If he was to do this by division versus corps, things would have to be so bureaucratically decided across the entire army. But because he developed his army into corps here, gives them autonomy to fight within their marshals, with Napoleon being kind of like the high set authority. But yeah,
Now, Grand Duke Constantine, commanding the Russian Imperial Guard, led forward this last Allied reserve in a desperate bid to reclaim the Pratzen Heights. A battalion of the French 4th Line Regiment was charged down by Russian Guard cavalry, losing its Eagle standard in bloody fighting. Napoleon, who'd moved up to the heights, sent in his own Guard cavalry. In this grim melee between the elite horsemen of both armies, the French finally prevailed.
but they were fresh troops against troops that. The only thing I will say here, with a grain of salt, is it wasn't an even match. They had already fought. But
Napoleon
whatever.
had broken the Allied centre. Now, to close the trap on the Allied left wing, still locked in heavy fighting around Sokolnitz. Around 2 p.m, Napoleon ordered 4 divisions to swing south and cut off their retreat.
They're going to surrender.
General Buxhowden, commanding the Allied left, only now saw the danger he was in. Attacked from 3 sides, the only escape was south. Many of his troops were forced to flee across frozen ponds. French artillery opened fire, trying to smash the ice with their cannonballs.
This is what you see in the movie.
About 200 men and dozens of horses drowned in the freezing water. But not the many thousands of Napoleon's propaganda.
Victory, I mean not victory, history is written by the victor, so you get what you get here.
The French Emperor had won a brilliant victory. His army had taken more than 10,000 prisoners and captured 45 enemy standards.
And this is even, like, at the beginning, he captured 60,000.
Thousands of dead and wounded of all sides littered the battlefield. Many left untended for days.
Wow.
The Battle of the Three Emperors, as it became known, was a crushing blow to the Third Coalition. As Russian forces retreated back to Russia, Francis I of Austria was forced to accept a humiliating settlement with France, agreeing to pay a 40 million franc indemnity.
Wait, what happened? Okay, so the Treaty of Pressburg, Tyrol to Bavaria, to the county Tyrol, I'm guessing, to Bavaria, Veneto to Kingdom of Italy, which was annexed at this, or not annexed, they were kind of an ally, I guess, kind of a vassal state, maybe. But the king, who's the king of Italy right now? Napoleon. Istria to the Kingdom of Italy, and now we're in the Balkans almost, with Dalmatia to the Kingdom of Italy. What else?
And give up more territory in exchange for peace.
Look at that. That's crazy.
But meanwhile, news had reached Napoleon of a disastrous Franco-Spanish defeat at sea, off Cape Trafalgar.
Mr. Nelson.
British Admiral Lord Nelson, at the cost of his own life, had masterminded a victory so complete that it ensured British naval dominance, not just for the rest of the war, but for the next 100 years.
And I mean, we saw Horatio do this at Cape St. Vincent. We saw him do this in the battle. What was it? Well, we'll just say off Egypt. Forget the bay, but Abukar, something like that. But anyway, Nelson's a household legend in British lore. So I'd like to learn a little bit more about the Battle of Trafalgar. It might be, we might watch that next. we'll just see. We'll see what's on the chronological thing. Yeah, we gotta watch it next.
Britain, master of the sea. Napoleon, unbeatable on land. The whale and the elephant, neither able to challenge the other in its own domain.
The whale and the elephant's pretty good. That's a pretty
When
good one.
William Pitt received news of Napoleon's victory at Austerlitz, he's supposed to have said, "Roll up that map of Europe. It will not be wanted these 10 years." A month later, Pitt was dead. But his warning that Europe faced another 10 years of war and upheaval was to prove prophetic.
What a video, guys. That was a quick video, I think, compared to the others, but at the same time, we got a lot. We understood what's going on, and we really got to figure out the Battle of Trafalgar here. I wonder if Epic History has a video on that. I will check myself right after this video ends, but thank you guys so much for watching. This was an interesting third coalition, like in the Battle of the Three Emperors at Austerlitz proved to be something crazy. And you know, in the movie Napoleon, of course starring Joaquin Phoenix, you see kind of this battle take place where in Austerlitz they have this you know, huge retreat, and you feel like they're kind of evenly matched, but continuously Napoleon just proves himself on and off the battlefield, politically and militarily. So we'll keep this going. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. Leave a video recommendation or something down below. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad you're here with me. Today we have another Napoleon epic history video. Today we have the Battle of Eylau. At least that's how I think it's pronounced. So Eylau, until it's pronounced something else, it looks like it's going to be a congregation of French, Prussian, and possibly Russian troops over here in East Prussia. We just saw the Prussians get routed in the previous video, so go watch that if you haven't already. We're just getting more and more deep in this ever so evolving Third Coalition War. By the way, it's still going on. The Third Coalition is still a thing. So excited to dive deep into this. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button as we get more and more videos under our belt in terms of history reactions. Let's just jump into it and let go.
January 1807. French
New year.
Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, victor of Ulm, Austerlitz and Jena, was near the height of his powers. His Grande Armée had swept all before it. Now, in the depths of a bitter Polish winter, he sought the final victory that would make him master of Europe. His target, the Russians, supported by the remains of the Prussian army.
And he's already fought the Russians once, you know, within the Battle of the Three Emperors. Or, yeah, Three Emperors. The Austrian Emperor, the Russian Emperor, or the Tsar, as it's been called. And then himself about, you know, a couple years ago.
But many months of campaigning had exhausted even his toughest veterans. Most had not seen France in years, and the war in Poland seemed to offer only freezing mud, hunger, and a stubborn enemy who did not know when he was beaten. At Pultusk, the Russians had fought courageously and thwarted Napoleon's first attempt to outmaneuver their army. But another opportunity would soon emerge. Command of the Russian army had recently passed to General Levin August von Bennigsen. Despite his German name and Hanoverian roots, he was a veteran of 34 years' service with the Imperial Russian Army. On the 27th of January, with 77,000 Russians and 13,000 Prussians.
90,000. 90,000.
Bennigsen launched a surprise winter offensive, targeting Marshal Ney's exposed 6th Corps.
90,000 to 15,000. What is that, a 1-to-6 ratio? They better send, they're going to have to send the 1st Corps immediately in this one.
But Ney escaped, and Bernadotte's First Corps fought a successful rearguard action at Moringen. Now Napoleon would turn the tables on Bennigsen. As soon as he'd learned of the Russian advance, he'd begun planning a grand encirclement of the enemy.
He loves doing that.
Suddenly, it was the Russians who were exposed. But Bennigsen got wind of Napoleon's trap just in time and began a hurried withdrawal. 5 days of relentless marching followed, with Marshal Murat's vanguard nipping at the Russians' heels all the way.
You gotta think, like, if you're one of the trailers, like you're the rear guard in a retreat, gosh, that must be like the most excruciating anxiety you can imagine. You're having to, it's like almost like a fish. If you stop swimming, drown. You stop running, you're POW at the best. The best case scenario, if you get captured or you get caught up to, you're going to be a POW. That's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario, but gosh, can you just put yourselves in like the shoes or the boots of these rear guards running away? Not just this campaign, but any campaign. Not talked about enough, because warfare is not gentleman like when it comes to winning sometimes.
But despite a series of furious assaults on their rear guard, ably commanded by Prince Bagration, the French could not break through. The pursuit continued, even as temperatures plummeted.
We're in January.
To the north, Ney shadowed Lestocq's Prussian Corps, while Soult's 4th Corps followed the Russian rearguard to the small East Prussian town of Eylau.
Eylau. Okay. All right. Battle of Eylau. Day 1. Meaning it's going to be multiple days. Look at that front. It is just thick. I'm talking about the Russians, of course. Got a little bit inside this town, but it looks like they've maneuvered a little bit outskirts, a little bit on the outskirts, and they got a little bit of a battery or something on the cemetery Nile. So you're probably going to start to see multiple columns of the French starting to flow through.
On the afternoon of the 7th of February, Marshal Soult's troops advanced up the icy road to Eylau. They found it held by General Barclay de Tolly's Russian division, entrenched along a line of fences, ditches, and barricades. Just before dusk, confused combat began around the town's cemetery. More and more troops were sucked into the bitter fighting.
What a scene this is. And just based off, there's snow on the ground, there's ice on the ground, it's cold, your fingers are just like numb. Everything just gets harder.
The French took the cemetery with a bayonet charge.
Look at these images. Crazy.
But then had to hold it against a determined Russian counterattack, led by Barclay himself, who was seriously wounded by grape shot.
From a cannon, mostly.
Vicious street fighting continued well into the night. But the French ultimately prevailed, with the loss of 4,000 casualties on each side.
Pretty even.
Soldiers and officers alike were astonished by the savagery of the engagement. As darkness fell, temperatures dropped dramatically.
How cold are we talking?
Many of the wounded froze to death.
God, and can you imagine a lot of the people that are just laying on the battlefield? That's how they died. They died to the elements. And in the future, when we see the march to Russia, march to Moscow, it's going to be the same way.
Where they had fallen, the French ransacked Eylau for food and firewood. Many Russian soldiers had to sleep in open fields, wrapped only in their greatcoats, forbidden to light fires.
Because fire gives away your position.
That night, Napoleon's greatest concern was that the Russians would slip away under cover of darkness, robbing him of the decisive battle he craved. He need not have worried. Bennigsen was done running. Here, at Eylau, the Russians would make their stand.
Okay. Day 2. Day 1 was kind of a draw. It was a vast hurricane of death that seemed to smash and erase from the face of the earth and everything in its path. Davidov, Lieutenant. Hurricane of death.
Before dawn, Napoleon was on Eylau's cemetery knoll, trying to make out the Russian lines through his telescope. He was surprised by what he saw. 67,000 Russians packed into 2 great lines along a 3-mile front, with well-defended villages anchoring both flanks.
Why was he surprised? Did he think that they were slipping away for real?
Open ground lay between the 2 armies, providing a clear field of fire for Bennigsen's 400 guns, a huge amount of artillery for an army of the age. Napoleon had Soult and Augereau's depleted corps, plus the Imperial Guard and Murat's reserve cavalry, just 45,000 men and 137 guns. But Napoleon was expecting Davout's Third Corps, 15,000 men, to arrive at any moment, in perfect position to fall on the Russian flank. At dawn, as French troops were still getting into position, hundreds of Russian guns opened a massive bombardment. In Eylau, there was chaos, as round shot crashed through buildings and tore through men.
Poor people that live there, too.
French guns soon answered the Russians in kind. It was the largest combined artillery bombardment the world had yet seen.
The world had yet seen? That's crazy.
It lasted nearly 3 hours. While Bennigsen had quantity, French crews were more experienced, and against the densely packed Russian lines, they couldn't miss.
And I mean, look, you had a specialist as your commander-in-chief for the specific artillery / battery. Like he that's what Napoleon did at Toulon. That's what his role was, as artillery, with cannon fire. So you got to have a strong specialist unit across the board for the French.
Meanwhile, Davout's 2 leading divisions arrived on the battlefield, dangerously placed on the Russian left flank. But before they could attack, Prince Galitzin struck first with his cavalry brigade. Davout's veterans threw back the horsemen with disciplined fire.
Wow.
Galitzin's charge, however, bought time for General Bagavout to reorganize his defensive line to face the new threat.
Well, now you got cavalry in Rothenen that could charge.
When the Iron Marshal attacked around 8 AM, he found the enemy entrenched on a ridge with formidable artillery support. Davout's lead division was mauled, suffering 1,500 casualties as it was thrown back. This check on Davout alarmed Napoleon. He feared the Russians might withdraw before his trap could close. It was, he decided, the battle's critical moment. Orders flew out to Marshal Augereau's 7th Corps and General Saint-Hilaire's division.
The push!
They were to launch a frontal attack against the enemy. At all costs, the Russians' escape must be prevented.
Look at all the cavalry just chilling behind these people, too. I'm not sure how many cavalry is per square. That's a lot of cavalry. All was disorder, confusion, stupor. Under an avalanche of blows, French staff officer of Marshal Augereau.
The 49-year-old Marshal Augereau had been with Napoleon since his first command in Italy and the brilliant campaign of '96. But he was deeply unwell that morning.
I mean, I bet you a lot of people, especially because of the elements.
At 10 a.m., strapped to his horse, he led forward the 12,000 troops of 7th Corps, just as heavy snow began to fall. With visibility down to a few feet, Augereau's divisions drifted off course.
Oh no, I'm just looking at this and it looks like friendly fire is about to take place. Look how badly they're off course in this showcase right here. They're literally in front of their own men.
Straight into the murderous artillery duel. French and Russian cannonballs tore through their ranks. Augereau's men pushed on.
I like, Augereau, he set up Augereau almost have an excuse why this happened. There's no excuse. There's no excuse.
Doggedly. But as they neared the Russian line, the blizzard suddenly lifted. One division found itself facing 70 Russian guns at a range of just 30 yards. Seconds later, its forward ranks were obliterated by Russian canister. Another French division broke through the enemy line, only to be surrounded on 3 sides by Russian bayonets and annihilated. Augereau's horse was
Augereau's gonna be done after this.
Killed under him, leaving him badly injured. As the survivors of his corps stumbled back the way they'd come, Russian
see how, one thing he's not saying, like, see how they're forming squares immediately on the left top? That means they're getting overrun.
Cavalry and infantry surged forward. Units were overrun. Entire regiments swallowed up.
That entire corps just got depleted and deleted. Augereau, what are you doing?
Order and discipline collapsed.
You gotta retreat, right?
One of the few units to maintain order was the 14th Infantry, nicknamed the Brave for its heroic role at Rivoli 10 years before.
We saw that Rivoli was like the last big battle, right, in the Italian campaign.
But now they were outnumbered and surrounded. The regiment resisted bravely, but was cut to pieces, suffering 75% casualties and the loss of its Eagle standard. In the space of just 30 minutes, the Russians inflicted 5,000 casualties on Augereau's 7th Corps. Effectively, it had ceased to exist.
Effectively, yeah.
It was one of the worst battlefield disasters of the Napoleonic Wars.
I'm so glad he didn't say for Napoleon, because this was so obvious. Augereau just blindly charged his men, with order, without order. Like, that's unexcusable, to not be able to go in a straight line.
For the French, Eylau was no longer a fight for victory, but
it's a fight for survival.
a struggle for survival.
A3? No? Are you going to let those fellows devour us? A Murat, Napoleon said.
From Eylau's cemetery knoll, Napoleon watched the catastrophe engulfing Augereau's corps. He knew he must stabilize the situation immediately and buy time to reorganize his center and for Davout's corps to arrive in force. So the Emperor turned to Murat and his large cavalry reserve.
Yeah, I was telling you guys, this cavalry's just chilling.
It was a desperate gamble. The horses were tired and suffering from the cold. They'd be outnumbered and unsupported by infantry. But the flamboyant, apparently fearless Marshal Murat was undaunted. He assembled 40 squadrons of cavalry, 5,000 dragoons and cuirassiers, and led them forward.
What's a dragoon? What specialist unit is that? Is that a specialist cavalry?
So began one of the legendary cavalry charges of the Napoleonic Wars. Unable to move much faster than a walk due to the terrible conditions, Murat's cavalry nevertheless presented a formidable wall of men, horses and steel. General Grouchy's dragoons, in the lead, drove back the advancing Russians. D'Hautpoul's steel-clad cuirassiers then thundered forward on their giant horses.
Right towards the artillery too. My God, what a gamble.
Finding a gap between two Russian divisions, they used it to pry open the enemy line.
Okay.
With seemingly unstoppable momentum, the riders surged forward. But it could not last. As they neared Bennigsen's headquarters, a Russian battery blasted the French horsemen with canister. D'Hautpoul himself was mortally wounded. French momentum was lost. As the Russian counterattack began, Murat ordered his squadrons to regroup and pull back. He almost didn't make it. The Russian 4th Division had moved to block his escape.
Look at that. Interesting.
Seeing this, Napoleon ordered Marshal Bessières to lead forward the Guard cavalry.
I mean, his entire army is getting obliterated. Napoleon's army is getting obliterated.
These were 2,000 of the finest cavalry in Europe. And to cheers of Vive l'Empereur, they advanced into the whirling mass of shot and snow.
Long live the Emperor.
When Colonel Lepic saw his men ducking, he called out, "Heads up, by God! Those are bullets, not turds."
Maybe not the best advice, but alright.
Chasseurs of the Guard charged down the first Russian infantry square they met, scattered the enemy's gunners, and cut out a path for Murat's retreating squadrons. The French charge at Eylau would go down as one of the boldest, most desperate military maneuvers of the age. The losses were terrible in men and horses, but it succeeded in its mission. The Russian advance had been stopped in its tracks, and the initiative had swung back to Napoleon.
It's crazy, bro. All attention on both sides was now riveted on Davao and our left wing. Must be. This situation did not appear very rosy. David of. Breakthrough?
Marshal Davout's 3rd Corps,
Davout.
the famed heroes of Auerstedt 4 months before, had now arrived in sufficient force to launch a full-scale assault. Anticipating this, Bagavout withdrew to a new defensive line on the Kriegerberge, a dominating height perfect for artillery. 2 hours of chaotic fighting followed, with every French advance challenged by a fierce Russian counterattack. But supported by dragoons and Saint-Hilaire's division, 3rd Corps slowly ground down the enemy. Bennigsen was forced to send in his last reserve, Kaminsky's 14th Division. Supported by cavalry, it drove the French from Klein-Sausgarten and across the fields beyond, until its own advance was checked by French artillery.
Cat and mouse.
When Davout resumed his attack at 3 p.m, the Russian line buckled. The Kriegerberge was taken.
That should be it almost, right? Because now you guys are just going to protect, and then everything's just going to start to fall back now.
So too Bennigsen's headquarters at Auklappen.
They are moving fast.
Bennigsen scraped together enough units to improvise a new defensive line, but French guns, hauled up to the Kriegerberger, opened up a devastating fire. The French pressure was irresistible. The Russian flank would surely collapse at any moment, handing Napoleon the decisive victory
He says it like it's not going to happen, though.
he so desperately sought. All that was required was one final push.
Dangerous. It's a dangerous push. Good God. The Prussians are here too! Oh no. Where have we heard that before? Well, actually, we haven't heard it yet. Because, you know. You know. Where's the Prussians coming from? The north? Gotta be the north.
Early that morning, Bennigsen had sent urgent orders to Prussian General Anton von Lestock to join the main army with his corps as quickly as possible.
The left flank?
Although nearly 70,
Okay, he looks like he's 1,000 years old in this picture. Whoever drew this wanted to make sure that we knew he was old.
Lestock was still as energetic as he'd been serving under Frederick the Great,
He doesn't look like it.
and was assisted by a highly capable chief of staff, Colonel Gerhard von Scharnhorst. Lestock's corps, 9,000 men, was 8 miles northwest of Eylau, closely watched by Marshal Ney's 6th Corps. His orders were to prevent the Prussians linking up with the Russians at all costs.
We'll see.
But by force-marching his troops along frozen, hilly country roads, Lestock was able to bypass Ney's blocking force.
Bro's gonna get court-martialed for that.
To Bennigsen's joy, by early afternoon, the Prussians had reached Schmödeten. With his left flank crumbling, there was no time to lose. At 4 p.m, Lestock's Prussians charged forward. By now, Davout's men had been marching and fighting for many hours
tired.
and were utterly spent. They managed a few ragged volleys before they turned and ran. Russian cavalry followed in pursuit. Marshal Davout, with just one intact division left, prepared to make a stand on the Kriegerberger. "The brave," he shouted, "will find a glorious death here."
Okay.
Fortunately for Davout, the enemy's attacks were poorly coordinated, and his 40-gun battery inflicted terrible losses. Around 5:30, as dusk fell, Ney's corps arrived in pursuit of the Prussians and took Schlödeten. This new threat forced Bennigsen to call off his attack on Davout.
You gotta
And
retreat.
as darkness descended, the day's slaughter finally came to an end.
No matter where one looked, one saw nothing but corpses and beheld men dragging themselves over the grounds. One heard nothing but heart-rending cries. I went away horror-struck. Jean-Baptiste Carrez, one of the chasseurs. Wow.
Since Napoleon had crowned himself emperor in 1804, every campaign, every battle he'd waged, had ended in brilliant success.
Not this
No
one.
longer. Bennigsen, learning the true scale of his army's losses and its critical shortage of ammunition, withdrew overnight.
He thought he was going to do that night before, actually.
The French were left holding a frozen, corpse-strewn battlefield, allowing Napoleon to claim a victory. But in reality, Eylau had been a murderous slaughter, without a winner. As Marshal Ney exclaimed on seeing the battlefield, "What a massacre!" and without result.
Yeah, nothing to show for it.
Exact casualty figures are unknown, due to the chaos and conditions of the battle and the scale of loss. But it is likely that the Russians lost 20,000 men, killed, wounded or captured. The French perhaps as many as 25,000.
That Azuro advance was just probably the worst one.
What is clear is that thousands of French veterans, the victors of Ulm, Austerlitz and Jena, met their end on the snowy fields of East Prussia.
Oh yeah.
Napoleon's Grande Armée would go on to achieve many more great victories, including a crushing victory over Bennigsen's Russians at Friedland 4 months later. But after the brutal losses of Eylau, it was never the same.
Guys. That's it. What you guys think? Was it worth it? I don't know yet. Can't really tell. We're just gonna go back a little bit and just see that. Just real quick, we'll just right here. This is about the last screenshot we got right here. Just terrible. Terrible what war can do. This is what war can do, especially when you times that by elements. It was probably half the men that died just in this result due to the element itself. I guarantee they were wounded and elements finished them off. Whew. We got more to do in the future, guys. We got more videos. I appreciate you guys. Leave a comment, leave a video recommendation, subscribe if you haven't already. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Today we'll be reacting to another Napoleonic Wars video. Today we have Friedland, not Friedland, but Friedland in 1807. If you're new here, this is what we do. We react, we learn, we talk about history, and learning a lot about the Napoleonic Wars today. I'm glad you're here with me. I appreciate you. Let's jump into it, shall we? Let's go.
One week before Christmas 1806, French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte arrived in the Polish city of Warsaw, then part of Prussia. A year had passed since his great victory over the Austrians and Russians at Austerlitz, and 2 months since he'd hammered the Prussians at Jena. But Russia still had powerful forces in the field, the most important of which was the Russian First Army, commanded by General Bennigsen. Napoleon would not be master of Europe until it was defeated, and Russia and Prussia forced to make peace.
And they're formidable. Like, we've seen the Battle of Eylau, like, it was pretty much a draw, and there was just so many losses, and it was just horrible, especially in the blizzard. It was just not a good scene.
But that winter, Napoleon's first attempt to trap Bennigsen near Pultusk got bogged down in thick Polish mud. The Russians withdrew to Białystok. The French army, half-starved and frozen, was ordered into winter quarters. While in Warsaw, Napoleon began a famous affair with a young Polish noblewoman, Marie Walewska. In the late 18th century, the once mighty Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had been swallowed up by its neighbors, Russia, Austria, and Prussia.
Was that political or was that conquest?
In a series of annexations known as partitions.
Oh, okay.
Until in 1795, a third and final partition wiped Poland off the map.
Wow.
Now, Polish patriots looked to Napoleon as their savior.
We saw the same thing in, where'd we see that? Was it Northern Italy?
Praying that his victories against their occupiers would lead to the rebirth of a Polish state. Marie Walewska became Napoleon's mistress in order to further this cause. Ordinary French soldiers, however, had little love for Poland. It was impoverished, freezing, and they missed home.
A lot of them have been gone for so long, and they've been in so many different campaigns. It's just,
I wonder what does that do to the mind? I know it numbs it first, but besides that, yeah.
Desertion rates soared. There were even 100 cases of suicide.
Wow.
Marshal Ney, commanding 6th Corps, sent patrols towards Heilsberg, looking for better quarters. What they found were Russian and Prussian soldiers on the move. They'd stumbled into a surprise winter attack by Bennigsen. Napoleon quickly laid a trap for the Russian army, ordering Ney and Bernadotte to retreat and lure Bennigsen west, while he led the rest of the army north to fall on his flank and rear. But the Russians captured a French courier carrying the Emperor's orders to Marshal Bernadotte. Bennigsen, now warned of the trap, ordered a retreat, fighting a series of rearguard skirmishes against the pursuing French. But he refused to give up the city of Königsberg without a fight, and turned to give battle at Eylau.
Again? Wait, we might be cross. Okay, so this video, I don't know when this video was put out because we already did the Battle of Eylau, so, and we already seen this quote, so it might just be a video that recaps this. That's exactly what it is.
The Battle of Eylau, fought over 2 days, was one of the most brutal of the Napoleonic Wars, fought in freezing conditions.
And I will say, Battle of Eylau, I was very harsh on Azuro. I understand. He could only do what he could do, and he was really bad. Like, not wounded, but like in bad health.
With neither side backing down. Marshal Augereau's 7th Corps, advancing into the face of a snowstorm, lost its way and was cut to pieces by Russian cannon fire. 5 French Eagles were lost. Napoleon's army was only saved by a devastating massed cavalry charge by 10,000 horsemen, led by the fearless Marshal Murat, and remembered as one of the great cavalry charges in history. At Eylau, for the first time as emperor, Napoleon failed to win a clear victory on the battlefield. He and the Russians covered up the true scale of their losses, but both sides are estimated to have lost 1/3 of their armies in the carnage.
Yeah, it was just a bloody massacre, as it's stated.
After the horrors of Eylau, both armies sought time to rest and recover. Meanwhile, the newly formed French 10th Corps under Marshal Lefebvre besieged Danzig, held by 13,000 Prussians under General Kalkreuth. The city came under heavy French bombardment and infantry assault. After 8 weeks, with no prospect of reinforcement, the Prussian garrison surrendered on the 27th of May. Napoleon's northern sea flank was now secure against any possible Russian landing. The French Emperor now commanded an army 190,000
That's a ton of people.
strong, against just 115,000 Russian and Prussian troops. But it was Bennigsen who moved first, launching a surprise attack against Ney's 6th Corps on the 5th of June. Ney conducted a brilliant fighting withdrawal and escaped. Bennigsen, having lost the element of surprise, and with Napoleon advancing, retreated once more. 4 days later at Heilsberg, the French lost 10,000 men in a botched assault against Russian defenses.
So that's another, would we consider that a loss?
But the Russians continued their retreat the next day. Napoleon thought Bennigsen would head north to Königsberg, but instead he retreated northeast, keeping to the east bank of the Aller River. So when Napoleon's army marched north, it was Marshal Lannes' reserve corps on his right flank that next encountered the Russian army, near the small town of Friedland.
All right, there we go, Friedland. Ride your horse into the ground if you have to, but tell the Emperor we're fighting the entire Russian army, Mr. Lon said. Okay. The entire Russian army?
In the late afternoon of the 13th of June, Russian cavalry scouts informed General Bennigsen that they'd found a single French corps at Friedland. Bennigsen decided he had time to cross the Aller River and smash this isolated corps before the rest of the French army could arrive to save it. And he ordered his army to begin crossing the river. Marshal Lannes, commanding 16,000 men and facing 46,000 Russians, sent an urgent message to Napoleon that he was under attack from the main Russian army. Then he fought a skillful delaying action, hiding the weakness of his force behind a large screen of skirmishers, while gradually yielding ground to the enemy.
So basically, he is screwed without reinforcements at this point. And look at the top, the right-wing cavalry. It's like 4-1 up there.
Lannes was still holding off the Russians as darkness fell. That night, Russian engineers built 3 pontoon bridges at Friedland to speed the movement of troops over the river. But Bennigsen was taking a huge risk. If this turned into a major battle,
they'll have nowhere to go and their backs to the river.
His army would have to fight with its back to the river and the steep banks of the Mill Stream dividing its left wing from its right. Bennigsen had also badly underestimated the speed at which Napoleon's Grande Armée would react.
And we've seen it. Napoleon's army has moved in lightning speed continuously.
The first French reinforcements arrived that night. The Emperor himself wasn't far behind.
We won't catch the enemy making a mistake like this twice, Napoleon says.
By dawn on the 14th of June, about 40,000 Russians had crossed to the west bank of the Aller River. Bennigsen ordered an attack on the village of Heinrichsdorf to turn the French left flank. But French cavalry reinforcements, led by General Grouchy, intercepted the Russians. In more than an hour of charge and countercharge, the French horsemen finally drove the Russians back.
I'll say it 1,000 times. These drawings are amazing.
Marshal Mortier's 8th Corps now arrived to reinforce the French center.
So they got a line now. They got a whole line, and I can't tell the distance between them, but it looks pretty even, doesn't it? I think the Russians still have a little bit more troops. I'm not seeing too many cannons on the French side. We see some cannons on the Russian side here. But I mean, honestly, the one thing that the French do have going for them, if it's not numbers, it's leverage. Because like we talked about, the river is to their back, meaning they can't move back, they can't give up ground. It's difficult. They have to win. Like the Russians have to win here early, or it's not going to be a good ending.
In Sortlac Wood, General Oudinot's elite Grenadier Division fought stubbornly against Prince Bagration's left wing, but was outnumbered by the Russians and gradually pushed back. Around noon on a sweltering day, Napoleon himself arrived. He was soon followed by First Corps, commanded by General Victor, standing in for the...
Oh my goodness, look how many corps are coming with him. At least 3 right there. Well, no, the one's the Imperial Guard.
wounded Marshal Bernadotte, as well as Ney's 6th Corps and the Imperial Guard under Marshal Bessières. The date, the 14th of June, held special significance for Napoleon. It was the 7th anniversary of his great victory over the Austrians at Marengo. A good omen, he declared.
A lot of anniversaries, I think, was it Austerlitz? Wasn't that a year after being emperor?
The battle then entered a lull, as Napoleon assessed the situation, saw Bennigsen's dangerous position, and issued orders for an attack to take advantage of it. Bennigsen, meanwhile, who was tormented by ill health throughout the day, saw that he now faced the full might of Napoleon's army, and issued orders for a retreat.
Yeah, we just talked about this. If they get out quickly, they might get away. This is the objective. Advance looking neither right or left. Bore into this thick mass, cost what it may. Who said it? Napoleon to Marshal Ney.
But before Bennigsen's retreat could get underway, at 5:30 p.m, 3 salvos from the French guns signaled the start of Napoleon's attack. It was led by Ney's 6th Corps on the right wing, who first cleared Bagration's infantry from Sortlac Wood. But
I mean, they just pushed them back. I mean, I think they're giving ground at the same time, but it's a good start for the French.
as Ney's troops left the cover of the trees, they came under heavy fire from Russian cannon across the river. As the French attack faltered, Prince Bagration rallied his men and launched a cavalry counterattack.
By the way, what a great idea to leave some cannon on the other side of the river, because you can't attack it, per se.
Ney's corps retreated. But now General Victor's 1st Corps came up on his left. Its artillery commander, General Senarmont, advanced with 30 guns and blasted the Russians at point-blank range with case shot.
What is case shot? A new term, case shot.
Hundreds of Russians were mown down within minutes. Under this onslaught, Bagration's men began to waver and then retreat. Around 7 p.m, the Russian Imperial Guard launched a desperate counterattack to try to halt the French advance on Friedland. But they were outnumbered and outgunned. As exploding shells began to start fires in Friedland, the French centre and left wing joined the attack.
The right side hasn't retreated yet. Uh-oh.
With its only escape route under threat, the entire Russian army began a panicked retreat towards the river.
Are we going to see a lot of people drown?
But Friedland's houses and bridges were now ablaze. The town became a deadly trap for the Russians. Many were drowned trying to cross the river, others killed or captured. North of Friedland, some units were able to escape across a ford or along the river bank. But there was no disguising the Russians' terrible defeat.
That's horrible. Wow.
The Battle of Friedland was one of the most decisive victories of Napoleon's career.
Looks like it.
At the cost of 10,000 casualties, he had inflicted twice as many losses on the Russians. About 20,000 men, killed, wounded or taken prisoner. 40% of Bennigsen's army. the Prussians abandoned Königsberg the next day, which was occupied by Soult's 4th Corps, while Bennigsen's shattered army retreated across the river Niemen into Russia. Tsar Alexander's advisors implored him to make peace with Napoleon. He accepted their advice, and a ceasefire was agreed.
Does that mean the Third Coalition is donezo? Perhaps I was happiest at Tilsit. I found myself victorious, dictating laws, having emperors and kings pay me court. Okay.
Alexander and Napoleon met for the first time aboard a raft in the middle of the river Niemen, near Tilsit, and developed an immediate rapport. Tilsit proved to be one of history's great diplomatic summits, as the two emperors feted each other for days, with banquets, parades and concerts, then discussed affairs late into the night. A friendship of sorts developed, while Russia's former ally, King Frederick William of Prussia, was left out in the cold. And it was Prussia who would lose most in the treaties of Tilsit, signed 2 weeks later. 1/3 of Prussian territory was taken away to create the new Kingdom of Westphalia, to be ruled by Napoleon's 22-year-old brother, Jerome.
Continuism on the nepotism.
And the Duchy of Warsaw, to be ruled by the King of Saxony, which Polish patriots hoped would prove a stepping stone on the road to their own state. Polish troops were recruited into the Grande Armée, with Polish lancers even forming part of Napoleon's elite Imperial Guard. Russia only had to give up the Ionian Islands, as Alexander accepted an alliance with
The Ionian Islands, which is to the west of Greece, are owned by Russia? How did that happen?
Napoleon, that left the French Emperor master of Europe.
For now?
Alexander even agreed to join the continental system, Napoleon's economic blockade of Great Britain, which banned British ships and goods from all French-controlled ports.
For now, and we'll see in the future how Russia will not totally agree with that in the future, which will cause something called the invasion of Russia.
The system had been established the previous winter by Napoleon's Berlin Decree. Napoleon hoped that by cutting off British trade with Europe, he'd cause financial chaos and political upheaval in Britain, allowing him to make a favourable peace. There was just one problem. The continental system didn't work. Not only was it impossible to enforce and undermined by widespread smuggling, the system damaged French trade just as much as British trade. The decisive weapon in this economic war would prove to be the British Royal Navy,
Continuously.
which that summer ensured its continued naval dominance by launching a preemptive strike against the neutral Danish fleet at Copenhagen,
Wow.
capturing their warships before they could fall into Napoleon's hands.
I mean, one thing that we can say about the British is they're going to have superiority at sea.
Royal Navy squadrons blockaded all major French ports, seizing any ships trading with France, while ensuring British merchants could continue to trade overseas in relative safety.
Wow.
The Navy even seized the tiny Danish island of Heligoland.
We did a video on Heligoland. Those poor souls. Heligoland is like one of those islands that gets passed back and forth to whoever's the victor, and then eventually it's going to get passed to Germany in the future, and then Germany is going to use it as a satellite island, basically. So Heligoland is an interesting one. We have a video on that if you guys want to check that out.
As a base for smuggling British goods into Europe, But most disastrously for Napoleon, the continental system would draw him into two conflicts that proved ruinous for his empire. The first would be fought in the Iberian Peninsula, where Napoleon decided to force Britain's ally, Portugal, to join the continental system. In November 1807, French troops, supported by their Spanish ally, invaded the country.
Really?
The Portuguese royal family fled to their colony of Brazil as the French occupied Lisbon without a fight. It looked as though Napoleon had won yet another easy victory. But the Peninsular War was just beginning.
Wow. So much happening, guys. So much happening. Like, the Iberian side was kind of unknown to me. The British Navy has taken the continental system and put it on its head. Took islands. They're making trade more of a monopoly for Great Britain, so it's kind of backfiring to France. And I think Russia's going to see this, and we know they're going to see it, and they're going to side with Britain because you want to win. Every independent country wants the best thing for their citizens. And Russia's going to make a choice soon. I appreciate you guys. Subscribe if you haven't already. I love doing these videos. I appreciate every single one of you. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Bye-bye. So, they're invading Spain now? We got another one of these Napoleonic videos. I'm glad you're here with me. We do history. We react to it. We learn from it. And you guys are here for the ride. I appreciate you guys being here. Subscribe if you like history. We got the invasion of Spain. This takes place in 1808. We know this is because of the continental system. And is it really Spain? Or is this Portugal? I can't remember, because the Iberian side of the conflict is such a interesting thing that I've never really thought about. I never even knew it happened. So today we're going to learn a little bit about the invasion of Spain that took place in 1808. Lego.
History TV History March collaboration. Supported by our sponsor, Osprey Publishing. In the autumn of 1807, French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte dominated Europe. He had humbled Austria and Prussia, and sealed an alliance with Russia. Of the major powers, only Britain still defied him.
And it'll always be that way. It'll never change, even after Napoleon exits in like 10 years. There's going to be animosity always between Great Britain and France. And it's been that way for 1,000 years.
Safe from invasion, thanks to its powerful navy.
Mm-hmm.
Napoleon had ordered all territory controlled by France or its allies to stop trading with Britain. The so-called continental system, or blockade, designed to wreck Britain's economy and force its government to make peace. But neutral Portugal had continued to trade with its historic ally, Britain. So Napoleon sent an army under General Junot to occupy the country and force it into line.
And we know, of course, the royal family will abandon ship. They'll go to Brazil. No one really puts up a fight, and that's pretty much all we know, though.
The invasion was supported by France's ally, Spain, though privately, Napoleon held Spain's rulers in contempt. The Bourbon royal family was decadent and corrupt. The king and crown prince loathed each other, while the country was effectively run by Chief Minister Manuel Godoy, the Queen's lover. Spain, Napoleon concluded, was backwards, militarily weak and incompetently governed, and he devised a plan to seize control of the country.
Spaniards! After a long agony, your nation was perishing. I have seen your pain, and I am bringing you a remedy. And he does this. He does this. We saw this in northern Italy. We saw this in what was Poland. He is a savior. That's what he says.
In the spring of 1808, under the pretext of guarding Spain against the British, French troops took up strategic positions around the country. The Spanish people saw the French military presence as the latest in a long line of humiliations, and held Chief Minister Manuel Godoy responsible.
And we know that, what was it? It's on the tip of my tongue, but there was the Spanish Navy just fell on its face. Was it Cape St. Vincent? I can't remember. But they fell on their face. Their entire fleet was essentially destroyed. And we saw that was due to Horatio Nelson. I can't remember the place where it took place, but yeah, I bet you Spaniards are just looking around like, why can't we be more like Britain? Why can't we be more like France? Why can't we win? Why aren't we great?
There were riots at the palace of Aranjuez. Godoy was nearly lynched.
Wow.
Napoleon invited the Spanish royal family and Godoy to take refuge in the French city of Bayonne, and sent Marshal Murat and 50,000 troops to restore order in Madrid.
It sounds so similar to the revolution, doesn't it?
But on the 2nd of May 1808, the people of Madrid rose up against Murat's soldiers. It became known as the Dos de Mayo Uprising, immortalized by the artist Francisco Goya.
2nd of May?
This scene shows Mamelukes of Napoleon's Imperial Guard attacked by the citizens of Madrid. 100 soldiers were killed. The French responded ruthlessly.
That's one thing that you're gonna have to see. Like, if there's ever a time where you inflict pain on Napoleon's army, he's gonna come back 5x.
Shooting down dozens in the streets and executing more than 100 by firing squad. Meanwhile, in Bayonne, Napoleon forced King Carlos to abdicate and bestowed the title King of Spain.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the last name was going to be Bonaparte?
On his own brother, Joseph.
Who is the enemy of your happiness? Napoleon, Emperor of the French? What is Napoleon's origins? From evil.
That
Spanish pamphlet. Oh, so this is propaganda. Spanish pamphlet. Catechism. Interesting.
That summer, as Napoleon forced a new modernizing constitution on Spain, and his brother Joseph entered Madrid as its new king, the Spanish reacted with fury.
Of course!
The French weren't just arrogant foreigners trampling on their national honor. They were godless atheists who, during the French Revolution, had rejected the Pope and Catholic Church.
And we saw that, in the Revolution, there was just an entire alternative point of life, away from royalty, monarchy, away from how everything's been, which includes the monarchy, and how monarchies have always been. They've always been so attached to the Pope. We see this with the Church of England and Great Britain. We see this with the French monarch, and there was almost a different religion that was spawned, not just atheism, but almost a different religion that was spawned out of the revolution. So you have all these people that are, having nothing to do with religion, and the people that are religious, like the people in Spain, are just going to see this as an invasion, not just of conquest, but of ideology.
Napoleon, priests warned the peasants, was the very Antichrist himself.
Wow.
Revolts erupted across the country. The Spanish army was joined by militias and partisans who attacked French troops and killed collaborators.
Wow.
French soldiers carried out savage reprisals. No mercy was shown. The countless atrocities horrified Francisco Goya and led to his famous Disasters of War series.
I'm guessing he's a famous artist that I don't know about yet who drew these. Crazy. But it's good to have these, It's good because history is not black and white as these photos are, but more gray.
At first, it seemed the French would easily put down the revolt. Girona, Valencia, and Zaragoza were besieged by French troops, while the Spanish army of Galicia was routed by Marshal Bessières at the Battle of Medina del Rio Seco. But 8 days later, as General Dupont and 3 French divisions withdrew from Córdoba, slowed down by wagons piled high with loot, they were surrounded at Bailén by General Castaños' army of Andalusia and forced to surrender. The Spanish took 18,000 French prisoners, about half of whom later died of starvation. Bailén was a humiliation for France, her first major defeat since Napoleon became emperor. France's enemies across Europe were delighted. Napoleon was incandescent with fury. The situation went from bad to worse.
He's going to start to send more troops.
The Portuguese joined the revolt, while fierce Spanish resistance forced the French to abandon the sieges of Valencia, Girona, and Zaragoza. Spain's new king, Joseph Bonaparte, was even forced to flee the capital. The British assisted the revolt, which the Spanish now called a War of Independence, by shipping weapons to Spain using the Royal Navy. On the 1st of August, a small British army commanded by Sir Arthur Wellesley landed in Portugal to aid their revolt.
It almost is like another coalition, you know? We're getting the British involved, you got Portugal, and you got Spain involved. That's 3. That's a coalition in my book.
On the 17th of August, he beat a small French force at Rolissa. Then, 4 days later, beat Junot's main army at the Battle of Vimeiro. But Wellesley's newly arrived superior, Sir Hugh Dalrymple, then agreed to repatriate Junot and his army to France, with all their arms and plunder, using British ships. In Britain, the generous terms were seen as a disgrace and scandal. A subsequent inquiry exonerated Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, but Dalrymple never held command again.
They see that as almost treason, don't they? Everywhere where I'm absent, they commit nothing but follies. Wow. Okay.
Napoleon decided the only way to sort out the situation
He's going to send more
in
troops.
Spain was to go there himself.
I'll go there himself. More troops.
He assembled 130,000 reinforcements, including many of his best troops, and on the 7th of November, led a second invasion of Spain. Most Spanish troops were inexperienced, were often badly equipped and led, and their armies had no coherent strategy. They were no match for the Grande Armée, which burst across the Ebro River and inflicted heavy defeats on the Spanish at Burgos and Tudela. At Tudela, Marshal Lannes' Third Corps avenged the defeat at Bailén by smashing the army of General Castaños, sending it fleeing in 2 directions.
That is a crazy 4-1. Not even 4-1. Dang. Almost 7-1 odds. Not odds. 7-1 difference in the casualties down there. 650 to 4,000. Wow.
Directions.
Makes sense, but wow.
Napoleon pushed on rapidly. North of Madrid, 8,000 Spanish held the mountain pass at Somosierra. Napoleon, impatient to break through to the capital, ordered forward the Polish Light Horse of the Guard. In an attack of almost suicidal bravery, they charged the Spanish guns head-on and enabled the French to take the pass. 4 days later, after Napoleon threatened to obliterate the city, Madrid opened its gates to his army. Unaware of the disaster engulfing Spanish forces, a 20,000-strong British army, commanded by Sir John Moore, had just arrived in Salamanca after a 300-mile march from Lisbon, with another smaller force en route from Coruña. The British army was inexperienced, but in contrast to most Spanish forces,
They're not novices.
it was well trained, organised and led. As news reached Moore of the Spanish collapse, he nevertheless planned to divert French forces by attacking Marshal Soult's isolated Second Corps and threatening Napoleon's communications to Burgos and France. At Saguin on the 21st of December, the British 15th Hussars advanced overnight through winter frost and made a dawn attack on a French cavalry brigade, routing it in one great charge. But as Moore prepared a full-scale attack on Soult's corps, he received news that Napoleon was advancing rapidly towards him with his main army from Madrid.
And we know one thing about Napoleon's armies, they move quickly. I am pursuing the English, sword to their kidneys.
While two French corps under Marshal Lannes began a second bloody siege of Zaragoza, Napoleon saw a chance to get to grips with the British at last. Intending to trap Moore between his own forces and Soult's Second Corps, he force-marched his troops over the icy Guadarrama Pass in the midst of a blizzard. Moore, facing odds of more than 2 to 1, immediately ordered a retreat, planning to march 250 miles to the coast, where his army could be evacuated by the Royal Navy. For both sides, the race to the sea was an exhausting slog through mountains, mud, and bitter cold. Many fell by the wayside as British discipline collapsed, leading to looting and drunkenness, except among the rearguard, which fought several skillful delaying actions and kept the French at bay. Soldiers of Britain's elite 95th Rifles were prominent in these skirmishes. This specialised light infantry regiment wore green uniforms for better concealment, and were one of the few units on any side armed with rifles.
I wonder, I mean, everyone's so standardized in this time frame. Green uniforms, how common was that? I mean, that makes perfect sense. You know, I think most people leave the standardization of army around World War I. You're not wearing all these funny, I think they're funny, these funny hats and these very colorful uniforms. But green, you're blending in as camouflage. It's interesting to me. Is it common to have, I mean, armies camouflaged in this time? I haven't heard much of it, so this is interesting to me.
Unlike the standard smoothbore musket, rifles had spiral grooves in the barrel that spun the bullet as it was fired, making them slower to load, but much more accurate. In one legendary incident during Moore's retreat at Cacabelos, rifleman Tom Plunkett picked out and shot dead a French general at 400 yards, some say further.
Which general? I mean, if it's a general, they should know. I'm curious, if you know that general, let me know below. Let me know that's real.
Thanks to the skill of the rear guard and the desperate pace of the retreat, the British kept one step ahead of the French. On New Year's Eve, Napoleon received grave news from Paris. Rumours of plots, and Austria mobilizing once more for war.
Here comes Austria once again.
The Emperor immediately left for France, taking many of his best troops with him,
Big guard,
and entrusted
probably.
Marshal Soult and Second Corps with finishing off the British. The pursuit continued, but on the 11th of January 1809, Moore's ragged army reached Corunna. For Sir John Moore's exhausted army, the Spanish port meant supplies, rest, and the prospect of rescue. But few ships were there to meet them on the 11th. Fortunately, the British had been able to blow up bridges behind them to delay Marshal Soult's advance. And 3 days later, on the 14th of January, the naval transports arrived, allowing Moore to begin embarking his cavalry and artillery. But the very next day, Soult's army appeared on the hills south of Corunna, taking up positions on the heights of Peñasquedo, where he sighted his main battery of cannon. Half of Moore's army deployed in a defensive line 2 miles south of the city, with 2 divisions held back to protect his right flank. Both armies were roughly 16,000 strong. The French had 4 regiments of dragoons, while the British cavalry was already aboard ship. But the broken terrain of walls, hedges and olive trees made it a battlefield ill-suited to cavalry. Soult's plan was to attack the British right flank and trap Moore's army against the sea. Around 2 p.m, the French artillery opened fire. Then Mermet's infantry division advanced, supported by Lahoussaye's dragoons on his left. Moore had been unsure if Soult would attack, and had just ordered Paget's division to begin embarkation. Now he hurriedly cancelled that order, ordering Paget instead to bring up his men to reinforce his open flank, and Fraser's division to take up position on the heights of Santa Margherita.
The 2 green squares on Paget's division, are those the rear guard special units that we were seeing on the retreat?
The French advanced through hedges and over walls, with heavy firing from skirmishers on both sides. Then the British counterattacked. The 42nd Highlanders and 50th Foot charged into the village of Elvina and drove the French out. But in confused fighting, they in turn were soon pushed back to their own lines. Sir John Moore was close to the front line, observing developments, urging on officers and men. But as he ordered up the Guards Brigade to reinforce the line, he was hit in the shoulder by a cannonball.
Oh no! Oh. I was about to say by a musket fire, but a cannonball. Is that it? Is he GG'd?
He remained conscious, but it was obvious the wound was fatal, and he was carried back to the city. Soult sent forward Merle's division to support the attack on Elvina. Scottish General Sir John Hope had taken over command of the British army from the dying Moore, and he ordered forward 2 battalions of infantry to meet the French attack. Paget's division, led by skirmishers of the 95th Rifles, arrived to shore up the British right flank. The terrain was so bad for horses that French dragoons chose to dismount and fight on foot, but were slowly pushed back by the British.
That's insane.
Paget's advance threatened the flank of Mermet's attack on Elvina, and he too was forced to withdraw, while an attack on the right by Delaborde's infantry secured a foothold in the village of Piedralonga, but got bogged down in heavy skirmishing. Around 6 p.m, dusk fell, and firing died out across the battlefield.
Are they going to try to escape through the night?
News that the British line had held reached Moore shortly before he died in Corunna, around 8 p.m. That night, the British lit campfires and posted sentries, then silently withdrew to Corunna to begin embarkation.
Knew it.
The next morning, the French found the enemy positions abandoned, but they were slow to take advantage. It wasn't until noon that they were able to bring up 6 cannon and get them into position overlooking the Bay of Corunna. The British had almost completed their evacuation by the time the French guns opened fire. In a hurried departure, a few British transports ran aground, and 2 were set on fire, but overall, losses were light. A small Spanish garrison held Corunna, waiting until the British fleet had escaped to sea, before surrendering.
Yeah. That's wild. I hope the people of England will be satisfied. I hope my country will do me justice.
Whether Moore's retreat to Corunna was a British disaster or miraculous escape is still debated. And did he abandon Spain in its hour of need, or draw off Napoleon's main force, buying time for others? Either way, Britain's only army had been saved and would return to fight another day, while Napoleon now faced the prospect of a long war on the Iberian Peninsula and renewed conflict with Austria, a war on two fronts that would challenge his empire like never before. Napoleon had blundered in Spain, but it was years before the scale of his mistake was evident. Then he would say, "I embarked pretty badly on this affair, I admit it. The immorality showed too obviously. The injustice was too cynical. The whole of it remains very ugly."
At least he's self-aware.
If you'd like to learn more...
That's crazy, though. I had no idea that the Napoleonic Wars took us to the Iberian Peninsula. What an interesting retreat, a revolt situation that happened there. Eye-opening for real. And it kind of reminded me of a lot of the things happening in the Levant and in Egypt whenever you had revolts there. But it's getting good. It's already been good, but it's getting really good when it comes to the plot of this Napoleonic era. I appreciate you guys for watching with me. Thank you guys so much. Subscribe if you haven't already. And peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Today we'll be reacting to another Napoleonic video. Napoleon defeated Aspern, 1809. I will go ahead and say apologies. Feeling kind of under the weather, but things will not stop. Not just because we're feeling under the weather. You know how many people felt under the weather going to Russia? We haven't even got to that point yet. But let's just jump into it. I'm glad you're here with me. Hit that subscribe button if you love history, just like I do. Let's learn together. Let go.
March collaboration, supported by our sponsor, Osprey Publishing. In 1809, France, under Napoleon Bonaparte, was the most powerful nation in Europe.
Some could say the world.
But the French Emperor's invasion of Spain and Portugal the previous year had failed to deliver the easy victory he'd expected. And with many of Napoleon...
People are going to come back with me. I know, we're going to rewind it. We're not going to miss this. But what I just said, some people are going to say Great Britain. And you could be right. It's splitting hairs for me.
...to deliver the easy victory he'd expected. And with many of Napoleon's best troops and commanders now tied down in Spain, an old enemy prepared to challenge France once more.
The court of Vienna is behaving very badly. It may have cause to repent.
Austria...
To Joseph. That's his brother.
Austria had been...
At least I think that's his brother.
...preparing for war with France since her last humiliating defeat at Austerlitz in 1805. Now, with Napoleon busy in Spain and a British promise of cash subsidies, plus a supporting attack in northern Europe, it looked like the ideal time to strike. This time, Austria's armies would be led by Archduke Charles, Emperor Francis's younger brother. At 37, he was 2 years younger than Napoleon, but already had 15 years' experience of high command.
And I believe he held his own on the Germanic front. Remember, I'm hoping I'm remembering this right. We had the Germanic front during the First Coalition, where he kind of held his own while Napoleon was kind of taking care of northern Italy.
And he was learning from past defeats. He'd begun to reform the Austrian army along French lines, copying Napoleon's corps system and introducing new infantry tactics.
A lot of people copied his corps system, though.
In the Napoleonic Wars, infantry fought in close order, packed together, standing shoulder to shoulder. But why present such an easy target for the enemy?
I love this. I appreciate it. But we're going to put a little annotation here to go see this video. We've already reacted to this. I did not know that this was its own subset of this video. So if you guys want to see how Napoleonic tactics, go watch that video. But we're just going to go ahead and skip back to the campaign.
Complex drill. Napoleon much more maneuverable. Napoleon, warned by his spies that Austria was preparing for war, left Spain and raced back to Paris, arriving on the 24th of January 1809. The French army in Germany, commanded by Marshal Berthier, would need urgent reinforcement. So Napoleon summoned units from Spain, called up young conscripts, and soldiers from his German allies in the Confederation of the Rhine. La Grande Armée was no longer the finely honed instrument of 1805, but with Napoleon at its head, it was still a formidable force.
Oh yeah.
Archduke Charles ordered diversionary attacks in Poland and northern Italy, but launched his main attack against France's ally, Bavaria, on the 10th of April. It came a week earlier than Napoleon had expected and caught the French Emperor by surprise. Charles was relying on a rapid advance, but a last-minute change of plans, torrential rain, and a slow-moving baggage train slowed progress to a crawl. Marshal Berthier was a brilliant chief of staff to Napoleon, but an indecisive field commander. His forces were too widely dispersed, and Marshal Davout's Third Corps was dangerously isolated at Regensburg. Charles ordered his corps to converge and destroy it.
I like how their corps is spelled with a K. Different. Obviously, I know why. It's the Austrian translation to the system, but
on the 17th of April, Napoleon arrived at Donauwörth to take over command. He immediately ordered Davout to withdraw from his exposed position. It was too late for him to escape without a fight. Davout's Third Corps was one of the best in the Grande Armée, and in a fast-moving battle across wooded hills, the heroes of Auerstadt threw back the Austrians. Despite the heroism of General Major Liechtenstein, badly wounded, leading his troops forward. Third Corps escaped the encirclement. The Battle of Teugn-Hausen was the start of Napoleon's so-called four-day campaign. First, he used Marshal Lefebvre's Bavarian 7th Corps and a provisional corps under Marshal Lannes to drive a wedge into the Austrian army.
was the just curious, just on semantics here, was the Bavarian 7 Corps the 7th Corps of Bavaria, or was that like an annex corps of the French Armée, which was also the 7th Corps? Does that make sense?
Then he pursued its left wing towards Landshut, believing he was following the main Austrian army. French troops and their German allies stormed the town's bridge to win a hard-fought victory. But Napoleon realized that Archduke Charles was not at Landshut, and that, once again, he'd left Marshal Davout to face the main enemy force.
Poor guy.
Sending Marshal Bessières in pursuit of the Austrian left wing, Napoleon swung north, falling on the Austrian 4th Corps at Eckmühl. The French and their German allies won their 4th victory in as many days. But Charles's main force was still intact, and hoping to keep it so, he ordered a rapid retreat across the Danube. The French pursued, storming the walled city of Regensburg, which they knew as Ratisbon, with its vital stone bridge. Napoleon put Marshal Lannes in charge of the assault. When the attack faltered, Lannes threatened to lead the next charge in person, and his men, suitably chastised, took the city.
Wow.
During the siege, Napoleon was hit in the foot by a spent bullet, causing widespread alarm, but it
That's interesting.
proved to be a superficial wound.
Because one thing that we do know, any wound back then, of course, Napoleon would receive the best possible treatment of the day during that time. But still, infection is real. Disease is real. Napoleon evaded death so many times so far, not to count the assassination attempts, the disease. There's been cases of bubonic plague. It's truly interesting, isn't it? How some people are spared.
Stubborn Austrian resistance had allowed Archduke Charles and his army to escape across the Danube. Napoleon had cut the Austrian army in half, but both sections now retreated in good order towards Vienna. Napoleon led his forces in pursuit, detaching Lefebvre's Bavarian Corps to deal with a popular revolt in Tyrol, and Third Corps and the Württemberg Eighth Corps to guard his line of communications. Charles chose not to defend the capital, which surrendered on the 13th of May after a short bombardment.
I just want to take a step back real quick, and let's go back here. We'll come right back. Just with like Tyrol being the center of this conversation, his empire at this time, the French Empire, is just stretched so thin. There's not a ton of nationalist French population. Comparatively, sure, it stacks up against places like Austria or Russia, but not enough to take all these power vacuums out of from the HRE, as well as Iberia, and continuously holding garrisons on different ports, as well as the spread of influence on Eastern Europe. It's a ticking time bomb. I mean, I know you know this, and I know this, but this is a ticking time bomb for things to go wrong, because you can only spread out specialist units so far, and those specialist units degrade over time. They never upgrade, they only degrade, because the way this is set up, coalitions are set up, it's just so much going at you at once. It's just insane to me.
Instead, Charles and the Austrian army lay in wait across the Danube. Napoleon was now down to 80,000 men, facing 110,000 Austrians.
He's been in this situation before, so let's see what he does.
Charles's army had fought bravely and well throughout the campaign, but Napoleon still had a low opinion of Austrian troops and decided to attack.
I don't think he has a high opinion of any force. Maybe the Russians, but we've heard what he said about the British troops, how they're not anywhere like they would be on sea as they are on land, or vice versa. But besides the Russians, I don't think he's respected any army. The cannon all men are equal. That's true.
On the night of the 20th of May, French engineers
Pontoons?
hastily built a series of floating bridges between the river islands of the Danube, and French troops began to cross. By noon the next day, Napoleon had most of Massena's 4th Corps and his cavalry across the river, about 24,000 men and 40 guns, holding the villages of Aspern and Essling. Napoleon expected the Austrians to retreat once more, and that he'd only face a rear guard. But reports soon arrived that the entire Austrian army was advancing against him in 5 attack columns, 90,000 men and 300 cannon.
Oh no.
The situation got even worse. The Austrians began to float heavy barges and obstacles downriver to smash through the flimsy French bridge.
That's insanely strategic. I did not expect that.
Each time, Napoleon's only supply route was cut off for several hours, causing critical delays to the arrival of reinforcements and ammunition.
Wow.
The battle began around 2:45 p.m. as infantry of the Austrian First Column attacked Aspern. The village was soon under attack from 3 sides. General Molitor's French garrison clung on desperately, fighting hand-to-hand in the streets and suffering 50% casualties. To support the defenders of Aspern, Napoleon ordered cavalry to charge the Austrian Third Column. But they could not break through the Austrian infantry, closed up in their battalion mass formation. At 6 p.m, Archduke Charles ordered General Bellegarde's Second Column to take Aspern at any cost. Charles himself rode among the front ranks, urging the men forward. In ferocious fighting, the Austrians took the village. Napoleon immediately sent in newly arrived reinforcements to recapture it. About the same time, the Austrian Fourth Column began its attack on the village of Essling, where Marshal Lannes had taken charge of defences while he waited for his own corps to cross the Danube. The first Austrian assault was repulsed. The veteran French cavalry commander General d'Espagne led his cuirassiers in pursuit, but was hit by grape shot and died of his wounds.
Wait, was that general?
French cavalry commander General d'Espagne.
That's the second general in 2 different campaigns that have died. Remember, in the Spanish one, I forget the name, but they also lost a general during the retreat back to the boats for the British. So, heavy losses.
Led his cuirassiers in pursuit, but was hit by grape shot and died of his wounds. Around 9 p.m, the Austrian Fifth Column finally arrived in position and made its first attack against Essling, which was thrown back by Lannes' troops. As night fell, firing died out across the battlefield, and men got what rest they could among the dead and the wounded.
Day 2. More troops.
Overnight, Second Corps and the Imperial Guard crossed the Danube to reinforce Napoleon's army, which now numbered 71,000 and 150 guns. But then the bridge broke again, leaving Davout's Third Corps still waiting to cross.
Can we not build a bigger, better bridge?
Nevertheless, Napoleon decided to attack, using Second Corps to break the Austrian centre. But first, Aspern would have to be retaken. Heavy fighting broke out in the village before dawn. By 7 a.m, it was back in French hands. At Essling, fresh Austrian attacks were fought off by General Lassalle's cavalry and units of the Young Guard. With both flanks secure, Napoleon launched his main attack in the centre with Lannes' Second Corps. Austrian guns poured fire into the advancing French ranks. General Saint-Hilaire, leading the attack, a hero of Austerlitz and Jena, had his foot blown off.
Jeez.
A wound that proved fatal.
Yeah. That's 3. That's 3 in the last video and a half. Generals.
Archduke Charles sent his Grenadier Reserve forward to strengthen the line. The French infantry, under torrential fire, began to fall back. At this critical moment, the French bridge over the Danube was broken again, halting the vital flow of reinforcements and ammunition to Napoleon's army. By 2 p.m, the French had been driven out of Aspern once more. Heavy fighting continued in Essling, which was briefly captured by the Austrians, then retaken by the Young Guard. Napoleon knew his army could do no more.
Backed out.
At 4 p.m, he ordered his exhausted cavalry to make a last charge to keep the enemy at bay, then gave the order to retreat. Archduke Charles, whose own army had suffered huge losses and was low on ammunition, was content to watch the French withdraw to the island of Lobau. In the final moments of the battle, Marshal Lannes, one of Napoleon's finest commanders and closest friends, was hit by a cannonball that smashed both his legs. He died of his wounds a week later.
4.
It was a deep blow to the emperor.
Wow. Maybe not a general, but still, what a
The
personal.
two-day Battle of Aspern-Essling was Napoleon's first major defeat, caused by his overconfidence and hasty planning. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and Napoleon avoided a much greater disaster only because of the exhaustion of the Austrian army.
Wow.
The French emperor had learned new respect for the Austrians. Under Archduke Charles, they had fought bravely, with greater confidence, organization, and leadership. Within days of his defeat, Napoleon had summoned reinforcements to join him on the Danube, and begun planning his revenge. If you'd like to learn...
Wow. A lot happening in Austria. That was a devastating blow for the French army. For morale reasons, but also for simple casualty reasons. Lost Lannes. You lost cavalry commander general. Lost another general. Not good. Not good. This is one of those things. When you have an empire, domino effects happen. Momentum is real. Momentum is not with France right now. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. Sorry, like I said, feeling a little under the weather, but still wanted to put this out for you guys. I appreciate every single one of you. Please leave a video recommendation or a comment down below. Subscribe if you haven't already. And peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Are you ready for some Napoleonic Wars? I sure am. Real quick update on my life, guys. I've been absent like the last 5 or 6 days. I just welcomed my newborn son into the world. Appreciate you guys' patience. We are back. The videos are continuing. I thought about doing like a one-off video, but let's just continue with Napoleon. I'm excited to kind of like finish up this series, not just get done with it, but to really just connect all the ending pieces. So if you like Napoleon and you're new here, well, if you like history and you're new here, hit that subscribe button because we got a lot to cover. Today we got the Battle of Wagram, 1809. It's going to be a little bit for me to catch up what happened, but I'm sure that the context of this video is going to give us all the context we need. Let's jump into it. Not a second to waste. Lego.
History March Collaboration. In May 1809, the Austrians had defeated Napoleon's army in the bloody Battle of Aspern. His enemies took heart. After years of French military dominance, it seemed the tide was turning at last. 3 weeks later, Pope Pius...
These graphics are crazy, and there's like a battle of Catholicism versus like atheism, with Napoleon versus the Pope, for like since like the Revolution. Not just Napoleon, but really France has kind of like isolated themselves from the Catholic Church.
the VII excommunicated Napoleon for annexing papal land. Another propaganda coup for his enemies. But in the wake of its victory, Austria hesitated, not sure whether to seek peace or continue the war, while Napoleon responded with a hurricane of activity. He summoned reinforcements to join him near Vienna, the Army of Italy under his stepson Eugène de Beauharnais, and 11th Corps under Marshal Marmont, who'd together driven Archduke John's Austrian army out of North Italy.
His stepson? Who's his wife for the stepson? Is it the one where it's not Josephine, is it? Because he married didn't he marry Louise? Is it Louise's son? No, it can't be Louise's son. Gotta be Josephine's son. Let me know.
as well as Marshal Bernadotte's Saxon Ninth Corps. Napoleon's army grew from 90,000 to a massive 164,000 men and 544 guns, to take on Charles's army of 128,000 and 414 guns.
We got the advantage.
6 weeks after his first attempt had ended in defeat, Napoleon ordered his army to cross the river once more. This time his engineers had built solid bridges across the Danube to ensure
Yeah, we were used to those pontoon bridges that could just, you know, we saw them get destroyed so easily with just people, you know, floating buoyant objects down the river. So this is a step up. I wonder how long it takes to build a bridge like this. I mean, you have the manpower, but I wonder how long comparatively. The buoyant bridge, not the buoyant bridge, the pontoon bridges versus. It just shows another level of efficiency with Napoleonic warfare.
there was no repeat of the disasters of Aspern. For the French army, Napoleon declared, the Danube no longer exists. The stage was set for the largest battle yet seen in European history.
Yeah, also I'm gonna test my mic real quick. We're gonna make it a little bit louder. There we go. Sorry if it's been low.
If you think our Napoleon series has been consolidated just on the special video,
It's a good job. You're not any Tyler. Wow. Yeah.
on the evening of the 4th of July, in heavy rain, the French began crossing from the island of Lobau, not towards the devastated villages of Aspern and Essling, but east towards Groß-Enzersdorf, which was soon ablaze from French shells. Archduke Charles had left only a small advance guard to delay the French. By dawn, General Massena's 4th Corps and Oudinot's 2nd Corps were driving those troops back, winning space for the French army to deploy. At 1 p.m, Napoleon was ready to begin his advance across 6 miles of flat cornfields towards the main Austrian position, an escarpment known as the Wagram, 100 meters behind the Russbach stream.
Okay.
As General Lassalle's light cavalry and Massena's 4th Corps swung left to guard the flank, Oudinot's 2nd Corps and Davout's 3rd Corps advanced towards the Wagram.
Just when we look here, it's just such a vast battlefield. I wonder. I mean, he really didn't say how, you know, how many square kilometers how many kilometers these lines are holding. You can just say that it's huge, given like how many towns we're looking at right here. Really open. This is a different type of warfare. You know, it's going to be looking like it's going to be a lot of open battlefield versus what we've seen prior, where it's like we'll have rivers to the back, rivers to the front. It looks like really flat land.
Bernadotte's Saxon Corps and Eugene's Army of Italy filled the centre. At 6 p.m, unsure of the enemy's strength, Napoleon ordered a full-scale assault against the Wagram Plateau.
Wow.
But his troops met determined Austrian resistance along the line. By dusk, the Saxon Ninth Corps had pushed into the village of Deutsch Wagram. The Saxon infantry wore white uniforms, like the Austrians, and as
That is going to be a problem. Friendly fire, right?
darkness fell, were mistaken for the enemy and fired on by friendly units. The Saxons panicked and fled with heavy losses.
As much as we like to give credit to Napoleon when it comes to what he can do on the battlefield, how he doesn't make mistakes, would you guys put this on Napoleon for just a tactical error here, given that he should know what the Austrians look like and what his units he's bringing into this army look like? Just saying, that's kind of a tactical error, I would say.
Napoleon's attempt at a quick breakthrough had failed. That night, both armies slept in the open, while Charles and Napoleon planned their next moves.
And Charles is on this side of the river. Wouldn't you guys say that's pretty vulnerable? I mean, he might have position, but definitely more vulnerable than the other side of the stream, I would say. Battle of Wagram.
On the second day, Napoleon planned for Davout's Third Corps to lead the attack, rolling up the Austrian flank, while his other corps pinned down the enemy with local attacks. But to the Emperor's fury, he learned that overnight, without orders, Marshal Bernadotte had withdrawn his battered Saxons from Adecla, which the Austrians now occupied.
Rookie mistake right there for Bernadotte.
Adecla was a crucial strongpoint in the centre of the battlefield. Napoleon gave orders for its immediate recapture, but the French and Saxon attack failed, with heavy losses.
Hey.
The Austrians had their own problems. Archduke Charles, knowing he faced a superior enemy, had decided his only chance of victory lay in an all-out dawn attack. He was relying on his brother, Archduke John, reaching him with 13,000 reinforcements, in time to support the attack on the left. But by dawn, there was still no sign of him. What's more, as 4th Corps began its assault on Grosshofen, on time, 3rd Corps, which had received its orders late, was still getting into position, holding up the entire Austrian right wing. Charles had to tell 4th Corps to abort its unsupported attack until the other corps were ready.
Here's your cards, though.
With the Austrians paralysed by delays, at 10 AM, Davout began his attack.
Might as well.
A fierce infantry battle erupted in the village of Markgraf Neusiedl, while in the fields, dragoons and hussars fought a giant whirling cavalry battle, as each side tried to outflank the other. Davout's corps took the village, though they couldn't stop the Austrians withdrawing to a strong new position on the Wagram escarpment. Meanwhile, a serious threat had developed to Napoleon's left flank and rear. Klenau's 6th Corps had driven back the outnumbered French, with some units advancing as far as Essling, dangerously close to Napoleon's vital river crossings.
Yeah.
Napoleon urgently needed to reinforce his left flank, but he was also determined to hold back his reserves for a decisive attack. So he ordered Massena's 4th Corps to march across the battlefield and reinforce the left. A huge redeployment like this, right in front of the enemy, was high risk. So Marshal Bessières was ordered to lead a cavalry attack straight against the enemy centre. Casualties were high. Even Marshal Bessières had his horse killed under him, to the alarm of his men. But the enemy was kept busy.
A lot of marshals and generals just following in some of these battles, and lucky he wasn't another one of those casualties.
While 4th Corps completed its redeployment and forced Klenau's corps to fall back.
I guess he's a coward, huh? Any trooper who isn't dead by 30 is a coward, and I don't anticipate exceeding that length of time. He must have said that prior to being 30. So General LaSalle, that's a spoiler. He's gonna be killed at Wagram. Okay.
Napoleon now assembled a grand battery of more than 80 cannon in the centre of the battlefield. This was one of Napoleon's trademark tactics, the concentration of artillery to blast the enemy line and pave the way for a decisive French attack. The Grand Battery fired an estimated 15,000 rounds, setting light to the cornfields. Around 1 PM, Napoleon ordered a general attack. As Davout continued to batter at the enemy flank, 4th Corps would advance on the left, 2nd Corps on the right, while in the centre, General MacDonald would lead forward 8,000 men of the Army of Italy, formed up in a giant three-sided square to secure his flanks.
Okay.
But despite the terrible French cannonade, Austrian Third Corps and Grenadiers of the Reserve met the French advance with torrential fire. Macdonald's giant square was cut to pieces, its men mowed down en masse by cannon fire, and the attack stalled. But the Austrian army, battered by relentless French attacks, was near breaking point. Every part of the line was under pressure from the French. Archduke Charles, determined above all to keep his army intact, ordered a retreat. The Austrian withdrawal was disciplined and well executed. Napoleon had his victory. But his army was also so shattered by fatigue and heavy losses, it was unable to launch any effective pursuit.
It's obvious that you were not at Wagram. Napoleon, to a minister, mocked the Austrian. So he's tipping his hat. Huh? He's tipping his hat to the Austrians here.
The Battle of Wagram was a brutal slugging match, the biggest and bloodiest battle yet seen in European history.
What?
French victory came at unprecedented cost. An estimated 37,500 casualties against 41,500 Austrian. 4 days later, French troops caught up with the retreating Austrians at Znaim. As the fighting escalated, Charles knew he could not withstand the French a second time, and asked for a ceasefire. But he had not consulted his older brother, Emperor Francis, who was furious when he heard the news.
He didn't want to ceasefire.
Not least because long-awaited British support was finally on the way.
Uh-oh.
3 weeks after the Battle of Znaim, the largest amphibious force Britain had ever assembled, 35 ships of the line and 39,000 troops, landed at Walcheren Island on the Scheldt estuary. Its aim was to destroy French shipping and naval stores. But following the successful bombardment and capture of Vlissingen, British commanders let the initiative slip from their grasp. Their force was bottled up by French troops on the marshy Dutch coast, where it was decimated by fever and dysentery. About 4,000 died. Many more became permanent invalids.
What's an invalid? That basically saying you're incapacitated, you cannot fight?
The survivors were evacuated back to England in December. Emperor Francis, informed of the British debacle and persuaded by his generals that Austria couldn't fight on, made peace with Napoleon.
Again?
In October, Austria signed the Treaty of Schönbrunn, giving up territory to the French Empire, Bavaria, Saxony, the Duchy of Warsaw, and Russia.
Jeez, and Russia's still on good terms, I guess.
In total, the Austrian Empire was stripped of 3.5 million subjects,
Wow.
forced to pay an indemnity, limit its army to 150,000 men, and join Napoleon's continental system, which meant ending all trade with British ships and merchants.
Britain is once again on an island. That's ironic, isn't it? Because they actually are.
Archduke Charles, meanwhile, one of Napoleon's more skilled opponents, had fallen out so bitterly with his brother, Emperor Francis, that he never held active command again. Napoleon had won another crushing victory, but there were worrying signs for the French Emperor. His enemies were learning, while he would increasingly have to rely on young conscripts to fill the gaps left by veterans killed or wounded on campaign. Few could have guessed in 1809, but Napoleon had just fought his last victorious campaign.
Really? So that's it. That's it? That's his last victorious campaign? Now, there's a difference between campaign and battle, I assume, right? So, there may be a campaign in the future that has victorious battles, but the overall campaign may not be victorious. Okay. Wow, we are back on the horse, just like Napoleon in this image right here. Napoleon, we'll see what they got to do in the future, but they just secured another peace treaty with Austria. They pretty much put them almost in the Treaty of Versailles, how Germany was in 1918. It seems, with how the demands that it offers. Really interesting how we go from here, given the footnote at the end with no more victorious campaigns. The politics, Great Britain, what will Russia do? What will other coalition pieces do? What will Prussia do? So much to talk about in the future. And I appreciate you for being here with me. Now, we got to keep going, guys. So leave a video recommendation outside of this if you want to. Leave a comment how you feel about this so far. And guys, if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button and let's watch many more videos together. I'll see you in the next one, and have a great day. Bye. We're going back to Spain, the Iberian Peninsula, given the Peninsular War. This is the Napoleonic Wars continued. Glad you're with me. This is going to be another fun reaction. If you love history just like I do, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button, comment your favorite thing about the video. But let's not waste another second. Let's jump right into it. I'm glad you're here with me. There you go. Swallows my job. Let me guess, he said that in St. Helens.
In 1809, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of the French, was at the height of his power. He had just won another crushing victory against Austria at Wagram, and imposed a humiliating peace treaty. But the war he'd started in Spain and Portugal, with his ill-judged invasion the previous year, continued to rage. Napoleon had placed his own brother Joseph on the Spanish throne, uniting a proud country against him. His troops had dealt ruthlessly with popular uprisings, while routing a succession of Spanish armies.
Yeah, we know for a fact that the atrocities that Napoleon armies took place in this area are regretful to later Napoleon. It's one of those things where you have revolution, you have a quote unquote invader. Same thing here with the French and Spain. Used to be allies, now are not allies.
In February 1809, Marshal Lannes overcame the heroic defence of Zaragoza in a brutal siege that cost 54,000 Spanish lives and 10,000 French. But still, the Spanish and Portuguese remained defiant. And 3 months after their escape from Coruña, the British were back. In April, Sir Arthur Wellesley landed in Lisbon to lead a small Anglo-Portuguese army. British redcoats would fight alongside Portuguese troops, who, with the help of British training, would soon prove themselves highly effective. 3 weeks after arriving in Portugal, Wellesley moved against Marshal Soult's Second Corps, which had recently taken Porto. Soult and his troops, preoccupied with plundering the region, had no warning of the British advance, and were soon in headlong retreat, back through the mountains into Spain.
Spain is a country where small armies are defeated and large armies starve. Henry IV.
Having secured Portugal for the time being, Wellesley planned a joint campaign with General Cuesta, commanding the Spanish army of Extremadura. On the 10th of July, the two commanders met at Casas de Miravete to discuss strategy. Relations between these two allies were not straightforward. Spain and Britain had a long history of conflict.
Oh yeah, we know all about that.
The Spanish were deeply suspicious of British intentions in Spain, while the British had a low opinion of the Spanish army, which they considered poorly trained and badly led. Wellesley's request to take over command of Spanish forces was rejected, but the generals agreed to a joint advance up the Tagus Valley towards Madrid, to be supported by General Venegas, advancing from La Mancha. In the face of their advance, Marshal Victor's First Corps withdrew to Talavera, where he was joined by King Joseph and General Sebastiani's Fourth Corps. The French plan was for Joseph's army to defend Madrid, while Marshal Soult led 3 corps down from the north to get behind and trap the Anglo-Spanish forces.
It looks like they got a decent strategy right now. They're just trying to encircle and make a line from Talavera up through the Lyon area. See how it goes.
But Joseph, worried by Soult's slow progress and General Venegas's advance on Madrid, decided to attack at Talavera.
30,000 British troops, some 150 leagues from the sea, against 100,000 of the best troops in the world. My God. So basically, this is egotistical behavior by Napoleon here. Let's see if it works out for him.
The Battle of Talavera saw British infantry bear the brunt of the French assault. They stood firm and repelled the enemy with disciplined musket fire and bayonet charges. Talavera was a small battle compared to the great clashes fought that year in Austria, but it proved that under Wellesley, Britain's small, well-drilled army was a force to be reckoned with.
I would say that's a W for the British, right?
Even though in the short term, victory achieved little. Warned of Soult's approach from captured dispatches, the victorious Anglo-Spanish army retreated, while King Joseph and Fourth Corps marched against Venegas's army, which they smashed at the Battle of Almonacid. That autumn, the Supreme Junta in Seville, Free Spain's effective government, raised 2 new armies for another attempt to liberate Madrid, planning to converge on the capital from north and south.
Raising them.
But Wellesley, ennobled as Viscount Wellington for his victory at Talavera, had been so disgusted by the lack of Spanish cooperation that summer that he refused to risk his army. Predictably, Spain's inexperienced armies met with disaster. At Ocaña, they suffered their biggest defeat of the war, when a smaller force under Marshal Soult routed the Spanish army, taking 14,000 prisoners and 50 cannon. A week later, the army of the left was heavily defeated at Alba de Tormes. There was more bad news when Girona fell to the French after an epic 7-month siege.
That's a lot of starvation right there. If Spain's just not going to be good by itself, and this is where we're going to probably see guerrilla warfare coming apart.
The Supreme Junta's plans to retake Madrid were in tatters, and southern Spain was now wide open to French attack.
Alright, next year, what we got? My object is not to obtain submission by force, but to dispel illusions. I will arrive at a union of hearts.
In January 1810, King Joseph marched south with an army of 60,000 men. Spanish resistance evaporated.
Oh yeah.
Spain's Supreme Junta was overthrown in a coup, as Córdoba and Seville fell without a fight. Joseph, who still hoped to win over the Spanish with his progressive reforms, was welcomed by many as a savior from anarchy.
The parallels, guys, the parallels from this and Milan. Remember Milan, Italy, during Napoleonic's Italian campaign about 20 years ago almost now? Wow, the parallels are just crazy.
Only Cadiz held out, its defences reinforced by a British naval squadron, and was besieged by Victor's First Corps. Meanwhile, Napoleon sent Marshal Massena to Spain with 65,000 reinforcements. He was reckoned one of Napoleon's best marshals, and had just been made Prince of Essling for his heroics in the recent war against Austria. Massena was to lead a third French invasion of Portugal, take Lisbon and chase the British back into the sea. He laid siege to Ciudad Rodrigo, a fortified city controlling one of the main routes into Portugal, which surrendered after 2 weeks' bombardment. Wellington, with only 33,000 men to face Massena's 50,000, retreated.
Figures.
Massena crossed the Portuguese frontier and besieged Almeida. After just 13 hours of bombardment, a lucky French shot hit the Portuguese magazine. 70 tons of gunpowder went up in a devastating explosion.
Can you guys just imagine the sound that that made? The earth must have shattered. The thunder. It must have felt like an earthquake. Just like a huge bomb.
That made all further resistance useless. It was a serious blow to Wellington, who'd been relying on Almeida's strong defences to buy him time. At Busaco, he found a strong defensive position and made a stand. Massena's uphill frontal attack failed, at a cost of 4,000 casualties. But the next day, the French found a way to outflank Wellington's position, and his retreat continued. As Massena's army neared Lisbon, his scouts reported something completely unexpected. Stretching across the Lisbon Peninsula, protecting the city from attack, they found a new chain of fortifications in 2 major lines. Known as the Lines of Torres Vedras, the British and Portuguese had been constructing these defences for more than a year. Now the lines bristled with more than 100 forts, redoubts and batteries, manned by 30,000 troops and 250 guns. Massena soon discovered the lines were far too strong for him to attack. What's more, a scorched earth strategy had stripped the surrounding countryside of anything that might help the French.
Wow, I wonder if Russia saw this for future, call it, but not operation.
While Portuguese partisans attacked French supply columns as they struggled through the mountains to reach Massena's army. Massena faced a grim predicament. Starved of supplies, too weak to attack, unwilling to retreat.
What do you do?
But throughout this standoff, it was Portuguese peasants who suffered most of all. When their villages and farms were burned, many took refuge in Lisbon, where thousands died of starvation and disease.
Imagine. This is what war does. War isolates, makes people migrate, alienates everything. And of course, the people at the bottom always will suffer the worst because they can't escape. They have to deal with the problems and atrocities. And they're also grouped into the ideology of the governments and administrations of countries and nations. Even if they totally don't feel the same way, they're just living their lives. Hard life is. All right, next year already. Wow. The Prince of Essling, are you no longer Massena? So he's challenging him. Okay, what do we do? What do we do, Massena?
Back in France, Napoleon had been preoccupied with his divorce from the Empress Josephine, and then a new marriage to Archduchess Marie-Louise, daughter of the Emperor of Austria. She was now expecting their first child.
Because obviously Josephine bare a child. Bare. Throne. So he had to make.
Nevertheless, from Paris, Napoleon sent frequent orders to his marshals in Spain and Portugal, urging them to take more aggressive action. But when these orders arrived weeks later, they were usually out of date and showed little understanding of the problems his marshals faced. He now ordered Soult, based in Andalusia, to go on the offensive to draw enemy forces away from Lisbon, so Massena could take the city. Soult laid siege to Badajoz, a fortified city that controlled the southern route into Portugal. When 12,000 men of the army of Extremadura marched to its relief, they were routed by Soult. After
Spain just does not hold the same oomph as the French do.
which the city tamely surrendered, giving up 8,000 prisoners and vast quantities of stores. It was another heavy blow to Spain's armed forces. But remarkably, despite such disasters and their many blundering generals, the Spanish troops remained willing to fight, the courage of the rank and file undimmed.
Never that much to lose.
Victor's First Corps, besieging Cadiz, had now been so weakened to support other operations that the Anglo-Spanish garrison decided to attack. The Allies landed along the coast to strike at the French siege lines from the rear. But they were ambushed by the French at Barossa. Despite heavy losses, the Anglo-Portuguese rearguard fought off the enemy, but a furious falling out between British commander Sir Thomas Graham and his Spanish counterpart General La Peña threw away any advantage.
And we've seen this just a second ago as well. Seems like they're not on the same page, Spain and Great Britain. I mean, these are once enemies, now friends. You know, the enemy of your enemy is my friend, or the enemy of my enemy, my friend, sort of thing.
Soult, alarmed at these developments, marched back to Andalusia. Meanwhile, Massena, out of food and with no prospect of reinforcement, had no option but to retreat. Wellington's army pursued, discovering evidence of several appalling atrocities committed by the French against Portuguese villagers. There were running battles with the French rearguard, brilliantly commanded by Marshal Ney, until he was sacked by Massena for criticizing his leadership. Having chased the French out of Portugal, Wellington besieged Almeida. Massena's army, now rested and reinforced, marched to its aid. The two armies clashed again at Fuentes de Oñoro. In 2 days of heavy fighting, Massena failed to break through Wellington's position to relieve Almeida. The fortress fell the next week, but to Wellington's fury, British bungling allowed most of the French garrison to escape. Massena had lost 25,000 men in Portugal. Now he'd lost Almeida too, and a string of bad decisions, not least to bring his mistress with him on campaign, had cost him the respect of his officers.
Gonna get court-martialed?
The Marshal, whom Napoleon had once nicknamed the Dear Child of Victory, was recalled to France in disgrace, never to hold senior command again.
Wow.
Napoleon sent Marshal Marmont to replace him. Meanwhile, Marshal Beresford, the British commander of Portugal's army, was sent to retake Badajoz with 20,000 British and Portuguese troops. When Soult approached with a relief force, Beresford marched to meet him at Albuera. It was one of the bloodiest battles of the war, around 6,000 casualties on each side, with more than a third of the British infantry killed, wounded or captured.
What an image, by the way.
Marshal Soult declared,
"There is no beating these troops, in spite of their generals. I always thought they were bad soldiers. Now I'm sure of it.
Wow.
I had turned their right, pierced their center, and everywhere victory was mine. But they didn't know how to run."
Soult had been checked, but he was determined to save Badajoz. The newly arrived Marshal Marmont marched to his aid, and they advanced again. This combined army forced the British to abandon the siege. But when Wellington withdrew to a strong defensive position across the Portuguese border, Soult and Marmont did not pursue. French commanders in Spain had learned grudging respect for Wellington and for the steadiness of his troops. For now, the war in Spain had entered stalemate.
Spain. Generals fortune, officers ruin, soldiers death. Wow.
While British, French and Spanish armies crisscrossed Spain and Portugal, another war was fought every day in the mountains, hills and woods.
Guerrilla warfare.
From 1808, Spanish and Portuguese civilians, militias and ex-soldiers began taking up arms against the hated French invader. They waged a war of ambushes and hit-and-run raids, known in Spanish as La Guerrilla, the Little War. Its fighters became known in English as guerrillas. Britain's...
Is this where it originated? Obviously the most famous guerrilla warfare, Vietnam War, 60s. Wow.
Royal Navy supplied vital weapons, stores and money, often landing them behind enemy lines. Much of Spain's rugged countryside fell under the control of the guerrillas. North of Madrid, Juan Martín Díez, an ex-soldier known as El Empecinado, the Stubborn, led a guerrilla band 6,000 strong.
Wow. That's like a
In
division.
Navarre, Esposimina, a former peasant, ran a highly organised band that caused havoc for the French, capturing convoys and couriers on the strategic Burgos-Bayonne road, and branding Viva Mina on the forehead of collaborators. While in the west, Julian Sanchez, known as El Charro, led the self-styled Lanceros de Castilla. El Charro himself wore a French hussar's cap, its eagle symbolically turned upside down.
Wow.
There were dozens more bands operating across Spain, though a few were no better than bandits, terrorizing civilians as often as the enemy. The guerrilla war was merciless, marked by hideous atrocities on both sides. A French soldier's greatest fear was to be taken alive by the guerrillas, who often tortured their prisoners before killing them.
Oh yeah, I bet. I bet.
Tens of thousands of French troops were tied down by this People's War, guarding outposts or patrolling the countryside. The roads were so dangerous for French messengers that they required cavalry escorts of 200 men or more. Many still didn't get through, their valuable dispatches forwarded to Wellington, for whom they became an invaluable source of intelligence. The war in Spain would ultimately cost the lives of 240,000 French soldiers. As was typical in wars of this era, most died from disease, but more died fighting guerrillas than in battle against the British and Spanish armies.
What an interesting stat. I did not know this.
However, it was the twin threat, a well-led regular army under Wellington and a popular insurgency, that left the French facing an impossible strategic dilemma. If their armies remained dispersed to fight the guerrillas, Wellington could attack. But if they concentrated to defeat Wellington in battle, huge swathes of the country would quickly fall to the guerrillas. This was Napoleon's Vietnam, or his bleeding ulcer, as he called it, a war that cost his empire an average of 100 casualties every day,
250,000 of us died.
with little prospect of victory. And in 1812, as Napoleon launched his gigantic invasion of Russia, Wellington and the guerrillas launched their own offensive that would turn the war in Spain on its head.
We are in twilight hours of the Napoleonic Age, I see. What an interesting thing. I did not know how serious this Iberian/Spanish War was. Entire Napoleonic Wars. Especially guerrilla warfare, and especially the origins of guerrilla warfare. Portuguese, ex-British, Spaniards combined forces in this rugged terrain provided nothing but havoc for supply lines, and it was almost a reverse siege. Like, these individuals were trying to siege cities, but they were only doing it themselves at the same time. And without this, Senna probably would still be a leader in the military. Crazy. If Napoleon could do it again, he would probably just wall off the border between France and France and Spain, and not go any further. What an interesting thing, guys. This was a very fun but eye-opening video on the side of Napoleonic age that's not really talked about. For example, like in the movie that came out 2 years ago, Ridley Scott's movie, nothing really was mentioned of the Spaniards. Nothing really was mentioned on this Iberian Peninsula. I might have missed it, but I don't remember it. Everything kind of stayed with the Prussians, the Austrians, and Russia. Of course, Great Britain as well at the end. Wow, what a war that is right there. Leave a comment what you think. And if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and I appreciate every single one of you guys as always. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Bye-bye.
We are back, and we have the Battle of Salamanca. Salamanca. We'll say Salamanca. 1812, the Napoleonic Wars continue. I'm glad you're here with me. We've had a great ride so far. If you're new here and you haven't subscribed already, I implore you to do so. So let's just jump into it, shall we? We got the Napoleonic Wars, Battle of Salamanca, 1812.
By 1812, Napoleon's French Empire had 250,000 troops stationed in Spain, bogged down in a war that seemed to have no end. They faced a bitter struggle against the people of Spain, who'd taken up arms in a guerrilla war, as well as the remnants of Spain's field armies and an Anglo-Portuguese army under Lord Wellington.
So, like, the odds are so much against them in the guerrilla warfare times the anarchy that's happening within the borders, as well as the coalition, the economic issues, the trade issues, the blockade to the British aid. Just so much happening. This is, of course, definitely like the French version of the Vietnam War here, but could even be called worse than the Vietnam War, just due to the unbelievable no chance in hell of winning this.
But French forces in Spain remained formidable and in firm control of the capital, Madrid, and most major cities. And the year began with another great French victory in the south, and a calamity for Spain.
If I had two generals like Suchet to lead my troops in Spain, this war would have already been over. And we saw, like, I forget the name because it's been like a week and I've been having a fun, crazy week for myself personally. But I believe when they marched to Lisbon, I was right, that particular general was not, I would say, dishonorably discharged or just removed from power or position. So they've had some interesting troubles with generals in Spain. But Spain hasn't really had much of a grip against the French armies. The guerrillas have caused havoc, but it's really been that coalition of Portuguese, British, and Spanish troops that have really been able to hold their own.
Spain and Portugal would become a graveyard, not just for young French conscripts, but for the reputation of some of France's most famous generals. General Junot, Marshal Soult, and Marshal Jourdan had all tasted defeat. Marshal Massena had been recalled in disgrace.
That's what I was talking about.
Marshal Louis Gabriel Suchet was the exception. French generals in Spain were notorious for their looting. Soult, based in Andalusia, was probably the worst, reckoned to have stolen 1.5 million francs worth of art from Spanish monasteries and churches.
Where's that art today? Like, is there like breadcrumbs to it being in the Louvre today?
As governor of Aragon, Marshal Suchet behaved very differently. He enforced strict discipline on his troops, punishing any who tried to steal or extort money from the Spanish, while treating local authorities with respect. He combined this hearts and minds strategy with ruthless military action against the guerrillas that was able to establish firm control of Aragon. In June 1811, after a particularly bloody assault, Suchet took the port of Tarragona, for which Napoleon rewarded him with his marshal's baton. The emperor then sent him reinforcements and ordered him to take Valencia. First, he routed a much larger Spanish army that attacked him at Saguntum, before he laid siege to Valencia. The city was packed with Spanish troops and refugees, and to avoid starvation, General Blake surrendered Valencia on the 8th of January 1812. The French took 18,000 prisoners, including 23 generals, and nearly 500 guns.
What's interesting to me is they did not have this success on the western side of the port cities of Spain, comparatively. And is it because I see a ship here? I see it too, but you don't have the British flag. Was there no British support in the Mediterranean at this time? Because during besiegements, the British ships could still bring supplies because they have naval superiority. So I'm wondering there.
It was a devastating blow to the Spanish cause. But to reinforce Suchet, Napoleon had stripped troops from other armies in Spain, and then withdrawn 25,000 of the best troops for his imminent invasion of Russia. The result was that French forces in Spain were now severely overstretched, just as Wellington prepared to strike.
We have in the service the scum of the earth as common soldiers enlisted for drink.
Spanish
Was he talking about his own people?
guerrillas kept Wellington well informed of French movements, and learning that the forces facing him in western Spain had been much weakened, he decided to go on the offensive, to strike a blow before the French could concentrate against him. On the day that Valencia fell, he laid siege to Ciudad Rodrigo on the Portuguese-Spanish frontier. Eager to take the city before Marshal Marmont could march to its relief, he ordered an assault after just 10 days. It succeeded, though Major General Crawford of the Light Division was among 300 killed. Wellington then marched south to besiege the much more strongly defended city of Badajoz. An assault was made on the night of the 6th of April. The first wave attacking the main breach were slaughtered. But what was supposed to be a diversionary attack on the city's castle with scaling ladders succeeded, and the city soon fell.
So they're like running up the score right now on the western side with Wellington.
The storming of Badajoz cost the British 3,700 casualties. In the aftermath, survivors went on the rampage, drinking, looting and raping, and killing more than 100 Spanish civilians.
So, as we can tell, the atrocities is agnostic to creed, to ethnicity, to country. We see this across the board. Like, no matter what, or who is invading who and who is besieging who, for the most part, it's across the board. Like, atrocities are just across the board. And that's just the dire side of the war side. What is to prevent that? There is nothing to prevent that.
Of course, today there is a little bit of that. Back then, there is no UN. There is no crimes against humanity. Just continuation of continuations.
Before British officers finally restored order.
That's what he meant, by the way, when he said that.
Wellington had secured the two main routes between Spain and Portugal. Now he sent his most reliable subordinate, General Hill, with a small Anglo-Portuguese force to destroy the bridge over the Tagus at Almaraz. This was a vital link between Marmont's army of Portugal and Soult's army of the south, as the next usable bridge was at Toledo, 90 miles east.
Big difference.
The bridge was well guarded by forts and redoubts, but Hill led a swift and daring assault. The French defences were taken by surprise. The bridge itself and all the engineering equipment burned, for the cost of just 177 casualties.
Okay. The W.
Wellington was now ready to begin his advance into Spain. Spanish regular forces and guerrilla bands began operations to tie down as many French troops as possible. While from the Bay of Biscay, Sir Hugh Popham's naval raiding force made diversionary attacks on French coastal targets.
Kind of get them distracted, it seems.
In 4 days, Wellington was at Salamanca, as Marmont, outnumbered, withdrew behind the Douro River. But when reinforcements arrived, he crossed the river again. For 6 days, Marmont tried to march around Wellington's flank, but the British general matched him move for move, their two armies marching in parallel, often within sight of each other. But on the 7th day, Marmont blundered.
My dear Alava, Marmont's is lost. Is Alava like his lover, or is like his wife? Is that what that is? I'm just like guessing. Could be, could not be.
On the morning of the 22nd of July, Wellington's army occupied high ground 4 miles south of Salamanca. Marmont was not interested in a direct assault. He still sought to outflank Wellington, threaten his line of retreat to Portugal, and force him to fall back.
So let's look at this real quick. Let's pause and look at this. You got a wraparound version, not a wraparound. You have the French troops trying to encircle. You got the river as. Wait, is that the river or is the river up there by Salamanca? Like a stream, actually. So you're trying to encircle them, and then you're trying to pull out and retreat. You also have this other guard kind of upwards toward that delta. Huh. Interesting.
Around 8 a.m., the French won a dash for a hill known as the Greater Arapil, which Marmont made his observation point. The French army began to swing round behind him. Marmont had convinced himself that Wellington was an overly cautious general.
And I think from like the comments I've read, the green is Portuguese troops, the yellow is obviously Spanish, and the red's obviously Britain. But the green are Portuguese.
Who would not risk attack. The hills hid most of Wellington's army from view. And when Marmont saw dust clouds to the west, he assumed it was Wellington's baggage train leaving Salamanca, beginning their retreat. But it was the British 3rd Division and a Portuguese cavalry brigade moving up to strengthen Wellington's flank. Because he wasn't planning a retreat. He was about to attack.
There they are, my lads. Just let them feel the temper of your bayonets. And we're prepared.
Around 2 p.m., Marmont ordered the 5 infantry divisions waiting in the woods behind him to march west, to cut off Wellington's imagined retreat.
They're just going to be short now, right?
General Mokoon's 5th Division, in the lead, stopped to engage what was presumed to be the British rearguard in the village of Los Arapiles.
Oh no.
General Thomier's 7th Division continued west past it. Wellington watched as the French left flank became increasingly strung out and knew it was an opportunity too good to miss. He galloped 3 miles across country to the 3rd Division to give the crucial orders in person. Many of his staff officers struggled to keep up. On arrival, he instructed the division's commander, his own brother-in-law, Edward Pakenham, to attack and drive everything before him.
That's who he was talking to about the bayonets.
3rd Division's advance was hidden by low hills until the last minute. Thomier's division was caught completely unawares and shattered by the assault. Thomier's himself was killed, half his division killed or captured. The rest soon put to flight.
I mean, they weren't extremely outmatched, were they? Because, like, that doesn't look like they're extremely outmatched. I think they were just outmaneuvered. Let me know if I'm wrong, but it looks like they're very evenly matched here. Cavalry's the same. I mean, they might have had one division more. Not one division more. One block more people. I think they were just outmaneuvered.
By the assault. Thomier's himself was killed, half his division killed or captured. The rest soon put to flight. At this crucial moment, Marshal Marmont was hit by a British shell and carried from the field seriously wounded. His second-in-command, General Bonnet, was himself wounded an hour later.
When you're hit back then, that's almost, a mortal wound just because infection.
So command passed to General Clausel. 45 minutes later, the British 5th Division attacked, supported by 2 Portuguese brigades and General Le Marchand's dragoons. The French saw the cavalry coming and formed square, but were hit first by the British infantry, who unleashed a close-range volley, then charged with the bayonet. The French were routed and charged down by Le Marchand's cavalry.
Jeez.
French 6th Division was caught up in the collapse. Le Marchand himself was shot from the saddle, but his brigade had helped destroy 8 French battalions and capture 2.
I mean, wow. Like, this is good instincts, but I mean, is this why Wellington is just so highly regarded? I know we'll get to Waterloo eventually, but like, is this why he's just so highly regarded? Because this is so instinctful.
2 eagles. Wellington's echelon attack continued as Cole's 4th Division advanced in the centre. But Pack's Portuguese brigade was thrown back from the Greater Arapil, and the whole division was soon falling back in disorder. Despite the devastation of his army's left flank, General Clausel decided to launch an attack on the Lesser Arapil, the hinge of Wellington's position. If it could be taken, he might still snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. But the French advance was met by fresh troops of Clinton's 6th Division, who poured volleys of musket fire into the French columns. They began to fall back. The French army had lost the will to fight on, its soldiers streaming away into the woods behind them. General Ferré's 3rd Division mounted a...
Oh no, it's just going to be the 3rd Division against the entire... Oh my.
Brave rearguard action to buy the rest of the army time to escape, but it faced a hopeless task. It was soon outflanked by the British 5th Division, and Ferré himself was killed. Only General Foy's 1st Division escaped in good order. With darkness falling and his army exhausted, Wellington called off the pursuit.
That was a rout.
Oh, that was a rout. A deputation of the Cortes came to congratulate me upon your victory, hailing you as the savior of Spain. Wellesley, British ambassador. There's a lot of like brothers of brothers and like big families in the military and like politics back then. Savior of Spain, yeah.
Wellington had smashed Marmont's army, taking 7,000 prisoners and killing or wounding 6,000 more, a French casualty rate of 25%, and more than double Wellington's own losses. The next day, dragoons of the King's German Legion attacked the French rearguard and achieved the almost unheard of feat of charging down a French infantry square and taking...
Wait, did I hear that right?
Legion attacked the next day, dragoons of the King's German Legion.
The King's German Legion, Britain, Anglo-Saxon. Is that because this is George the George the Third? George the Fourth. Is it George the Fourth? And that's the Hanover dynasty from the Germanic area? Is that why there's the German Legion? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure.
Attacked the French rearguard and achieved the almost unheard of feat of charging down a French infantry square and taking another 1,000 prisoners. Wellington now decided to march on Madrid, forcing King Joseph to abandon the capital and retreat to Valencia to join up with Marshal Suchet.
That's it?
On the 12th of August, Wellington liberated the city to scenes of wild celebration. Soult, now at risk of being cut off in Andalusia, abandoned the siege of Cadiz, which had dragged on for 2.5 years, and marched east to join Joseph and Suchet. The following month, Wellington marched north, pushing the French back from Valladolid and besieging the castle of Burgos. But his army lacked heavy guns, and the French garrison fought bravely. As powerful French armies gathered to the north and south, Wellington himself was now in danger of being trapped.
Yeah, that's like 4-1 almost odds.
He had no choice but to withdraw. Wellington's retreat turned into a desperate forced march through autumn rain. The supply system collapsed, and many starving soldiers looted what food they could find from Spanish villages.
So there's got to be a love-hate relationship with the saviors, aren't there?
Madrid was abandoned and reoccupied by the French on the 1st of November. Wellington was back where he'd started 5 months before. But despite the campaign's dismal conclusion, his strike into Spain had led to the liberation of huge swathes of the country.
Yeah, look at that, like Cadiz, Seville, Andalusia, Extremadura, Murcia. All these areas were liberated due to the tactical advancements of Wellington's army.
And left the French more overstretched than ever. Reinforced and resupplied, Wellington would be back the next year to deliver the final blow to Joseph's Spanish kingdom. 1812 had seen the tide of war turn, and not just in Spain, because 2,000 miles to the east, in Russia, catastrophe had engulfed La Grande Armée.
Which we're going to react to soon. So hit that subscribe button, guys. We're going to be reacting to something like this very soon, and I want you to see it. This was crazy, right? Let's go back to the Spanish picture real quick. Like, I just remember it wasn't a couple of videos ago we were looking at Lisbon possibly falling, and so many different of these port cities possibly falling. But Wellington and the coalition of the four Portuguese, Spanish troops, Spanish guerrillas, and the British troops have really choked out the French advancements in the new Spanish kingdom. Joseph Bonaparte. So, man, what an interesting time. What an interesting time this was. I appreciate you guys, as always, watching. Leave a comment, hit that like button, and as always, hit that subscribe button. I'll see you guys in the next one, but until next time, peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Today, we'll be reacting to Napoleon invades Russia. Yes, he's going to invade Russia, and I hope you're ready for it. It's going to be probably one of the most interesting videos of the Napoleonic War so far, just because the odds, the unsurmountable odds, Napoleon will set the stage for all the future armies that are invading Russia in the future in terms of tactical advantages versus disadvantages. The elements are going to be an extreme possibility of ruin for the army. Now, no spoilers. This is, by the way, this is probably just like part 1, because there's going to also be a retreat from Russia in the future as well. And I believe this is all due to the continental system being ignored now by Russia due to the British trade alliance, Russia. So let's just jump into it, shall we? Let's go. One must never ask more from fortune than she can grant. Ironic, eh?
Russia, 1812. Napoleon invades his former ally with the largest army Europe has ever seen. But for the French Emperor, the decisive blow remains frustratingly beyond reach. Russia's resilience is unlike anything he's ever encountered. And as winter closes in, his army begins the most infamous retreat in history. In 1807, following his defeat of the Russian army at Friedland, Napoleon had travelled to Tilsit to meet the Russian Emperor Alexander. During their celebrated encounter, the two emperors formed a friendship and made an alliance. But it was not to last. Over the next 5 years, relations between France and Russia cooled dramatically. The Russians were irritated by Napoleon's creation of a Duchy of Warsaw in Poland.
Yeah, they're kind of impeding on their borders here. Russia historically doesn't like it,
Which they regarded as meddling in their own front yard. They feared it would lead to the return of a fully fledged Polish state, a traditional thorn in Russia's side. Then there was Napoleon's offer to marry Alexander's sister, Grand Duchess Anna Pavlovna, to cement their alliance. But the Romanovs hated the idea, and after a year of Russian prevarication, Napoleon married Marie-Louise, daughter of the Austrian emperor, instead.
Isn't that crazy? The two of the main coalition forces, the Austrians and the Russians, both had a potential wife. Now, not saying that the Russians wanted this, but they both had a potential wife to replace Josephine to create an heir to the throne for Napoleon's empire. Very weird, isn't it?
Later that year, Napoleon broke a guarantee made at Tilsit and annexed the Duchy of Oldenburg, ruled by Alexander's sister's father-in-law. Worst of all was the fallout over the continental system, Napoleon's not very effective economic blockade against Britain, designed to cripple his most steadfast enemy. Alexander had agreed to join the continental system at Tilsit, but it was hugely unpopular in Russia and ruinous to her finances.
All right, let's look at some of these. Russian national debt in 2-year span went up 1,300%. Exports went down 40%, meaning the trade that comes out of Russia. The value of their paper currency went down 50%, so that's inflation. And then the price of sugar and coffee rose 500% because Great Britain, most likely with the slave trade, have a monopoly almost on the sugar and coffee industry in the Americas, in the new land. And their export for sugar and coffee was probably hugely going to places like Russia, and now that's cut off. So, you know, you can only do so much for your friends.
During a period of economic crisis, when Napoleon found out that Russia was flouting the rules of the system and had resumed an illicit trade with Britain, he was furious. With both emperors accusing the other of bad faith, their two countries began preparing for war.
And look how far away Paris and Moscow is. That's crazy how far they are, aren't they? At Tilsit, Russia swore an eternal alliance with France. Now she breaks her oaths. Does she believe us degenerate? Are we no longer the soldiers of Austerlitz? Grand Armée.
Napoleon knew an invasion of Russia was a massive undertaking, especially as he still had an unfinished war in Spain that was tying down more than 200,000 troops. Nevertheless, in 1811, he began to assemble the largest army Europe had ever seen.
Really? Oh, yes, really. I think it's going to be 650,000 people, right?
Around 600,000 men, though less than half of them were French. The rest came from allied states across Europe.
We're gonna pause. Every time something comes up like this, we gotta pause and kind of like see the context here. You got Napoleon, and you got the core system, of course, and you have Lefebvre, Deveau, Ordina, Ney, Nasute, and Lampron. Jerome, Polish, Saxon, Westphalian, Polish, German, so different parts of the quote-unquote French Empire. Then you have a Prussian north flank. Crazy, it's Prussian, isn't it? Then we have Eugene, which is Italian, Bavarian, so Germanic-ish. Then you have a reserve corps, and then you have an Austrian corps. Tons of men.
There was a Polish corps from the Duchy of Warsaw, led by Prince Poniatowski. A corps from each of the German kingdoms of Saxony, Westphalia,
I didn't know he was going to go over that bad.
and Bavaria, from the Kingdom of Italy, as well as Swiss, Dutch, Croat, Spanish and Portuguese units scattered throughout the army.
Where's Westphalian? Let me know.
There were even contingents from Prussia and Austria, France's recent enemies, now uneasy allies. Some of these allied troops, such as the Poles and Germans, were as reliable as their French counterparts. Others were very inexperienced, or, like the Prussians and Austrians, reluctant to be there at all. This gigantic formation was deployed in 3 armies. The main force under Napoleon himself, another led by his stepson, Eugene, and a third led by his younger brother, Jerome, King of Westphalia. Neither of these two were experienced commanders. Though one would distinguish himself on campaign, the other would not. On their left flank, Marshal MacDonald led 10th Corps with a large Prussian contingent, while the right flank was guarded by General Schwarzenberg's Austrian Corps. Another 100,000 troops were in reserve, including Marshal Victor's 9th Corps. Initially, the Russians only had 220,000 men to face this juggernaut, organized into Barclay de Tolly's First Army, Prince Bagration's Second Army, and General Tomasov's Third Army. They would be outnumbered 2-1. But in
2-1, like 3-1.
the run-up to war, Russia scored 2 crucial diplomatic triumphs. Sweden had been at war with Russia just 3 years earlier, a conflict which cost her Finland. By a curious turn of events, Sweden was now ruled by Napoleon's ex-marshal Bernadotte. But after Napoleon occupied Swedish Pomerania without warning, a furious Bernadotte promised Russia that Sweden would remain neutral.
That's crazy. That's just crazy to me how Bernadotte. Oh, it makes sense. And isn't the Bernadotte still in like the Swedish monarchy today?
Meanwhile, a peace treaty with the Ottoman Empire ended Russia's 6-year war against its southern rival.
Because they gotta focus.
These two agreements secured Russia's flanks from any strategic threat and freed up troops to face Napoleon's invasion.
Crazy. I'm about to embark on the greatest and most difficult enterprise I have ever attempted. But what has been begun must be. That's gonna parlay into stubbornness.
On the 24th of June 1812, French troops began crossing the Niemen River into Russian territory. The army was so large, the crossing took 5 days. Napoleon's plan was to attack north of the impassable Pripet marshes and defeat Barclay's army, while Jérôme pinned Bagration in place. French forces would then swing south to trap Bagration. Napoleon expected the campaign to be over in 5 weeks. But the sheer size of the French army convinced the cautious Barclay that retreat was his only option. Prince Bagration, a much more aggressive commander by instinct, and often Barclay's fierce critic, was forced to agree. As they withdrew, they burned villages and crops, part of a scorched earth strategy to deny supplies to the enemy.
Which must have been so confusing for Napoleon.
4 days, Napoleon had reached Vilnius, but Barclay was gone. To the south, Jérôme failed to pin down Bagration. So when Davout's First Corps swung southeast to trap him, he'd already withdrawn to safety. Napoleon's younger brother was out of his depth. Stung by the Emperor's criticism, humiliated when his troops were put under Marshal Davout's command, he resigned his post and returned to Westphalia.
Wow.
The campaign was already beginning to expose serious flaws in Napoleon's plan. Knowing his troops would struggle to live off the land in this impoverished region, he'd organized huge supply depots and transport units to feed the army. But wagons rolled slowly along Russia's bad roads, which were turned to rivers of mud by summer thunderstorms. The army had to make frequent stops to allow its supplies to catch up. Bad news for Napoleon's plan to catch the Russians, but a much-needed relief for the many thousands of young conscripts in his army.
Yeah, and like most of these people aren't used to like the same type of speed that we've seen like in the Italian campaigns and the campaigns against Austria and such. The blitzkrieg almost feel here, but they're not utilizing that at all. They're more conservative because they have to be.
Not used to hard marches day after day. Many were soon dropping out with exhaustion. Others deserted. There were also huge problems of command and control over a vast multinational army that was 3 times bigger than any Napoleon had commanded before. La Grande Armée, once famed for its speed of maneuver, had become a lumbering beast. After a pause to rest and regroup at Vilnius, Napoleon resumed his advance. Barclay continued his retreat to Vitebsk, where he hoped Bagration's Second Army would be able to join him. But Davout blocked Bagration's path at Sultanovka, forcing him to make for Smolensk instead. At Vitebsk,
Like Russia does not want to fight at all.
Napoleon clashed with Barclay's rearguard, but once more the Russians escaped, after setting fire to all the stores they couldn't take with them. Meanwhile, 300 miles away, on Napoleon's southern flank, Russian Third Army attacked and defeated the Saxon 7th Corps. forcing Napoleon to divert Schwarzenberg's Austrian corps to their aid.
The flank protection.
By the end of July, Napoleon had advanced 250 miles into Russia, much further than he'd planned.
Really?
And the long marches in extreme summer heat continued to take a heavy toll on his men. Without fighting a major battle, the army had already suffered 20% casualties.
20%? 100,000? 150,000? 120,000? But that also, casualties, you gotta think about that. Casualties just doesn't just, it means sickness, it means desertion, it means captures, but mostly desertion, sickness, etc.
From exhaustion and illness, particularly typhus and dysentery. The army had entered Russia with 250,000 horses, but they were now dying at a rate of 1,000 every day.
My God, and they're probably gonna eat the horses too.
From exhaustion and lack of fodder. It wasn't just cavalry horses that were dying, but the very horses that were supposed to haul the army's transport wagons, making a bad situation worse.
Crazy.
This crisis in horsepower came just as the French light cavalry, Napoleon's eyes and ears, met their match in Russia's Cossacks.
Which is their specialty cavalry version. If Napoleon had Cossacks in his army, he would have been Emperor of China long ago.
Cossacks, self-reliant, proud, ruthless, and superb horsemen, didn't play by the same rules as other European cavalry.
What do you mean?
Every day they shadowed Napoleon's army, swooping in whenever they saw an easy target, but melting away into the forests if they were attacked by a stronger force. Cossacks, as well as Russian partisans, made hit-and-run attacks on French supply lines and depots, forcing Napoleon to divert thousands of troops to their defense.
It's gonna be it's just like Spain with the guerrillas, where they had to have like a, 200 cavalry units protecting every single supply line.
Alongside Russian regular light cavalry, they also prevented French patrols from carrying out reconnaissance, which meant that Napoleon often lacked good information about roads or the enemy's whereabouts. Napoleon stayed 16 days at Vitebsk, resting his troops and considering his options. Among his many mounting concerns was the security of his long, exposed flanks. But at Vitebsk, he received news that Schwarzenberg had defeated the Russians at Gorodezhna.
Okay.
A week later at Polotsk, a French Bavarian force fought Wittgenstein's Russian First Corps to a standstill. Napoleon's flanks were secure, for now. Although his main force had been reduced to less than half its original strength, Napoleon decided to push on to Smolensk and try to force the Russians into a decisive battle for the city. Barclay was indeed under pressure to give battle from fellow commander Prince Bagration and Emperor Alexander in St. Petersburg. The army's morale and Russia's honor required it, they told him.
Okay, here we go.
With the First and Second Russian armies finally linking up near Smolensk, Barclay decided to attack Napoleon's army, which he believed was concentrated around Rudnya. The offensive was led by General Platov's Cossacks, who surprised a French cavalry division at Inkovo. But alarmed by false reports that Eugene's Fourth Corps was outflanking him to the north, Barclay called off the attack. Napoleon, reassured that Barclay's offensive posed no real threat, began a grand outflanking move to the south to take Smolensk and cut off the Russian retreat. The so-called Smolensk maneuver was Napoleon at his best, using Murat's cavalry to screen his movements and keep Barclay in the
That is so smart. Oh my goodness.
dark, the Emperor reached the Dnieper on the evening of the 13th of August. His engineers quickly threw up 4 pontoon bridges, and by dawn the next day, his army was across. Marshal Davout led a second column across the river at Orsha. But a single Russian division, the 27th, fought a heroic fighting retreat from Krasny, delaying the French advance and buying time for Bagration to reinforce the Smolensk garrison. The chance for a surprise assault on the city was lost.
That's crazy.
And as the Russian army began to pull back, Napoleon displayed an uncharacteristic lack of urgency, even halting the army for a parade to mark his 43rd birthday.
That's... Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to say about that.
When the main attack on Smolensk began 2 days later, Napoleon opted for a frontal assault. 150 French guns battered the city as 3 French corps attacked its medieval fortifications. The Russians resisted bravely, but Barclay, fearing encirclement, ordered another retreat.
That's what they do. They retreat.
With Smolensk in flames, the Russians began to pull out. Just as the French fought their way into the city, to scenes of utter devastation. Bagration's Second Army withdrew first. As Barclay's army followed, its rearguard was caught by Ney's Third Corps at Valutino. General Junot, commanding the Westphalian 8th Corps, had orders to cut off Barclay's retreat. But having crossed the river, he did nothing, and the opportunity was lost.
So much like sitting on your hands moments here. So much conservativeness from the Napoleon army. And you gotta think, like, who's at fault here?
Furious Napoleon swore that Junot would never now win his marshal's baton. The
There goes his morale.
Battle of Smolensk cost both sides around 10,000 casualties and destroyed one of Russia's most historic and holy cities, but settled nothing.
4 months out, we shall be in Moscow. In 6 weeks, we should have peace. Very optimistic. 6 weeks.
After the missed chance to defeat the Russians at Smolensk, Napoleon paused once more to consider his options. His men were weary and far from home, and it was already late in the campaigning season. He considered sitting out the Russian winter at Smolensk and resuming the campaign in 1813. But now he was just 230 miles from Moscow. A century earlier, Peter the Great had moved Russia's capital to St. Petersburg. But Moscow remained its historic and spiritual heart, a prize for which the Russians had to fight. Napoleon, always a gambler, decided to push on. The Russians faced their own dilemma. Emperor Alexander had experienced a kind of religious epiphany that summer and rallied the Russian people to the country's defense, describing the war with Napoleon as a war to save Holy Mother Russia from the Antichrist.
And a lot of people believed Napoleon was the Antichrist. This is not just a one-off sense. I believe it was just, and we saw this in Spain too, I believe it's just due to, like, you know, a lot of these, this country of France was born out of the revolution, and it was pretty much going against everything that was traditional. Everything. Completely. Including religion. Now, I'm sure there's so many conscripts and so many officers and whatnot that are still religious in the French army, but like as an ideology, as the French Empire, it's not built in religion. It's built out of built out, I would almost say, out of atheism.
For months, the emperor had received conflicting advice to stand and fight or retreat. Now he decided change was needed. The cautious General Barclay kept his job, but the emperor summoned General Mikhail Kutuzov to take overall command of Russia's armies. Kutuzov had been beaten by Napoleon at Austerlitz 7 years before, But he'd since won several victories against the Ottoman Empire and was a true Russian, loved by the troops. Although Kutuzov agreed with Barclay's strategy of delay, he saw that constant retreats were destroying the soldiers and the nation's morale. If Moscow was given up without a battle, the fallout could be disastrous. And so, 70 miles west of the city, near the village of Borodino, the Russian army prepared to make a stand. Europe was about to witness the bloodiest day's fighting of the Napoleonic Wars.
This image is crazy. You have the white horse, everything. Are you guys ready? I'm so ready. I can't wait. That's it, right? Yeah, that's it. That's it. I don't know what to say besides, like, it seems like it's just the Russian wilderness is so vast. It's just so hard to, like, get a win because it's just so vast and it's hard to make ground. So it's so easy to retreat and go here, especially like the Cossacks and the different armies with the different rivers and how they can just retreat and go to the wilderness and then just move place to place. Also, tangent. If anyone knows, why did Peter the Great move the capital from Moscow to St. Petersburg? Interested. Strategically, St. Petersburg is on the water. Let me know. But we have more videos to come. Hope you're ready for them. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. I appreciate every single one of you. Let's keep going. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. The Battle of Borodino is about to be on us. If you're new here, this is what we do. We react to history. And I hope you subscribe because we got a lot of history to react to. Today, we're going to see the Napoleonic Wars continued. Let's just jump into it. Let's go. Of all my 50 battles, so he's played 50 battles, okay, that's interesting. The most terrible was the one I fought at Borodino. I must imagine this selection.
Russia, 1812. Napoleon invades his former ally with the largest army Europe has ever seen. But for the French Emperor, the decisive blow remains frustratingly beyond reach. Russia's resilience is unlike anything he's ever encountered. And as winter closes in, his army begins the most infamous retreat in history.
There we go. Borodino.
September 1812. 10 weeks had passed since Napoleon invaded Russia with more than 500,000 men. The French Emperor wanted a quick victory over the Russians, one that would force Emperor Alexander to make peace and agree to French terms.
Which would most likely be the content.
But at Vitebsk, and then Smolensk, the outnumbered Russian army had narrowly escaped his clutches. The holy city of Smolensk had been virtually destroyed. Napoleon had advanced deep into Russia, and months of marching had left his army decimated by disease and exhaustion. It was now half its original strength.
And I mean, a lot of these men, think about it, like if the conditions were better, I think that he would have had better opportunities to do what he wanted to do in Russia, but due to the climate, which is really, it's not yet winter, it's the heat of the summer, due to dysentery, typhus, desertment, morale, starvation, there's just so many tactical errors by this campaign, which is going to domino effect.
And summer was nearly over. But finally, 70 miles west of Moscow, near the village of Borodino, the Russians had turned to offer battle. Napoleon would have a chance to win the decisive victory that he believed would end the war.
It is the battle you have so long desired. Henceforward, victory depends on you.
The Russian army, commanded by the 67-year-old one-eyed veteran General Kutuzov,
He's like Fetty Wap.
occupied a defensive position across the two main roads leading from Smolensk to Moscow. General Barclay de Tolly's First Army was on the right, its front protected by the Kalatsha River, steep-banked but shallow and easily forded. Prince Bagration's Second Army was on the left, a more open position but reinforced by major earthworks, the Great Redoubt, and what the French nicknamed, for their shape, the Flèche, the arrows. Another forward redoubt at Shevardino was expected to delay the enemy's advance. Historians still dispute the size of the Russian army, but it's likely Kutuzov had around 121,000 men and 680 guns at Borodino.
Compared to what?
On the 5th of September, Napoleon's army began to arrive from the west. Around 130,000 men and 585 guns.
Pretty evenly matched, I would say.
Napoleon quickly saw that the Shevardino redoubt would have to be taken before he could deploy his army, and ordered an immediate assault. The attack was led by Compan's 5th Division of the 1st Corps, supported by the Polish 5th Corps to the south. In several hours of heavy fighting, the redoubt changed hands more than once. But late that evening, the Russians finally withdrew to their main line, and the redoubt fell to the French. Its capture had cost them an estimated 4,000 casualties, while the Russians lost around 6,000 men. Napoleon noted how few prisoners were taken, a worrying sign of the enemy's unbroken resolve. Both sides spent the next day preparing for battle. Marshal Davout, commanding French First Corps and widely considered Napoleon's most able subordinate, appealed to the Emperor to use his corps to make a wide, outflanking attack to the south. But Napoleon dismissed the idea as too risky, and instead began preparing for a massive frontal assault on the Russian defenses.
I could not escape the feeling that something huge and destructive was hanging over all of us.
Shortly after dawn on the 7th of September, Orthodox priests paraded one of Russia's holiest icons, Our Lady of Smolensk.
Oh, Our Lady of some. I've seen that somewhere. Not Mary.
Before the Russian army. It was a stirring sight for many
So this is almost like a religious fight for Russia.
devout Russian soldiers, thousands of whom would not live to see dusk. The battle began at 6 a.m. as French batteries opened a deafening cannonade against the Russian defenses. Eugene's 4th Corps advanced on Borodino village, lightly held by Jaegers of the Russian Imperial Guard. After clearing the village, his infantry crossed the Kalatsha and advanced towards the Great Redoubt, but were driven back with heavy losses. The Russians burned the bridge across the river, but did not launch a counterattack, and Eugene was able to move cannon into the village to put flanking fire on the Great Redoubt. In the centre, Davout's 1st Corps began its advance against the Flèche, coming under heavy fire. While on the right, the Polish 5th Corps, ordered to take Utitsa, got held up in the woods and ravines. Their slow advance allowed Tushkov's 3rd Corps to send a division north to reinforce the Flèche defences. Kutuzov, at his headquarters in Gorky, took little part in the battle, leaving tactical decisions to his subordinates. Barclay and Bagration had spent most of the summer arguing furiously over strategy, but in the hour of crisis, they put their differences aside. They could see the main French attack was falling on the Russian centre and left. So Barclay ordered General Bagavout's 2nd Corps south to reinforce Bagration.
Yeah, there's a lot of troops set up on the right and not a lot of emphasis here. There's not really a crossing besides at Malo.
Fighting around the Flèche intensified as the French captured one of the earthworks, only to be driven out by a Russian counterattack. Davout himself was injured in the fighting as he fell from his dying horse, but he refused to leave the field. When Russian cavalry counterattacked, Marshal Murat himself led the French cavalry forward to meet them. Ney's 3rd Corps now joined the attack on the Flèche. A charge by Russian cuirassiers forced Murat to take shelter in a square of Württemberg infantry. Murat, with his flamboyant dress and reckless courage, had now even made a name for himself among the Russians. The Cossacks in particular saw him as a kindred spirit, and were eager to capture him alive if they could.
Wow. Larger than life, some of these individuals are.
To the south, Polish troops now took Utitsa, which the Russians set ablaze before withdrawing.
Like a at the Russians.
But General Bagavout's reinforcements arrived just in time to shore up the Russian flank. Around 10 a.m., Eugène launched another attack on the Great Redoubt. It was briefly captured by Murat's 1st Division, before his men were thrown out by a ferocious Russian counterattack. The Russian army's 27-year-old artillery commander, General Kutesov, was killed leading one of these counterattacks. A heroic death, but a blow to the organization of Russian artillery for the rest of the day. Fighting continued to rage around the Flèche earthworks. Some counted as many
Look at these scenes. This is just insane. The chaos, the hectic havoc.
as 6 major French assaults, involving 45,000 troops, with hundreds of cannon on both sides, pouring fire into the packed ranks. More than once, French infantry fought their way into one of the Russian positions, only to be driven out again at bayonet point. Junot's Westphalian Corps was sent forward in support, helping to clear Russian skirmishers from the woods to the south. General Bagration was close to the action, overseeing the defense of the Flèche, leading forward reinforcements and ordering counterattacks. Around 10 a.m, he was hit in the leg by shell fragments. Mortally wounded, he was carried from the field. Shaken by the loss of their iconic commander, the exhausted Russian infantry began to fall back. The French...
I mean, at this point, it looks like it's a rout by the French right here at the Flèches. But the Great Redoubt, or Redoubt, I can't remember which one it is. That's where the Russians definitely have a hold.
finally took the Flèche. Marshal Murat then led forward Friant's division, 1st Corps' last reserve, supported by waves of heavy cavalry on both flanks. Russian grenadiers formed squares to ward off the French cuirassiers, while their own guard cavalry fought the French in a giant confused melee, with heavy losses on both sides.
I'm guessing, is that the commander right there? The Russian commander?
The Russians resisted doggedly, but the combined onslaught of French artillery, cavalry and infantry proved irresistible. As the Russians pulled back, Friant's infantry fought their way into the village of Semyenovskaya. The Russian center was in disarray, and seemed close to breaking. Surely now was the time for Napoleon to deliver the knockout blow.
Soldiers, face to the enemy. Let's go and get killed. That's a little martyrdom.
For most of the day, Napoleon remained at his headquarters near Shevardino. Those around him later said that illness, as well as the exertions of the long campaign, had left him tired and irritable.
Illness? An illness? That's interesting, I didn't know that.
As the Russian centre buckled, Murat and his staff urged him to send forward his last reserve, the Imperial Guard. The Emperor refused.
Wow.
If there is another battle tomorrow, he asked them, where is my army? But he did make one exception. Barclay was continuing to move troops from his unengaged right wing to bolster the centre. As Osterman Tolstoy's 4th Corps arrived behind the Russian centre, French observers feared they were massing for an attack. So Napoleon ordered forward General Sorbier's Guard artillery. His batteries opened a devastating fire on the enemy. Yet even as they were mown down in their ranks, the Russian infantry stood their ground. On the Russian right wing, all remained quiet, so General Platov, commander of the Don Cossacks, proposed that he lead an attack on the lightly defended Borodino village. Permission received, Generals Platov and Uzarov led a force of 8,000 Cossacks and cavalry across the Kalacha River. They fell on French and Italian troops around Borodino with complete surprise, spreading panic and disorder. Grouchy's 3rd Cavalry Corps had to be pulled back across the river to drive off the Russians. Russian commanders saw this raid as a missed opportunity, but
Yeah, they could have easily encircled them and caused them to somehow feel like they were being overwhelmed, to where they would have pulled back across the river and they could advance the people of the Great Revolt forward, and they could have actually won the battle right there if timed perfectly.
But it had delayed the next French attack by 2 hours, and may have persuaded Napoleon that he was right to hold back his reserve.
I had never seen such drama. Wounded for the 22nd time. Can you imagine getting wounded 22 times? You must think that you're immortal if you've been wounded that long.
Around 3 p.m., the French launched their biggest assault yet on the Great Redoubt.
Redoubt. Got it.
Russian gunners targeted the French infantry advancing to their front, allowing French cavalry to outflank the redoubt and charge it from the rear. Saxon cavalry were first in, cutting down Russian infantry and gunners almost to the last man. It was an astonishing feat by the horsemen, against all the rules of war, and testament to the ferocity of the fighting. As Eugene's infantry consolidated their hold on the redoubt, he ordered forward all the available cavalry to exploit this success. But they were met and checked by the last Russian cavalry reserves.
Stand still.
Eugene now implored Napoleon to commit the Imperial Guard, but again the Emperor refused. "I will not destroy my guard," he told his staff.
I wonder how that made people feel.
"I am 800 leagues from France, and I will not risk my last reserve." By 5 p.m., both armies were in a state of utter exhaustion. The battlefield was strewn with dead and wounded. Some infantry battalions could muster only a third of their strength. Cavalry could advance no faster than a trot, gun crews were collapsing with fatigue. As dusk approached, fighting slowly died out across the battlefield.
Like, that's like 12 hours fighting. That's just exhausting.
Napoleon and the French army expected the fighting to resume the next day. But by dawn, Kutuzov, having learned the full, horrifying scale of Russian losses, had ordered a withdrawal. The losses on both sides were enormous. Russian casualties are estimated at 44,000. French losses around 30,000,
74,000.
including 49 generals, 12 of them killed. Borodino would prove to be the bloodiest single day of the Napoleonic Wars. The Russian army could not fight another battle until it had received major reinforcements. And so Kutuzov decided that he must abandon Moscow. On the 15th of September, a week after his victory at Borodino, Napoleon entered the city.
Bewildered, most likely.
He would find it virtually deserted, and already the first fires starting to burn.
Wow. That, we gotta go back right here. This right here is insane to me. Like, the scenes. I just, I get like a million times again, like, can you guys just imagine the scenes of this battlefield? Movies and pictures. And I mean, I think pictures are the best representation we have. Drawings, right? So grateful for Epic History to kind of like illustrate this stuff for us, really encapsulating what occurred. You can't read about this. You have to develop, auditorial and visionary senses to these battles. You can't just read about this. Insane. The Russian pride, the Russian religious out that they held battle really strengthened them and held their own. They held their own, regardless of what the outcome was. They held their own, even though they had a delta of 14,000 troops in terms of casualties. Now they entered Moscow. Napoleon deserted. What is left? St. Petersburg? What is left? What is the goal? What is the aim here? It seems that this might never happen for Russia. Interesting to see what happens. I appreciate you guys watching and listening and reacting with me. This was an eye-opening battle, a huge battle, 70,000 casualties. These are like the same sort of casualties in the 20th century in terms of a battle. Insane. Just insane. I don't know what else to say. Appreciate you guys. Leave a comment. Like this video. Subscribe if you have. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. It's time to retreat from Moscow. I hope you're ready. We're going to be retreating from Moscow, or reacting to. The Napoleonic videos continue. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button. Appreciate everyone that hits that like button and leaves a comment. Let's just jump into it, shall we? Let's go.
Russia, 1812. Napoleon invades his former ally with the largest army Europe has ever seen. But for the French Emperor, the decisive blow remains frustratingly beyond reach. Russia's resilience is unlike anything he's ever encountered. And as winter closes in, his army begins the most infamous retreat in history.
we go.
The 15th of September 1812. 83 days after invading Russia, a week after his costly victory at Borodino, Napoleon entered Moscow. He expected to be greeted by dignitaries, formally offering the city's surrender. Instead, he discovered that 90% of Moscow's inhabitants had fled. A fire had started the previous night and was blamed on drunken soldiers. But over the next 48 hours, fires continued to break out across Moscow, until most of the city was ablaze. Count Fyodor Rostopchin, the city's governor, had ordered that Moscow be destroyed rather than allowed to fall into enemy hands. And now fires were being...
What was spared? Because I know the significance. I mean, the Kremlin, that dome-shaped castle, right? That was spared. What else was spared?
Being started deliberately by Russian criminals, freed from jail and acting on police orders. French soldiers rounded up and shot any they could catch. But the inferno was impossible to contain. In 4 days, 2/3 of Moscow was destroyed. With the fires finally under control, Napoleon's soldiers turned their attention to systematically looting the ruined city. While from his new quarters in the Kremlin, Napoleon sent a letter to Emperor Alexander in St. Petersburg, inviting him to make peace and end the war.
I wonder how well garrisoned St. Petersburg at this time, because Alexander probably threw everything in terms of a security profile towards St. Petersburg. I wonder what he was thinking at this time.
He received no reply.
As expected.
Napoleon waited, confident that Alexander would eventually negotiate. But as the days passed, he grew increasingly uneasy. Cossack raids were disrupting his vital communications with Paris, as well as the arrival of supplies. While the steady attrition of French forces and Russian reinforcements meant Napoleon was outnumbered for the first time in the campaign.
I mean, just look how vast and huge Russia is. Like just the European side of Russia, like 3 or 4 times bigger than France.
Rumors also reached him that his reluctant allies, Prussia and Austria, were in secret talks with his enemies. Napoleon had proposed that the army winter in Moscow, but that now looked too dangerous. Reluctantly, he accepted that the army would have to move back to Smolensk to find safe winter quarters. Napoleon knew how severe Russian winters could be, but continued to put off his departure, reassured by fine October weather, and hoping that at the last minute there might be a message from Alexander offering peace. It never came.
No.
On the 13th of October, the first light snow fell. 5 days later, Kutuzov launched a surprise attack on Murat's advance guard at Vinkovo and defeated it. Napoleon, stung into action, gave the order for the army to leave Moscow the next day.
Now is the moment my campaign begins. Alexander.
100,000 men of the Grande Armée left Moscow in a column 10 miles long, with an estimated 40,000 carriages and carts. There were women and children too, army wives and the vivandières, the women who cooked for the soldiers, as well as some civilians.
That makes sense. Okay.
Every wagon and pack was stuffed with as much food and loot as possible. As he set off, Sergeant Bourgogne of the Imperial Guard made an inventory of his pack. It contained Several pounds of sugar, some rice, some biscuit, half a bottle of liqueur, a woman's Chinese silk dress embroidered in gold and silver, several gold and silver ornaments, amongst them a piece of the cross of Ivan the Great.
Oh, dang.
Besides these, I had my uniform, a woman's large riding cloak, 2 silver pictures in relief, 12 inches long and 8 high, all in the finest workmanship. Also several lockets, and a Russian prince's spittoon set with precious stones. I wore over my shirt a yellow silk waistcoat, which I had made myself out of a woman's skirt. Over that, a large cape lined with ermine, and a large pouch, hung at my side by a silver cord. This was full of various things, amongst them a crucifix in gold and silver, and a little Chinese porcelain vase. Then there were my firearms, powder flask, and 60 cartridges in the box.
He's wearing a lot.
This heavily encumbered army did not yet realize it was in a race against time. The Russians were beginning to move against the flanks of Napoleon's 550-mile-deep salient. That very day, Wittgenstein's army was driving back Marshal Saint-Cyr's outnumbered force at Polotsk and drawing Victor's 9th Corps west to support them. In the south, Admiral Chichagov's advance had Schwarzenberg's Austrian corps falling back to cover Warsaw. The corridor was closing.
Oh yes, this is getting claustrophobic for an army, especially 10 miles long in terms of the march for the 100,000. We're gonna go to Smolensk. Then from there, they still have they're only halfway back to their land. Not
Weather. Though Napoleon was confident his army could reach winter quarters in Smolensk in 20 days, well before the more extreme temperatures were due to hit. Napoleon planned to withdraw via Kaluga, through unspoilt country where the army could forage for supplies. But Kutuzov sent General Dokhturov's 6th Corps to block the road at Maloyaroslavets. In fierce fighting, Italian troops of Eugene's 4th Corps drove the Russians out of the town.
But it's pressure.
It was a hard-won victory, reminiscent of the fighting at Borodino. Kutuzov now stood between Napoleon and Kaluga. Napoleon now took the unusual step of conferring with his marshals.
This is a very unhealthy version of Napoleon right here in this picture.
And after discussing various options, he decided that rather than seek another major battle, they would retreat the way they'd come, along the Smolensk road. Napoleon had hoped to avoid this route, as it meant marching back through country already stripped bare of supplies. The day after the fighting at Maloyaroslavets, Napoleon was nearly captured by a group of Cossacks, and saved only by General Rapp's charge at the head of his escort. After this close shave, Napoleon had a phial of poison made up, which he carried around his neck in case of capture.
Those who are too weak to carry their weapons and knapsacks away and all look like a crowd of
Napoleon's army set off on its new course, shadowed at a respectful distance by Kutuzov's army to the south. They passed the old battlefield of Borodino, a grisly, unnerving sight where crows pecked at half-buried corpses. Relentless marching quickly began to tire out men and horses.
Oh yeah, I bet you these horses too. It's not talked about enough because horses are carrying supplies and they're carrying sick and wounded and they're carrying, of course, men. These horses are not they're not fitted for this environment and this weather.
A few days later, the temperature fell below freezing. The army's overworked, starving horses died en masse. Discipline began to break down, as some drivers simply dumped the sick and wounded by the roadside to try to ensure their own survival. As the French column became increasingly strung out, General Miloradovich, commanding Kutuzov's advance guard, fell on Davout's rear guard outside Vyazma. For a few hours, Davout's first corps was cut off, until Eugène and Ney came to his rescue. The battle ended with street fighting in Vyazma, as the French hastily evacuated the burning town. For the soldiers of the Grande Armée, so unaccustomed to retreats and routes, Vyazma was an alarming, demoralizing blow.
I mean, there's just so much ground to make up. It's just so ambitious. This was too much ambition. So obvious. The streets with the dead are suffering.
On the 4th of November, it began to snow heavily. The next night, temperatures plummeted to -20 degrees centigrade. Few men or women had proper winter clothing, or
No, frostbite is going to be horrendous.
access to shelter. Many froze to death overnight. The next morning, wagons and guns were abandoned. Many soldiers sought to save themselves, ignoring officers, stealing horses and food, and leaving the column to scour the countryside for supplies. Many of these foragers were found by the Cossacks. Some cut down or lanced, others robbed of every possession and left to freeze. In a few cases, they were handed over to peasants, eager for retribution against the foreign invaders who had plundered all they owned.
Yeah, like there's no way around it. You're gonna have a hard time. There's just no way around it.
As the army struggled on towards Smolensk through blizzards, Napoleon ordered Eugène's 4th Corps to strike out for Vitebsk, where there were large French supply depots. But Vitebsk had already fallen to the Russians. 4th Corps was too weak to fight its way through, and rejoined the army, minus its artillery and most of its baggage. A colonel who saw 4th Corps at this stage described men without shoes, almost without clothes, exhausted and famished, sitting on their packs, sleeping on their knees, and only rousing themselves out of this stupor to grill slices of horse meat or melt bits of ice. Just 3 weeks after leaving Moscow, a third of the army was dead or captured. About half the rest formed a growing army of stragglers, men without units, prepared to fight only to survive.
Barbaric.
Napoleon reached Smolensk on the 9th of November. The first troops into town ransacked the supply depots, leaving nothing for those who followed, including Ney's rearguard, which arrived 6 days later.
Dang, that's like there's gonna be like the rear guards is getting the worst of this too, because they're gonna get, you know, more attacks from the rear, as well as the last people at the table, traps.
Napoleon had hoped to make Smolensk his winter base, but the state of the army and lack of supplies meant the retreat had to continue. But the 5 days he spent there gave Kutuzov time to circle ahead and prepare an ambush. When the French retreat resumed, he struck 30 miles west of Smolensk at Krasny. In 3 days of desperate fighting through knee-deep snow, Napoleon used his Imperial Guard to hold open the road, as Eugène and Davout's corps fought their way through the ambush with heavy losses. 2 regiments of the Young Guard were ordered to make a sacrificial counterattack to keep
Do they know it was sacrificial?
the Russians at bay, and were virtually annihilated. Kutuzov held back many of his troops and was blamed for not trying to destroy Napoleon's army when he had the chance. It's possible he was concerned at the number of raw conscripts in his own army, also suffering terribly in the freezing conditions.
All the Cossacks and the Russians in the world shall not prevent me from rejoining the army. Get some courage, Mr. Ney.
Not every French corps broke through at Krasny. Marshal Ney and his 6,000-strong rearguard arrived on the 18th of November to find the road blocked by 60,000 Russian troops, and no sign of the promised support from Davout's First Corps. Ney's men hurled themselves against the Russian lines with desperate courage, but were mown down. Rejecting several invitations to surrender, Ney led the survivors in a daring night crossing of the Dnieper River, then across 45 miles of open country under constant attack from Platov's Cossacks to reach Orsha. By the time Ney rejoined the army, his rearguard was down to just 800 fighting men, leading a column of several thousand stragglers. The army regarded his escape as a miracle, and when Napoleon heard of it, he immediately dubbed Marshal Ney the bravest of the brave.
This is the beginning. This is beginning to be very serious.
Napoleon had escaped one trap, but now 3 Russian armies were closing in from different directions and outnumbered him nearly 3 to 1. From the east, Kutuzov's main army with 65,000 men. From the north, Wittgenstein with 30,000, steadily driving back Marshal Victor's 9th Corps. And from the south, Admiral Chichagov's army of Moldavia with 34,000, having detached General Ostensacken with 30,000 to prevent Schwarzenberg's Austrians and Reynier's Saxon Corps marching to Napoleon's aid. Napoleon was heading for Minsk, a major French supply base with vast stores of the food, clothing, shoes and ammunition that his army so desperately needed. But on the 21st of November, disastrous news arrived. Minsk had fallen to Chichagov.
Where do you go? Like, you could possibly make a run to Borisov and then Vilna, but maybe difficult.
He'd then marched on Borisov, driven out the Polish garrison, and captured its bridge over the Berezina River.
Okay, now you're showing.
By rights, the Berezina ought to have frozen solid by now, so Napoleon could have crossed anywhere. But a sudden thaw had turned the river into a torrent of ice and freezing water. Napoleon was at least joined by the hard-fighting Marshal Oudinot and his 2nd Corps, which hadn't suffered as badly as the main column on its retreat from Polotsk. Oudinot launched an immediate counterattack on Borisov and retook the town, but couldn't stop the Russians burning the bridge. With no other bridge for miles in either direction, it seemed Napoleon's exhausted army was finally doomed. But there was one sliver of hope.
What's that?
Polish cavalry had found a ford across the river near the village of Studienka. Napoleon issued a flurry of orders. 2nd Corps was to fake preparations for a river crossing south of Borisov. Victor's 9th Corps, arriving from the north, was to form a rear guard east of Studienka to hold the Russians at bay, while engineers worked as quickly as possible to build pontoon bridges across the river and win Napoleon's army a fighting chance of escape.
Not a bad plan. Not a bad plan. This is, I mean, it's hard to think and muster up something during these conditions, and imagine like the mental state you have to be at this point. situation is unparalleled. If Napoleon extricates himself today, he must have been done.
On the afternoon of the 25th of November, General Eblay's Dutch engineers began building two 300-foot pontoon bridges across the Berezina River.
What? That's a football field. That's an American football field. Oh my god.
They worked day and night, sometimes chest deep in freezing water, and
Can you imagine how many people died from working on these bridges if this is the conditions in case?
completed both bridges in less than 24 hours. Few of the engineers survived the ordeal. Chichagov had been totally fooled by the diversion south of Borisov, and was moving his troops south to face it, allowing Napoleon's army to begin crossing its rickety bridges virtually unopposed. Oudinot's Second Corps led the way to secure a bridgehead, followed the next day by the remnants of the main army.
And then you got Wittgenstein coming up as well.
Priority was given to formed troops, still able to fight. For the time being, the army's vast crowd of stragglers remained on the far bank. By the time Chichagov realized his mistake and began moving north, Napoleon had troops in place to defend the crossing. On the east bank, General Partonneux's 12th Division.
Like, they're getting left behind, the 12th Division, unless they just go across Borisov, but that bridge is destroyed.
4,000 relatively fresh troops from Victor's 9th Corps formed the rearguard. As Platov's Cossacks approached from the east, the vanguard of Kutuzov's main army, Partonneux tried to rejoin 9th Corps. But caught in a swirling blizzard, with visibility down to 50 meters, he marched straight into Wittgenstein's army.
Just like, you guys know, I can't remember the name of the battle, but when they marched straight, the artillery.
His entire division was killed or captured. The next morning, Chichagov and Wittgenstein launched coordinated attacks on both sides of the river. There was desperate fighting on the west bank, where Marshal Oudinot was, yet again, seriously wounded, but his Swiss infantry held the line, until General Doumerc's cuirassiers, the army's last heavy cavalry, charged and routed the Russians. At great cost, Polish and German troops of Victor's rearguard held off the Russians until dark, then pulled back across the bridges. For 2 nights, officers had been trying to get the vast camp of stragglers to cross the bridges when they weren't being used. But with temperatures reaching -30 centigrade, they'd preferred to stay put, huddled around their fires. At dawn on the 29th, with the army leaving and the Russians approaching, thousands of stragglers surged in panic towards the bridges. Dozens were crushed underfoot. Others fell or were pushed into the water, or
This image is just crazy.
tried to swim, which was certain death. When French engineers burned the bridges at 9 a.m, thousands were cut off and left to the mercy of the advancing Cossacks. Some became prisoners. Others were simply put out of their misery.
Wow, what appalling misery. What a multitude have perished in retreat, Captain Franz Roder.
Since the retreat began 43 days earlier, the Grande Armée had marched nearly 500 miles, under constant attack, starved, exhausted, and for the last 23 days, in lethal sub-zero temperatures, without proper clothing or shelter. In that time, the fighting strength of the Grande Armée had been reduced from around 124,000 men to 20,000.
Think about all these families back in France. in Europe.
with as many stragglers still following the army. As the retreat continued to Vilna, the weather turned even worse, the temperatures falling to minus 37 degrees centigrade. The Russian armies at least now held back, leaving the winter, the Cossacks and Russian peasants to finish off the invaders. On the 5th of December, Napoleon left the army, travelling incognito across Europe at breakneck speed, and reaching Paris in just 13 days.
Little parallel of Egypt, I would say.
Naturally, English satirists capitalized on Napoleon seeming to abandon his defeated army, and many soldiers did regard it as an act of betrayal. But his generals supported his decision to leave. There'd already been one attempted coup against Napoleon in Paris, and there was much work to be done to rebuild the army and reassure France's allies. On the 9th of December, 51 days after the retreat began, around 20,000 ragged survivors of the Grande Armée began crossing the Niemen River back into friendly Polish territory. According to legend, Marshal Ney was the last man across. Napoleon's invasion of Russia had proved to be one of the greatest military disasters in history. He had made fatal miscalculations about geography, logistics, and above all, Russia's political and strategic response to his invasion. These blunders cost his empire around 500,000 men, as well as 250,000 horses and 1,000 cannon.
Look at those numbers. 95,000.
Another way, of every 12 men who marched into Russia with the Grande Armée, one was killed in action or died of wounds. 2 were taken prisoner, one of whom died in captivity. 7 died from disease or the effects of climate. Just 2 returned alive.
You want to talk about PTSD and like how people have PTSD nowadays from going to war, shell shock and all that? There's another level of that when you accompany this amount of loss of life and these elements and this PTSD of approaching Cossacks and weather being negative 37, and your leader similarly afraid is abandoning you at the very last bit. Oh, and that part where they are crossing the river, stragglers, so sad.
Contrary to myth, many more soldiers had died in the summer advance from heat, typhus and dysentery than were lost in the winter retreat. Russian military casualties were estimated at 150,000, and a huge but unknown number of civilian deaths. The Russian campaign was a catastrophe for Napoleon, not just in lost troops and resources, but in damage to prestige and reputation.
Oh yeah.
That winter, all his enemies sensed weakness and prepared to join forces against him. But the Emperor wasn't going down without a fight. Back in Paris, he admitted to his ministers, "Fortune has dazzled me, gentlemen. I've let it lead me astray. Instead of following my plan, I went to Moscow. I thought I'd make peace there. I stayed too long. I've made a grave mistake, but I'll have the means to repair it."
Wow. what a retreat. Video is incredible just because it shows you the rawness of Russia. The rawness of the retreat through the weather. Not even just the retreat, but like fighting, the skirmishes. It was a little bit of Spain, of the guerrilla warfare with how the Cossacks were just picking apart supply lines and skirmishing here and there. As well as the weather is just something that not a lot of people have. This is probably the biggest at scale military disaster ever up to this point. Now, it might be totally off base, and there might be one I'm missing in history, but let me know if there is. But to lose that many people in just such a short amount of time, too. Guys, we got more to watch. Hit that subscribe button. We're gonna watch some more in the future. We got like 5 or 6 more Napoleon videos, I guarantee you. I'll see you in the next one. Until next time, peace out. Bye-bye. The battle for Germany is about to begin. I hope you're ready. We got, right after the Napoleon retreat from Moscow, the coalition is about to raise up their arms again. If you're new here, I implore you to hit that subscribe button. Like this video. I appreciate all the support. Let's just jump into it. Let go. Emperor Alexander is getting kind of hasty here. What a career Napoleon has ruined. Having gained so much glory to bestow peace on Europe, but he has not done so. The spell is broken. So it's a downward spiral by ways of Alexander, who admired and copycatted Napoleon a lot of times.
1812 had been a disastrous year for Napoleon. His invasion of Russia had led to the almost total destruction of an army of 500,000 men. Now Poland and Germany were wide open to Russian attack. Some advised Emperor Alexander that this was the time to make a favourable peace with Napoleon. Russia's own armies had been mauled and Western Russia devastated. But Alexander was determined to see Napoleon defeated for good, to free Europe from his clutches, and avenge Moscow's destruction by taking Paris. Napoleon's allies were deserting him. Prussian troops had already agreed a truce with the Russians. Schwarzenberg's corps marched back to Austria, which assumed a policy of watchful neutrality. Napoleon had left Marshal Murat in charge of the remnants of the army, but he left for the Kingdom of Naples, hoping to cut a deal with the Allies that would let him keep his throne.
Yeah, I forget, he's the king of Naples.
He was replaced by Napoleon's stepson Eugene, who'd proved himself a brave and able soldier in Russia, but was unused to independent command, and now faced odds of 4-1. As Russian forces advanced through Poland, he continued to retreat west, leaving garrisons to hold strategic fortresses, most of which were soon besieged. On the 7th of February, Russian troops entered Warsaw unopposed. Napoleon's Polish client state, the Duchy of Warsaw.
Look how much territory already. Like, that's just almost half his territory.
Effectively ceased to exist. 3 weeks later, Russian troops entered Berlin, while Sweden joined the Allies. Sweden was ruled by Napoleon's former Marshal Bernadotte, now officially known as Crown Prince Karl Johan. Many would accuse him of betraying Napoleon, but he'd always been clear that once he became Sweden's Crown Prince, he'd pursue Swedish interests, which is what he now claimed to do.
That's an honorable man. That's an honorable man.
In exchange for Norway, to be taken from France's ally Denmark, and £1 million from Britain. Bernadotte agreed to join what was now the 6th coalition against France since the Revolution.
Yeah. Britain's got that money. Britain's got that money. Their empire is sea to sea.
With an army of 30,000 troops. 10 days later, King Frederick William of Prussia declared war on France. It followed weeks of indecision. The king was widely seen as a weak character and terrified of Napoleon. But with guarantees of Russian military support, the return of lost territory, and enormous financial and material aid from Britain, he agreed to field an army of 80,000 men. On the 17th of March, he issued a proclamation to the people of Prussia and Germany, "An mein Volk," to my people, summoning them to fight for Prussia and Germany's honour, in what would soon be known as the German War of Liberation. The Prussian army had been greatly reformed since its humiliating defeat to Napoleon in 1806. A military commission headed by General von Scharnhorst had sacked nearly 200 old generals and abolished flogging, expanded recruitment, and introduced exams for officers,
Modernizing.
and overhauled training, tactics, and drill. When Napoleon met the new Prussian army in battle 2 months later, he remarked, "These animals have learned something." Small consolation, they'd learned most of it from him.
That does everyone. One time ago, I was the conqueror of the world, commanding the largest and finest army in modern times. That's all gone.
As his enemies massed in Germany, Napoleon was in Paris, working tirelessly to build a new army with which to face them. 137,000 new conscripts joined the army, and laws passed to call up 100,000 more, while 40,000 veterans from the army in Spain, 16,000 Marines, and 80,000 men of the National Guard, a home defense force, were transferred to Germany.
Now just imagine if he kept at least a third of what was lost in Russia. A formidable force, but now having to put together pieces so thinly stretched is insane.
The new conscripts were nicknamed Marie-Louises, after Napoleon's young wife, who'd passed the new conscription laws in his absence. They were young and raw. 2/3 were teenagers, and there was a severe lack of experienced officers and NCOs.
How young, if you guys know, how young would they go? You know, I'm thinking 8, maybe 17, but like, would it go lower than that?
In short, the countless irreplaceable veterans now lying beneath Russian soil. There was also a critical shortage of cavalry, a crisis mocked by British satirists. It would take Napoleon longer to replace the many thousands of horses and trained horsemen who'd perished in Russia. When Napoleon left Paris for Germany in mid-April, the French situation was precarious. Eugène had been forced back behind the river Elbe to the fortified city of Magdeburg. Dresden, the capital of Saxony, had fallen to the Prussians. The Duchy of Mecklenburg-Schwerin became the first German state to defect from Napoleon's Confederation of the Rhine. Russian Cossacks raided as far as Hamburg, inspiring local revolts against French occupying forces. Meanwhile, Austria stood on the sidelines, so far declining to back either side.
It's kind of weird too, right? Because the Austrian, well, I'm not sure who is now of Austria, but the Austrian emperor's younger sister is the empress at this time of the French Empire. Such a weird thing, you know.
Napoleon's miraculous feat of organization meant he now had more than 200,000 troops in Germany, and the Emperor's personal magnetism was undimmed, the morale of his army was high. The Russians, on the other hand, lost their iconic commander, Field Marshal Kutuzov, to pneumonia on the 28th of April.
Fedyuk passed away. He was quite old.
His role was taken over by General Wittgenstein.
We saw him.
Russian troops were exhausted and far from home, their army weakened by the need to contain French garrisons across Poland and Germany. Prussia and Sweden had yet to fully mobilize their strength, and Allied forces barely mustered 100,000 men. They were now heavily outnumbered by Napoleon, and the French Emperor decided to strike quickly. He ordered Marshal Davout to Hamburg with 35,000 men to secure his northern flank. He would march against the Russian and Prussian forces converging on Leipzig to force a decisive battle. Victory would make Austria think twice about joining the Allies.
If they have that, then their entire southern border, all the way down to northern Italy, being encroached, and that's just going to make it almost inevitable to be able to make any movement.
Allow him to rescue the 90,000 men trapped in garrisons across Germany and Poland, and re-establish his dominance over Europe. As Napoleon advanced on Leipzig, the Allies faced a predicament: to risk battle against Napoleon's larger army, or give up Germany without a fight, a potentially devastating blow to Allied morale and any chance of winning Austria over to their cause. Allied headquarters made the bold decision to attack. They knew most of Napoleon's army was made up of raw conscripts, that their own troops were better trained and had a great superiority in cavalry and artillery. The Allies agreed that as Napoleon crossed the Saale River, they would hit his right flank before he could concentrate the full mass of his forces. The two armies were on a collision course, but Napoleon's shortage of cavalry meant he lacked information about Allied movements. On the 1st of May, Marshal Bessières, commanding the cavalry in Murat's absence, was carrying out reconnaissance himself when he was hit by a cannonball and killed instantly.
To be hit by a cannonball while doing reconnaissance is insane, because that means the cannon had to be like, that means, was he a sitting duck, or was this just happen chance? Because that cannon had to be, means geometry. And so like it's either luck or it's a timed attack with a really skilled artillery battery unit. Who knows what it is, but that's an insane way to go, doing recon and dying to a cannon fire.
Bessières was the second of Napoleon's marshals to be killed in action, and like Lannes, an old comrade and trusted friend. The Allies were able to surprise Napoleon, falling on Marshal Ney's Third Corps near Lutzen. Ney's troops had to cling on in the face of a Russian and Prussian onslaught, while Napoleon rapidly redirected his other corps to fall on the enemy's flanks. At one stage, Napoleon had to personally help rally routing troops as they broke in the face of determined Prussian assaults. But on the whole, his young conscripts fought with courage. And despite hours of savage fighting, Wittgenstein could not exploit his early advantage. As French reinforcements arrived, the battle turned against him. Towards dusk, the Allies were forced to break off the engagement, though they'd inflicted around 22,000 casualties, losing just half as many men. General von...
Think about that. That's a lot, given that they're fighting a 2-to-1 odds. They won almost 2-to-1 odds on casualties.
Scharnhorst, mortally wounded, was among them.
Dang.
Crucially, Napoleon's lack of cavalry meant he was unable to pursue the enemy, who retreated in good order. Expecting the Prussians to fall back on Berlin, Napoleon sent Marshal Ney in pursuit, while he continued east. But the Allied army stayed together, withdrawing to a defensive position at Bautzen, deliberately close to the Austrian border,
Austria, what you doing?
hoping to entice Schwarzenberg to intervene, and daring Napoleon to violate Austrian neutrality.
No way. No way.
Neither happened. Instead, Napoleon ordered Ney to swing south to fall on the Allies' northern flank, while he launched a frontal assault to pin them in place.
Just look at these numbers right here. It's almost, Ney alone could almost take on Wittgenstein. It's not going to end well for Wittgenstein based off this, unless they have just an insane defensive position.
The battle lasted 2 days, as French infantry struggled forward against the Prussian and Russian lines. But a misunderstanding over Ney's orders caused a delay that allowed the Allies to narrowly escape Napoleon's trap. Once more, the Allies fought with great determination and inflicted many more losses than they suffered.
Once again, they are winning the casualty conversation here. They might not be winning like these battles over like decisively. They are winning in the casualty department.
There were more casualties during the pursuit, including the next day General Duroc, Grand Marshal of the Palace, responsible for Napoleon's personal arrangements, and his closest surviving friend. Riding with Napoleon's staff, a freak cannon shot ricocheted off a tree and disemboweled him.
Well, dang! Huh. You almost think this is like karma at this point. Like, things are just not going well for Napoleon.
His slow, painful death deeply upset Napoleon. The Emperor continued his pursuit to Breslau, once again hindered by his lack of experienced cavalry, while Oudinot was sent north to take Berlin, but was held at Luckau by von Bülow's Prussian corps. On the 2nd of June, with both sides strained to breaking point, neutral Austria proposed a ceasefire, which, to the surprise of many, Napoleon accepted. The armistice of Plaswitz would last more than 2 months, a period of intense diplomacy and military mobilization by...
I was about to say, anytime you have an armistice, you're always going to have military mobilization. Never know when that armistice is going to become null.
both sides. Napoleon wanted time to rebuild his cavalry, a shortage of which had allowed the Allies to escape twice. But he also wanted to keep Austria on side, which he feared might join the Allies with 200,000 troops, even though Emperor Francis I was now his father-in-law, since Napoleon's marriage to his daughter Marie-Louise in 1810. Austrian Foreign Minister Clemens von Metternich, who'd become one of 19th century Europe's most influential statesmen, now took centre stage. Metternich wanted peace and to see Austria restored as a great European power, which meant Napoleon contained, but not crushed, which would hand too much power to Russia. In June, he travelled to Dresden to ask Napoleon to make concessions, while promising the Allies that if he did not, Austria would join them.
What type of concessions?
But Napoleon dismissed Metternich's terms out of hand. He would not return the Illyrian provinces to Austria, agree to the repartition of Poland, or the breakup of the Confederation of the Rhine.
Yeah, I mean the Rhine. The issue with the Rhine could have been. I wonder, like, without the Rhine in there, would he have taken that?
All were out of the question. Napoleon
Because, and I don't want to just because Austria would then have a warm water port, right? With the they would have a warm water port. The Rhine area is a difficult concession. Look how many counties are just partition of Poland. I don't really know too much about that one, but I don't know. Napoleon also might just be too fed up with it at this point that he will inflict more damage.
all were out of the question. Napoleon famously threw his hat to the ground in fury. "Peace and war lie in your Majesty's hands," Metternich is said to have warned him. Today you can still make peace. Tomorrow it may be too late. But Napoleon preferred war.
He probably felt like that was kind of a threat, you know? Because he said, tomorrow, this is verbatim, tomorrow you might not be able to make peace. Saying like you might lose.
To what he called a humiliating peace.
Expect a defeat whenever the emperor takes the first. Take a defeat is intense whenever you can.
On the 12th of August, 18...
General Moreau to Emperor Alexander. I thought Moreau was on the French side.
On the 12th of August 1813, Austria joined the Sixth Coalition and declared war on France. The Allies now had a numerical advantage of 3-2. And
look at that difference, 230,000.
a new strategy, the Trachenberg Plan. Recognizing Napoleon's genius, the Allies would avoid battle with the Emperor and instead target his marshals, threaten his flanks, and wear down French forces, until it was time to close in for the kill.
Smart.
Over the next few months,
And that's very much of a Napoleonic tactic, right? Attacking not all at once, but more or less picking them apart. We saw this a lot during Napoleon's Italian campaign. He would pick armies apart rather than trying to brute force attack. Now they're trying to reverse that.
the coalition would also receive massive material support from Britain, including £8 million in silver and gold coin, 200 cannon with transport, 120,000 firearms, 18 million rounds of ammunition, 23,000 barrels of gunpowder, 30,000 swords and sabres, 150,000 uniforms, 175,000 pairs of boots, 1.5 million pounds of beef, biscuit and flour, and 28,000 gallons of rum and brandy.
Great Britain was working overtime for this stuff. That's crazy.
The total value of British aid to the coalition in 1813 was £11.3 million.
Wow.
Today, worth around $500 million.
There we go.
Napoleon, meanwhile, had turned Dresden into a major supply depot and strengthened his cavalry arm, though it remained a pale shadow of its glorious past. Murat returned to lead it, his secret approach to the Allies having been rebuffed. But when news arrived of King Joseph's disastrous defeat to Wellington's Anglo-Spanish-Portuguese army at the Battle of Vittoria, Napoleon had to send Marshal Soult, one of his best commanders, to salvage the situation.
Man, just set up the reinforcements. Get out of Spain. Y'all are wasting y'all's time.
On the 15th of August, Napoleon left Dresden and advanced against what he considered the most urgent threat, the joint Prussian-Russian army of Silesia, commanded by General Gebhard von Blücher, soon to win the nickname Marshal Vorwärts, Marshal Forwards, for his aggressive leadership. But Blücher followed the new plan and retreated when he learned of Napoleon's advance. Napoleon then received news from Marshal Saint-Cyr, holding Dresden with 20,000 men, that Schwarzenberg's gigantic army of Bohemia was approaching, and the city and its supplies were in danger.
Is that the army of 230,000? If so, oh my god.
Napoleon left Marshal MacDonald to keep an eye on Blücher, and raced back to Dresden, sending Van Damme's First Corps to threaten Schwarzenberg's communications. By the time the Allied assault began, enough reinforcements had arrived to fight off the attack. The next day, despite being heavily outnumbered, Napoleon ordered a counterattack. Struggling through mud and heavy rain, Marshal Murat's advance, supported by Victor's Second Corps, broke the Allied left flank and took 13,000 prisoners.
It's just insane how well rounded the French military is, though. No, countless times they're just outnumbered. Countless times they find a way.
The Allies had suffered a disastrous defeat because they'd ignored their own rule.
Oh my god.
Don't take on Napoleon in battle. But news soon arrived that turned the situation on its head. Marshal Oudinot had resumed his advance on Berlin with 66,000 men, but in 3 days of heavy combat around Grossbeeren, he was defeated by Bernadotte's Army of the North. Some of the most savage fighting was between Napoleon's Saxon allies and von Bülow's Prussians, two German states that for now remained on opposing sides. 3 days later, at the Katzbach River, Blücher inflicted a crushing defeat on Marshal MacDonald, driving some French troops into the river itself. MacDonald lost 30,000 men, 3 eagles and 100 guns, for Blücher's 22,000 casualties.
I mean, they're slowly but surely crushing France.
3 days after Napoleon's victory at Dresden, as Van Damme's corps pursued the Allies, it became trapped in wooded valleys around Kulm and was overrun. General Van Damme himself was dragged from his horse by Cossacks, as he and 10,000 of his men were made prisoner. Napoleon sent Ney to take over from Oudinot, who engaged Bülow's Prussian corps at Dennewitz. The Prussians, fighting to save Berlin, held their own until Russian and Swedish reinforcements arrived to turn the battle decisively in the Allies' favour. Ney's retreat became a rout, with the loss of another 22,000 men. Napoleon's brilliant victory at Dresden had been completely overturned in just 10 days. The Allied plan was working. Napoleon became increasingly frustrated as Allied armies withdrew wherever he advanced, and advanced wherever he was not. His teenage conscripts were exhausted by constant marching, and famished as Saxony had been stripped bare of supplies. Thousands fell sick, thousands more deserted. Russian and Prussian light troops were now operating behind Napoleon's army, harassing his communications with France.
They're acting. They're learning. They're learning from Spain, from Russia. They're learning.
Many of Napoleon's marshals advised him to pull back to the River Rhine. But Napoleon wasn't giving up Germany without a fight. By October 1813, Napoleon faced 1/3 Allied troops in Germany, converging on him from 3 directions. 900 miles away, Field Marshal Wellington was crossing the Bidassoa River into France. the first enemy army on French soil in nearly 20 years. While the Kingdom of Bavaria, a French ally since the days of Austerlitz, had secretly agreed to switch sides.
The writing is on the wall, guys. Can't y'all see? The writing is on the wall.
And would declare war on France on the 14th of October. Napoleon planned to defend the line of the river Elbe. But the arrival of General Bennigsen's reserve Russian army freed up Blücher, who suddenly marched to join forces with Bernadotte and forced his way across the Elbe at Wartenberg. Napoleon went north with 150,000 men, seeking the decisive battle that would change his fortunes. But once more, Blücher narrowly escaped him. Then came news from Murat, who'd been left with 67,000 men to cover Schwarzenberg. The enemy had bypassed Dresden and was heading for Leipzig. If the city fell, Napoleon would be cut off from France. Once more, he was
Dresden's getting sieged right now. Didn't say that, but you can see Dresden's being sieged.
advised to fall back to the Rhine. But instead, Napoleon ordered all his forces to concentrate at Leipzig. He would risk everything in one great battle to decide the fate of his empire and the fate of Europe.
This is Stalingrad. Ooh, we got left on a cliffhanger, guys. Ooh, what do you guys think is gonna happen? I know most of you probably know what's gonna happen. Very curious. It just does not look like Napoleon's gonna have time here. 13, not 18. It's a whole different time. A lot less veteran army that's working with. So much more falling apart. It's like a card of house of cards at this point. Allies. It does not look like it's going to be a fun time for him. I'm excited to watch more. If you haven't already, hit that like button, leave a comment, hit that subscribe button. I appreciate every single one of you. I really, really do. Like you couldn't imagine. I appreciate you guys once more. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. It's the Battle of Leipzig. Are you ready? This is probably one of the most important battles of the Napoleonic age because of what happens next. If you're new here, this is what we do. We react to history. Leave a comment, hit that like button if you haven't already. I implore you to hit that subscribe button. Are you guys ready? Let's go. Between a battle lost and a battle won, the distance is immense. And there stands empire. 1813. Okay.
October 1813. Napoleon Bonaparte faced his greatest crisis since becoming Emperor of the French 9 years before. His long war in Spain had ended in defeat, and an Anglo-Spanish-Portuguese army had now crossed the Pyrenees to invade France itself. In Germany, the Kingdom of Bavaria had switched sides and joined the Sixth Coalition against France.
No one's going for him.
While in Saxony, Napoleon faced 4 armies converging on him from all directions.
So we got the Austrians, we got the Prussians, we got the Swedes, and we have the Russians.
What's more, these were not the same bunglers he'd crushed in 1805 and 6 at Austerlitz and Jena. Prussia, Austria and Russia had all learned from their mistakes. They were now better organized, trained and led, and more wary of Napoleon. The largest coalition force was the Army of Bohemia, commanded by Austrian Field Marshal, the Prince of Schwarzenberg. His was a huge mixed Austrian-Russian-Prussian army of 194,000 men and 790 guns.
That's like a campaign of Napoleon's in the past.
To the north, Blücher's army of Silesia, and the Army of the North under Napoleon's ex-marshal Bernadotte, now Crown Prince of Sweden.
Still kind of crazy.
Together, 130,000 men and 536 guns. To the southeast, General Bennigsen's Army of Poland, besieging Dresden. Another 34,000 men and 135 guns.
So this is the Army of Poland, okay.
In total, the coalition had fielded 360,000 men and 1,500 guns, with Russia supplying the bulk of the troops.
It's really all about timing now. You have the resources, but you have the timing of maneuvering these people, because Napoleon is infamous about picking you apart versus a brute force attack.
One unique addition to Bernadotte's Army of the North was a single troop of British rocket artillery.
What?
An experimental weapon system based on the Congreve rocket, a type seen here in 1830.
That's crazy.
Although wildly inaccurate, their high-explosive warhead could be devastating at close range. Napoleon's forces around Leipzig were outnumbered almost 2-1. But with 200,000 men and 700 guns, the Grande Armée was still a force to be reckoned with many experienced troops and commanders, even though it increasingly relied on young conscripts to make up numbers. There were another 140,000 men that Napoleon could not call on. General Rapp's 10th Corps besieged in Danzig, Marshal Saint-Cyr's 1st Corps besieged in Dresden, Marshal Davout's 13th Corps holding Hamburg, as well as several smaller besieged garrisons across Germany and Poland.
Why was the 13th Corps holding Hamburg? Was it a strategic city that they thought they would lose?
Napoleon was currently about 20 miles north of Leipzig with the bulk of his army. Marshal Murat was 40 miles to the south with 90,000 men, covering Schwarzenberg. Napoleon now decided to rapidly join Murat, and with their temporary superiority in numbers, defeat Schwarzenberg, before Bernadotte and Blücher could intervene.
This is what we were just saying, like, taking them apart versus all at once.
Murat had orders to conduct a fighting withdrawal northwards. But at Liebert-Volkwitz, he was drawn into major combat with the enemy's advance guard. Around 12,000 horsemen fought what some have described as the largest cavalry battle in Europe's history. Murat, in the thick of it as usual, was very nearly captured by Prussian dragoons. The battle ended in a minor coalition victory, with around 2,000 casualties on each side.
I'm surprised Murat is, like, alive at this point, given what he's gone through with battles.
The next day, Napoleon arrived to take command.
Children, today is France's last day. Tonight we must have won or all be dead. Patient. Here we go.
By the 16th of October, Napoleon had concentrated most of his forces south of Leipzig. Field Marshal Schwarzenberg, meanwhile, against Russian advice, had deployed his army on either side of the Pleiße River, which would hinder his movements throughout the battle. Napoleon had entrusted the northern sector to Marshal Ney, with orders to keep an eye out for Blücher and Bernadotte. But Napoleon didn't expect them for at least another day, and so Ney had orders to transfer most of his troops south for the attack on Schwarzenberg. Schwarzenberg, however, knew that Blücher and Bernadotte were closer than Napoleon suspected. and that Bennigsen was also marching up from Dresden. This was the moment the coalition had been waiting for.
It's basically not an ambush, it's an encirclement.
All their armies converging on Napoleon, with overwhelming superiority in numbers. However, the coalition's headquarters were nothing like Napoleon's, where one man's will decided all. Schwarzenberg had to attempt to coordinate the actions of 3 large armies from 3 separate states. And although he was commander-in-chief, his plans still needed to be approved by Emperor Alexander, the supreme commander, whilst he also managed relations with the King of Prussia and the Emperor of Austria, all of whom were present at his headquarters.
Okay, so we got some real star power.
The plan finally agreed was for General Wittgenstein's corps group to lead an attack in 4 main columns, with 2 Austrian flanking attacks west of the Pleiße. At 8 AM, a bombardment began along the line, as Russian, Austrian and Prussian infantry regiments advanced across cold, muddy fields. Wachau soon fell to Russian infantry, but French artillery fire made it impossible for them to advance further. Victor's 2nd Corps then counterattacked, retaking the village at bayonet point. Wachau would change hands twice more that morning. These bloody contests for small
These images are just so cool, man. I just can't get over them. So cool.
Saxon villages would come to typify the fighting around Leipzig. At Markkleeberg, Kleist's Prussian 2nd Corps drove out the Polish defenders after bitter fighting, while on the left bank of the Pleiße, Merveldt's Austrian 2nd Corps struggled across broken ground to attack well-defended villages. Their assault on Konnewitz stalled, but with heavy losses, the Austrians got a toehold in Dörlitz. On the right flank, around 10 AM, Klenau's 4th Corps occupied the high ground of the Kolmberg and fought its way into Liebertwolkwitz.
I wish there was a legend. The only thing missing here is like the legend of like how, you know, what a kilometer is or what a mile is. So I can scale this.
Napoleon, observing from Gallows Hill, ordered up Augereau's 9th Corps and the Young Guard in support. MacDonald's 11th Corps was now also arriving in position on his left. His troops retook the Kolmberg and counterattacked Liebertwolkwitz, driving out the Austrians and pursuing them over the fields beyond. The advance was only halted when Russian Cossacks were sighted on their open left flank, a warning that Bennigsen's army...
And we know those Cossacks, Napoleon does not like those. They just terrorized him while he was in Russia.
...was not far off. The coalition offensive was going nowhere, with most of its modest gains lost to French counterattacks. But there was one sector where the coalition had more success that morning. General Goulay's Austrian 3rd Corps, with orders to threaten Napoleon's line of retreat, advanced over marshy ground towards Lindenau. Ney had to divert Bertrand's 4th Corps to reinforce the village and ensure the road to France was kept open. Napoleon was waiting for Ney's reinforcements before launching his attack on Schwarzenberg, but now 4th Corps was tied down at Lindenau, and there was more bad news from Ney. Blücher's army of Silesia was approaching from the northwest. Marmont's 6th Corps had to turn about to keep the Prussians at bay.
Like, this is just chaos. Like the control that you have to have on the French side here, because each particular corps from Prussia or Russia, etc., they have like a singular goal of like impeding a line and getting through and crushing their particular target, as do the corps on the third side. But as a unit for the French, it's like a continuous encirclement of like alignment and timing and understanding where you need to send reinforcements. It's just, you have to have the right people in the right spot. Obviously you have Napoleon, but then you have to have the right marshals, the right generals, the right captains.
Heavy fighting broke out around Meukern, the village itself held by elite French Marines, while Dąbrowski's Polish division clung on to Wiedrich under attack from an entire Russian corps. This was a nasty surprise for Napoleon, who'd thought Blücher was still a day's march away. But the old Prussian general, hearing cannon fire to the south, had urged his men on and into the attack. Blücher intended to draw as many French troops onto himself as possible to assist Schwarzenberg's army of Bohemia. His actions and the bloody fight for Meukern may just have saved the coalition from defeat.
Now, all hell was let loose. It seemed impossible that there could be any space between the bullets and balls which rained onto us. Russian officers.
Napoleon was outnumbered across the whole battlefield, but in the south he still had a numerical advantage, not as large as he'd hoped, nor likely to last long. Schwarzenberg and Alexander were already moving up reserves, though Schwarzenberg now found that his were on the wrong side of the Pleiße River, costing precious hours. It was now or never for Napoleon. At 2 p.m, he ordered the attack to begin. A grand battery of 180 guns blasted the enemy lines. Then Victor's 2nd Corps, Lauriston's 5th Corps, and the Young Guard began their advance. In support, Murat gathered 2 entire cavalry corps, 10,000 horsemen, and led them in one of the great mass cavalry charges of the Napoleonic Wars. Cuirassiers of the 1st Heavy Cavalry Division broke through to the main enemy battery.
I mean, look at that. They just ran through them.
Some even nearly reached the 3 coalition monarchs. But the ground was marshy and broken by fences and ditches. The French horses were soon exhausted and the squadrons disordered. Austrian cuirassiers and Russian Guard cavalry were coming up from the south. When these fresh Allied cavalry reserves charged the French, a great melee ensued. But the French were eventually driven back to their start line.
But now the reserves are on the battlefield versus the reserves.
Maison's division of the 5th Corps was involved in a desperate struggle for Geldengosse. The fighting swept back and forth through the village, the streets filling with dead and wounded from both sides. But as Russian and Prussian Guard regiments arrived to reinforce the village, the French were forced to fall back.
This guy swinging his gun like that is so funny. Wonder if they actually... I guess that's to hit him with the butt of the gun, so I guess it...
Around 4 p.m, the Austrian Reserve Corps finally arrived and renewed the assault on Markkleeberg, one of the morning's objectives, which was finally secured. By 5 p.m, it was clear that Napoleon didn't have enough reserves to force a decisive outcome in the south. To the north, Meukern was being stubbornly held by French Marines with lethal close-range artillery support. But despite terrible losses, York's Prussian Corps continued to attack. Marshal Marmont himself was wounded twice, but remained in command. Finally, a brilliant charge by Prussian hussars triggered a French rout. Meukern fell as Marmont's corps streamed back towards Leipzig.
They're starting to pressure them. Like, they're gonna need to start to clear out that escape route pretty quickly.
As dusk fell around 6 p.m, fighting died out across the battlefield.
What a big battlefield.
The first day of the battle had cost the French an estimated 25,000 casualties.
My God.
The coalition at least 30,000.
Wow.
Napoleon had come close, but failed to land a decisive blow. The chance for victory was slipping from his grasp.
8 corps have lost a third of their men and many officers. All ammunition stocks have been used up. We have not enough to make combat for 1 hour. Marshal Panatoski? Yeah, I wish they put like who's Marshal Panatoski? I don't know who that is. Russian? French? I don't know. Day 2.
Sunday the 17th of October brought a lull, with both armies exhausted by the previous day's fighting. Napoleon needed to rest his troops and resupply them with ammunition, which was running dangerously low. He also sent a message to his father-in-law, Emperor Francis I, suggesting an armistice and finally offering concessions. But the Allies were no longer interested. They knew.
Remember what they said the other day? Like, I forget. Was it? It was the forget his name, but he was basically saying like concessions be made now, but maybe not later. Later, now they can be made.
Knew time was on their side. The only major combat that day occurred in the north, where Blücher continued to attack. Russian infantry stormed Eutrich and Gorlice. Russian hussars charged and routed part of Arrighi's 3rd Cavalry Corps. That day, Napoleon received 14,000 reinforcements when Reynier's French Saxon 7th Corps arrived from the northeast. But the same day, the coalition received more than 100,000 reinforcements, as their armies continued to converge on Leipzig. Colorado's
I mean, like, the coalition has Napoleon. Like, how do they not capture him? How do they not capture Napoleon?
Austrian 1st Corps, Bennigsen's Army of Poland, and Bernadotte's Army of the North, though the latter was widely criticized for his leisurely march to the battlefield. The next day, Napoleon would face odds of nearly 2-1. It was time for the Emperor to begin planning his retreat.
And the only way back, right, is through Leipzig and Lindenau to Markenstadt. I write to you on the morning of a battle, like which has scarcely been seen in the history of the world. We have surrounded the French Emperor. This battle will decide the fate of Europe. You know, now,
On Monday morning, the sun shone across 40 square miles of battlefield, on which nearly 500,000 troops and 2,000 cannon were assembled. Soldiers.
Imagine, I mean, there's got to be civilians still. There are a lot of evacuated. However, there's got to be like people just hiding in basements and cellars.
From France, Germany, Russia, Austria, Poland, Italy, Sweden, the Netherlands, and even Britain. This was truly the Battle of the Nations. In preparation for his withdrawal, Napoleon pulled back his forces into a tighter defensive perimeter.
You could almost say this is World War I. Could you not? Could you not? Hey, this is almost World War I. I mean, names are just names.
And ordered Bertrand's 4th Corps to march west to secure the army's line of retreat.
Yeah,
2 divisions of the Young Guard under Marshal Mortier took their place at Lindenau. Schwarzenberg, meanwhile, planned to close the net on Napoleon with 6 converging attacks. Fighting in the south began around 8 AM. The Austrians took Dörlitz, but Marshal Oudinot led a counterattack at the head of a Young Guard division and drove them out again. Schwarzenberg was so alarmed by this reverse that he sent orders to recall Goulay's 3rd Corps.
That's interesting. So now the retreat is like wide open.
General Barclay's troops initially faced little opposition as they took Wachau and Liebert-Volkwitz, scenes of such bitter fighting 2 days before, but now scarcely defended. Barclay then paused, waiting for Bennigsen to get into position on his right, before continuing his attack.
Look how they're like a boa constrictor right now. Like, this is just wrapping around Napoleon's troops. The retreat is imminent.
Bennigsen's troops had more ground to cover, but towards noon, they'd driven back MacDonald's infantry and taken their objectives. They would now wait for Bernadotte's army to link up on their right. But the Army of the North was again making slow progress, for which many again blamed its commander, who seemed exceedingly cautious about facing his old master in battle.
I can see why. I mean, he knows what he's capable of, but has the cards.
Blücher, in contrast, did not hesitate to launch Russian infantry against Leipzig's northern defences.
Yo, imagine if the 11 Corps made it through Leipzig, it would be over. Like, it would be game over.
Though their attack failed with heavy losses.
All were demoralized, and he appeared. His presence was like an electric shock. All shouted, "Vive l'Empereur!" Long live the Emperor. And everyone charged blindly into the fire.
By 2 PM, Napoleon was hard-pressed on all fronts, but holding his own. His attention was now focused on Probstheide, key to his southern front, under attack from Kleist's Prussian 2nd Corps. French troops had turned the village into a fortress and inflicted terrible losses on the advancing Prussians. Probstheide was soon engulfed in
Like, these scenes are just...
smoke and fire as fighting raged on all sides. Some Prussian regiments lost half their men attacking the village, while 3 French generals were killed as they organised its defence. Napoleon even sent in Friant's division of the Guard to reinforce the position. To the north, Bernadotte's army was finally joining the battle in earnest. Marmont had assembled 137 guns around Schönefeld, which poured fire into the Russian ranks. In response, Bernadotte massed 200 guns of his own. The fields were soon strewn with the dead and wounded, as the sheer weight of fire made it impossible for either side to advance. Around 3 PM, von Bülow's Prussian Corps, supported by Austrian Jaegers and its small British rocket detachment, attacked Paunsdorf.
How are those rockets working out for us? Let's see.
Grenier's 7th Corps could not withstand the onslaught.
I just want to imagine, it'd be almost like those people in World War I first seeing the first tank of all time. Got to be similar.
An hour later, around 3,000 Saxon soldiers rushed over to the enemy and surrendered.
Well, dang.
The Saxons were deeply disillusioned with their French allies. Their main wish now was for a quick end to a war that had ravaged their homeland for many months.
Makes sense.
The hole in the line created by the Saxons' defection was soon plugged by Guard cavalry. But the coalition juggernaut could not be stopped.
Hey, look at this. This is inevitable. Where's the retreat at?
Towards dusk, under relentless Russian pressure, Marmont abandoned the burning ruins of Schönefeld, while the Prussians took Sellerhausen. In the south, Probstheide still held, but the situation was grim for Napoleon. The third day's fighting cost both sides another 25,000 casualties.
Peace.
Napoleon's army was exhausted, outnumbered, virtually encircled, and critically low on ammunition. Finally, the Emperor gave the order to retreat.
Sire, we will hold on. We are ready to die for your majesty. Wow.
Day 4 will be the retreat.
Overnight, under cover of darkness and early morning fog, the French army withdrew behind Leipzig's walls.
And remember, the Austrians had like a guard over here on the left that they had to move across the river, so now there's no way to really know.
And at 4 a.m. began its retreat west, crossing the single bridge over the Elster River that led back to France. There'd been time and materials to build extra bridges, but in what would prove a serious oversight, no one had given the necessary orders. Furthermore, there was no clear plan for Leipzig's defence, which was left to a jumble of understrength units, mostly Poles and Germans. Napoleon left Leipzig around 10 a.m. Behind him there were scenes of mounting chaos and confusion, the city's streets jammed with troops, guns and wagons. The 20,000 wounded troops in the city had little hope of escape. 30 minutes later, shells began to rain on the city as the coalition launched an all-out assault from north, east and south. The rearguard held the city's gates for as long as they could, but they were soon overwhelmed by the enemy, and savage street fighting broke out across the city. A barge packed with gunpowder had been moored beneath the Elster Bridge, so that it could be quickly destroyed after the rearguard crossed. Around 2 p.m, a corporal lit the fuse when he
That is pretty smart, though. We've got to give them credit for that.
saw Russian soldiers on the far bank, even though the bridge was still packed with troops, wagons and horses. The bridge was destroyed in a gigantic explosion that trapped 30,000 men and 30 generals on the wrong side of the river. Panic broke out among those who suddenly found themselves cut off. Most became prisoners, but some tried to swim for it, including the Polish Prince Poniatowski, made a marshal by Napoleon just 3 days before. Weak from his wounds, he rode his horse into the river, but as it tried to climb the steep far bank, it rolled over him, and he was drowned.
So crazy how many people drown in a state of panic, you know? Because, I don't know, it's interesting. Because, like, we you know, today, when I like, even me, like, I have an ego, like, I wouldn't drown. I can swim that. But I really don't, you can't tell. You can't tell, especially with, like, being wounded and the exhaustion, the panic, the pandemonium. I can't even imagine.
Marshal MacDonald had also been cut off by the blast, and resolved to escape or die trying. He found a place where engineers had cut down 2 trees as a makeshift bridge, and made his attempt. And there I was, 1 foot on either trunk and the abyss below me. A high wind was blowing. I was wearing a large cloak, and fearing that someone would grab at it, I got rid of it. I was already 3/4 of the way across when some men decided to follow me. Their unsteady feet caused the trunks to shake, and I fell into the water. Fortunately, I could touch the bottom, but the bank was steep, the soil loose and slippery. Some of the enemy's skirmishers came up. They fired at me point blank and missed me, and some of our men who happened to be nearby drove them off and helped me out.
Wow.
I was wet from head to foot, breathless and sweating heavily from my efforts. Marshal Marmont, who had got across early in the day, gave me a horse. I wanted dry clothes more, but they were not to be had.
What a crazy nice account that we have right here. That is insane.
The loss of the bridge turned what was already a heavy defeat for Napoleon into a disastrous one. Later that day, the 3 Allied monarchs met in the centre of Leipzig to celebrate their great victory. It had come at enormous cost. Exact numbers are impossible to establish, but in 4 days' fighting, the coalition armies suffered at least 52,000 casualties. Napoleon,
I'm gonna guess 80,000 for France.
who could less afford such losses, came off worse. 47,000 killed and wounded, 35,000 taken prisoner, 325 guns lost.
Wait, well, let me add it up. 82. I was 2,000 off.
Prisoner, 325 guns lost. More men were killed and wounded at Leipzig than in any European battle before the First World War. Sir George Jackson, the British ambassador to Austria, rode over the battlefield with Metternich, the Austrian foreign minister, 2 days later. "A more revolting and sickening spectacle I never beheld," he wrote. "Scarcely could we move forward a step without passing over the dead body of some poor fellow, gashed with wounds and clotted with blood, another perhaps without an arm or a leg, here and there a headless trunk, or a head only, which caused our horses to stumble or start aside. It made one's blood run cold to glance upon the upturned faces of the dead. We got over this field of glory as quickly as we could."
That's insane. All Europe was marching with us just a year ago. Today, all Europe is marching. Fully into.
Napoleon had suffered a calamitous defeat. He had lost the battle for Germany. His domination of Europe appeared at an end. With 80,000 survivors, he began a fighting retreat to the French border. There was now no chance of rescue for the 100,000 men trapped in garrisons across Germany and Poland, though some would hold out for another 5 months. Marshal Murat took his leave of the Emperor, assuring him of his loyalty, but secretly planning to cut a deal with the Allies to save his throne in Naples. It was the last time the two men saw each other.
Wow.
11 days after the Battle of Leipzig, Napoleon's former allies, the Bavarians, tried to block his escape at Hanau with 40,000 men. The Bavarian commander, von Wrede, had served with Napoleon in many campaigns. But on seeing his deployment for battle, Napoleon remarked, "I made him a count, but I couldn't make him a general." The French Emperor then ordered the Imperial Guard to lead an attack that forced the enemy to fall back in disarray.
You know that's desperate when he uses his guard.
The French army reached the safety of Mainz 3 days later. Napoleon himself pushed on to Paris to contain the political damage from his defeat. Behind him, his empire was being dismantled. On the 4th of November, the coalition announced the dissolution of the Confederation of the Rhine. several of its former members now joining the war against France. In the Illyrian provinces, local revolts, Austrian invasion, and British naval support brought an end to French rule. In North Italy, Eugene was retreating steadily before the advance of von Hiller's Austrian army. While in Hamburg, Marshal Davout, with 34,000 troops, would soon be cut off and under siege. Napoleon's situation was desperate. But in the next campaign, fought for France itself, Napoleon would prove that he was still the master of war.
Oh! Here we go! What a cliffhanger. Y'all can't do me like that. Cliffhanger? Oh, man. I'm just thinking the writing's on the wall, but we got something else to look forward to now. We have the Battle of France. Oh, that was an interesting one, guys. I'm going to back up to get a frame of everything real quick. Wow, just look at this. He had so much. He was on the doorsteps of Moscow. He had Spain at his feet. And now Spain has gone. The Rhineland is gone. Russia is gone. Austria, Prussia, everything. The Illyrian provinces are gone. Everything is seemingly gone. Wow. And the political damage is worse than the military damage by far, because this man was looked up to as a god, as most emperors usually are, but this guy specifically is like a demigod at this point. What will unfold next? I'm excited. Guys, thank you guys so much for joining me again on this video. Leave a comment, hit that like button, and as always, hit that subscribe button as well. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. The moment we've all been waiting for, the Battle of France, 1814. The empire has crumbled. Now we have one last chance, the Battle of France. If you're new here, appreciate you being here. This is a history reaction channel, and this is what we do. Leave a comment, leave a like, and hit that subscribe button. But before we do anything else, we're going to jump into this reaction video. Lego. Peace. Peace. It's easy enough to say the word. Am I to give up all that I possess in Germany?
In October 1813, Napoleon had suffered his heaviest ever defeat at Leipzig. The battle.
And then remember, it's the heaviest. It's the heaviest loss of life in a battlefield to World War I.
Battle of the Nations. Surviving French forces, exhausted, sick and demoralized, retreated to the River Rhine and prepared to defend France from invasion. But in November, the armies of the Sixth Coalition paused their advance, and Austrian Foreign Minister Metternich offered peace terms. The Frankfurt proposals would allow Napoleon to keep his throne if France returned to her so-called natural frontiers. It was the best offer Napoleon was likely to get, now that his back was to the wall, and all Europe's great powers were united against him.
No way he would ever take that. His pride is too heavy.
Even so, he did not accept the terms. He merely agreed to reopen negotiations. To the Allies, and many in France itself, it proved that Napoleon would not listen to reason. The war went on, and by January 1814, Napoleon's situation looked even worse. Many of his besieged garrisons in the east were starved into surrender. Marshal Davout, with 34,000 men in Hamburg, was now besieged. Denmark, one of France's last allies, was invaded by Bernadotte's Swedish army and made to join the coalition.
I was wondering when Denmark was going to have anything in this battle. They've just been on the sidelines.
French troops evacuated the Netherlands, which reasserted its independence after nearly 20 years of French control. In Italy, Eugene's army faced a new enemy, Joachim Murat.
Isn't that ironic? The Arats, Bernadottes, they gotta feed themselves sometimes. And Murat made a deal with the Allies, kept his throne in Naples, and now is on a different side.
King of Naples, now marching north with 30,000 men to honour his new alliance with the Sixth Coalition.
Isn't that crazy?
In Paris, Napoleon responded to the crisis with a series of extreme measures. Property taxes doubled, state salaries and pensions suspended, 300,000 new conscripts called up, from a country already exhausted by 20 years of war. He ordered the release of Pope Pius, under French house arrest for the last 5 years, to try to shore up his support in Italy. He even agreed to release Fernando, the Bourbon King of Spain, to take up his throne in exchange for peace between France and Spain.
He's trying to isolate to a singular front.
Condition that Fernando was in no position to honour. But these concessions were too little, far too late. In January, 2 coalition armies crossed the Rhine into France. Blücher's army of Silesia and Schwarzenberg's army of Bohemia.
And besides the initial Wellington advance from Spain, this is the first time, as far as I know, the first time that we've had quote-unquote enemy foots or enemy feet in French occupied original territory since what, like 1796, 17, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but since the British occupied the northern hemisphere of France in some revolts during the Revolution days, this is the first time.
Outnumbered French forces in their path could only fall back. On the 25th of January, Napoleon said farewell to his wife and son at the Tuileries Palace, before leaving for the front. He would never see either of them again.
Dang. Because he doesn't die in this battle, obviously. But that's interesting, what happens.
With just 70,000 men, he faced odds of 4 to 1. Most of his troops were raw conscripts, some without uniforms, many just learning how to hold a musket.
This is impossible. This is impossible.
But for the first time in years, Napoleon's army was so small that he'd be able to exercise direct command over all its movements. The result would be one of the most audacious and brilliant campaigns in history.
Here we go. If the enemy are foolish enough to cross the Rhine, I will march to meet them. Then you will see the meaning of the world with
The battle for France would be fought east of Paris, mostly across Champagne, a flat region divided by the rivers Marne and Seine and their tributaries. In late January, fields were dusted with snow and roads quickly turned to mud. Napoleon learned that the coalition armies were widely scattered, with part of Blücher's army near Napoleon's old college at Brienne. The emperor advanced rapidly.
I mean, look, and the one thing about Napoleon, he has like blitzkrieg type speed, and this is his homeland. Technically, Corsica is his homeland, but this is his homeland, to where he's able to outmaneuver a little bit better than, say, Germany or Russia.
Hoping to trap and destroy part of Blücher's army. But after a hard day's fighting that cost both sides 3,000 casualties, Blücher was able to retreat towards Schwarzenberg's army. That evening, Napoleon was nearly skewered by a charging Cossack, saved only by General Gorgo's good shooting. As Napoleon tried to work out the enemy's movements, Blücher, heavily reinforced by Schwarzenberg, made a surprise attack at La Rothière. Allied troops advanced through swirling snow to assault the village, defiantly held by young French conscripts. One was so inexperienced that Marshal Marmont had to personally show him how to load his musket during the battle.
Dang. I'm sure that's not the only time. Like, there's probably tons and tons of seniors having to do that.
By late afternoon, Wreder's Bavarian Corps was falling on Napoleon's flank. Heavily outnumbered, Napoleon had no option but to retreat, having lost 5,000 casualties and 73 guns abandoned in the thick mud. The Allies' frontal attacks meant their losses were greater, but by combining their armies, they defeated Napoleon on French soil for the first time. Believing Napoleon would now retreat towards Paris, the Allies decided to advance along two routes to ease pressure on the roads. Blücher would take a northern route along the Marne. Schwarzenberg would follow the Seine. But dividing their armies again would play right into Napoleon's hands.
What he likes to do. The study of it has given me a greater idea of his genius than any other.
After 2 days to reorganize, Napoleon continued his retreat to Nogent, where he learned that the Allies had split their armies. Not only that, they were advancing at different speeds. The aggressive Blücher racing ahead,
You gotta go for the aggressive one first.
while the more cautious Schwarzenberg lagged behind. Leaving Oudinot and Victor to guard the Seine bridges and delay Schwarzenberg, Napoleon raced north through mud and rain with 30,000 men. The army of Silesia was strung out on the march, oblivious to the danger it was in. First, Napoleon fell on General Ossufiev's Russian 9th Corps at Champaubert, destroying it, taking its commander and 2,000 men prisoner. The next morning, he marched on General Osten-Sacken's force near Montmiral. This was a much larger force, with 2 infantry and 1 cavalry corps, and was expecting support from York's Prussian 1st Corps. But the Prussians were late, and Sacken's troops could not withstand the French onslaught. At this desperate hour, the Emperor's elite Old Guard were no longer held back, but were often thrown into the thick of the fighting. By the end of the day, Napoleon had inflicted another 3,500 casualties, twice his own losses, and the Allies were in rapid retreat. Napoleon had ordered Marshal MacDonald to cut off the enemy's escape by seizing the Marne Bridge at Château Thierry. But York's Prussians got there first. The next day, Napoleon could only batter their rear guard as the enemy fled across the Marne, destroying the bridge behind them. Sending Marshal Mortier to rebuild the bridge and continue the pursuit, Napoleon doubled back to rejoin Marmont, who had been left to keep watch on Blücher. Napoleon attacked at Vauchamp, using General Grouchy's cavalry to outflank Blücher's army.
I mean, look how quick, like, we got a battle on the 10th of February, the 11th of February, the 12th of February, the 14th of February. Like, these are back to back to back. The stamina of these individuals, they are tested.
Which was soon in headlong retreat. A merciless French pursuit inflicted 6,000 Prussian and Russian casualties. Napoleon lost just 600 men.
Like, that is insane to me. These are Italian, Northern Italy campaign, or even Egyptian campaign level casualty counts in terms of the disparity between his own and theirs.
Napoleon had taken on an enemy army almost twice his size, and beaten it 4 times in just 6 days. Blücher had lost an
Like, what does that do to the morale of the rest of the coalition? It
estimated 15,000 casualties in battle, and another 15,000 in smaller engagements, as stragglers or deserters. For now, the army of Silesia had been scattered and neutralized. But in the south, Marshals Victor and Oudinot had not been able to prevent Schwarzenberg's army of Bohemia from crossing the Seine in 3 places. Austrian troops were now just 40 miles from Paris.
Here comes Napoleon.
Leaving Mortier and Marmont to keep watch on Blücher, Napoleon raced south. Schwarzenberg, alarmed by news of Blücher's defeat and of Napoleon's approach, immediately ordered a retreat.
That's what we're talking about. The morale is crushed. Like, they don't have that confidence they had during Leipzig.
It was too late for Wittgenstein's advance guard, routed at Mormain with 2,000 casualties. Napoleon sent Victor's Second Corps to seize the bridge at Montereau, but was so infuriated by its slow progress that he sacked Victor and gave his corps to General Gérard.
Like, there's no, I can imagine, it's very short-tempered at this point.
The next day, at the Battle of Montereau, the French drove the Allied Württemberg Corps back across the river, with 30% losses. According to some accounts, the Emperor cited the French cannon himself, as
I mean, that's what he liked to do. He did that since Toulon.
he had at Lodi 18 years before. Napoleon had the Allies on the run. But how long could it last?
Recollect what's your military position. If we act with military and political prudence, how can France resist the support demanded by 6,000 warriors? Let her dare. Britain.
Even as fighting continued, negotiations between France and the coalition reopened at Châtillon-sur-Seine on the 5th of February. The Allied terms were now more severe. A return to France's frontiers of 1791, which meant the additional loss of Belgium, a humiliation that Napoleon refused to accept. Instead, he tried to revive the Frankfurt proposals, hoping to play for time and to split the coalition, whose war aims varied from Britain's hard line to Austria's more ambiguous position. But this hope was thwarted by British Foreign Secretary
And of course what that means is Britain just wants Napoleon gone. But Austria kind of just wants it to be.
Lord Castlereagh. On the 1st of March, he persuaded the Allies to sign the Treaty of Chaumont. In it, Russia, Prussia, Austria and Great Britain agreed to keep 150,000 troops in the field and not to negotiate separately with France, while Britain added the sweetener of a £5 million subsidy to be shared among the Allies.
They are the purse.
Treaty's secret articles specified common war aims, including the future independence of the German states, Switzerland and Italy, while Spain was to be returned to the Bourbons and Holland to the House of Orange. The four powers even agreed that once they'd defeated Napoleon, they'd form a 20-year defensive alliance to maintain peace in Europe, a sign of their newfound commitment to each other. A split in the coalition had been Napoleon's last best hope for a favourable peace. That was gone. And news from across the country was bleak. French cities were surrendering to the Allies without a fight. Nancy, Dijon and Macon had all fallen. In the south, Wellington defeated Marshal Soult at Orthez.
That's huge. That's huge because Soult was highly regarded by Napoleon.
Forcing him to fall back on Toulouse. 2 weeks later, as British troops approached the city of Bordeaux, it declared loyalty to France's Bourbon kings. The mayor himself rode out to greet the British bearing a white cockade, the sign of Bourbon allegiance. Napoleon's hope for a nation in arms to resist the Allies had not materialized. Allied troops, particularly Cossacks, often robbed French civilians and committed some atrocities.
I mean, an eye for an eye, right?
French peasants took revenge when they could, but there was no guerrilla war to mirror what French troops had encountered in Spain or Russia. The chief desire among ordinary French people was for peace, at almost any price.
Dangers crowded upon him, encompassed him, oppressed him from every side, but he sought to escape from them by misrepresenting them. Marquis de Caulaincourt.
Any talk of Napoleon's defeat in late February was premature. The French Emperor was driving Schwarzenberg's army of Bohemia before him, even though it was twice his size. But Schwarzenberg scrambled to safety behind the River Aube. Napoleon knew he had to land another decisive blow soon, so turned his attention back to Blücher. After an aborted attempt to join forces with Schwarzenberg, Blücher had decided to resume his advance on Paris, gathering reinforcements en route, and with only Marmont and Mortier's weak corps to oppose him.
Not a bad strategy, especially seeing the position where Napoleon's at now.
Leaving Marshal MacDonald in command in the south, Napoleon set off to intercept Blücher, covering 60 miles in 3 days along terrible roads choked with mud.
Stamina, man. That's it.
At Napoleon's approach, Blücher retreated across the Marne, burning the bridges behind him.
It's literally just his presence. Crazy.
24 hours later, they'd been rebuilt by French engineers, and Napoleon was poised to crush Blücher against the Aisne River, because the major crossing point at Soissons was held by a Franco-Polish garrison. But after just a day's fighting, the garrison commander at Soissons tamely surrendered, allowing Blücher to escape.
That was easy.
Napoleon continued his pursuit across the Aisne, still hoping to cut off the army of Silesia.
Look how far he's traveled to just for Blücher.
But at Craon, he encountered Russian troops in a strong defensive position. The Russians fought stubbornly. The French finally forced the enemy to withdraw, but only at the cost of 6,000 casualties, including many irreplaceable veterans from Napoleon's guard. Napoleon pushed on to Toulon. But by now, Blücher had concentrated his forces, 98,000 troops in all, and outnumbered Napoleon 2 to 1. French attacks were repulsed, while Marmont's corps was caught off guard by a late Allied counterattack and routed. Napoleon was lucky to avoid a much heavier defeat. Blücher, usually aggressive to the point of recklessness, was unwell and had been told Napoleon's army was twice as big as it was, leading him to act with unusual caution.
Yeah. Okay.
Laon was a heavy blow to Napoleon. 6,500 casualties he could not afford. Undaunted, he fell back to Soissons, and after a brief moment to reorganize, he marched on the city of Reims, which had just fallen to Saint-Priest's
And all this time I'm thinking, like, what's happening below? What's happening below?
Russian corps. In a whirlwind assault, Napoleon retook the city. Saint-Priest himself was mortally wounded, his corps routed. Meanwhile, in the south, Schwarzenberg had resumed his offensive, as soon as he found out Napoleon had gone north.
Look how far away he is, man. Not good.
In heavy fighting, he'd driven Oudinot and MacDonald back from the River Aube. 5 days later, the Allies had recaptured Troyes, as MacDonald retreated behind the River Seine. Now, after 4 days to rest and reorganize his battered army, Napoleon was coming south once more.
It's just like a tennis match. He's going back and forth, back and forth.
Schwarzenberg, emboldened by news of Napoleon's defeat at Laon, decided that this time he would stand and fight.
Okay.
Napoleon advanced on Arcis-sur-Aube, ignoring reports that the enemy was not retreating as he believed, but gathering for battle. As heavy fighting broke out, Napoleon still believed he faced only the enemy rearguard. It was a nasty surprise to discover that he faced the entire might of the army of Bohemia. 28,000 men against 80,000.
Oh my god.
In desperate fighting, Napoleon personally rallied fleeing troops and exposed himself to enemy fire, having his horse killed under him by an exploding shell.
He hasn't had that happen since Toulon again.
But the odds were too great. At the end of the second day, Napoleon was forced to order the retreat.
Yeah. Where are you retreating? Paris? I felt a glorious death distributing foot by foot the soil of the country. The walls flew around me. My clothes were pierced. Unreached. Oh, he's feeling a little immortal now.
Napoleon believed his army was now too weak to take on the Allies directly, so he decided to change strategy. He would march into the rear of the Allied armies, join up with some of his isolated garrisons, and cut the enemy's lines of communication, forcing them to abandon their advance on Paris.
Similar to how the Russians did him.
But the Allies, until now always one step behind Napoleon, had just received crucial information. Talleyrand, the most brilliant French diplomat of the age, and the most slippery. He'd served France's monarchy, the Revolution, then Napoleon, until in 1807 he fell out irrevocably with the Emperor over foreign policy. He now believed that Napoleon was dragging France into ruin, and worked behind the scenes to ensure his downfall. From Paris, he wrote to the Russian Emperor Alexander at Allied headquarters, informing him that in the capital, support for Napoleon was crumbling, and the city's defences had been completely neglected. He urged the Allies to march immediately on Paris, without allowing Napoleon to distract them. Talleyrand's information was confirmed when the Allies intercepted a report from Napoleon's chief of police, General Savary, meant for the Emperor. The treasury, arsenals and powder stores are empty. We are completely at the end of our resources. The population is discouraged and discontented, wishing peace at any price.
Good.
As Napoleon advanced on Saint-Dizier, the Allies sent General Witzengerode and 10,000 cavalry to harass his army and to screen their own movements. Then began their march on Paris. At Fère-Champenoise, they collided with Marmont and Mortier's corps, advancing to join Napoleon. An entire National Guard division, 5,000 men, was virtually wiped out as the marshals suffered a crushing defeat.
How many left?
Napoleon feared that the fall of Paris would be a fatal blow to his regime. His political authority and ability to wage war might not recover. So, when he received news of the Allies' movements, he tore up his plans and ordered a forced march back to Paris.
that a little late, or how are you gonna? I mean, I guess he can get there faster, but I don't know, man.
intending to lead its defence in person. Napoleon's wife and son were evacuated from the capital, along with most of his ministers. His brother, Joseph, the ex-king of Spain, was in charge of the city's defences, but had done little. Paris was awash with rumours of treachery and defeat. Marmont and Mortier were able to reach Paris before the Allies, adding their troops to the garrison. It now totaled 37,000 men, including some hardened veterans of the Guard, but many more young conscripts, while a third were part-time soldiers of the National Guard.
These images are just so eye-opening.
The Allies had 120,000 seasoned troops outside the city, and given the urgency of taking Paris before Napoleon could intervene, their elite guards and grenadier divisions would lead the way. On the 30th of March, they began their assault from the north.
Paris.
Heavy fighting raged throughout the day. The city's defenders fought bravely, inflicting several thousand casualties on the advancing enemy. But defeat was inevitable. That night, to save Paris from destruction, Marshal Marmont agreed to surrender the city, on condition the garrison was permitted to leave with its weapons. At the Hôtel des Invalides, the 71-year-old Marshal Serrurier oversaw the burning of 1,400 flags and standards captured from France's enemies, as well as Frederick the Great's sword and sash, so they would not fall into Allied hands. Napoleon was just 15 miles from Paris when he was informed of the city's surrender.
But he was mad.
He sat with his head in his hands for 15 minutes.
We do not intend to expose Paris to the fate of Moscow.
On the 31st of March 1814, France's enemies marched into Paris for the first time since the 100 Years' War. Parisian crowds cheered the three Allied monarchs, bringers
That's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? No loyalty. No loyalty. It's all gone. Napoleon has stretched too far, too thin.
of peace. Everyone in Paris was suddenly a royalist once more. Above all, they cheered for Emperor Alexander of Russia, now hailed as Europe's saviour. Don Cossacks bivouacked on the Champs-Élysées. Allied troops generally behaved well. "35 miles away, Napoleon was at Fontainebleau with 36,000 men, all of them hungry and exhausted after their 100-mile forced march. Nevertheless, Napoleon began planning an immediate advance on Paris.
Not over.
But for the first time, he faced unanimous opposition from his ministers and marshals, including Ney, MacDonald, Oudinot, and Berthier.
It's over.
They reminded him of his oath to act for the good of France. He accused them of disloyalty, acting only to save themselves. They told him the war was lost, and he must abdicate in favour of his son if possible. On the 4th of April, Marshal Marmont surrendered his entire corps to the coalition, which was marched over to the enemy lines against the wishes of many of its officers and men. This was a devastating blow to Napoleon, and encouraged the Allies to reject his offer of a conditional abdication in favour of his son. 2 days later, he abdicated without conditions.
Wow.
The Allied powers having proclaimed that the Emperor Napoleon is the only obstacle to the re-establishment of peace in Europe, the Emperor Napoleon, faithful to his oath, declares that he renounces, for himself and his heirs, the thrones of France and Italy, and that there is no personal sacrifice, including his life, that he is not ready to make in the interests of France. Napoleon's abdication was formalized by the Treaty of Fontainebleau, by which he was allowed to keep the title of emperor, become sovereign of the small island of Elba, and retain a bodyguard of 400 men. News came too late to prevent Wellington's attack on Toulouse, leading to a costly and pointless battle, with more than 7,000 casualties.
How it goes sometimes.
The night after his abdication, Napoleon tried to commit suicide, using the poison that had been made for him in Russia, in case of capture.
That was a long time ago.
But it had lost its potency,
Yeah.
and he survived.
No, stomach it.
2 weeks later, Napoleon bade farewell to his old guard at Fontainebleau Palace, and began his journey into exile.
I have been wrong. Maybe in my plans. I have done harm in war. It's all like a dream.
The Napoleonic Wars, which had raged on land and sea for 11 years, seemed finally at an end.
It's all over.
The death toll is unknown, but historians estimate that 2 to 3 million lives were lost across Europe. Most soldiers died not in battle, but from disease. Many thousands were left maimed and disfigured. For most of this period, Napoleon was master of Europe, imposing treaties on humbled enemies, redrawing frontiers, overthrowing old regimes, and making new kings. He was the last figure in history to combine total political power with frontline military genius, in the mold of Alexander and Caesar. But it seemed Napoleon's reign was to end in abject military defeat. However, exile on Elba did not prove to Napoleon's taste. In less than 10 months, he would return to France to fight one last great campaign to reclaim his throne.
Wow. Unbelievable, guys. We've been through it all, from the beginnings of Toulon, the Battle of Paris. We still got one more thing to do. Waterloo. I'll see you there. Before we get there, let me have my thoughts real quick. I don't think that it would have been even possible for the State of the Union for France to survive. It was bad since Spain. It was bad since Russia. Russia really proved to be the downfall. The continental system, his hate for Britain, that really was the that was the nail in the coffin. Could there have been? I think the ambition was high. The hate for Britain was just too much. And the unconditional terms that, not the unconditional, but the absurd terms that he had for all the different countries of Europe to not trade with Britain proved to be his demise. You can't win against everybody. You just can't. And as I say that, we have one more video to. So once again, leave a comment, hit that like button, and subscribe if you haven't already. Peace out. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. We are ready to finish the Napoleonic series with the Battle of Waterloo. I hope you're doing well today. And today, it all ends. Napoleon, his last triumph, the Battle of Waterloo. Are you ready? I know I am.
let's not waste any time, guys. Let's jump right into it. Hit that like button. Lego.
April 1814.
Okay, we going way back epic history. We just got done watching the Battle of Paris / the Battle of France. We can tell this is a much older video. However, we're gonna still love it.
For 10 years, one man has dominated Europe. Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of the French. Under his military genius, France conquered an empire that spanned the continent. But finally, he has been defeated by a grand coalition of his enemies. Napoleon is forced to abdicate and exiled to the tiny island of Elba, while the Bourbon monarchy is restored to France in the corpulent form of Louis XVIII. But rumors soon reach Napoleon that France would welcome his return. The French people have little love for the monarchy or its hangers-on, the very people whose excesses led to the French Revolution 25 years before.
Oh yeah.
He also learns that at the Congress of Vienna, his enemies are locked in bitter dispute over the future of Europe. Napoleon decides to act. After just 10 months in exile, he returns to France, where the troops sent to arrest him rally to his cause instead.
And there's a really good scene in the movie Napoleon with Joaquin Phoenix that shows him reason with these conscripts. Say, in the movie, he's like, "You do not recognize me, soldiers. I fought with you in Austerlitz." Blah 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 blah. And look, these conscripts, they love their comrade.
Most of France soon follows suit. But in Vienna, the coalition immediately put their differences to one side. They declare Napoleon an outlaw and mobilize their forces for war. Napoleon knows he must act boldly before the coalition launches a coordinated invasion of France. He counts on winning a quick victory and then negotiating peace from a position of strength. He targets the coalition armies within easiest reach: Prince Blücher's Prussian army and the Duke of Wellington's Anglo-Allied army.
And Wellington's a good strategist, just such a good strategist, and we saw that in Spain.
Both camped in Belgium. Napoleon's force is a match for either coalition army on its own, but he'll be heavily outnumbered if they're able to join forces, so he must keep them apart and defeat each in turn.
Which he likes to do. Here we go. The Netherlands are recently free.
Napoleon's army crosses the frontier near Charleroi, intending to drive a wedge between the two coalition armies. The next day, Napoleon sends his left wing under Marshal Ney to take the crossroads at Quatre Bras. There, Ney clashes with Wellington's army, still scrambling into position. The Allied troops fight off a series of French attacks and just manage to hold their ground. The same day, Napoleon attacks Blücher's Prussian army with his main force near the village of Ligny. The battle is a brutal slugging match, but the French emerge triumphant. The 72-year-old Blücher leads a cavalry charge in person and has his horse killed under him. He only just escapes capture.
How? He's 72 and he survives that? That's insane.
The Prussian army retreats, but it is not broken. Napoleon sends his right wing under Marshal Grouchy to keep them on the run, and turns his own attention to Wellington's army. The British general doesn't receive news of Blücher's defeat until the next morning, at which point he orders a retreat through heavy summer showers to a position 8 miles south of Brussels, near the village of Waterloo. There he receives a promise from Blücher that the Prussians will march to his aid the next morning. so Wellington decides to stand and fight. Wellington has chosen his battlefield with care. His troops are behind a gentle ridge which will give them some shelter from French cannon fire.
And they do have the high ground.
His right flank is anchored on the farmhouse of Hougoumont, his centre on the farm of La Haye-Sainte, and his left on the farm of Papelotte. All three are fortified and garrisoned with elite troops. Wellington's men need every advantage they can get. The opposing armies are roughly equal in size, but his is a ragtag mix of British, Dutch, and German troops. Many
Looking at this, Nassau? Wait, are these individuals really imported from the Caribbean? Interesting if so.
of whom have never seen combat before. They will have to hold off Napoleon's army of veterans until Prussian reinforcements arrive, or the battle, and probably the war, will be lost.
Okay. Here we go. Waterloo.
Sunday dawns bright and fair. Napoleon has ordered Marshal Grouchy to pursue the Prussians and keep them busy, while he defeats Wellington's army at Waterloo and opens the road to Brussels. But it's Grouchy who gets pinned down, fighting the Prussian rearguard at Wavre. The main Prussian force eludes him and is already marching to Wellington's aid. At Waterloo, Napoleon delays his attack, waiting for the ground to dry, which will make movement easier for his troops. But the lost hours will later prove costly. The battle begins around 11 a.m., when Napoleon orders a feint against Wellington's right flank at Hougoumont. He hopes Wellington will commit his reserves here, drawing them away from the centre, where the main blow will fall. But Hougomont's British and German defenders cling on desperately throughout the day. At one point, the French force their way through the main gate, but it's shut behind them, and the intruders are all killed.
Dang!
Wellington later calls it the decisive moment of the battle. Around noon, 80 French cannon open fire against the main Allied line. Most of Wellington's men are out of sight on the reverse slope, but many cannonballs still find their mark, smashing bloody holes in the Allied ranks. At 1:30 p.m., Napoleon sends in his infantry.
Cavalry.
The French columns are met by disciplined musket fire, and then charged by British heavy cavalry. The French attack disintegrates as Napoleon's men try to save themselves from the crushing hooves and flashing sabres. Scores of Frenchmen are ridden down, and 2 of their famous Eagle standards are captured. But the British cavalry, exhilarated by success, charge too far. They become scattered, their horses blown. At their most vulnerable, they're countercharged by French cavalry and suffer terrible losses. Among the dead, Major General Sir William Ponsonby, commander of the Union Brigade.
Okay. Don't know who that is, but okay.
Around 4 p.m., Marshal Ney thinks he sees the Allies begin to retreat and leads a mass cavalry charge to drive home the advantage.
And you can see this also in the movie, Marshal Ney. Last bit of charge here. This is very, very close to the end of the battle almost.
But Ney is wrong. The Allied infantry are ready, formed in hollow squares with bayonets fixed. The French cavalry can't break into these impregnable formations. They can only circle impotently until they retreat or are shot from the saddle. Ney's failure to support this attack with either infantry or artillery is a serious blunder. Meanwhile, Blücher's Prussians have begun to arrive. They capture the village of Plancenoit, threatening Napoleon's flank, and forcing him to send reserves to recapture it. Around 6 p.m, French infantry finally capture the farmhouse of La Haye-Sainte in the center of the battlefield. It allows the French to bring forward artillery and blast the Allied squares from close range. They can't miss the closely packed formations, and casualties quickly mount. It begins to seem that if Wellington's army doesn't retreat, it will be killed where it stands. But the situation for Napoleon is also desperate. The Prussians...
I mean, just look at all this, like all these Prussians approaching on the right-hand side. Squares are just formidable for any type of cavalry charge. It seems like they are. He just said the British are kind of like stuck in the mud, but it almost, how do you not see the writing on the wall here? I mean, given the pre-bias of knowing what happened, take that, the fact of it being its own. Look at all the Prussians coming in. There's 100,000 of them coming.
Russians are arriving in force, and he's running out of men to throw against Wellington's army. So he turns to his ultimate reserve, the elite Imperial Guard, the most feared troops in Europe. At 7:30 p.m, 3,000 of these battle-hardened veterans march past their emperor and across the corpse-strewn battlefield towards the Allied centre. Wellington's redcoats rise to meet them and pour devastating volleys of musket fire into their ranks. When the Allies fix bayonets and prepare to charge, the Imperial Guard wavers and then retreats.
Wow.
Wellington, sensing victory, orders a general advance. About the same time, the Prussians recapture Plancenoit. News of the Imperial Guard's defeat and rumours of encirclement by the Prussians sweep through the French ranks. Panic breaks out, and the French army flees the battlefield.
It's over, just like that.
Only Napoleon's old guard maintain their discipline, mounting a heroic but doomed rearguard action. Napoleon himself is forced to abandon his carriage and barely escapes the pursuing Prussian cavalry. The battle is won.
That quick. That quick.
The Duke of Wellington and Prince Blücher meet and congratulate each other outside Napoleon's former headquarters, an inn called La Belle Alliance. Blücher thinks it's the perfect name for their shared victory, but Wellington prefers the more English-sounding Waterloo, where he has his own headquarters. The Battle of Waterloo was, in the words of the Duke of Wellington, a damned near-run thing. It was also one of the bloodiest battles of the age. Around 50,000 men were killed or wounded.
That's insane given the context.
23,000 coalition casualties, 27,000 French. Due to an appalling shortage of medical care, many of the wounded were left lying on the battlefield for several days. Napoleon was utterly defeated. Unable to raise another army, he surrendered to the British. They transported him to a second exile on the tiny, remote Atlantic island of St. Helena. This time,
oh my god, I didn't think it was that far down. Oh my god.
There was no escape. He died there 6 years later. Waterloo marked the beginning of a period of relative peace in Europe. There were no wars between the great powers for 40 years, and the British would not fight on the continent for another 100 years, until the summer of 1914. 40 years after the battle, a pioneer in the new art of photography captured these remarkable images. They're veterans of Napoleon's armies.
That is so cool.
By then, all old men in their 70s and 80s. Among them, Sergeant Tania of the Imperial Guard. Moret of the 2nd Regiment of Hussars, and Verlin of the 2nd Guard Lancers.
That's so cool.
These faces are a tantalizing link to the dramatic events that shaped the course of history 2 centuries ago.
Wow. Although it be older video of epic history, a very good one. Very good one. To conclude the Napoleonic age. Waterloo seemed to be a desperate, if we can get like one of the frames back where battle was happening. Although it be a desperate call of action to try to win a quick war, I don't know if it would ever have worked out. I mean, unless he really could have isolated Wellington first of the entire coalition, maybe he could possibly have some sort of treaty, but I don't know. They were really up in arms against Napoleon. Let me know what you guys think. A lot of you who have, studied this far longer than I have. Of course, my whole thing with this channel is to learn and to continue learning and to build and bring more individuals like yourself deeper into the history of what has happened. Let me know, was there any chance Napoleon could have seen a victory? May it not be a victory of conquest or of annihilation of this enemy, but of a victory of him staying atop the French throne. Is there any way? And I'm talking after his original exile to Elba. Not talking prior. Talking after. Let me know. But guys, thank you guys so much. This is going to be a point on the channel now, so we're going to we're going to now stray away from the Napoleonic age and enter more videos somewhere else. Going to be looking through a lot of your video recommendations and making a decision very soon. We might do playlists, we might just hop around different videos. But I do appreciate every single one of you. I really do. I love making these videos. I love learning about history. And yeah, let's keep compounding these videos. Let's keep compounding the history to learn more, contextualizing what happened. And I read every single comment. Every single comment brings a little bit more context to what happened. So I appreciate you guys so much. Until next time, hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe if you haven't already. And peace out. Bye-bye.